Happy Sunday, Overwatch community, and welcome back for day 2 of the Colonial Heroes Minor 2 playoffs. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Clutch Key, ready to kick off one heck of a day that we are about to have. We are going to have 2 victors named by the conclusion of today. We got a long journey before it gets to that point. We've had so many series go the distance so far, and today isn't going to be any different, Keegan.
No, not at all. I mean, if the indication here is that all of our top 4, right? We had our upper finals yesterday. If you joined us there for it, it went 3-2 between the top 2 teams. And now in this next iteration of our matchup here in the lower semifinals that we're going to see soon between Fluffy Mafia as well as Bubble Blowers, we're potentially having another 3-2 on our hands because that's what they did back in their first matchup against each other. So this is we heard it earlier, right, with Senna as well as with Senna from Nightmare Timeless that everything could like their match could be a 3-2. I think every match could be a 3-2 at this point, or when we get down to the finals later on, could be a 4-3. Who the heck knows what's going to happen here based on the teams themselves? Maybe they had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a reset, but now it's time to bring it all to the floor.
And you know what's so interesting about this, Keegan, is this is the closest I think we've had a Colonial Heroes event B. Maybe Major 1 for a little bit of comparison, but like even looking at the calendar right now, we are all the way in September. I almost forgot what month it is. We're all the way in September when we started back in like late May. Major 1 was when we had that Mauga sort of composition. Everyone was on the same playing field, and we had some closer games come through. I don't think anything else can compare to what we're seeing here in Minor 2. This is like the first time that we're really going to see one of those top teams that we're used to potentially dethroned.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to see the Mauga, and like we mentioned earlier on and yesterday as well, you and I are the first to see, at least in the Calling All Heroes side, the Juno meta, right? Juno came in after Major number 2 was in play. So everything can shift just with the addition of a character. Even the patch notes, as minor as they may have been, right? You're taking a look at the entire patch note scenario. Juno got a little bit adjusted, right, with the damage reduction, the healing reduction as well. The Ashe, even like primary fire damage reduced as well, which means that Ashe really isn't, you know, a big part of it anymore, but still could be played, right? We saw Wisp played, we saw other people play it as well, so that Ashe can still be part of it. So as much as these minor changes may be, we still get to see a major change because of Juno into it, and it makes the games a lot more exciting as teams try to figure out how to base their standards and base their compositions on this just one character.
And having those changes is especially important because if we look like where we are in the general scope of the season, this is the 4th event out of the 6 before we move on to the last chance qualifiers, which will be happening in January of 2025, and then our big championship later on. Like those circuit points, those cash prizes, all the more important here for maintaining a top position in that actual championship that those players, that's where you're trying to go. That championship in February is the end goal. Having a title in these minor and major events is great, but it's all just a building block up until that final point next year.
Yeah, I mean, it's just every single time, right? And we go through a format that is indicative of just making sure that we are set. We have our top 8 teams, right? We go through the format of Twist stage where obviously enough, these 2 teams didn't meet in that Twist stage. And yet the first stage that they did meet was the first match of the quarterfinals back in the top 8 bracket, right? The very first match of the bracket, they faced off against each other for these 2 teams that we're going to see soon. But it goes all the way to show that every match counts, every match matters, right? And then all of a sudden we get to the quarters. We're going to go to the lower finals or lower semifinals here soon. And of course, in that grand finals, we are going to see at least YIP Super Shy later on. And of course, all of this is worth points. All of this is worth some kind of points, whether it be 450, 350, 275. So at least the top 4 teams know in this scenario that they're going to get 225 points, but it ranges from 225 to 450. A 225 point differential is such a huge jump. And essentially, right, every it may be less than the major tournaments, but every single tournament counts, right? You don't want to be the ones that have to try and play in that last chance qualifier. You want to be secured in the championships when we get down there later on in the season. So really, really, every single point matters. Every single tournament counts. And the big thing too is that every single thing you do matters, especially now that you're in a top 4 scenario.
you want to get one of those top 6 spots by the
Yes.
conclusion of our 6 major and minor events exclusively. So top 6 automatically qualify till champs. Everyone else is gonna have to vie for those final 2 spots in the LCQ, but we got a long ways before that happens. Let's take one step at a time in our journey, and the good first one, in my opinion, is to head over to our map pool and see where those will be taking place. If you caught a little bit of our games yesterday, there was not a ton of variety. We did not play a single game on stream that wasn't Lijiang Tower or Runa Sapi. There was a little bit of switching between Blizzard World and King's Row. Other than that, it was just Lijiang Tower, Runa Sapi, New Junk City, and well, I guess we had one Gibraltar if we get to those distances today. So very small map pool in comparison to our previous events, and you can kind of tell how that's playing into this less flexible meta that we're currently in.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's just that maybe it's not less flexible, but at the same time, it is less likely that we are going to get these other maps, right? Ilios and Nepal. I mean, on this team from that we're going to see here in a little while, right? As we're introducing the teams between Bubble Blowers and Fluffy Mafia here in a sec. We saw Ilios being kind of thrown out there as a map pick, but they also had Lijiang Tower. So who the heck knows where we're going? But I'm assuming, right? Lijiang Tower. I like I said yesterday, if Lijiang Tower was not available in a map pool, I feel like there would be riots. I feel like there would be just chaos within the Discord or wherever, because there would be a lot of talk of why the Old Faithful is not in the map pool. And Lijiang Tower has to be the staple of control maps out of every other map pool that any team does. I mean, you're in a collegiate team. You obviously know that Lijiang Tower is probably the staple of your team as well.
I mean, we don't particularly enjoy it, but we do make sure to scrim it at least once.
Right.
I can tell you that. But I can tell you, if y'all are interested in telling us about your favorite control maps, well, I got just the platform you to do it. Go ahead and follow Overwatch Esports on X, Twitch, and YouTube. That way, you can go ahead and debate with your fellow Overwatch community what you think the best control map may be, and of course, stay updated on all of our Calling All Heroes action, because not only is it super fun for us to watch, there's also some pretty cool things in it for you guys as viewers. I heard that we got some drops going on this weekend, Keegan.
Yeah, there's some great drops going on this weekend, especially now. I know some people were trying to catch up on their drops, trying to get that percentages. Well, here's your chance to do it. 2 grand finals, and then, of course, our 2 matches that were coming up here soon. But you got a chance to get the spray, the stadium spray, the name card, the Torch Runner spray, or Torch Runner name card, and, of course, that nice OWCS away skin for Ramatra, which is really, really nice. Really nice skin. Like I said, the orange and white. I know you called it yesterday, the safety cone. I just think it's a nice skin overall, and just running right at you with the orange is just it just screams, I'm good at this game. That's what it screams. I mean, everybody gets it if you're watching the drop. Hey, you're getting something good out of it. So so it's good job. But let's take a look at the bracket right now, because the bracket here, we already have one team locked into the grand finals, which is YFP Super Shy, who in a great game yesterday. It was a near reverse sweep, but the confidence there, they talked about it later on. It was a 3-2 sweep for YFP Super Shy, and then Nightmare Timeless. Well, I mean, when you talk about their history, right? It went all the way. They won 66% of the tournaments thus far in Minor 1, and Major 2 got second place back in Major number 1. So Nightmare Timeless falling down here would be a little bit of a surprise. But now we go down to the lower bracket side, where it's basically, right, this has been a scrum fight. And for Fluffy Mafia, they are trying to make the run. They started off losing their first game up against Bubble Blowers 3-2. Then they beat All Yes 3-0. Then they beat Fable in a 5-game series itself. Now they're looking for that vengeance against the Bubble Blowers, looking to see if they can book a spot as the 6th seed, by the way, to try to take on the 1 seed in the lower bracket. There's not many times you can say that in a bracket of 8 teams.
Absolutely not. And Fluffy Mafia, I think they had a really rough Swiss stage. Playing both the 1 and 2 seed as your first 2 games, and having to go on, losing your 3rd, you had to have a near perfect run in Swiss after that. And even then, your bracket didn't start off the best way, facing against Bubble Blowers, who are still the number 3 seed, mind you. And we got to see a little bit of Bubble Blowers yesterday, and what they really have packing. We mentioned this is the old Valentine core. Most of them have either won Major 1 or have competed to get a 2nd place in either of the other tournaments that have taken place. main things to note here, especially Mari coming into this team. Her diva has been looking stellar so far. But one of our favorite things that has been to watch has been the DPS line on this team. The additions of Nadokado and Jeremy87, our CEO of Venture, very first time playing in Calling All Heroes, put up some insanely astronomical performances yesterday that helped lead this team to a victory.
Yeah, and that astronomical performance is going to have to do really well here for Bubble Blowers, especially that CEO of Venture, which we'll see later on. But Fluffy Mafia, this is our first look at it, at this team inside of the stream at the very least. And Ferret is in, Azure is in, Santana, Merge, Regime are in as well. So this is a composition, right? And we know, right, that there was on the expected heroes list that we got earlier on, Juno was not in it, but then later on when they put in their information, Juno is in for Merge, at least on the show side. So we know that Merge is probably going to be playing this Juno, and that kind of adjusted a little bit because you have 4 supports listed on this roster, at least for substitutions. Maybe 3 if I'm counting this correctly, 3 at least on the sheets that we got. But the thing is, right, at least they have that depth on that side. So if they have the depth chart on the sports side, they can adjust what they want to do. We saw Kiriko Lucio, we saw Inkling sometimes, right, of that off Juno picks, and that kind of made the teams uncomfortable because you know that Juno is going to come up. You're always thinking that a Juno composition is coming up. And yet some teams went Kiriko Lucio and kind of threw off the rhythm, kind of threw off the entire tempo. So maybe with the depth chart that Fluffy Mafia has, that may be the reason why Bubble Blowers and this team went 3-2 in their last matchup. Who knows?
What we've seen from Fluffy Mafia, formerly known as Inarizaki, a lot of their team, before Fluffy as an organization came in and picked up this roster, which is very cool, by the way. Fluffy is an incredible word, and I'm just glad that I can say it on the broadcast, to be fully honest with you. Hey, in all seriousness, though, this team has been the epitome of consistency within Calling All Heroes. They have placed within the top 4, sometimes some 5th place finishes, at pretty much every tournament that we have ever had and they've competed in after kind of showing up in last year's LCQ. So this team now, you're at a point where you have the chance to get a new record, to move past that point. And you gotta say, while the Bubble Blowers are an incredibly good team, this is probably one of the weakest forms that they have been in comparison to the past, just because they're adjusting to the new meta, and you have some brand new players that you're working in to your roster. Lijiang Tower, first map collection, surprise, surprise, you bet on that, well, you would definitely be a winner. This one is going to be a bit tricky to start out with, especially for our friends in Fluffy Mafia. Knowing how strong we've seen performances from Jeremy on Kuna on the Venture and May respectively, you gotta be shaking your boots a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Far earlier on, and when Jeremy87 was in, right? Far was in. He also played the Venture later on in that second map of Control Center that you're seeing on your screen right now. This is one of the maps where you got to be afraid of a little bit of everything here from this Bubble Blowers team. But again, Fluffy Mafia took them distant 3-2. We don't exactly know what order of the maps that they took it in. But regardless, though, you got to be waiting for a long match, and you got to. This is more game 1. I feel like for these two is kind of more like a scouting match. What are these two going to play? What do they have in store, and who's going to start us off? Because it was a different starting lineup for Bubble Blowers than yesterday. But Jeremy87 is indeed in. So is Nenwai. Nenwai, Jeremy87, both of these new players to Calling All Heroes. So, and they performed excellent yesterday when we saw their match. So against Exo Astoth. So this time around, let's see if they can keep that energy up against the Fluffy Mafia team. And for Bubble Blowers, they're already starting off fighting this in mid. They've already got that fast control.
Biggest difference here is Jeremy on the Tracer, Feisty Ferret on the Pharah. We did see Jeremy play the Pharah here yesterday, so that is a more recent change from the Bubble Blowers, but you're kind of already paying the price of that. Santana got a little bit too far in there, caught in one of these Void slows that was chucked out from Mari, and that's enough for Fluffy Mafia to head back spawn.
Yeah, Ferret already changing from the Far into the Tracer, which is a little bit of an interesting pick because you really could have got a lot with that Far composition, but instead opting to go for pretty much the mirror at this point. So Bubble Blowers take advantage of that, just that one pick from AGMR, and are able to take some percentage points, but now they're going to go all the way around, see if they can get some better positioning. Just watch out, though, because Fluffy Mafia, I mean, both of the Junos already building up to their ultimates so quickly. That was just one quick fight, too. So careful, because we could see some orbital race very quickly in this fight.
Do have another swap from Feisty Ferret, now mirroring Jeremy on the Tracer. A little bit more map coverage this way, and kind of ensuring Jeremy doesn't have full control of these off angles, but still manages to grab Merge on this little flank. This is very similar to we've seen how Jeremy take over lobbies and just open fights up so well for Mari to close them out.
Oh, and Okay, well, I get.
Okay.
Okay, so Mari gets the 3-piece at the end, although Azuri's like, please no, please no. Okay, let me just. Okay, never mind. So Bubble Blowers though burst to the. Like I said, AGMR building up quickly to the orbital ray. We'll have it for this next fight. Actually, Bubble Blowers will have 5 check marks if they play this correctly. Fluffy Mafia, they'll still building up. And again, these first picks, Nenwai is the one to get Ferret down, and that is not good. That was in the back line too. Ferret was trying to play the flank, but there's nothing doing there. So now they have to wait a little while more if they want to play this team fight, which means more time expires off the clock. And now Bubble Blowers will have everything. Fluffy Mafia coming up on everything. Oh boy, this is going to be a rough fight here.
I mean, you can't be losing ones to a Brig in the back line. Thankfully, your team is still up after a pulse bomb, so Fluffy Mafia will have an opportunity to push it in, but you're not going to have a ton to work with. Ideally, merge his orbital ray to help start this fight off, but it's not like Bubble Blowers can mirror that on their own time. Both bombs are out. Now, the rays from above to be the decider. Kuna has a blizzard here too, should it be needed, but the wall seems to be doing more than enough work for the time being. Eventually, does end up committing the ultimate, and there's no way to get out of it. Should be Kuna taking them on down, and Bubble Blowers had all the tools in their pocket, yet it does seem that they're going to end up falling apart here against an inferior ult pick.
Everybody used everything. That was every single ultimate on the board used. That was Overwatch for you. But the big thing there at the end was that Azure was able to take down Kuna because Kuna did not have the Crawfords, did not have the Ice Block. So therefore, Azure could get out of it during a good period on that Blizzard of Kuna's and just go ahead and shoot the headshot. So that was the big win for Fluffy Mafia at the end. And now going into it, nobody's got nothing. But the big thing, Ferret will have another Pulse Bomb, which is big because Ferret used it later than Jeremy did. So Ferret's just going off with his Tracer right now. You're hoping if you're Fluffy Mafia, you can land one here for that Pulse Bomb.
Oh, that's a nice May wall though, Mari. Trying to get a little more chip damage to Santana, but there's that Pulse Bomb that we've been talking about. Feisty Ferret has it up, and you're going to need to find a trade soon. Azura's gone down, but Feisty Ferret couldn't get it, and it's too low. Doesn't have recall up in time either. Massive misplay out of Fluffy Mafia. Opens the door wide for Bubble Blowers. Get themselves right back into this battle. Should be cleaning up, and I don't know if Fluffy Mafia can even get another contest onto this objective.
No, I think it might have well have said team kill. I don't think they've got anything, just a wall there just to be safe. You can't even teleport in there, even if you have the Symmetra. Fluffy Mafia tried everything, but just one wall says, nope, not today. But Bubble Blowers starting this off really well. They had their composition set. They only lost one fight basically overall. All they did was play all the ultimates. If it was all the ultimates and Fluffy Mafia won, but if it was just the dry fight like we had there at the end, Bubble Blowers were able to take advantage, better positioning, better damage, and Bubble Blowers wins that map. So now we go into the night market here where we should see pretty much, again, something similar. Mari going to punch away at Santana, but this isn't Control Center yet. So I don't know if Jeremy's going to pull out the Venture. I mean, yet. I know Control Center is more enclosed space, but night market really doesn't provide you that. Maybe we'll still see the Tracers out and about here as they try to teleport in. They're going to go back to the spawn, change it out, and yes, we will not see Venture quite yet, but at least we'll still see the mirror matchup coming up, which is good for Bubble Blowers because they won that one pretty convincingly back in the Gardens.
Feisty Ferret was shut out of a lot of these off angles, and oftentimes if your Tracer isn't, even if you don't lose the battle, if you're just kind of tied with Jeremy for a lot of these more offside control, you're okay. But if you're flat out losing them, Bubble Blowers are going to win fights 90% of the time. Fluffy Mafia here, gotta be a little bit more careful about how they're punishing Bubble Blowers that are taking initiative. Santana can't really throw any punches, just stuck in that blocking form under a barrage from Mari. Doesn't have a ton of health to work with. Mari can easily close out these supports and be doing just that. Bubble Blowers great at starting these neutral fights the way they want.
Yeah, the neutral fights are working out so well for them right now. Absolutely dominating positioning. They're being a little bit more aggressive. Jeremy's taking the off angles right so that at least the back line is filled up a little bit more. And of course, Nenwai's doing God's work out there as trying to just make sure it's stable away. But not only that, playing a little bit more aggressively. Saw Nenwai yesterday playing up with that rally, and now just doing a lot more with that Brigida in hand. AGMR Merge will both have their orbital rays coming up, so I expect this to be a lot more aggressive fight. And again, we could see some Overwatch because Blizzards are coming up at the same time.
I want to see Fluffy Mafia move away from this reactionary sort of playstyle. More often than not, it's been Kuna who's been opening these fights for Bubble Blowers with an excellent May wall, whether it's blocking support from Santana or just allowing the team to walk in. Now it's going to be those orbital rays that we've been talking so much about. neither of which making too much of a dent. Instead will be the Blizzard and Annihilation to follow out of Santana. Mari didn't even get an opportunity to pop hers, just decided it would be better to save it off for another fight when Bubble Blowers can have an advantage.
Yeah, the big thing there, like you said, the Blizzard's being saved from Kuna. Mari will also save the Annihilation, whereas Santana used it. AJMR used their AJMR and Merge will both use the Orbital Raise. And so saving the ultimates costed them the fight, yes, but it's just delayed for another day. Now they have 3 ultimates compared to 2 for Fluffy Mafia's side. Rally's up on either end, but the big thing is going to be that Blizzard alongside of this, and it's a stick. But it's not
they're all okay. Armor is just so strong right now. That barely did a dent to Santana's massive health pool, especially with the rallies now coming into play. Bubble Blowers can use those tools that they saved wisely from last fight to actually close this one out. No answer to the Blizzard. Nenwai is done and dusted with, and Fluffy Mafia are still managing to pull this through. Mari didn't even pop the Annihilation. Bubble Blowers, they had all the tools. The execution just wasn't good enough.
Not good enough at all. Mari had the chance to use the Annihilation, but I guess they figured that 2 ultimates are going to be good enough, and yet the rally failed, the Blizzard failed as well, and now Fluffy Mafia coming in with the ultimate advantage, so they'll have something, yes, and Nenwai also switching off to a Life Weaver for a second before going to the Brigida instead. But Mari holds on to the Annihilation. Meanwhile, Santana's 65%, and with a great Ravenous Vortex as well, 70% now to another Annihilation, which could keep Fluffy Mafia in, so the big advantage now goes to this team in the red.
They don't have a Hyper Ring either. Had to use it out of fear. They thought Fluffy Mafia was just going to walk on him, but now they don't really have that tool. Wait a couple more seconds for AJMR to have that back up, and at the point that that happens, we're going to see both Orbital Raise back out again. Merge is ideally coming first here, preventing Mari from pushing much farther into this fight. Bubble Blowers still have an ultimate advantage, and it's now that Mari decides to pull the trigger. Annihilation in play in those purple tendrils, causing a lot of chaos, but Santana already built up to another one, and just the time it took Mari to use a single one of hers standing in a corner blocking this. It seems like the tank is unkillable. Every single member of Bubble Blowers had to focus down Santana in order to even have a chance of pulling this objective back. The ult management is wacky, but Bubble Blowers will get the job done at the end of the day.
Yeah, Mari and Santana were just kind of having this fight. Meanwhile, Santana was just stuck in the corner because everybody else left, but the positioning wasn't the greatest to get Santana out of there. And the big thing, too, right, that Santana used the second ult before Mari did. Mari used a single one. So 56% isn't bad situation here, but Fluffy Mafia is going to have Blizzards on either side. Ferret, again, has the Pulse Bomb, so that's going to be a big one as well. You would love to see the positioning here from Bubble Blowers at the very least, maybe be a little bit more aggressive, but Fluffy Mafia at the same time can wait for that aggressive push and just Blizzard them at the same time, too, alongside of Kuna's one. So Nenwai having the rally and Regime having one as well. That was a close Pulse Bomb. But this positioning here, I feel Fluffy Mafia wants to go right at him.
Especially with this rally, you want to pop it early and make sure they cannot leave. Easy to slap them around when everyone's frozen up like a popsicle. Fluffy Mafia, they had the right plan, but it's just a taste of their own medicine. Bubble Blowers were ready for that. They anchored behind Nenwai and had plenty of sustain to stay up through that.
Yeah, and the big thing, too, is Regime went down with the rally at the same time, so it's really, really big that they got rid of it, and Kuna's Blizzard is big, and AJMR gets rid of Ferret. That's a touch gone. I don't know if the Lucio gets on in time, and that's it.
Wow, what a way to end the map. There's some wacky things going on here in this series. You can tell how Bubble Blowers and Fluffy Mafia are dancing around each other, but Bubble Blowers just had some stronger individual plays at the end of the day that will allow them to take away Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised, at the very least, that Bubble Blowers didn't play the Venture, but it was not needed at all. They had Mari just do this, and oh, not this again. Okay. Okay. She's just like, I accept
Cannonball!
my fate. I accept my fate. Down into the abyss. Down into, what is a fish pond abyss, I guess you could say, down below, underneath the entire garden area. But for Bubble Blowers, a really strong start for them, right? Yes, they lost a couple of fights, and yes, you would have loved to see Mari use her ult maybe a little bit sooner, right? Just to secure the point a little bit faster. Didn't really matter in the end because you had a couple of good plays. That last fight, especially, where you're able to take down, the or Regime, I should say. You're able to take down Regime's rally and kill that off because of one Blizzard from Kuna, which is really, really nice play. And Bubble Blowers, their macros looking better than Fluffy Mafia's right now, just because they're able to rotate the ults maybe a little bit better. They're able to move in. They're able to position better. I mean, Ferret had a couple of questionable ones, especially on that back line when Nenwai was right on you. So I don't. We'll see again. This match went 3-2. I can expect anything going on right now, but a good start for Bubble Blowers nonetheless.
That's the interesting thing that you bring up, because I actually disagree with you a little bit, Keegan. I feel like Fluffy Mafia had a better macro management in the long scheme of things.
Yeah.
Even though there were thoughts. Bubble Blowers did think to save a lot of their ultimates, but they were never really used correctly. You were still losing fights where you were using more of your big tools. And that does raise a couple question marks in my head just for going forwards in the plants. I think the big reason that it looked so good throughout the course of that map was the difference between what Jeremy was able to accomplish on Tracer and where we saw Ferret just kind of getting shut out at a lot of points around there.
Yeah.
Jeremy plays Tracer in a very suffocating style, similar to their Venture, so it makes a ton of sense on how that is working, but that's a big reason that Bubble Blowers are really able to lean into that Tracer player to kind of control more of Lijiang Tower there.
Yeah, and I mean, the Tracer play obviously is really, really good from Jeremy, so that, you know, I mean, obviously, if we went to Control Center, I could guarantee you that Venture comes out just as a kind of a curveball, especially on that last map at the same time, but they didn't really need it, especially just with Kuna playing really well on that Blizzard, that the Tracer doing really well suffocating that backline at the same time. And again, the big one, Regime didn't really get to do anything that game because obviously they pull that. When that first fight happened, right, that first fight that really had all the ultimates happen. That was 8 ultimates on the board, all 8 used at the same time, even though the pulse bomb got thrown out later for Ferret. That entire fight, you knew that went the way of Fluffy Mafia, but later on, when it was just these dry fights, Bubble Blowers are able to take advantage. Remember, there's a lot more happening with dry fights than all your ultimates being pulled out at the same time. So that's the big thing here for Bubble Blowers. They're able to win at least the even fights, but Fluffy Mafia using the right ultimates at the right time can give you that advantage as well. So that's kind of the thing that you got to be paying attention to within this next map. As we go, we won't see Kings Row. It will be Blizzard World that we come up next to, and another swap out as well. Jeremy actually comes out of the scenario where Par goes in, so that means I'm expecting more of a hit scan scenario for this, and because heroes we expect for Par, right, Ashe and Cassidy, or maybe not Cassidy this time around, at least in this meta, but we've seen a lot of Ashe lately. We've seen a lot, or I shouldn't say a lot lately, but we know that for this kind of swap, maybe the Ashe does get pulled out.
There's potential for that, but I'm also interested. Last time we saw Bubble Blowers play on this map, it was Nanokato that came in. If you remember that at all, playing Pharah and Mei, just great carry potential all around. This is the first time we're seeing Par all tournament, and it's not like Par is unfamiliar with calling all heroes. They've had just great performances across the board on any form of hit scan. This just isn't a very strong hit scan sort of meta. The only player we've really seen have an impact on those types of heroes has been Wisps, and this is a little bit different in these sort of situations. If you have a hit scan, it seems more like a liability than it is to have something in compared to a Mei. So unless we're going to swap that up, and it is Par on the Mei instead, that is a part of their hero pool, that is the direction that Bubble Blowers are going to opt to go to and put Kuna now on the Tracer instead of Jeremy.
Yeah, see, this I wonder why, right? And maybe it's because Germany they scrimmed a lot on this map, so maybe they put Par in instead to play the Mei and then Kuna on the Tracer. But it does feel like, right, the swap just kind of throws the curveball a little bit. Manmari now on the Diva instead. Santana, okay, I thought Santana for a second was like, all right, let's pull out the Jungle Queen, let's see what happens here. But they're gonna find the Whittle. Oh, it's gonna. They tried the Whittle peak. They tried the Whittle Symmetra peak, which is really, it's kind of cool. We saw that back when with the iteration of the Overwatch League. That was one of my favorite moments ever, just to watch the Symmetra Whittle peak out. But instead, going for the mirror matchup here, and for the Diva at the very least, right? You got that more mobility on its way. It's not the Ramatras anymore, so this is more verticality mobility and trying to get away from the maze. And right now, Santana's just kind of poking at him, just saying hello, goodbye.
That's what you need to be doing. Playing with the Hyper Ring, that's kind of your initiation point. This time, though, Fluffy Mafia are going to opt to rotate to point instead. Both Mei walls have been expended, and it does put a little bit of a dampener on where Fluffy Mafia were trying to rotate. End up getting to the objective eventually. We'll watch Vice Barra and Kuna have a little duel on the back half of the map. No team really making a decisive dent in damage so far. It's a lot of these slow burns until you can force major cooldowns, such as these Hyper Rings. That Ice Block, though, that's a rough position for Azure to be in. Has to sneak around the back, uses the Mei wall defensively, and manages to get out with their life so far. So back and forth. Very few players have gone below half health. It's only really Santana right now who needs to get back to the supports in order to stay alive. Now that those orbital rays are up, we're about to see a much more form of forward aggression. While it's those strikes to come first, rally from Regime. Nenwai doesn't have that up quite yet, but Bubble Blowers are opting to pump both of their DPS ults into this engagement too, only resulting in a single bit of trade out. Bubble Blowers heavily down here. Fluffy Mafia want to clean this out, but hopefully not using many more resources. Losing Regime though, you have to imagine either a pulse bomb is necessary, but you lose Feisty Ferret to the self-destruct. That just cannot be happening for a Tracer player right now. Bubble Blowers can get a regroup on this quickly, Keegan.
Yeah, but the big thing too is their Par saves it. Par could have made it, had a tick happen. If Par doesn't get onto that point and crowd freeze at the same time too, they lose a tick. But also for Azure getting rid of Par, that's another big one too. Ferret does have a pulse bomb, but it feels like the regroup might have been a little too slow. But unfortunately now that they've got Kuna, the green light is on for them and they can just go right back in.
They're able to keep pushing on up. The Maywall is in place, preventing a lot of their escapes. This is more the decisive sort of eliminations that we need to see to cap a point. But Keegan, you can see how long these fights can truly happen. We had one fight, and it's been over 2.5 minutes.
I mean, that's a long fight. That's a long time. And then everybody, like, it was one fight. That was one very elongated fight, and we had ultimates being pulled out already. Right, the big thing there too is why like Nenwai comes up later, and Nenwai actually got the ult off on that last part of the fight, I should say. But look at Regime. Regime already 76% to another rally. So Fluffy Mafia working really well on these long fights. We're able to regroup in time and just play it off. And now the Hyper Ring is just going to go into play here. They want to play up aggressively, but around this corner, Bubble Blowers is just going to try to stave them off.
Bubble Blowers are kind of hanging around. Keep an eye on where Kuna's going to throw this pulse bomb, though. It's kind of where Bubble Blowers are waiting for an opportunity to go in. Not that they necessarily need it. It's more or less if Kuna can provide them with an advantage, they'll take for it. But there it is! Hunting for the Brigida. Common theme all weekend. The Regime blown to bits. Fluffy Mafia still tried to commit that orbital ray in, but AJMR has the discipline not to. And that's going to be very helpful for the defense in the long run.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate. Oh no, not again. Not again. Okay. Well, anyways, though, the unfortunate thing, right, was Merge using the orbital ray, but that was right as Regime got stuck. That was the worst feeling there because you knew you lost one already, and that was a big part of it. You couldn't pop the rally at all just to save yourself. Either that pulse bomb was on, that pulse bomb was going to kill, and now Bubble Blowers have that advantage, right? This orbital ray can make such a difference. If used at the same time, it's just going to be a chaos fight, and here we go again.
You just do not have the sustain to match this out. Azurai wants to even the tables with the Blizzard, and that should be enough. Look at Nenwai shielding, though. That was an excellent play from the support player on Bubble Blowers. Keeps an AJMR on their feet, and that's enough for Mori to build up to a self-destruct and even take out Santana. All the meanwhile, Fluffy Mafia having to go back to the drawing board without their tank.
And again, this is such an impressive hold here around this corner. Bubble Blowers wanted to hold them, and because that first fight was so elongated, they were able to regroup and they were able to play onto this first corner. And now this can't escape out of it. This May can do all she wants, but at the end of the day, Mari's just gonna say hello and goodbye at that point. So 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Santana's gonna swap over to the Ramatra instead, thinking that they can punch their way through this. But Bubble Blowers right now, it's just the hold is so impressive right now. And even with the ultimate, right, Par's gonna come up on another Blizzard at the same time, which makes a big difference.
Deacon, we saw Bubble Blowers do this exact same hold against Exo Azathoth yesterday. 5 minutes were burned off the clock just in this forward spawn area. This just puts Bubble Blowers on a new level of defense. Do lose Par at the cost of a Blizzard. Oh, but Murr scoots right on out of there. Fluffy Mafia still in a very good spot here, hoping to break through this brick wall that Bubble Blowers have set up in front of the spawns. And with how staggered this is looking to be for the defense, Fluffy Mafia will go ahead and take it. Nenwai? What?
That was Nenwai in the background taking care of Azure. That's unbelievable. That's a huge stagger at the same time for Bubble Blowers, though, because now they're going to lose their Juno, they're going to lose their Diva and their Brigida. So because of the wave respawn, regardless, they're going to have all three of them back to regroup. But that just means that that one elongated fight around the corner, and they were able to move the payload in the meanwhile. They got one more fight on this, and Par switches on over to the Ashe instead.
Par now over on to hit scan, where we're much more familiar seeing them. I don't know how much of a difference this is going to make. May is just so strong right now, not only in terms of the ultimate, but having the ability to change the very layout of the map with a wall and just not being as squishy squishy in general is very helpful. These support ults have to be enough for Bubble Blowers to move through, but nothing can stop Santana. Won a massive race to the Annihilation and just got 4 final blows for Fluffy Mafia. Wants to hunt for the 5th, but this fight is done and dusted. Bubble Blowers sent back to the spawns, and Fluffy Mafia keeping themselves up.
Yeah, the last time we saw this, you remember the last time we saw Blizzard World, that final point was kind of a mess. Instead, this time around, Fluffy Mafia goes up to the 2nd level and says, we're going to fight you here. Makes Par's job a lot harder, especially if they're going to be that aggressive. And Par's only got a coach gun to try to get away, so they take rightful advantage of it. Santana gets 3 with the Annihilation, and Fluffy Mafia gets the reward out of it, gets another 90 seconds on the board. So a big, big play for them. Now they just got to go the rest of the way. We'll keep the Ash at the very least, but Mari switching on over to the Ramontra just to match the aggressiveness.
Blizzard on out with the Zoo Ray. Doesn't quite catch anything. Zoning tool, if anything, but you gotta be careful. Kuna on the flank. That pulse bomb a little bit off to the left. Doesn't quite find the target that Fluffy Mafia is hoping for. The Bubblers want to take more of this aggressive advantage, but at that wall from Azura, you have to be fearing it. And since there's no way for Bubble Blowers to match it, you notice how Mari has to play much more scared than what we're seeing from the back. There's a Bob in play. Par did build that up pretty fast. Has been doing significant amounts of chip damage, and this ultimate is going to be devastating to deal with. But these walls from Azure are just keeping Fluffy Mafia alive. I can't emphasize enough how important that hero is to the King Kong.
Yeah, I mean, the wall hits the corner of the wall and then hits the May wall as well just to save him off. You don't need a sleep dart in order to block up damage to make sure that Bob doesn't do any damage. You just need that wall. And look at this wall from Azure as well. That's going to keep Mari in and needs to force out the orbital ray.
You have to use it. Mari couldn't protect Nenwai, and she can't even protect herself at this point. AJMR is going to get staggered out a little bit later. Even though we're about to hit overtime, Fluffy Mafia still got plenty gas in the tank for a final contest.
That's huge for them, but Fluffy Mafia at the same time here in overtime won't have either of the support ultimates. If Netwai can build up to a rally, Bubble Blowers have the advantage, but the big one too, Azrae's coming up on a Blizzard. So this last fight, it comes down to who can build up the ultimates fastest.
Will be both of the Annihilations out. As I said, this Blizzard, if it can't block Azura Matra, you are just about cooked. Fluffy Mafia, full completion on the board, and a wonderful comeback from the very start of the series on Lijiang.
Yeah, Rally came up too late. The Blizzard came up first. The Annihilations trade, and it was just too much pressure at that point. And that cart was way too close. Mari had died way too early there for them to even set up a defensive hold. So Fluffy Mafia get the benefit of the doubt. They get 3 points on the board, although it looked a little tough right around that first corner on the after capping first point. That archway hold. Oh boy, I mean, what else do you want to say about it? Bubble Blowers did the best that they could to hold off much as possible, but now they have the job to try to get it down all 3 points as well. But the good news for them is that they forced Fluffy Mafia to waste all the time. So much time was melted away just because of that first fight, just because of their hold right around that first corner, and then the rest of the way is Fluffy Mafia. But again, if you can finish with that, with time on the board, you're looking really, really good for Bubble Blowers. Again, if you finish with over a minute, you get a second attack without Fluffy Mafia taking another attack point. And the worst you can say is draw, but Bubble Blowers do have the advantage at that point. You just gotta finish. And Regine?
That's
I don't know if shielding anything there is gonna help you out. Is there a roll out there that I don't know of, or?
I don't know where you're trying to go. I don't think Brink can climb that high. That'd be kind of cool if she could, though.
It'd be kind of cool. Like just the shield bash goes as far as like a Doomfish charged up.
Do not give any ideas. No. We will see that probably a little bit later. We've got a lot of really strong Brink play throughout the weekend, especially when Brigitte has turned into a glorified punching bag for most teams. Nenwai and Regime have done a pretty good job staying alive and dodging out of the way from these Tracers and Maze that are trying to isolate them out. Being of a Par is sticking on that hero, which makes me happy. I just don't like the Ash. You can't get nearly as much done in these sort of situations, and you're already starting to see that sort of difference at the very start. A little bit of poke here on out. Fluffy Mafia opted to hold back on the points compared to Bubble Blowers, who are on that little high ground. So the forfeit of extra space, it does guarantee that Fluffy Mafia aren't leaving any of their doors unchecked, and it won't be surprised by too many of these little flanks that we'll see these Tracers starting to go on. Santana, first little aggressive jab in, and it just sets Bubble Blowers back even a further step. Ice Block is out. Par's going to be in a bit of trouble in just a moment here. So Santana trying to get aggressive to counter that out, take some of the attention away from their May player, but you don't protect Nenwai. As I said, glorified punching bag. is that Brigida, the bubble blowers, likely have to back off.
Yeah, they have to back off for right now. And again, very surprising here. I shouldn't say surprising, but a very different take on positions, whereas Bubble Blowers were the ones to stare upwards first and try to hold up that upper ground. Meanwhile, Fluffy Mafia is going to hold down on the bottom level, but this works out well for them. If they want to play aggressively, Bubble Blowers know they can take the fight right to them. And already AGMR had the ultimate before merge, showing you that these supports are going to be really good. But here comes another messy fight. Ferret is on the Tracer, having that pulse bomb available, but not having a pulse bomb available. Everybody else is going to have a check mark on the board. So this next fight here, with 2 minutes left, mind you, already wasted off this clock, is going to have a lot of ultimates to be played.
Manuel coming in to start it off, but as you said, those little blinking lights that you see in your screens about to go off. Already Ford being used. Can Power catch anything with this Blizzard is the real question. It seems like only Azure, with both the Rally and Orbital Ray active though, is nowhere near enough damage to actually kill them off, but instead it will be Par that will fall later on due to the help of Azure's Blizzard, preventing any escape from Fluffy Mafia's dives. It's this weird tempo of speeding up the pace and then slowing it right back down with these plays from the May and the Brigida. The trades are even so far though. There isn't really much that Bubble Blowers are doing to back off. The DMAC of Mari should be enough for Fluffy Mafia to go ahead and regain full control.
Yeah, and that's a good play there from Fluffy Mafia. They were able to isolate out Mari. They separated the entire team. Not using the ult maybe there, but at least were able to isolate their fights out. Gets the D.Va very low, but not able to get back to the team in time, and that's why Mari has to jump off the map. That's why Mari has to jump off the map. So Fluffy Mafia doing an excellent job just making sure that their fights are essentially winnable each and every single time, at least on the different isolated sides. So with a minute left to go now, Bubble Blowers just cannot find an answer, which is why Mari switches on over to the Junker Queen instead. But do you have enough time to build up to a Rampage? Because that Rampage, again, you've got no key to go to cleanse it. You've got nothing to play for it right now. So Mari can build up to an ult, that'd be great, but Nenwai gets stuck.
Yeah, Feisty Ferret has really stepped it up from Lijiang Tower. He mentioned how they were struggling against Jeremy there, but it's having luck on this side of it. It is Kuna, though. It's going to come back with a pulse bomb stick of their own. You cannot stand in front of the big shiny bomb. I know it's pretty to look at, but it does hurt. So you can't be blasted against the side of the map. Fluffy Mafia weren't quite prepared for Mori's change of pace with this Junker Queen, and really just Kuna running amok into the backline here. Eventually, Bubble Blowers will get themselves on the objective firmly, but it took almost the entire time bank to do so. Yeah,
this entire time bank got wasted away. So Fluffy Mafia doing their job very well at playing defense here. We'll give up the point, but that's okay. They still got 2 to go, and especially if they can keep these fights long, they can make sure that they win this in the end. But Bubble Blowers now having the Orbital Ray to help them out, and Nenwai, the difference here, Regime will have a rally to use in the next fight. Nenwai will not. So the big thing here, and also another swap as well, in trying to take on the Junker Queen, Santana will go do the Ramattra instead to throw some punches out, but otherwise everything else stays the same, really, and Mari 74% already to a Rampage.
Santana just doesn't want to let Mari command so much space with that tank hero, and it's actually going to prevent her from wanting to walk on the high ground at all. Good switch from Santana, identifying the changes in pacing. That's a wonderful jagged blade, though. You have to come down and protect Azure from getting sliced to bits. Ends up using the Orbital Ray to do just that. And with all of that healing cooldowns on out, the Blizzard is going to be the nail in the coffin. Azure ends up falling on down just shy of a Blizzard of their own. It's now just a little bit of purple play and a Rampage and Adamari to put this fight to bed.
Mari puts it to bed by going ahead and using that Rampage right on the rallying Regime there, and Regime is basically put to dust. That's a great play from Mari, also getting on to Santana and to Ferret, but it didn't really matter as that rally goes down, and Regime knows it too. You cannot play against the Junker Queen unless you've got really good team play or you have a Kiriko in hand. Regime will switch on over to that, meaning a Juno Kiriko is finally out, I think for the first time ever. That's a great stick, but the rally comes out just in time.
And then White tanks that pulse bomb like a champ right there. Like I meant, a disaster for Bubble Blowers, especially out this time bank. Windows lower and lower. Instead, Regime now on the Kiriko, so less protection but more evasiveness. at least from your back line. And he would have had a Suzu, but not needed in this situation. Wonderful Blizzard out of Razure catches 3 members of the Bubble Blowers and allow one more final hold here. Fluffy Mafia can take this high ground once again.
Yeah, I thought that might have been a little bit of an early one to use for the protection Suzu, but otherwise Regime putting on a really good show there and helping out the team, putting in a great position and allowing Fluffy Mafia to play aggressively. Mari knows that now. There's a Kiriko on the other side. Rampages aren't going to do anything here, so Mari switching over, trying to play the aggressiveness. We're back to Lijiang Tower where we have the near mirror matchup, except it's Kiriko versus Brigitte. Regime not opting to switch just yet.
No, we'll end up sticking on this for now. Not necessarily a bad thing. Playing against a Ramattra, it's often easier to live as a Kiriko and keep your distance than it is to brawl as a Brig. Mari, though, in a bit of trouble. Can't really walk their way up to the staircase. Someone has to get to the payload and touch, and ideally, it should be the Tracer. Is no one going to get there? What in the world? Fluffy Mafia just gonna go ahead and take the default win on the map there. Bubble Blowers banging their heads against the wall, completely forgot the cart existed in the first place.
I think you completely forgot the clock existed in the first place too. Just waited it out, just kind of just potentially looking for a point, but nothing there. The time ran out on them, and look at the Santana, right? Too aggressive to play up on the second level, which is why you get play of the game here. Gets 3 on the or 2 on the Annihilation plus 2 punches as well. Just a great game from Fluffy Mafia overall. And look, the Bubble Blowers had a great defensive side, right? They made the fight very long and very costly on Fluffy Mafia's attack side, and they held them around the first corner, and yet they found the answers through. Bubble Blowers could not do that. It was a long fight for their first point. It took almost every second that clock had on 4 minutes for Bubble Blowers to finally get through. And then it just couldn't happen after that. They could not find another fight. Fluffy Mafia adjusted, right? They adjusted to that Ramattra instead. They adjusted, and even though they took down the Jungler Queen, it was just poke after poke, and they did it correctly for Fluffy Mafia. They were able to hold on and give themselves the 1-1 tie, which means, hey, we got a series. We're seeing at least 4. And, well, it went 3-2 last time between these two teams, like we keep saying, so this is going to be a fun series overall. Fluffy Mafia knows how to respond to what Bubble Blowers is given. Let's see if Bubble Blowers can respond here as we go into our next map.
You can see why. And honestly, this is a very close matchup in several regards here. Fluffy Mafia, particularly Ferret, stepped it up. I mentioned at Lijiang Tower, they had a really hard time just kind of in these Tracer duels and positioning correctly with their team. So much better on this map. Massive impact that we got to see from Ferret, and really took advantage of Bubble Blower's slight moments of indecisiveness and just kind of questioning what would be the next move. Feisty Ferret was there to act with Santana in a lot of these little moments that really added up at the end of the day. So this map is going to continue to move on. A battle for that 3rd place spot, but honestly, Keegan, battle for the best mascot. I gotta say, out of all the teams that we have remaining, looking at, it's the mascot of Fluffy Mafia is called Smoo, S-M-O-O.
Smoo,
it is,
okay.
It's adorable. I love that thing. And then, of course, you got Michael. Like, what's wrong? Like, it's Michael. It's adorable. He's smiling at you.
Both very cute mascots, and at the same time, Smoo. That's such a cute name. Honestly, I'm telling you right now, Fluffy Mafia, we need a little plushie of Smoo. We need just like a little plushie right now, so I can put on my desk over here and say like, oh, this is Smoo. But I can't, for these guys. But it's so cute. These two are so cute. It's like you want neither of them to go away, right? Just because of just the cute ones. And I know, like we were saying, like as we said behind the scenes, you were waiting just to say these two team names earlier, just because it's cute names, right? It's great. It's awesome. And speaking of awesome, what is awesome to see is that consistency is the name of the game for these teams, because we're going to see Runa Sapi yet again. Runa Sapi is in Jeremy, but the bigger one now too for Bubble Blowers. Jeremy comes back into the game, Par comes out. So it's kind of the Jeremy Par rotation, I guess you could say, for some of these maps here, but playing right front and center, they're going to put Jeremy back in.
Jeremy, this is a venture map. This is a Jeremy map, and yeah, you're expecting a lot stronger frontline presence, you could say, coming in. I believe it was Par. Yes, it is Par that will be subbed out. So I think having Par, you wanted to have the additional flexibility of having hit scan in. I like Kuna's May a little bit better, and I think it's just because Kuna plays it more. That's a hero that they're more accustomed to. Comboing that up with Jeremy either going on that Tracer or that Venture, and Bubble Blowers are going to have a lot more confidence when it comes to this map of Runa Sapi in general. I am curious how Fluffy Mafia are going to react, especially considering they really struggled at the start with how much presence that Jeremy was able to put on them with these particular flank heroes. Venture and Tracer essentially do the same thing in many different ways.
Yeah, and Fluffy Mafia knows that Jeremy likes to play Venture, but they've no idea what could get pulled out right. The Tracer got pulled out earlier on, and Jeremy was doing a great job on that, especially back on Lijiang Tower. Now Jeremy's back in. Do we see the Tracer again? But this time around, the title of CEO of Venture is going to come out to play, right? It is a Venture map for Runa Sapi, able to play a lot more close quarters, a lot more up in front of your face, and that's exactly what a Venture does here. So let's see if this Venture is able to pull off a win. Mari and Santana are going to go right at each other with the punches. It doesn't seem like we've seen a lot of D.Va lately. There have been only maybe 1 or 2 fights where it's happened, but they've adjusted to a Junker Queen or a Matra instead. But good wall right up in front.
I'll be put up there, Jeremy. I really get the angle on the burrows. The damage doesn't happen, but it just reads Feisty Ferret. Wasn't expecting that. Immediate recall is forced out, and Santana not in a great place health pool-wise. Has to back off, and look at the fear that Jeremy is placing into this team. You have to be using these Void Accelerators just to kind of yoink them back down to earth and try to put some hindrance on these massive perks of burst damage Jeremy does. It is Runa who eventually does end up getting caught out. Maywall not enough to keep them alive, and Bubble Blowers now at a deficit. Jeremy doesn't have the remaining support, and Fluffy Mafia close up the first fight.
Yeah, they know they can kite away for it, but this time around, Bubble Blowers is a little bit more successful. They were able to get that first pick down, and getting AGMR and a stagger is really good as well. They get AGMR, they get Mari, your tank, and of course the biggest source of healing for Fluffy Mafia right now, which means that for Bubble Blowers, finding themselves down to start as well, and Fluffy Mafia now on the advantage. They'll have the rally, and will pop the rally. That might have been just
Regime does not look too happy at that one. Well, you gotta go in now. You use the ultimate. Might as well make the most of it. This isn't an ideal spot for Fluffy to start, but Bubble Blowers weren't ready for it because nobody fights there. AJMR and Nenwai just got assassinated. All right, you take it. Button misclick. Sure, you get the most out of it.
That might have been a misinput, but they may have gotten the checkpoint off of that, and Azure gets a snipe onto Kuna as well. Meaning this just got from good to better for Fluffy Mafia. This went from what the heck to wow. Okay, so you'll take that any day of the week. You'll take that any day, any year. So that's a good checkpoint already. That's a one fight checkpoint. You'll take that any time. And now Bubble Blowers coming up on their ultimates too, but Fluffy Mafia only needed a rally to win that.
We've had players falling off the map, losing fights that you use 5 ultimates, and now fat fingering to win the fight. I mean, it's just absolute insanity. Both in the match and on my screen right now. That's a lot of particle effects, but the main ones are coming out of Fluffy Mafia. Mari once again opted to hold on to that annihilation. The rest of the team was low enough, and she didn't think using that ultimate would be enough. Nenwai disagrees, though. Nenwai thinks this is winnable. I'm not sure I agree with Nenwai on this, unless Kuna just snipes both Santana and Feisty Ferret. There's a third onto Regime. Kuna! Who the heck is this? This is the sniper May we've been missing.
I was about to, can we say it again, folks, for the choir? May is a sniper.
Is a sniper.
Is a sniper. Is a sniper. Headshot after headshot after headshot for Kuna. And now we'll have the Blizzard. Kuna was actually down on the Blizzard, I believe, before, too. So now they'll have the Blizzard available. Jeremy, though, Tectonic Shock, yes, it doesn't do maybe a lot of damage, but it is enough to make fear of Fluffy Mafia. If they can ungroup them yet again, isolate out the fights for Bubble Blowers, that Tectonic Shock is going to be worth a lot. And the big one, too, Mari has the Annihilation. Santana does not.
Mari did have enough discipline to hold on to that, and thanks to Kuna's superior sniping skills, Bubble Blowers are on an upwards trend. Jeremy, Tectonic Shock in play, likely seeing this come out in just a moment here. Both the Blizzard, though, exchanging blows first, and Jeremy taking advantage of those players who caught up in that slowing effect, including Azure. That's really all you need to get off the back of this. Regime looking prime for the picking, but Jeremy takes their sights to where the rest of their team is currently pushing. Bubble Blowers looking for Juno, and snipes merge out of mid-air. Disgusting couple of shots, but the rest of the team isn't safe just yet. Regime popping this rally caused a lot of extras to save, but Jeremy still going. That's your CEO of Venture, people.
Yeah, Mari investing the ultimate there as well, but credit to Jeremy. Absolute assassination onto Merge. Merge had no clue. There was a little bit of an archaeologist right behind, and so Merge pays dearly for it. Will hold on to the orbital ray at the very least. Santana will have the annihilation too, but Ferret, knowing that there's really nothing to take down this Pharah, will change into it as well. So watch out for the skies this time around, unless Jeremy finds that Pharah goes down below. Oh my god, on the flank!
On the flank. Oh, Jeremy does get caught out. Those Fire rockets are very deceiving in how fast they'll end up hitting you. Feisty Ferret made a really good swap, and that should hinder Jeremy a lot moving on forwards. It gets Santana into the fight. No worries, an archaeologist destroying your back line, and Fluffy Mafia have a chance at regaining the lead.
Jeremy will switch on over to the far instead now, trying to match up that pressure. It's a mirror fight on either end now. Nenwai having the rally here. Regime will not. Santana will have the annihilation. Mario will not. But either way, right now, we're looking back at the mirror fight here. Jeremy played pretty well in the far before, but switching off that bench, and you're right. Ferret actually tried to hinder Jeremy by switching on over to the far, and now they're just going to have the battle in the skies.
This is another very comfortable hero for Jeremy. A lot of these quote-unquote cheese balls of characters that we see, Jeremy's got you if you need any of those. Feisty Ferret, though, is ready to take that duel in the skies. Annihilation from Santana will go unmatched and really unresponded. It just has to be a backwards pedal, and Kuna's not exactly in a great spot, though. That May wall actually is a little bit of parkour. The killing from AJ Marnenwai came in, and the Blizzard actually ended up landing. Wonderful work out of AJMR, keeping their May alive and giving them a shot at defending this lead. Feisty Ferret, though, is just at an off angle that no one can really see from Bubble Blowers. Barrage in tow and was trying to get aggressive with it. Opted to turn around and play this corner instead, but Mari has her eyes on the ground. I can't believe I'm saying that for a Farah ultimate of all things, and Bubble Blowers came back in the nick of time to defend that couple-meter lead that they have.
4-meter lead, and they were able to regroup in time, just the way that everybody was staggered out. Bubble Blowers would have gotten an advantage, at least on that anyways. Fluffy Mafia will have time to regroup. Bot's not going to move fast enough for the forward respawns, which means we're probably meeting somewhere maybe near that first checkpoint regardless. But either way, what a play from Fluffy Mafia. At the same time, from Bubble Blowers, they caught Ferret out, and Mari does an excellent job of taking that far out, maybe a little bit too close to the ground as well. But Kuna also isolating out Santana was great. Orbital Ray starts us off. This is going to be a quick fight.
Oh! Snipe! That was a damage boost of Icicle, plus some more hits. Ray taking some lessons from Kuna's book, I can tell you that much. But Icicle's doing so much damage within that ultimate we just saw, and Fluffy Mafia want to get this lead back, and they should do it based on the robot's positioning here.
Yeah, they played very, very quickly with that orbital ray from Merge, and they were able to advance onto that. Ferret getting another shot too. But now this is going to be very, very bad. This is 4 meters. Fluffy Mafia is going to take the lead off of this as well. And so now Bubble Blowers has to be on the aggressive end of this. They have the barrage, they have the rally, not much else other than that for right now. They have to find a first pick or things are going to look bad.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but this is the closest round of push that we have seen all weekend long. Somehow, just mere meters. Describing the difference between these two teams. Jeremy holding on to this barrage for a hot second now. You see how much AJMR and trying to heal while Merge peppers them down mid-air. You can't really find a window to do it, and because you wait so long, it's Fluffy Mafia said, all right, we're done waiting. We want to pull the trigger. It's Mori that's frozen up in a blizzard, but she manages to get out with the help of Nenwai's rally, and AJ March popping in the healing, and there it is from Jeremy. Right place, right time, 2-for-1 trade. You take that barrage and you run with it. It's still up to Santana, though. You don't really have the rest of the tank. Feisty Ferret got into the back line and did even more work with that barrage. Fluffy Mafia's lead will be extended.
Ferret saves Azure. You're thanking your lucky stars that Ferret had the barrage to close that fight out. It was looking good after Jeremy got the first 2, but credit to this Fluffy Mafia team for hanging on there. Azure Merge getting the 2 picks, and then finally Ferret closing it out. This is an even bigger advantage now, but they don't have a tank to play, so they'll advance the robot a little bit further, but they'll try to regroup with the rest of the team. We can see if Bubble Blowers can catch them out, but right now Fluffy Mafia is able to regroup, so this will be a fight near the first checkpoint yet again.
And these forward spawns are still activated too. Bubble Blowers need to get themselves back to this midpoint. Fluffy Mafia just has such an advantage of how and where they can take these fights at the immediate moment. You don't have ultimates, however. It does need to be Bubble Blowers that need to get in there first. So far, it's been Fluffy Mafia just walking down Bubble Blowers. This Orbital Ray will give Bubble Blowers more of a chance, especially since it is uncontested. Azure Ray trying to get out. You had to use the ice block, and you're so far behind the rest of their team. It's only that whip shot out of Regime that actually ends up keeping the May player alive. Forward spawns are cancelled, and at the cost of Merge. The rotation is punished, and now Fluffy Mafia gotta run even faster.
Yeah, Fluffy Mafia's got to go and back up a little bit further, especially with Merge gone. Got to regroup with Merge here, but the difference now 25 meters. They get the checkpoint. AGMR getting after is huge. That's a huge stagger.
Oh.
You don't have to worry about a May wall either. You can just keep pushing on here. They may even be able to get the lead. There's only 30 seconds left, Wally. This is going to be tight.
If Bubble Blowers get the lead here, this map might just be over. Fluffy Mafia need to take this fight here and now, and they recognize it. They have the tools to actually work with it. Goodness punch down. The Blizzard still lands. Santana has to die here and now, but between the rally and the constant pumping and healing from Merge, Santana is up and ready to brawl, ready to throw some punches at Mari. More specifically, Kuna now swapping over to Sombra and attempts to get back, and Jeremy gets that trade out for Regime. Low healing on the side of Fluffy Mafia. The Orbital Ray is just simply too powerful of an ultimate. They cannot be slumped. That is the Fluffy Mafia. Also, Rain on top of Runa Sapi, putting themselves at a match point.
Fluffy Mafia winning a close one, and I think you're right. That might have been the closest one. Well, obviously, besides the comebacks that we saw earlier on, but man, oh man, this team from Fluffy Mafia really knows how to put on the brakes onto Bubble Blowers. They first map was all control, but the next two here onto push, onto hybrid, doing wonders for them for right now. And this is a great defensive hold, and they were able to save off what was a very frozen Santana. Santana used the annihilation there at the end, but got frozen out of that annihilation at the same time. So that annihilation went nowhere. But fortunately, Barrett popping off on these last two maps here. Barrett going off on that Pharah, taking Par out of the skies, making sure, or not Par, but Jeremy out of the skies on that Pharah, so that Jeremy had good to do absolutely nothing. Yes, he had a double kill on the barrage. He had another, maybe a single one just to get earlier on. But Fluffy Mafia playing together, playing to protect each other. Mind you, credit to Merge and Regime for keeping the team up. That is an excellent job from Fluffy Mafia, keeping the team up and making sure that they had the fight wins when it mattered.
I've said this before. The roster of Fluffy Mafia is known for being consistent, and I think they're the most consistent team that we've had in Calling All Heroes so far. Bubble Blowers, quite the opposite. They have extremely high highs, but they also have these fumbles that you're just like, what in the world is happening? And in this exact moment, it feels like Fluffy Mafia's straightforward consistency is allowing them to push further and further ahead of what we're seeing from the Bubble Blowers, even if they have some more established talent on their side. Feisty Ferret, though, this is actually an incredible thing, and I'm assuming once we go to these replays, most of it is going to be her. She's really been stepping it up. I said back in map 1, we need more of Feisty Ferret. She was just getting destroyed by Jeremy, and she's given us exactly that in both the last two maps that Fluffy Mafia have won. We're doing wonders for this team.
Yeah, and all in all here, Ferret stepping it up. You're absolutely right, but at the same time too, Santana feels a little bit more comfortable, right, with the Merge Regime combination. You can see that Santana may have fallen there, but it's a very, very good start. Now, Bubble Blowers do get a good chunk of these highlights here, but watch this entire team from Fluffy Mafia. This was a fight they should have lost. Azure should have gone down, but Merge keeps Azure up, and Ferret closes out the battle in the end. Another fight here at the same time where they had the ultimate advantage. They had everything thrown out. Mari threw it, Jeremy threw it out, and yet Fluffy Mafia in the end using the fights to close it out, using the barrage to close it out. It's just they're using the ult. It feels like for Bubble Blowers, they're using their ultimates very well, but they're not able to close out some of these really, really tough fights, and that's where Fluffy Mafia excelled in push. And when you can do that, you're going to get the better meters. It was very, very tight, but when you can win these very close fights and close it out better, you're going to win more games.
And if you recall back to map number 1 too, it was the Bubble Blowers who were winning all of those neutral fights. It was Fluffy Mafia who was struggling. It's kind of crazy how those tables have turned in just 2 short maps. And speaking of maps, Fluffy Mafia only need 1 more in order to knock out the Bubble Blowers and claim their highest placement ever. Before we get there, though, we're going to go ahead, send it to a short break, let this ruminate a little bit longer before we come back to the exciting conclusion of our lower round matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. The rematch of Fluffy Mafia and Bubble Blowers has been going just as expected so far. Fluffy Mafia currently leading their opponent 2-1 as the next selection of our Flashpoint map has come in to be New Junk City. The more that this series has gone on, the better that the Fluffy Mafia have looked, particularly in these neutral fights, and a lot of that is due to Feisty Ferret.
Yeah, Ferret going off. Ferret being very feisty up the last two maps there. They just absolutely going off, right? Had the Tracer play earlier on during that entire sequence back on Blizzard World. And of course, the Pharah popping off and closing out the fights for this Fluffy Mafia team. If Ferret can keep doing this, she is going to lead this team into a lower bracket final and a matchup against Nightmare Timeless soon after. But this right now is looking like a Fluffy Mafia team that wants to finish third, that wants to get their top 3 standings, I should say, that wants to get their best finish. Not as Inarizaki, obviously, but as Fluffy Mafia. And now I'm just saying it right now. Top 3 finish here means that Smooth should come out. Smooth should be a plushie. That's all I will say about it. I should point that out. There are a lot of fans of this team right now, and I'm just saying it would be great to have that plush. At the same time, though, on the other side for Bubble Blowers, you're looking at a team that, yes, can start off fights really well. They have the very good neutral fights, and they were able to put up a very good defensive end on Blizzard World, wasting away the time. The problem is they're not able to respond right now. They're not able to respond to Fluffy Mafia being the ones to be the aggressive ones first off. So this team right now, when we go into New Junk City, yes, we saw, I believe, Jeremy go up and play this venture back on New Junk City earlier on, but it didn't work out all too well, and they lost 3-1 against YFP Super Shy. But in the end, we'll see if this venture does get played out, if Jeremy does get subbed, or if Par comes back in. I'm assuming not, just because it is a little bit of a faster map, and that's where the venture can come in. That's where the Tracer play still comes in at the same time. But Jeremy just, we've seen the CEO of Venture try to be that confident, and we saw, we talked to them yesterday. We talked to Jeremy yesterday. Felt very confident. No other venture is better. And yet, Venture hasn't been coming out for Fluffy Mafia. They know they can counter it right away. So we have to see Jeremy play maybe a little bit better, try to be that a little more confident than we want to. And again, closing out fights is just the big thing right now.
And the weirdest thing that I think for me too, Keegan, is that we know that Bubble Blowers are capable of taking the initiative here and acting first and pushing an aggressive pace. We just haven't seen that in the past 2 maps. Fluffy Mafia, it's like they just they had a warm-up on Lijiang Tower, like, oh, no. We're getting in their heads. We're going to make them think that we're playing very passive, just to explode out of the gates in map number 2, and it never really come back from that. So I want to see what happened to Bubble Blowers. Like, where did this initial kind of punch-in-the-face mentality really go? On a map such as Flashpoint, where you are going to be brawling head-to-head, this is where we need to see you. Jeremy should be staying in. I have not received any other indication of that changing, so no substitutes anywhere in the rest of this roster. This is a great venture map if that's what you want to pull out, but once again, Feisty Ferret has to be contested, whether it's on the Tracer or the Pharah. Jeremy either needs to find a way to do more than Feisty Ferret on the venture, or just do your best to keep Feisty Ferret from destroying your backline faster.
Yeah, and again, if they're going to pull out the Pharah, let's say on Bomb Flats or Junkyard, right there, if they're going to pull out all of these open areas and play that Pharah to go against you, you need to be able to switch to the Pharah, but also be able to, again, hit this Pharah out of the skies, because Ferret's been absolutely punishing this game at the last 2 maps of Blizzard World. And that it started with Blizzard World, and then they went to Runa Sapi afterwards, and again, this Pharah just punished right now. So Jeremy will go ahead indeed and stay on that venture. Well, for right now, there's 10 seconds left until those doors open up. And at the same time, with Mari and Santana, right, they're going at each other. These tanks are going 1 for 1, blow for blow here. Fluffy Mafia, though, is this going to hold? Yeah, Ferret's going to go onto Pharah. This is not going to be a happy sight for Bubble Blowers when we get into the arena.
It's just, I can speak from experience. It is not fun to be playing Venture into a Pharah. One owns the sky, the other owns the ground. You weren't made to get along from the very beginning, so it's going to turn into that situation. Who's going to get more done? Is it going to be Feisty Ferret, or is it going to be Jeremy? Everything else across these teams is about the same. Mari, Santana, Merge, Regime, all those players have been pretty much exactly even, but it's Feisty Ferret that's going to strike first. No exact hit scan, and Jeremy caught up in a void. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Santana knows exactly where to throw those slows, and there's just no chance for a drill dash to come through for Jeremy to escape.
Yeah, that Ravenous Vortex was unrelenting. Jeremy caught up inside of it, even during the burrow, coming out of the burrow, I should say, and placing it in such a good position where Jeremy cannot escape, and that leads to a very good fight win for Fluffy Mafia. 50, you can already tell by the differences in the ultimates. Huda and Jeremy at 30 and 25. Azure and Feisty Ferret at 57 and 51. So the big thing here is that the ultimate differentials means that Fluffy Mafia can play a lot more aggressively and proactively. Meanwhile, Bubble Blowers right now, they have to find Jeremy an opening. Otherwise, this bar is just going to take over.
Yeah, it's Zure this time. It'll come up in the kill feed. He's on the right side. Fluffy Mafia, very consistent. Jeremy has to play so passive right now. We're just used to seeing them just inting into the backlines and getting away with murder. Fluffy Mafia having none of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is right now, we were trying to see them get away with murder, but right now I think it's just, you know, just a slap in the face right now. I don't think there's much to it at the moment for what Jeremy is doing. Jeremy, again, 15, look again, ultimate percentage-wise, this is easy for Fluffy Mafia right now. 60% to now Jeremy switching over to the Tracer, but again, that doesn't take Far out of the skies, unless Far comes down to the ground, and this is just going to be a free point here for Fluffy Mafia. Just the advantage that the Far has over the Venture was so punishing that Jeremy has to switch, but even to a character that I don't think takes this far out of the skies.
No, but what Jeremy can now do, you have a lot more survivability. Those little void nullifiers that Santana's been throwing this time aren't going to have as much effect on a Tracer. So you're still essentially doing the same thing, but with a lot more freedom to work with. Unfortunately for Bubble Blowers, they're at such an ultimate disadvantage after just losing every single fight back on Arena. So when we look over to Ducks, there isn't really a reason for Fluffy Mafia to be losing this engagement at all, especially if they pull the triggers first, like we're seeing from Azure. Mari's close enough, not even an opportunity to use that Annihilation as we expected, and that same pacing that's been a major issue for Bubble Blowers continues.
Yeah, it just continues on here for Bubble Blowers. They are trying to find any answers, but all they're coming up with flanks. The good news is you're at least able to take down Merc for right now. So if you're going to have a go button at all, now would be the time. And they might even backcap this. Jeremy is just trying to hold on for right now, regrouping with the team. But that might even force him down to the ground. It's a good thing he stayed up though. But now it's going to be the orbital rain that starts us off on either end.
Oh, Feisty Ferret, there's a barrage coming in, and thankfully is chipped down in time. Bubble Blowers can stay on their feet in return for going up in flames. Instead, it's an ice bath for Fluffy Mafia, and one that they're okay with. It's nice and relaxing to cool down after wiping Bubble Blowers off the map.
And again, Bubble Blowers had that start. They were able to get that first pick, and yet all of a sudden, it all fell off. Regime had the rally up and was stunned out of it. Santana was frozen by Kuna. Not closing out these fights are what's going to cost Bubble Blowers the game here. You have the Annihilation ready, you have the Pulse Bomb ready, but again, the ultimate disadvantage. That's the start you want. The Jeremy chasing down the Far. You're going to get the point here probably.
All right, both DPS won the duel for Bubble Blowers. Surely you can go ahead and win this fight now. It'll be Jeremy forcing the objective, something that Tracer does incredibly well, while the rest of Bubble Blowers kind of take the fight in the high ground. You do lose Nenwai, which is concerning. It should be a full-on reach. Both the supports of Bubble Blowers are down. How did Santana manage to get both of them? This should not be happening at all. Bubble Blowers, that was their fight to win, and yet it just, the pasta is all over the floor. They tripped in it, face planted, and Fluffy Mafia are about to come back and close out the pointed Ducks.
Yeah, and they spaced it out so well too, right? Fluffy Mafia got that advantage for it. Overtime clock is going to hit regardless because it has that 3% threshold. That's going to force Bubble Blowers to use their ultimates here, but even in a fight like this, they can, Fluffy Mafia knows they can afford to back off for right now. If they don't lose anybody, they win the fight.
Time is on Fluffy's side. There is no rush to get into these fights, and even if you don't necessarily have the resources, I see a Blizzard on Azure's end. That has resulted in at least one elimination. The stick onto the shield, those the back halves of Regime didn't stand a chance. Wonderful play out of Jeremy, but losing the tank here, that punch is going to hurt a lot more in the outcome of the fight. Nothing really to do with Santana. Add an orbital ray on that. This should be just as good as done here. The support players on Bubble Blowers have been getting dipped by Merge and Regime throughout the entirety of this map, and a lot of it has to do with how aggressive Santana has been allowed to play on this Ramatra.
Yeah, it's not only this aggressiveness, but right now this entire team is just playing their fights together. They're able to come together for that. Like we said, time was on their side, so what they did was they were able to back off of Mari's Annihilation, play off, and yes, for the fact being that they did get the stick on from Jeremy, that's not going to be enough for it because, again, back on the point, the rest of the team was there playing aggressively, playing proactively, and giving themselves enough space and enough time to do it. So now that they noticed that the team was in play, Azure's going to move on over to, or rather, Ferret's going to move on over to the Tracer instead, just to make sure that they can still get that backline and have the mobility. Santana will stay on this because Santana is close to the Annihilation, at least to try to see if they can start off this point very, very well. But again, this aggressiveness of Fluffy Mafia just overpowering Bubble Blowers right now.
And Junkyard, a much more open point. So playing a Ramatra is going to be a little bit harder for Santana to get the full amount of bounty, but they choose Jeremy. Jeremy just double blinked right on in there, and Azure had absolutely none of that. Bubble Blowers, they went in aggressively. They had the right idea with the orbital ray, but the fact that Fluffy Mafia were just straight up ready for anything. It was so predictable, and the read was present. It'll be Fluffy Mafia getting that win, and they didn't even need Annihilation.
They didn't need it at all. Santana saves it for the fact that now Mario switches on over to the Ramatra too. Mario's just kind of just switching it up as much as possible. Jeremy's going to go back to the Venture knowing that there's nothing in the skies this time around. But Jeremy just went in. That's not the thing you want to do, especially with an orbital ray coming down from above from AGMR. You want to play with Steam, and unfortunately it didn't work out this time around. So maybe something can happen here, but the Venture's got to come up big, especially down 2 points, and they got to start off playing aggressively. But Santana having an Annihilation is going to make things rough.
Now you have Blizzard too. I mean, Azure has been beating Kunan in this ultimate and really been getting more value out of it. That's what you need, though. Actual frontline pressure onto Santana. The problem with running May Tracer, you just do not have enough damage to burn down the tank. Meaning Mari's much more restricted, but also Jeremy is just the absolute GOAT. When it comes to this little rock muncher, you didn't need a single tool other than Rally. Wonderful return on a Bubble Blowers.
There you go. There's the return you want. But Ferret knows that they're up 2-0. So the rock, paper, scissors game continues on. Ferret's going to switch back to the far, and it's in a lot more open area, right? It's a lot more open here in the junkyard area. So you have that advantage. You have in the skies, and now this is going to make Jeremy's life hell.
You just can't do too much with this composition, so you have to be careful if you're Bubble Blowers. Especially with feisty Ferret, if you just chuck rockets at Mari and she can't move forward. That's why Santana was able to get away with murder in the previous couple of rounds. Fluffy Mafia, though, they have an unmatched orbital ray to work with. Kuna chucks the Blizzard, trying to halt some of that momentum, and it grabs Santana, canceling out the Annihilation completely. Wonderful ultimate utilized here. Bubble Blowers need to try to push up and get as many staggers as they can, denying another touch on this point and allowing this flash point to continue. Oh, no, Kuna! R.I.P.
No, what a whip shot by Regime. Then while also getting one to Regime, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's okay, though, if you're Kuna, you get the point anyways. Nobody's going to be able to touch this, so regardless, if you're Fluffy Mafia, you're like, all right, let's reset here. You're done and dusted with that. You lost to the Venture in combination, but that's okay. You still got time to work on it. You still got 2 more points to give up, or 1 more point to give up, if anything, before closing it out on what would be Refinery now as we go to Bomb Flats. The thing now, though, is Bubble Blowers are playing more aggressively. They know they have to play up, and now they've got the positioning here to take down this Fluffy Mafia team unless they go right around them. I think they're going on the other side, maybe. Yep,
they're going to be on a bit of a flank, but wait, no, Ferret! No! You are an absolute Chad for that one. Feisty Ferret just dropped down onto Jeremy. It's like the one hero your ultimate cannot touch. Wow, that was just an ego play right there. Fluffy Mafia gonna run away with that one.
Well, Ferret was close enough to the ground anyways where that Tectonic Shock did hit once, but yeah. By the way, rockets come out faster on a barrage than Tectonic Shock do. So just to point that out. Jeremy now switching on over back to the Tracer, which means, again, it's the same combination of if they can find an answer to get to the back line, that would be a really big thing for you, especially just kind of ignoring Ferret if you can. But at the same time, too, Bubble Blowers having an Annihilation and an Orbital Ray for them, while Fluffy Mafia does give them the advantage here.
No Ice Block to Azure, and use all of their cooldowns eventually, and doesn't even look like they'll be able to live. It takes both the combined efforts of Merge and Regime to keep them up, and even then, Merge is low on killing resources. Fluffy Mafia just opted to retreat without losing any of their players. A soft reset before and re-engage to come.
That's not bad. You make sure that you force out an ultimate. That Orbital Ray is gone now. Merge can build up to one of their own.
The rally now, more of a response and kind of waiting for Merge. Playing slow, has the route of healing, and just in the nick of time for Santana. Clearly up to an ultimate of their own, and if you can combine it with an orbital ray, it'll be a devastating result for the Bubble Blowers. Mari, though, just has to pop hers and attempt to get that damage reduction, and even that isn't enough. The onslaught that Santana and the rest of Fluffy Mafia are prepared for. Another Blizzard that's popped both tanks and hit the deck, yet it's Fluffy Mafia who got the flip control of the point, and Bubble Blowers want nothing to do with it right now.
Wait, but HMR turning this fight right around here. They're making sure that they can close out. Remember when I said closing out the fight's important? This is why here. The tanks on either end were gone, so now Bubble Blowers knew they had that rightful advantage to try to play back, and they played more aggressively. They flipped the point.
I cannot believe they ended up getting back down there. I thought surely after Mari being gone for as long as she was, it would be the swap, but no, just back to the Diva.
Back to the Diva. Wait, is Ferret going to go for
Symmetra?
the Symmetra?
No way.
Is this going to hold?
It's
Yeah,
real.
It's
real.
It holds. Yeah, the Symmetra holds. She's going to place it down the turret, maybe to stave off Jeremy a little bit or play a little bit more aggressively with these lasers right up against the Diva. But, well, I mean, I don't know if this is going to hold up. Now the Orbital Ray comes out.
It'll be Orbital Ray, literally everything that you have in the whole kitchen sink on this objective. His Bubble Blowers in overtime, so Fluffy Mafia need to get the flip. If they win this fight, they win the entirety of the map and the series along with it. Feisty Ferret already's got one onto the Tracer player, and Bubble Blowers, that's all their ultimates down. Unless Jury comes back and blows them all up with a Pulse Bomb, you're not going to have time. You don't have sustain for this immediate second. Fluffy Mafia can just rally behind Feisty Ferret's beam. Look how fast this is charging. It's hurt so much for Mari. She can't move anywhere. Microwaved out of the mech and dealt with accordingly. This is a wonderful switch out of Fluffy Mafia, and it's going to come back to save them in the best regard. So with the push of Akuna that gives them a chance. That's 2, that's 3 down. Jeremy back from the grave, fighting for a last chance. It's just Santana and Merge alive, fighting back the remainders of Bubble Blowers, which just seems to be AJ Barbager to fly above the point. They can't get the touch. AJMR flew too high, and Fluffy Mafia are knocking Bubble Blowers out of the tournament.
Oh, AJMR in the fly zone, but not in the ground zone. You needed to stay there. You had a chance. You were doing so well with the movements, and yet the movement took you too high above the skies, and it's just it's just an unfortunate situation. But man, oh man, what a game from Fluffy Mafia in the end. That looked stressful. Again, closing out the fight became a really big thing. Bubble Blowers, we saw a speck of it at the end, was able to do that. Especially you and I were thinking, wait, this fight ain't over just yet. They got the flip back on bomb flats. We're able to take that to the 99-99. But the curveball that was the Symmetra was just able to laser down everything. They almost had it. Even the photon projector, right? The photon barrier was up in one singular fight, and that just shows you the power of everything. As long as these characters are on side of that ground, that laser will fight you away and eat you alive, especially if you're on a Diva. Yeah. So what a switch there for the Symmetra pick, and it allows, and how often do we say this? A 6 seed is into the top 3.
It's an actual insane performance. Fluffy Mafia, underrated in the seedings. I think they easily could have been a top 4. Just they got so unlucky with the teams that they had to play within the first, knocking out the 3 seed, now having a real chance against Nightmare Timeless. Like, this is a team that can come up and straight up play spoiler to anything that we thought was possible with this bracket in the first place. And the counter swaps went insane this map. The most that we saw switching between different heroes, and shows that Fluffy Mafia are confident on many different looks and play styles. It just took a little bit of warm up to get there. And Keegan, now that they're warmed up and ready, we need to hear from them, because Fluffy Mafia, highest placement yet so far, and much more yet to go through today's competition. We're gonna send it to a break and come back with that interview in just a little bit.
Wonderful.
One more team is sent on home, but not quite the one that we were expecting. Our number 3 seed, Bubble Blowers, is done and dusted with here in Minor 2. And it was our 6th seed of all teams coming to play, spoiler, the Fluffy Mafia. First of all, incredible name. Second of all, incredible finish. This team seriously can go places with their consistent forms of play styles, and I'm so happy that we have the opportunity to talk to Regime coming up for our winners interview for the very first time. Actually, this is the first time we get to see Fluffy Mafia on the broadcast, and I just gotta ask Regime, how are we feeling? You knocked out the number 3 seed.
Hi.
This is the highest placement you have had as a team so far. What are the vibes right now?
Very good. Oh my god. I can't tell you the improvement that we had from Swiss to yesterday and like getting 2-3 by them, and then we all like sat down, we're like, okay, we gotta look over our losing matches, and then we came back and 3-1 them. Greatest feeling in the world.
It's gotta feel great after really, I mean, you didn't play them at all in Swiss, and yet the very first matchup you got inside of the bracket was the Bubble Blowers, and then beating them, getting that vengeance on you for a top 3 finish, which is a really nice thing to see for you guys. Now, I want to talk about one thing. You are part of Blinn College down there in Brenham, Texas, for the for your Buccaneers team. But I want to ask you really, because you're playing in Calling Our Heroes, or you're playing in with the team as well back down in there in Blinn. Does your college experience really help you or kind of bring a little bit more experience to this team right now in Calling Our Heroes?
Kinda. It just kind of gives me a new perspective on like team dynamics. So like our college team has a whole different way of playing the game, a whole different comm structure as well. And then our COD team, I can kind of like integrate those two in a way. So it definitely helps when it comes to like bringing in new perspectives when it comes to like playing the game instead of just like directly crossing over the same play styles.
Yeah, and let me talk about that composition and the different play styles as well, because I know your team was kind of, I mean, let's say Ferret, right? Ferret's just kind of switching over and over to whether it be a Far to kind of the Venture, or all these tracers, the Tracer going up against it, right? So what really goes on in the communications as to what you guys are going to play? I know there's that the counter swap idea here in this kind of meta, but what really goes on in the conversations, especially after that map number 1? Right, where you guys lost back on Lijiang Tower. What went on in those conversations after map 1 to kind of switch everything up and kind of throw the curveball right at them?
So I can't lie. So when we played them last time, they were playing in Parkuna and they were playing May Tracer. That's kind of a standard DPS composition for this meta. And then they put in Jeremy, and everyone knows Jeremy is the best Venture to grace the game ever, right? So we thought that they were going to play Venture only. So when we see Jeremy 87 on Tracer on Lijiang, we had to like sit back and like resort back to our defaults. And then every time they went Venture, Chloe was like, okay, I'm confident on Pharah, so I'm going to play Pharah. And then we'd keep counter-swapping Pharah and Tracer because we were confident in the Tracer mirror, but we weren't confident in the Venture mirror. So we kept doing that. In terms of the tanks, though, we were really...
Oh no, I think we may have...
When it came to like a Ram mirror, we were also confident. We didn't want a mirror queen, though. So we kept switching Ram and Diva and Ram and Diva.
While Molly recovers here, Molly recovers, I do have another question for you actually to add on top of that. While if you're still here with us, the big thing here now too is that you guys are going to have to adjust maybe a little bit more when you get to a team against Nightmare Timeless. When you guys get to this next matchup against the number 1 seed, what really goes, what is really going to go through your guys' mind as you guys get set up? Because you don't have that long of a break before we get to our next matchup. What really went on right after the game, or what is going to go on, do you believe, after the game, and what are you guys going to talk about here?
So directly after, I think everyone's just like taking a quick break to like get water, eat, and we're probably just going to talk about like our general mistakes and then instantly head in. I'm pretty sure we're just going to keep playing our standard defaults and see if we can take an upset again. Because I'm pretty sure all Nightmare Timeless is going to play is going to be standard May Tracer or May Venture. So it'll be roughly the same thing.
Okay. We're looking forward to seeing it, seeing Fluffy Mafia get that upset and continue the journey. It's all the underdog stories that we all love to follow so much. And I won't take up too much of your time. I know you got to get prepped for your next map in just a couple of minutes here. So one more final question. If you have anything that you want to say about Fluffy Mafia, about your team, as you head into this matchup against Nightmare Timeless, what it would be? What kind of message are we sending?
So first of all, picking up Azure was really good because they could play May. Second thing, on Runa Sapi, when I fat finger my ultimate, Merge might have been the greatest teammate ever by calling push into their spawn. I did not think we were going to win that fight. I don't know how it worked, but I think just because of that play, Merge deserves MVP.
Even the accidents can be turned into great things over at Fluffy.
sure.
And you're not a team to be underestimated. We loved seeing that play, and very glad that it worked out for you in the long run. Thank you so much, Regime, for joining us here on the desk, and we look forward to seeing your next match against Nightmare Timeless, and wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Wow.
Oh man, that fat finger scenario, right? I think what's the greatest response? I'm like, yeah, I mean, if Merge is the one that gets that MVP vote, it's like, yeah, we saw that. We obviously knew it was a fat finger, right? Because no one pops the rally that early or that late into that late after a fight is over, and yet it somehow pulled off, and that just shows you, right, the resiliency of this Mafia team, right? Just coming together, pulling it off, and Merge calling that out means, well, we know one, who the shot caller is, maybe at that point, but number two, it's more of the scenario where, even if Fluffy Mafia makes mistakes, right? Even if they that kind of just shows it. They lose maybe one player at the start, but they're able to close it out. They're able to make something out of it. So that should be something that Nightmare Timeless want to watch out for, because they can make something out of nothing here.
Yeah, Fluffy Mafia's ability to adapt and communicate with each other is what allows them to take down teams that even they didn't think that they were possible. But a lot of that can come from experience that is outside of Calling All Heroes and continuing to build in different teams. And a lot of the ways that even some of our players, such as Regime Shuiz just saw, is within the collegiate scene. We do have our collegiate homecoming tournament coming up in just a couple of weeks. I believe the last date to sign up is going to be September 25th. So if you are a college student looking to compete with your school, go ahead and send to start.gg/Overwatch Homecoming to sign up today. It's such a great tournament to play in, and of course, repping your university amongst a lot of the others in North America.
Yeah, and for Fluffy Mafia, right, you saw that representation. We talked about it with Blinn College. I know Blinn's a very good team out there. Shout out to the Buccaneers down there in Brenham. And then, of course, on the other side, which we're going to see next, by the way, with Nightmare Timeless, Peace being part of Bryan and Stratton College. You and I, part of the Overwatch collegiate scene. It's such a fun thing to watch, and it's such fun to see, like, all the teams and all the colleges out there participating. I cannot wait to see what they pull out here in Homecoming.
Oh yeah, so much Overwatch still to come, and not only for collegiate, but also here today for Calling All Heroes. We got our lower finals coming up next. Fluffy Mafia take on Nightmare Timeless to see if the upset run can continue. Don't go anywhere, people. These games are just getting started. The lower finals are now upon us here in the Calling All Heroes Minor 2, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Keegan, both the teams that we're currently looking at, not expected to be here at this point. One for making an incredible underdog run, and the other for faltering in the upper finals when we thought that this team was unstoppable. Nightmare Timeless looking for a chance at defending their dynasty to move to the grand finals, whereas Fluffy Mafia riding high on their wave right now, seeing how far they can push the limits.
Yeah, and let's take a look at this upper bracket real quick, because this is where Nightmare Timeless usually stays. So we get the quarterfinal round, they sweep Andromeda Equinox, then they have a little bit of a tough time, they stumble a little bit, the golden stage gets disrupted against Fable, but if it wasn't going to be disrupted by Fable, it's going to be disrupted by YP Super Shy, because not only did they drop 3 maps, or not only did they drop a map, they dropped 3 to YP Super Shy. So Nightmare Timeless, again, a #1 seed in this entire bracket, and who beat YP Super Shy in the Swiss stage 2-0, gets beat by them this time around on the weekend after in the winners finals, and now they drop down to the lower bracket as the #1 seed. Meanwhile, for the other side, Fluffy Mafia makes this incredible run. They lose to the Bubble Blowers 3-2. And then all of a sudden, they get the gas going in the rest of the bracket. They beat Oh Yes 3-0. They beat Fable 3-2. They beat the Bubble Blowers for Vengeance 3-1. And now they find themselves as a 6th seed. And if you're talking about a core from Inarizaki here that turned into Fluffy Mafia, if we're talking about just the players and combination of teams, this is now the highest finish here that Fluffy Mafia will have. You just hope for them that they can turn it into a top 2 instead of a 3rd place here against the Nightmare Timeless team that is absolutely a scary monster, but 2 teams with completely different paths to get here, and like you said, neither of which we expected to be here in the first place.
If you had a 1 and a 6 seed meeting in the lower finals on your prediction bracket for this, go buy a lottery ticket. You might as well win at this point. This is extremely unprecedented and makes the results and the outcome of this match all the more interesting. These 2 teams did play each other within the Swiss stage, but we even heard it from Regime a little bit. Fluffy Mafia isn't the same as they are now. They have taken a lot of time to improve, upgrade themselves, and adjust their playstyle as needed. And that has come across in wonderful ways since that original 2-0, whereas Nightmare Timeless, along with everybody else, is learning the intricacies of this Juno Brigida kind of jab in, jab out sort of composition, and that levels the playing field so much here. Anything can happen within this upcoming match, but you gotta remember, Nightmare Timeless have so much more experience when it comes to these high-level matches, and that mentality is going to help them out so much as we move on to deeper into the series.
Yeah, I mean, the adjustments that they made against the Bubble Blowers really showed, right? And Regime talked about it, right? Just going on making sure that this venture of Jeremy 87 feels uncomfortable, and then they would go back to the defaults if he went on to the Tracer instead. So really, really good adjustments from Fluffy Mafia, but now they're going to have to think about the adjustments very quickly, mind you, of what to do against this next team. Back in the Swiss stage, back in round number 3 of the Swiss stage, Fluffy Mafia took on this team of Nightmare Timeless and went down 0-2 there. And yes, it was just a Swiss stage, and yes, you were able to win out and get yourselves as a 6th seed into the top 8 bracket. But regardless, now this turns into a lot of a different story, right? The pressure is a little bit different. It's not the Swiss stage anymore. It's now a 1st to 3 inside of the bracket, and in the lower final, no less either. You win this, you're in the grand final. If you lose this, you're out. So either way, every match is an elimination match for Fluffy Mafia since that very first loss for Bubble Blowers. But I feel like that's kind of been the thing, right? That's been the momentum sort of a thing. They've taken it, they've run with it, and they've absolutely put on a performance now that can show why they are in the top 3 scenario, finishing as the highest that they did. Even as Inarizaki, they finished high in the top 3. They have the momentum to do it. But this is a Nightmare Timeless team that can put a brick wall right in front of that momentum. This is going to be a team that really knows how to adjust. I mean, they're heroes to expect. They can go all over the place. We've seen Sawhill, we've seen Sniper, both of them in play. They know how to be flexible with their tank positions. DPS is wise. Bun Centerpiece. I mean, what more do you want to say about some of the most well-known names inside of Calling All Heroes? And of course, Graham not showing an inkling of this being Graham's first time. She does not. It doesn't seem like this is her first time in it. She's playing really wonderfully on the support side, alongside of Graham's, or alongside of Z's rather. So this is a very well-rounded team. We're going to see if Fluffy Mafia can get around this brick wall right now, though.
And we want to take a look at those rosters to get a refresher of who will be joining us on the battlefield. We talked about Fluffy Mafia a little bit more as we've seen them in our last match. They're coming into this with the momentum on their side, Keegan. They just 3-1'd a team that they didn't expect to fully beat. I mean, you saw how hyped Regime was after that. I can only imagine what it's like for the rest of the team going into this. Whereas if you're Nightmare Timeless, 3-2 lost, absolute devastation coming from that. But that can become in one of two ways. When we've seen Nightmare Timeless, they either take that loss to heart and it really, really hurts. I don't think that's what's going to happen, though. We've seen them come back angry after a single map loss. I'm talking not allowing other teams to get a single centimeter on push, capping every single flashpoint without it even touched by the other team. Like, this is an angry Nightmare Timeless. The beast has awoken. It's only a matter of how much they're going to let this affect them moving on through today, because whoever makes those grand finals later on is going to have a much more challenging time just of endurance through these hard matches.
Yeah, and just the endurance here, right? I mean, if you want to talk about endurance, Fluffy Mafia's had to endure the entire lower bracket so far. That's the endurance you want from a team that's making this run. And apparently, for some reason, right, in Overwatch, lower bracket runs tend to be the thing. I don't know, but lower bracket runs tend to be a lot of big things going on, a lot of big storylines here for this as well. So let's take a look at the rosters for either side here in just a second, because not right now, actually. So right now we're just getting to the side. I mean, honestly, we're just talking about it for right now, where it's both of these teams, right? Fluffy Mafia needing to adjust from the bottom side at the moment. So it's really just rolling right through, right? Rolling right through this entire lower bracket side. Now they got to make more adjustments, right? It's really tough to do that too, because honestly, between Fluffy Mafia and Bubble Blowers earlier on, you didn't really get that. You had a lot of time to do it, right? You had an entire night and an entire morning to kind of figure out what you wanted to do. This time around, you only got a couple of minutes. You only had a couple of minutes to talk it over. So is that couple of minutes going to be enough?
Well, we'll have a couple of more. It does seem we have a small tech issue going on here, too. So as we get that sorted out, a little bit more time for Fluffy to regroup. But another important thing here, Keegan, Timeless Nightmare could have easily watched that last series that was played. They know what Fluffy Mafia want to do, what they're trying to accomplish. It's not a secret anymore. So just by that factor, more of an advantage should be going that way. The only thing that you should be scared of is the loss from yesterday still affecting Nightmare Timeless? Are they warmed up yet? I would hope so, with how much time that they've had so far today. It's not like it's early morning, it's past gamer hours. Surely everybody is awake at this point, I would hope, and they're ready to go out here and they're ready to jam. Whether the series will be close, I feel like this is either going to be a 5-mapper or a 3-0, depending on where Timeless stands. And I mentioned this more, Fluffy Mafia are a great team, and I think they can contend with Timeless Nightmare, but it's just going to depend how fast of a start that this Timeless Nightmare squad can get off to.
Yeah, and Nightmare Timeless, right? We talk about how well-rounded the team is, how well flexible their team is. So Fluffy Mafia, right? Their biggest strength, honestly, for me, is being able to close out fights. It's able to win some of these really, really close fights. Even if they lose one player, that doesn't mean they're out of it just yet, right? A lot of times on these like high-level matches, that very first pick can spell doom for you, and yet Fluffy Mafia is able to take that narrative and turn it right back around. If they can win these fights, like we've seen Ferret do, we've seen Azure do as well. We've seen Merge kind of come out, Merge and Regime keep the team up even if things are looking dire, right? They can turn things on ahead, but Nightmare Timeless at the same time, right? We are the last time they went down here, right, and finished in they did not finish the top 2 in the season was never. I mean, this is a team that has always been in the grand finals, whether or not they were as Timeless Ethereal went 2nd place, whether or not they were just Timeless as 1st place in Minor 1, and then they were going into Major number 2 as Green FT, right? 1st place there. A 66% win rate in these tournaments so far is nothing to scoff at right now. This is a team that knows they want to be back there. They want that victory inside of this entire bracket, and they are 1 game away from meeting YMP Super Shy in the grudge match. That was a 3-2 yesterday. They want that vengeance yet again. So both of these teams kind of are making their own kind of storylines here. But the question is, which one is going to come out more, I guess, the more forefront of the limelight here? Because this Nightmare Timeless team, obviously the number 1 seed, not for no reason, right? They have a reason to be here. Fluffy Mafia, though, we'll see. I mean, the underdog story is always the most interesting one, right? You always cheer for the underdog here. So let's 1 versus 6. I'm excited, and in a lower bracket final, mind you, this is kind of crazy just to think about already.
And what I do want to make sure that what we need Fluffy Mafia to understand is the biggest difference between the Bubble Blowers and Nightmare Timeless here. Nightmare Timeless aren't going to hesitate. They're not going to give you the room to force mistakes. They will be the ones forcing it out of you, and that's the result of the one map, Lijiang Tower, that we saw Fluffy lose. And while they said it was more of a hero swap sort of deal and they had to iron that out, sure, it was a lot of pacing too, and I want to see how that is going to evolve. Nightmare Timeless are a team that will just put the pedal to the metal and will not give their opponent a chance to breathe, and that's how they've taken down pretty much every other team except for YFP Super Shy so far. That's what scares me the most for the hopes of Fluffy Mafia. For the ones that want that underdog to succeed, need to keep an eye on how we're initiating, how these Mei walls are used. Bun, easily, in my head, one of the best Meis that are in Calling All Heroes. If she's able to go on that particular character, or the Pharah, or anything, it's gonna make Feisty Ferret's job so much harder.
Yeah, and you talk about Bun as well, right? She's been really good on this Mei, but at the same time, too, depending on where we are. I mean, Bun played yesterday in that YFP Super Shy game, but so did Senna in that final map, right? Senna and it was Bun and Peace most of the way through the DPS side, but if Senna comes in, Senna's going to be a really, really important factor, right? That the shots, the Widowmaker shots were being hit, although they didn't win the map in the end. Senna can still prove very, very deadly, and we know this team is going to be on that vengeance run. This team is going to be trying to adjust. They had a whole night to do it. They had a match to watch to see what they can do against this Fluffy Mafia team. And like you said, this Fluffy Mafia team likes to be the proactive ones, but also likes to be the ones to pull those mistakes out of you. So if Nightmare Timeless can reduce the amount of mistakes that Fluffy Mafia can see, then Nightmare Timeless is going to have the easier time winning this game. But if Fluffy Mafia can find that crack in the wall, the crack in the brick wall to get their momentum going through it, I feel like Fluffy Mafia is going to make a lot of noise, and especially in games, right, that they have played higher seeds against. Number one, they took against the number 3 seed of Bubble Blowers. They took off 2 maps in their first match. Then they took off 1 in the Vengeance match. And even against Fable, they took off all 3. So it feels like the underdog story doesn't feel as underdog as we think it is, because this Fluffy Mafia team has been making noise. It's just the seeding that's leading us to believe it.
It's gonna be an uphill battle, that's for sure. The one thing the seeding can tell us about this name, it's only the players, the teams themselves, that will be able to limit how far they're actually able to go. Fluffy Mafia, I don't think are going to go out of this in a 3-0 fashion. They can make it close, but if they are to win, it feels like it has to be 5, it has to be 4. There's no way that Timeless Nightmare is going to go down without clawing and scratching. It's going to be a bloodbath on this map. One of the most challenging that we've seen. Timeless Nightmare only have lost on control once so far. It is by far one of their best map types, and just with the pacing factor alone, that macro play that they are so superior in, and Fluffy Mafia are really going to have it out for them.
Yeah, and as we come back here for just a couple of moments here, we'll get back into the game soon enough. But the big thing here for me is that what you're looking at right now, as now we know the map of Lijiang Tower, right? We know this map that's going to come in here in just a little while. But Fluffy Mafia, they lost this very first one, right? They lost this first one of the day against Bubble Blowers, but they were able to adjust afterwards. I think the key for them this game is to settle into something right away against Nightmare Timeless. If they're able to kind of rattle them a little bit in this map, if they're able to take a map point off, I shouldn't say map point, but an in-map point, right? To able to take one of the control center, garden, or night market there. If they're able to just take one, they can find a way to use that one to their advantage. They can find a way to get through this entire brick wall of this number 1 seed of Nightmare Timeless. Yes, they played them back in the Swiss stage, but that actually means they have notes on them now, right? They only may have played 2 maps and the 2-0 lost them, but that means they've got something to build off on. If they can use that to their advantage this time around on Lijiang Tower at the very beginning, right, where the map that they lost became the strength after that on the next 3. If they can start off with this as their strength, Fluffy Mafia's got a chance again to make some noise and make sure that Nightmare Timeless might be a little bit rattled here, because again, we did not expect to see Nightmare Timeless in this position in the first place. So the fact that we don't know what the stance is, right? They might be angry. They might be trying to think about what they did wrong against YP Super Shy. Something's got to happen. Something's got to give here for Nightmare Timeless to be down here and try to win out. So Fluffy Mafia's just got to find a way, again, as the underdog scenario. And for Ferret as well, right? Ferret's your key. Ferret is your key to this team here, because this may be Ferret's first CH, right? Her first appearance, but otherwise, this has been a really good performance right now. Since whether it be on Far, whether it be on Tracer, right? Whether it be on any other scenario that they have, and this Fluffy Mafia team has the depth chart to maybe throw some curveballs at the same time. This is going to be a team that needs to adapt quickly against this Nightmare Timeless team.
The one thing that Fluffy Mafia do have going for them, though, is Nightmare Timeless aren't nearly as confident as we're used to seeing them coming into a tournament championships. We got to hear a little bit from Senna, knowing that Timeless, they haven't adjusted to this Juno Brig meta. We're on this even playing field, right? The same thing happened back in Major 1, where Nightmare Timeless, the same roster, couldn't adjust, and it was Valentine that ended up taking the win on that Mauga composition that was brand new at the time. So now that we're on something with a new pace, where we see that confidence start to wane away just a little bit more, and when that happens, it gives Fluffy Mafia the room. It can scare Nightmare Timeless off just a little bit, and even then, you win this game, you still gotta play YFP Super Shy afterwards, and it's a long day for whoever ends up coming on top of this, because we can guarantee that there will not, I don't think there's gonna be a single match today that is going to be a 3-0. Really hope that didn't jinx us. I also did say we play a control map that isn't Lijiang Tower, and we're now on map 6 of Lijiang Tower. So
I would like to point out, I would like to point out on the record, we are on cameras right now, obviously, and Molly just pointed it out. So she just pointed it out. So if there's any 3-0s, any sweeps from here and out, you can blame her. You can
I'll take it for this one. But I'm that confident. I'm that confident.
Oh, you're that confident. All right. Well, let's find out, because obviously we're still just waiting to make sure all the teams are ready to go. And at the same time, too, what I do want to give an update for is our next game, because we know whichever team wins this one is going to go up into the grand finals to play YP Super Shy later. But we still, I believe, are going to go through the Rising bracket too at the same time. And right now, remember the team Lava Lilies that won the Minor 1 that we saw last time? Well, Minor 2 right now, making it look like they may be back for Minor 2 grand finals. They're up 1-0 against Mist Emerald in that lower bracket finals at the moment. So we may be seeing Timeless Anomaly versus Lava Lilies Rising. And again, that game's going to come after we play here inside of this game of this lower final on the challenger side. So maybe this is the time that we get to see them go inside of the map, and are they ready to go? It looks like it, so we go into the game itself, and it will be pretty much the same thing. Bun and Peace on this side, Sniper, Graham Z's for Timeless. So this is going to be fun, and let's see. I mean, Peace is going to start off with the Far, though, which would be very interesting to see if Fluffy Mafia can even catch this out.
I see Ferret will likely going to be, Tracer here. So Tracer Far, that's a combo we haven't seen a ton. It's been a lot more of this May. I don't hate it. I think this is going to work out just fine. Just a bit of a different look. The Nightmare Timeless clearly have gone back and done a little bit of review, some thinking about what went wrong yesterday, but also watching Fluffy Mafia play earlier. The Far not off to a good start. Those torpedoes will hunt you down if you don't cut off that LOS, and being down that major burst of damage, Fluffy Mafia can just start making their way over the objective.
Yeah, they just make their way over already. That's a very, very early pick for Fluffy Mafia that allows them to just enter on into sight, and now that gives them a lot more space to work with here. Santana's also playing a little bit more aggressively too, right? Just holding this one angle and making sure that they have enough space to work with. And that's another big pick. Azure, I'm telling you, man, May's a sniper, can even take down the Tracer.
May continues to be a sniper. Oh my god, a sniper! What? Who is this? Where did this come from?
Wait, preach to the choir. Let's say it one more time. May
is a sniper. Yes. Oh. Fluffy Mafia. I mean, they haven't even given Nightmare Timeless a chance to fight yet. Sniper now just swapping over to the Ramontra, and they already have 30%.
No, there's no room to breathe either. By now on this composition, he should be able to have an ultimate, and yet only 75% along the way. Bun has to switch. Bun is on the May right here, right? 25%. Not being able to play this game whatsoever. Fluffy Mafia have way too much advantage.
It's just been these one-off eliminations that have been happening in the rotations. This is the first real fight that we're seeing, and it's with Merge's Orbital Ray. Z's holding on, knowing that Nightmare Timeless is safe for now, and this is actually a really, really smart play. Nightmare Timeless can re-engage for free, but Peace cannot be playing that far away. Merge will put you in check. That's the one character that can actually touch Fara reasonably well, and Nightmare Timeless are down once again.
They're down a player too, but they're still going to try to fight this anyways. They pull
Ferret.
up a hyper ring. They're going to try to hold this before Merge can come in.
Oh! Disgusting out of Ferret. You have to be watching her. Nightmare Timeless. This is so weird from them. I've never seen them this scattered and just confused about how to push, how to stay together, and not die before the fight starts. We're about to hit final fight territory, Keegan, and we've seen 0 ultimates out of Nightmare.
0 ultimates out of Nightmare. Fluffy Mafia, even Merge can build up to one quickly here, and Peace is just getting isolated out. As soon as they know where one rocket is, they're going to look for that far right away. So this is just good isolation for right now.
Need to get some form of elimination, culling that wall out of Zure. Zure is just popping off right now. Peace is in trouble, has to get out of there. Thankfully, back over to the team this time. Overtime has now begun, and it's Bun Blizzard making an appearance, but Santana, so much health. There's not a concern in the world, and Peace is down yet again. Bun getting the first elimination for Nightmare Timals in this entire map so far, and just hoping that it's enough to go through. You know Sniper doesn't want to use this annihilation, so cleaning up this fight now is very important for this squad. And it seems like Fluffy Mafia aren't about to get away with this so easily.
Well, but Santana using the Annihilation might have been bad for them as well. I thought Fluffy Mafia had a little bit more of an advantage there because that was a great wall from Azure there to block off the path where the orbital ray was going to go. So the only person that would get that orbital ray would have been Peace, who now switches on over from the Pharah to the Tracer. But Nightmare Timeless able to win it just off of pure, just off of the pure neutral fight here. So Sniper's going to have an Annihilation to work with and nothing else on the board. But Fluffy Mafia, if they can play aggressively off this orbital ray, if they decide to use it here, can win this out if they play together like they have been.
The orbital array completely nullifies Sniper's ultimate. I don't think Sniper's going to use it unless they have to. I thought it'd be more of a reactionary sort of deal, but you don't have time to react. Santana's already in the backline. Feisty Ferret and Azure, like the total divide and conquer strat. Sniper can do whatever they want. Purple's a great color, sure, but only if you have teammates to help you out here. Fluffy Mafia get that flip back on over. Nightmare Timeless, probably Peace, looking for some form of touch on the objective. Will manage to get it. Sniper's Nemesis form is popped incredibly early. You barely have the health to stay up. Remenzi's returning to the spawn in the nick of time, but Sniper was just a little bit too far in. You had to touch the point, and it just forms a desperation right now. Fluffy look calm, cool, and collected, and I guarantee you, Keegan, the comms are popping the heck off right now. This team just took this first round off of Nightmare Timeless, and it was not remotely close.
Not at all. This 143%. Yes, Nightmare Timeless won a fight, but it still wasn't enough regardless. Fluffy Mafia keeping their composure together, isolating the fights outright, getting that very first pick. You knew something was wrong already when Merge got that first torpedo pick onto Peace already. There was nothing that they could do. They just got these early picks one after another, and the way Nightmare Timeless plays, they try to fight together, but if they're isolated outright, we saw it. Sniper got caught out earlier on, just using the Annihilation to reset the armor to get it back, but that was all for naught anyways because 3 of your members were already dead. This Nightmare Timeless team is just trying to figure out answers, but Fluffy Mafia, confident as ever, they're inside the lower bracket, and right now it looks like there may be some kind of lower bracket buff we're not seeing from Fluffy Mafia.
Clearly, I mean, they went down to the lower bracket in the very first round, and it's only now that they're changing, but they are putting Feisty Ferret on the Venture, and, you know, this was what Regime said. Regime said they weren't comfortable playing this. This was not their very confident comp, and I can see why. Feisty Ferret didn't have a chance to do anything to chuck a couple pellets at a May wall. So this is like already looking a lot better, out of Nightmare Timeless, much more in their comfort zone.
Right, more in the comfort zone, right? Peace is one of the ones there for this team where we could see we could see the Venture out, and Peace and Bun looking a little bit more comfortable within these enclosed space, especially in a map like Control Center, where if you get this first point and you're able to push them all the way out to spawn, you're able to control the fight that you want, especially with one wall. So, and the wall separates it out. Oh my gosh, that almost got stuck.
Oh, Santana is definitely stuck on the wrong side of the May wall to be able to leave, but Peace is just in the back line. And you already have an Annihilation, too. Sniper's been putting in the work. Peace is uncontested. This is not what Fluffy Mafia should be doing right now.
No, not at all. Again, it's 2 completely different maps, right? Night Market a little bit more open. You can play a bit more. I mean, you can try to isolate your fights. In a small room contained like this, you have to play together, and this is where Nightmare Timeless' strength is. Playing together, playing as the group here, and especially if Peace can just get your assassination in the back line, that's an easy pickoff here for Nightmare Timeless.
And they're going to try a different approach coming through the server room on the other side, but look how much that Void Accelerator does. Pieces into the back line. Kill dash a little bit wide, so it doesn't matter, but even just putting a bit of chip damage onto this team is so helpful. Alongside side, and ultimate too. That was ambitious piece. I'll give you that. You do at least get Santana out of the picture, so Nightmare Timeless may be okay, assuming they all just kind of dodge away from this blizzard. Feisty Ferret does not have enough health to really fully contest this. We got to turn our sights to now where Nightmare Timeless are a little bit more separated. Graham attempting to rally them back together on the objective instead. This is a lot more comfortable for Nightmare Timeless to fight this one out, but Regime is just off in the distance, separated off of a wonderful whip shot. Santana still thinks it's winnable though, like putting an annihilation into this with your down 2. You got Graham. All right, wait, that's full support. Why were they standing so close together like that? Nightmare Timeless, their own strat is coming back to work against them, and they even committed the blizzard into it. They still think that it's winnable. Sniper is annihilation, and why is Blue still on the point, Keegan?
I don't know, but Fluffy Mafia doesn't have any ultimates to work with here anyway, so this is going to be a really, really tough fight here for Fluffy Mafia to work with, especially even getting a touch through the wall. You're just going to need a major, and yes, it's a great touch by Regime, which at least forces the overtime, but it's not going to do much more for you when you're all staggered out.
Fluffy Mafia have no supports in this final push. Venture ain't it. Venture is not a Fluffy Mafia strategy, and I think that is totally fine. This map is just what Nightmare Timeless wanted. You got the bad end of the draw if you're a fan of Fluffy Mafia, and you just say GG's. We go on to next round. This is a whiplash of a turnaround, and it's not even map 1 is done yet.
I mean, it was 143, and then it goes to 100 now, so it's like, well, we're going all over the place here. And now we get to see what Gardens is, right? Maybe a little bit not as enclosed, obviously, with that point, but now you have a chance for Fluffy Mafia to get back. This is where the bread and butter is. You don't have to play the Venture anymore. The Venture's not going to cause you trouble, well, at least here, unless Nightmare Timeless wants to throw that curveball. But even then, we've seen Ferret go onto the Pharah instead. We've seen Ferret do wonders on the Pharah instead. So this is the map where Fluffy Mafia can take advantage of it. Again, like you said, they just lost the draw there. They just lost the unlucky draw with the control center up on second, but now this forces game number 3. Nightmare Timeless, though, is this going to be Lucio? Oh, Lucio. Okay, no, that's just to speed boost them out, but it's a Pharah Ashe instead, which is really interesting on this map.
I've never been a fan of the Ashe. Perhaps you're expecting Feisty Ferret to run the Pharah. That is what Fluffy has done in the past. But no, it's just going to be the Tracer. I'm probably reading what you thought was going to be a Tracer on Nightmare Timeless. So I think both of them just got wrong reads on each other, and it ended up countering out in the long day. Mental chess was played. In conclusion, it is Nightmare Timeless takes the point first, and the Pharah just has so much more presence. If Fluffy Mafia got across that bridge, it would be a much different game. But Peace owns the skies in this part of Gardens.
Yeah, especially on a high ground like this one. You cannot just rely on a Tracer. Just catch out the Pharah when she's down on the ground. You really have to find some way to hit this Pharah because she's just taking control of the skies. You have environmental possibilities here, right, with that bridge. You have, and if they don't go the bridge, there's only one other way you can get into the point, and they can just keep spamming damage down, especially with a dynamite like the Ashe or direct shots like that from Peace.
There we go. Now that we're not dying to merge anymore, this is better. This is Azure. Okay, Fluffy Mafia are just split beyond belief. I need to see a reset out of this team. These staggers cannot be happening at this rate. Peace! Stop! They just want to go off the map. Leave them alone.
Well, Peace is putting on the performance. And already has a barrage, mind you. Nobody else in this game has not even the Junos have the ultimate, by the way. Junos you would think would get the fastest ultimate. No, it's Peace. It's Peace with all these environmental kills because of the health bars being oh so high when that happens too. Gets the barrage ready to go now. We're already halfway home. Ferret's already adjusting to the Pharah just to try to see if they can battle Peace in the skies, but otherwise right now this is a tough entry for Fluffy Mafia. They've got nothing on the board except for the orbital to enter, but Z's also has an counter.
And you're walking right into a barrage. Your Peace was thinking about it, ended up deciding to play to life instead, and even described Santana knows that Feisty Ferret is low, wanted to line up that shot, but it doesn't really matter in the long scheme of things. Nightmare Timeless are just showing how oppressive this can be. If only now when Feisty Ferret wins the duel for the skies that Fluffy Mafia seem to have some sort of stabilization. The point is now flipped, but you don't have a tank. You got two very skittery heroes that don't exactly want to engage.
Yeah, and the good news for Timeless at the very least is you hold on to the two ultimates. You hold on to the barrage, you hold on to the Bob. Yes, Peace thought about it, but probably not a good idea there anyway. But Fluffy Mafia now has the barrage and Blizzard as well. This could be very big for them if they can hold on to it, but the pressure is on. Vaughn also has Bob. They have nothing to sleep in at the moment.
Not quite yet. The Blizzard out of Zoo Ray doesn't really cause any casualties. With a bomb into the bag, where did that really end up? Oh, that's way back there. It does actually split off. I believe that's a Zure that we're seeing way down away from Fluffy Mafia, so the Mei is no longer a concern, and neither is Graham's Rally. It is Spicy Ferret looking for some sort of response. At the end of the day, it isn't even one-for-one trade. Santana being out of mech, though, you don't really have a tank on Fluffy Mafia's end, and Azuri only now is able to regroup with the team and provide some sort of stalling. It seems that Nightmare Timeless, judging from this perspective at least, has more numbers. They just aren't pushing towards the point until right now when their tank returns.
Yeah, and really they're not going to get anything out of this. Azure's just going to hold on as long as they can, but right now it's just going to result in a flip here and a stagger out. Santana, by the way, almost a really good play. Switched on over the D.Va just to protect the barrage. Too bad it only got one already down in the mech out at the same time, too. So just unfortunate timing here. But they're going to try to contest this far in two ways, right? Ferret on the far end, now Santana on the D.Va. Problem is, Sniper can still get aggressive with it.
It'll be both orbital raise. I'll slow it down a little, but with how much more damage that Annihilation does, you are basically immortal when it comes to that ultimate, and Nightmare Timeless making quick work of this Garden's point. And this is complete flip around. Nightmare Timeless needed a round to warm up. Aren't going to let Fluffy Mafia get away with it too fast. This is the tempo that we know and love from this squad. The reason they are the #1 seed.
Yeah, the #1 seed, knowing that they had to adjust a little bit more. They won the gamble at the beginning with the Pharah right, and they, even though they canceled each other out, sure, it was still Peace going off, and I'm surprised. I shouldn't say surprised. Sniper did play really well here, especially on Control Center, doing it and just using this Annihilation to wipe out everybody, but that's what Control Center brings here. But I want to point out Peace yet again on that Gardens map, making environmental kills much more of a possibility, just going on the Pharah with nobody contesting that Pharah, by the way. Just environmental kill, and then another environmental kill, just staggered them out and made sure that Fluffy Mafia was going to have a hard time adjusting to it. As we go to the replays right now of this entire thing, it was a really starting off, by the way, this was Fluffy Mafia putting on a show right now. This was Fluffy Mafia saying, we are here to play. We are here to make sure you are uncomfortable. And then something happened here where Fluffy Mafia just could not do it. And I think you're right. It was because of the venture pick that they were not comfortable on. So we thought maybe the Gardens could be it, but otherwise the Garden scenario was just a Peace show over and over. And again, environmental kills became the thing of note and just sending Azure off the map, and even one more after.
No, you really can't be having that if you're Nightmare Timeless. Like, I thought after round one, like, this team is boomed. This series is going to be over if that's what we keep seeing from them. It's just a quick turnaround. And honestly, the momentum came back. I think if we ended up in Gardens first, Fluffy Mafia may have had a little bit more of confidence and had different hero picks coming into that next round that would have helped them out a little bit more. But the fact that we went to Control Center and you win that so dominantly without Feisty Ferret really getting anything done on the venture, that change of pace, I think, genuinely just flipped the round on its head and let Nightmare Timeless move ahead with the remainder of that series. So I do think that this is more Nightmare Timeless. They're expected. Definitely, like, this is a wake-up call moment. We're not going to underestimate Fluffy in any regard, which did seem to be part of it at the beginning. Now that these two are taking each other seriously, I think that this series is going to be much closer from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, right, we saw Nightmare Timeless kind of splitting apart, right? We saw Peace even playing on that far earlier on, kind of just get isolated out, just kind of got, separated out from the rest of the team. Even Merge getting the torpedoes kills was really excellent for them, just to make sure they're staggered from the get-go. And yet afterwards, you saw it right on Control Center. Nightmare Timeless knew you have to play together against this team of Fluffy Mafia. If they decide to isolate, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. So now we're going to go to our next map, which is Blizzard World, and this is going to be a swap out here. Peace does come out in this scenario. Senna does come in. So we've seen Senna before, right? Senna yesterday on the Widowmaker doing a lot of good work on the hit scan side. I'm wondering if that's the case here, because maybe they're thinking Ferret goes on to the far or something to hit it, or if they go back to the May Tracer, who knows. But this is a swap that makes it very interesting, because again, Nightmare Timeless does have that depth chart to work with, and now Senna coming in tells me something else that might change up the compositions.
We have to see if that change will come through. I'm interested to see if Senna's going to play the Ashe. I don't know if that's really likely. Tracer seems more in the cards for me, especially if Feisty Ferret has been picking up that sort of helm. Tracer Mei just seems more comfortable. Maybe a bit of Tracer Ashe if you're really wanting to go that route. Mei's just so good on this map, and it just feels like a throw to not play it, and teams just fall apart if one team has a Mei and you don't. So I'm looking for a lot of Tracer Mei, and we've seen how Senna can take over lobbies with that Tracer. And normally I bet the question after how Feisty Ferret's performed, are they ready for Feisty Ferret? We get to know that Nightmare Timeless are. Now, are Fluffy Mafia ready for Senna?
Fluffy Mafia's got to be ready for Senna, and I'm sure, again, Senna, one of this entire Nightmare Timeless team, really well-known names out there. So if Fluffy Mafia's done the homework, you should know what Senna is going to be pulling out here. They are going to start off with the Symmetra. Are they? Is Sniper playing ball? Sniper's going to play ball. This is the first time we're going to see Wrecking Ball besides desperation situations here. But Sniper is going to play the Wrecking. This is such a curveball here.
Well, I got the Tracer Mei right. That's something.
You got that right, yes.
Wrecking Ball, very strong hero in this current patch with the dive. You set up these pile drives and you can't do much about it. Like, look how much health the hamster has. You're not going to kill Sniper. It's just a target of disruption to some degree. You don't have the same sustain. You don't have the same peel. And it just takes Santana finding their way into your backline that really can screw over Nightmare Time. So you need to be able to make sure that Sniper has as much uptime as humanly possible here and can continue to disrupt with these pile drives and roll throughs, which they've been doing a great job with so far. There hasn't really been any significant progress. Now with Azure's Ice Block force out and the Mei wall at their back, it should be much easier to go on in, especially for Senna. Assassination is confirmed at Fluffy Mafia. That's to find a way to stabilize here. It will emerge massive lead over Z's in this orbital raid here with how much of a beating that they've been taking. And then Nightmare Timeless to back off.
Yeah, I mean, it really is right now. Nightmare Timeless through the curveball, and it's working out for them so far.
Oh, Senna!
Senna falls also low. Doesn't even have a recall either, but this is a really long fight here where Fluffy Mafia wants to build up that ultimate quickly, but the stick onto ground, that's huge!
There it is. Feisty Ferret knows how to play Brigida hunting. Nightmare Timeless, though, you're able to grab one onto Feisty. Fluffy Mafia did prove that they're able to stabilize. I do think that Nightmare Timeless's comp can work. It just doesn't work in the same sort of, like, tempos with little jabs in and out. It's just you're constantly there.
Yeah, and they got nobody to destroy that wall either, so that means Sniper is caught out and really just holding on and just staggering out for a little bit more time. Fluffy Mafia doing an excellent job so far, at least on the defensive end, putting up the fence right now, but they've got 4 ultimates to go up against except for Senna's Pulse Bomb. Fluffy Mafia, though, doesn't have anything to work with on the support side. Merch is going to have to build up something quickly, or this orbital ray might spell doom for them.
Also, a minefield coming in from Sniper in just a moment here. Fluffy Mafia are doing a good job of not giving Sniper too much attention, poking it just enough to make them back off and not much more. And this is a wonderful tempo. It will be a nice blizzard, though. Azure coming up big. I talked about Buns Mei in the beginning, totally expecting her to win out this kind of Mei v Mei ones that we've been seeing, but so far Azure has had significantly more impact.
Yeah, Azure is doing an excellent job right now. That Blizzard doing wonders, and of course getting all the body shots and headshots afterwards. So a big job from Fluffy Mafia right now. They do have the Diva, they do have the self-destruct, they have the orbital ray in their hands. Z's does not. So it's going to be the rally going up against the orbital ray here. Fluffy Mafia's got the advantage unless Senna doing Senna things can stick something just like she did before.
It's not entirely impossible. Bun also has a Blizzard now. Sniper being on the Diva will make this approach a lot easier. Gotta kind of take it seriously. Just a minute left remaining on the clock, and there's that pulse that we've been waiting for. Merge does have this orbital ray, so if Fluffy are able to trade this out in some degree, that would make it worth it. And that's Senna losing out on that Tracer duel. Merge getting aggressive. Those torpedoes doing a significant amount of damage, and Feisty Ferret is still going. She's been doing so much for this squad on the Tracer and outshining Senna, a Tracer player that has yet to been stopped this weekend.
And this is the big thing, right? We keep saying it. Fluffy Mafia knows how to close out fights. They know how to win it out. Even if they lose somebody, they can just close it out immediately. Fluffy Mafia now big advantage. It's a Blizzard taking on a self-destruct here, and Sniper moving on over back to the Diva. Now we'll trade it out, but Merge got Z's.
Why was he up there? You had no team with you. That is a massive fumble. There's only 12 seconds remaining right now. Nightmare Timeless, you're going to have to push this without a support. support. Bun has a Blizzard. That's going to be something to work with, but her Ice Block's already gone. She can't walk up very much further. Oh, this is disaster right now. Fluffy Mafia are about to get a full hold if we keep continuing at this rate. Azurate's gonna have another Blizzard by the time a full engage actually ends up happening. At least you have Z's hoping for an orbital ray, but Regime is in there like swimwear, smacking down the other team's brig, and Graham doesn't have a chance. The Blizzard, it got canceled! It doesn't even go off! Azure shutting it down and freezing the competition down to bits. Nightmare Timeless absolutely fumbled their own attack, and Fluffy Mafia have completed the impossible. A full hold on Blizzard World.
Oh my, there's no shot. Wow, Bun's Blizzard getting canceled. It wasn't even eaten up by a D.Va. No, it was just canceled out entirely by a stun, and it was just an insane play from Fluffy Mafia. I don't think we were gonna say these two words at all for Nightmare Timeless, but they get full held on Blizzard World. I mean, Nightmare, this is the scrappiness of this Fluffy Mafia team, right? They were holding it over and over again, and yet even if Senna gets that first pick, this team is scrappy. They can close out the fight on their own, even down a man. So this Fluffy Mafia team knows that they lost control. It might just be deja vu. They lost control. This might be the map that they put on the Switch.
The Wrecking Ball just wasn't it. Nightmare Time was stuck with that for 3 whole minutes. And by the time they made any reasonable swaps, they just staggered. Z's going down, like, in front of Fluffy Mafia. Like, literally walked in there with no team behind them. That's gotta be some sort of miscommunication. Like, it's not like Nightmare Timeless couldn't have had a secure fight with the D.Va on the objective. They just didn't. Like, Fluffy Mafia took advantage of any error that Nightmare Timeless made, and you have to hope that you can get some sort of regroup on this defense. We are on track to potentially get our first draw of this. Fluffy Mafia is evening this up. This team has to be so happy with how that defense went.
Yeah, and the fact that you're looking at basically what is a draw at worst against the Nightmare Timeless team, against the #1 seed, is looking really good for you right now. That's a lot of confidence here into this point. You've got 4 minutes to get 1 tick. That's a lot more than Nightmare Timeless has to stave off. If they even leave the point for a little while, if even 1 pick happens, the beginning of the end starts to play out, and we might have a 1-1 here as we go in. Now, Senna's going to go on the Ashe just to make sure maybe that Dynamite does something. Maybe Senna can build up to a bomb, but otherwise, right now, Fluffy Mafia with all the confidence in the world.
I have confidence in total 2 Ashe players to get something done on hit scan, and they are Senna and Wisp. So Nightmare Timeless, I'm okay with this as long as you keep Bun on this Mei. You gotta wonder though, if Feisty Ferret pops off as much as she did in the previous round alone, I am fearing for this Timere, and just look how much of a sitting duck Senna can be. It has to be the entire team to peel back. That got so much space for Fluffy Mafia. You're fighting on the objective. Sniper's completely cut off from any line of support, and it's just the overall macro play, the decision making. Fluffy Mafia's confidence stocks have shot up through the roof. This is gonna take a single fight to wipe Nightmare Timeless off of Blizzard World. A 5-minute map, and Fluffy Mafia are taking it.
And that's absolutely good there for Fluffy Mafia. They were letting Santana. I cannot speak higher of what Santana just did, right? That's the strategy you play with the D.Va right up against the Ashe. You keep putting pressure up on the top rope. You push the Ashe down, even if she used the coach gun. That means she's off the top stair for a little while, and that allows you to go back in with your boosters, go back with the rest of the team, and fight it out on what is basically a 2v5 down there on the lower level. And Fluffy Mafia takes rightful advantage of it, isolating the fights in a perfect way and doing a great job. And now we're tied 1-1 apiece. And it's not a 2-0 from Swiss stage. We're tied. We are tied between a 1 and a 6 seed right now. And Molly, this is some exciting Overwatch. I guess you called it right. We haven't seen a 3-0 just yet, and this is not going to be one either.
I was willing to bet money on that one. I can tell you. Like, but, to be fair, it's not going to be a 3-0. I didn't think it'd be that far apart. Like, to think Fluffy Mafia would completely get a full hold and then win in the first fight. A 5-minute map of Blizzard. I think that's the fastest map that we've had, like, so far on stream, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yeah.
Like, maybe a push map, but I don't think anyone's been nearly that dominant so far. To have that, other than Nightmare Timeless themselves, they're really getting a taste of their own medicine, just getting the doors slammed on their fingers, and you can't do anything, because that's just not fun. Yep. Also, the fact that Senna really didn't exist there. What happened? I'm used to seeing Senna. Anytime she's in the lobby, I'm like, oh, I'm about to say Senna like 100 times in this game. Where was she? What happened? How was she getting shut down?
I think we only said Senna twice, and that was one on the pulse bomb and two getting targeted out by entirely Santana. Santana and the rest of the Fluffy Mafia isolated out right at the end there. It could have been a lot better if that Ashe was able to do something, right? And again, Ashe did get nerfed, but that doesn't mean she isn't effective, right? That Dynamite does a whole lot of things. That entire scenario does a whole lot of that does a whole lot of big parts as well, right? And just that Dynamite, the Bob in play, right? That 6-man. It's so good, and yet if you can isolate out that Ashe really, really well, you're not gonna have a good time. It's basically a 4v5 at that point, honestly. And so for Fluffy Mafia, they were able to figure that out and make it good. And now we go on to our next map here, and I want to point out we are in a chat with our producer here, obviously, and he just says, "You already know. You already know." It is hybrid, not hybrid. I'm sorry. It is push. You already know. We've seen this so many times. We have seen this every single time we have played push. It's Runa Sapi coming up next. And actually, Senna does come out. We're saying Senna again, but this time Senna's out. Peace comes back in.
Okay, yeah. I think this will help a little bit. I think Peace was getting a bit done on the Tracer, a little bit more. Pharah can make a reappearance. Double Flex DPS just has a lot more to be said about it. Tracer is viable, but you just have that extra component of flexibility with Peace being able to play that Pharah and the Tracer, and even some Mei if you want it. Like, you can do pretty much anything with the lineup of Bun and Peace right now. Nightmare Timeless are looking to go back to what they did on Lijiang Tower and hopefully have a few more surprises in store for Fluffy Mafia. They just got slapped across the face and are definitely stunned from that one. Like, you got to be able to sit back up in your gamer chairs and buckle up, because Runa Sapi, you have to be ready to come out fighting.
I mean, if you were looking at this from a different standpoint as well, if you go back to that Fable game that Nightmare Timeless had, right, it was 1-1. Let's talk about that real quick, because it's basically a deja vu. They won control, and albeit, yes, a little bit differently than they did on King's Row, where they lost 5-4, I believe was the scoreline there. Then they went on to win the next two, and when you were talking about how dominant some of the dominated Nightmare Timeless would be, right, they absolutely dominated push here. So this is their map choice here. They picked Runa Sapi yet again. Last time they did this, I believe it was just a wipe out of Fable, a completed map in general with not even a single 100th of a meter completed for that team. So they want to try to do this to Fluffy Mafia. They want to try to crush that confidence, but this time around, I think Fluffy Mafia is going to put up a better fight than Fable did against this team, because Runa Sapi was one of the scrappier fights, and Fluffy Mafia knows. Again, this is the map that we talked about it to make the starting point. They know how to close out fights, and they do it again.
I just did a little bit of fact checks too. Nightmare Timeless have not lost a push map or a flashpoint map yet. Those are their two undefeated map types, so these next two are looking very good. You're gonna have to go against the statistics themselves for Fluffy Mafia to even have a chance at winning out this series, as we are tied up at 1-1. I am wondering what will happen here. There was a lot of feisty Ferret Tracer last time this came around, swapping over to Pharah just to match what Jeremy was doing on Venture. I don't want to see any more Venture. That is not a feisty Ferret hero. That is okay. She is great at many other things, and Fluffy Mafia can learn from that and continue to adjust their play style. We see that adaptability and their communications allows them to adjust for any curveball, including a little hamster rolling out.
Yeah, I mean, the curveball there was the wrecking ball. Let's be honest there. Nightmare Timeless came out swinging with the wrecking ball, but Fluffy Mafia were able to handle it very, very well, especially in this meta right now. So the wrecking ball doesn't work out. Nightmare Timeless is going to have to reconsider what they do coming out of the gates here. Fluffy Mafia know that if they just win maybe 1 or 2 fights here, they can hold out, they can play on the defensive end like they just did back on Blizzard World. So for Fluffy Mafia right now, the confidence is there, but Nightmare Timeless picking this map for a good reason, and you're absolutely right. They did not lose a single push map, not to YP Super Shine, not to Fable. So this time around for Nightmare Timeless, this is their map. This is their map to lose.
This literally should be going the way of Nightmare Timeless, unless we're doing some extreme experimenting and I see a hamster come back out again. I'll be a little concerned. That ain't it. That isn't the strat. I don't believe, we didn't have a tank sub, did we? It's still Sniper.
Nope, it is,
yes, it is still Sniper. Okay.
Sniper in, yep.
So you're protecting a lot more of that Diva to come in. Sawhill is more confident on that Ramatra. So if that's the case, it is a pretty predictable read out of Fluffy. It's not like Sniper is incapable of it. And another thing we did see in the past was this Junker Queen.
Yeah, we saw the Junker Queen earlier on do a lot of good work. And especially right with Sniper doing a lot, or Sniper's gonna go back to the Ramacha though. Maybe they're just trying to figure it out, right? Maybe Junker Queen is the play, can get aggressive with it, but so can the Ramacha. They're just gonna go blow for blow at each other unless the survivability is better, maybe a little bit with a Junker Queen, but instead, no, they will go ahead and do the mirror battles here. So there will be no forest in the skies. It's mirrored on either side.
The full mirror. A little sad we don't get our favorite Australian queen in the battle. But you know what? Maybe later. Maybe later. Sniper, we know it's in your drill. Cool. Fucking Mafia, though. Full on mirror. Azure's been winning against Bun. Spicy Barrett has been winning against Senna, but did have a little bit of back and forth against Peace. I want major eyes on that Tracer duel after these Mei walls kind of are set and done. Both teams scoot their way back on through, and with both Nemesis forms out of the way too, major cooldowns are restored, and we're in this little kind of soft reset. Get your cooldowns back up, stabilization period, before Sniper starts that first re-engage. But notice how Nightmare Timeless is forcing Fluffy Mafia out of space, and that's more of that tempo and map control that we're familiar with them. Literally choking their opponents out of being able to play the game in a lot of ways, and no eliminations going either way in true push fashion within the first minute. It's going to come down to this ultimate that Merge has absolutely destroyed Aziz in Racing 2. Orbital Ray about to come in.
Yeah, Orbital Ray about to come in already. Probably use that right away just to force the issue here, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, Azure snipes Bun as soon as that damage boost comes in, and limit other eliminations surely to kind of waterfall on through. Fluffy Mafia, and specifically Merge, has been outshining Z's in a lot of ways, and that's really weird to say because Z's for a long time has been the strongest flex support we've seen.
Yeah, Z's has been again, very well-known names everywhere on this Nightmare Timeless roster, and yet it feels like right now on that exact fight, Merge was doing a lot more. Nightmare Timeless was doing a lot of damage though, and that's credit to the fact that Sniper and Peace already, who have their ultimates above only Azure on the Fluffy Mafia side, but Merge has been doing excellent, keeping the torpedoes only online just to save the team, or using and having some great aim as well, using the hyper rings to their advantage too. So Fluffy Mafia now with a lot of advantages, but the problem is Nightmare Timeless have all 5 ults.
They got everything to go through here in Fluffy Mafia. I think you got about the same. Prepare for your screens to lag just a little bit. A lot of particle effects about to take place, and Santana literally has their back against the wall there. Sniper punching on in, and really only the Blizzard and Pulse Bomb coming on out. That's actually pretty surprising, and this is kind of the discipline between the top teams that you're going to be expecting.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb versus a Blizzard is a pretty good trade here, at least if you're Fluffy Mafia side. You don't have to worry about it. Problem is, you still got to worry about Annihilation and both of the support ults left from Nightmare Timeless. Big thing, too, though, is they didn't give up the full checkpoint, right? They're at 36 meters. This is going to go back and forth. I mean, they didn't give up the first checkpoint like we've seen Fluffy Mafia be aggressively and trying to do. This time around, Nightmare Timeless is able to handle it and may be able to take it back, but they're going to fight around that 36 meters right now.
Oh, Peace! Oh. Disgusting. Nice little stick there on Regime. Still want to try to contest this, though. Fluffy Mafia aren't keen on giving up their lead just yet, but that may well prevent Z's from getting the healing. It's a defensive one from Bun that actually ends up saving the day here. And Nightmare Timeless just having more support here, have enough sustain to put this robot through, grab that lead, and likely the checkpoint along with it.
Yeah, and good discipline there from Z's as well. I think Z's hurt us because Z's held on to the Orbital Ray the entire fight. They could have used it to go ahead and play aggressively, but instead Nightmare Timeless knew that they could just play around this rally and maybe force Mafia to use one of their ults, which Azure did. So now Santana's going to hold on to the Annihilation. Regime also with the rally at the same time too, but Nightmare Timeless has the difference. It could be Orbital Rays trading against each other here soon.
Open Mafia can't engage as fast as they want to. It's not like Merge is too far off from the response. The only difference is the Annihilation timing. Oh, nope, never mind. There they are. Sandwich right on top of each other. Nice stun, though, out of Regime. That little bit of stun, preventing Sniper from blocking, completely changes the direction of healing resources. And it takes that much of a small blip to throw Nightmare Timeless completely off tempo.
Yeah, and the big thing is I want to see where they spawn here, too, because that robot's getting close. But yes, they will get all the forward spawns. So Bun, Sniper, Gramsey's all coming up at the same time, meaning that they will have one more fight here to try to push it and make sure that they don't tie this at the checkpoint. But Azure again gets Peace. I mean, this Mei has been huge the entire weekend, and this Mei showing up big now.
Look at the Blizzard, though. They have to try to find that perfect angle on Nits. Bun chucks that deep into the back, trying to get Santana. She was not expecting that. That was like a 180 flick on the Blizzard. Unfortunately, it doesn't really land. The Pulse Bomb, on the other hand, that's a 10-pointer if we've ever seen one. Nightmare Timeless, they're completely shoved back. Fluffy Mafia not only are going to get the lead, but they're also going to grab the checkpoint.
Yeah, and at the same time too, that was big. Santana doesn't get caught in the Blizzard because Snowball's LOS wasn't in sight of Santana. So Santana just gets away scot-free essentially, and that Pulse Bomb makes sure that they take the lead. The fight's still going though.
They used the Blizzard into that. You go ahead and take it. Nice wall from Bun though. Acting as a temporary shield for Sniper. Feisty Ferret, what was that? That was ambitious, to say the very least. Yeah, Fluffy Mafia need to get the heck out of there. You got what you came for, you got the lead, and you'll have another contest before Nightmare Timeless kicks in.
Yeah, and they'll have the respawns up at the same time too, but the big thing there, I mean, the Bracer recalling into the wall, I should say, was kind of the unfortunate thing for Ferret. Doesn't really matter though, and I think Peace is going to try to play Rat. I don't know if Peace is noticed at all. Oh, 1v1. Here we go.
Oh, there we go. There's that Tracer 1v1, which we really haven't been seeing much of. It is pretty very Ferret has had more of an impact elimination-wise than Peace. Well, I think that's about to change with a Pulse Bomb, or really just a Blizzard and Orbital Ray are enough. Fluffy Mafia hold on to most of their utility, kind of identifying that Blizzard. You just take what you got and run away.
And that's a team kill too, and I think they already captured the checkpoint, so that's just going to mean that this is already going to be 18 meters away from taking the lead, and they might even just get it too. Nightmare Timeless have 3 ultimates on the board. They both use the Orbital Rays. The Fluffy Mafia has got to get it really aggressive with this, and they already got a drop.
Good of an early drop. I thought Feisty Ferret had the Pulse Bomb there, but not quite. As it said, Peace! They get the stick onto the shield. Regime's not too scared, though. You can just buff yourself up with some armor real fast. It is a bit earlier than Grams, though, so oftentimes the later support ultimate does help. Feisty Ferret can't cancel that either. Nightmare Timeless, a bit out of a backpedal, canceling out Santana's Annihilation and hoping to re-engage with one of the Snipers here momentarily. Sniper wants to get that slowdown first before they actually start pushing on up. The shield is gone, and they're kind of just biding their time a little bit more than we're used to seeing. Fluffy Mafia could have taken advantage and swinging the corner, which they decided to do eventually, but are they ready for Sniper to pull this Annihilation, especially walking through this Hyper Ring at fast speed? There's no way of escaping. Hyper Ring defensively of their own, and the May wall was kind of off. Wonderful wall. Azure Ray might have just saved the entirety of Fluffy Mafia, but only for a couple of seconds. Nightmare Timeless regained that lead, and with only 2:42 on the clock, this game couldn't be closer.
No, wait, did they? Oh, I was about to say, Merge almost did. Merge almost did Merge things, right? Just making the comeback maybe a little bit late, but still, Nightmare Timeless is able to take the lead just a little bit more, and they're gonna try to expand it, because during that fight, they were able to take the lead, so even if Fluffy Mafia got it, they wouldn't have had the lead thereafter, so now they can just play a little bit more aggressively, and because Merch got that late push, it's a good call from Timeless to back off for right now.
Yeah, Timeless, they're gonna play a bit slow. You can easily test at the midpoint, because still have forward spawns active. Orbital Rays both in play too, so you're kind of expecting a same fight's initiation point of what we've seen in literally the past 4. And I feel like I'm watching the same fight 5 times over, which push can lead that direction, but it also has to do with how quickly a lot of these larger buttons and ultimates are being built up. A little brawl in the small room, but Bun's Blizzard, surely to get some sort of value, or at least a Pulse Bomb, but no, neither get anywhere, and it's only Bun that's actually ended up going down. And Feisty Ferret, though, take themselves out along with Santana. Fluffy Mafia, I thought for sure that fight was theirs, but instead Nightmare Time is not only hold on to the Orbital Ray, but they're gonna win the fight outright.
Yeah, they hold on to the big ultimate. Regime can counter it with the rally, but Graham will have a rally as well, so Nightmare Timeless is going to take this back. They may even get it to the forward spawn, unless Fluffy Mafia decide to regroup right before they get to the forward spawn here. So let's see if they do, because yeah, they're going to fight this around the corner, trying to hold off this high ground position. And does this mean Nightmare Timeless decides to back off here, because they did lose one early in that fight, and that's absolutely the case. They're going to not get the forward spawns, but at least regroup for another fight here around the corner.
You want to just get up this hill. This isn't a great spot for Fluffy Mafia to have to fight. And the Blizzard, did that just block them out?
Yeah.
Sniper just sneaked their way around that wall, and they got nothing. A rare whip from a Super Ace Blizzard. We're so used to that winning fights for Fluffy Mafia, not really needing to commit anything else. And Nightmare Timeless discipline, more specifically Z's, who just held on to that Orbital Ray. appears to be more impactful at the start. It's only the resurgence out of Santana's own annihilation that allows Fluffy Mafia a ticket back into this battle and a chance at winning this. 30 seconds to go. It has to be flawless if Fluffy Mafia want to take it.
Gotta be flawless, but the big thing too is Nightmare Timeless invested both of their support ults here, so that's an orbital ray gone, that's a rally gone. Fluffy Mafia's merge in the meanwhile will have an ultimate of their own, but otherwise nothing on the board. Nightmare Timeless, the biggest difference here is Sniper having the annihilation, which could be big. A hyper ring plus an annihilation could spell doom here for this Fluffy Mafia team, who is down 19 meters.
It's a close lead, but one that can be changed at any sort of point here. This next fight is going to decide who wins the map. That is how close the gap is between Fluffy Mafia and Nightmare Timeless right now. Peace, pulse bomb in the back pocket, has the eyes set out on to Regime, but instead it's Azure who goes down first. Sniper walking on into the backline, hoping to do more damage to this orbital ray. Shall provide, but it hasn't been the case so far. Has to opt for the tankier solution of the annihilation, but it's stopped. Brick wall set up by Santana, ensuring they can't get access to the backline, but that costs Santana her own life. Sniper gets Regime into the backline, and Nightmare Timeless are back in business. Up once more at a 2-1 over Fluffy Mafia.
And they still haven't lost the push map just yet, albeit this one a little bit closer than they took against Fable or YFP Super Shy. But this time around, right, for this Nightmare Timeless team, they were able to pull it out in the end. And the big part of that was Sniper at the end of that using, or rather, yeah, Sniper at the end of that using the annihilation just to reset the armor. You said it. It was the tankier option, but it was the better option at that point because everybody was grouped up. You knew you had to stay on that robot the entire time. And yet at the end of that annihilation, yes, it ended early, but it was able to isolate out Regime, which is a big thing too, because if you don't have that part of your healing out there, you are not going to live for much longer. That started to make that fight fall away. So Nightmare Timeless, it was a close fight, but at the end are able to pull it off, all thanks to one annihilation, just resetting it. And that was the only ultimate on the board. So neutral, it was a near neutral fight. And yet again, Nightmare Timeless showing you why they can win these good fights as the #1 seed.
It was close though, Keegan. One fight decided the entirety of that map at the tail end. It was a little bit of question if Nightmare Timeless could recover after the absolute stomping they received on Blizzard World. Well, that's been answered, and they continue their undefeated streak on push, at least for now, but it is by far the farthest that this team has actually been forced to play on this map, and it was not easy. Fluffy Mafia just looks so dang strong right now, and I would not be shocked if this goes all the way to 5 maps with if this team keeps playing how they have been so far. It just came down to a lot of these micro plays that we saw Nightmare Timeless pull out. It wasn't even necessarily who was going in first, but it was fun finding a couple of key shots, or more importantly, Sniper working off the May walls that Bun was able to put up and actually get some good value out of these Nemesis swarms, not just into the tank.
Yeah, and they were able to, and for Nightmare Timeless, they were able to just calm themselves, right? Even if they lost, they put themselves in a really good position. You saw it in just that last point there, where it was so far forward for Fluffy Mafia that Nightmare Timeless was, or rather for Nightmare Timeless to lose that, but they pushed the robot so far up where Fluffy Mafia was able to take it back, but it was still too far away for them to even try to regain the lead. So Nightmare Timeless doing an excellent job on what you should be doing on push, pushing it as far as possible, but then regrouping yourself so that you're not going to be losing a fight. And we saw that twice, right, from this Nightmare Timeless team. Yes, they pushed it up as far as possible, but they had the mindset to back off and regroup with the rest of the team as soon as they started losing that fight, as soon as they knew that their teammates would be there, and they had the forward spawns regardless. So that's some good mindfulness from Nightmare Timeless that leads to a fight when, yes, albeit close, but just that kind of thing is the thing. It's just that small thing of regrouping and making sure you're with the rest of your team on those forward spawns makes that close game a win for Nightmare Timeless.
Nightmare Timeless' ability to stay coordinated in very high-pressure situations often sets them apart from the rest, and that map of Runa Sapi was no exception of that in the meantime. We do need to see, though, can Fluffy Mafia find their way back into the series, win the next 2 maps, and pull up the upset of a lifetime, or Nightmare Timeless going to keep their 100% appearance streak within our grand finals? We're going to have all the answers for you as we head into map 4 after this short break. Welcome back to our lower finals, and it just gets more intense every second that we watch it. Fluffy Aimers now trailing Nightmare Timeless, who seem to found their mojo once again on Runa Sapi. Yet to lose on that specific map, but it was close. Down to the wire, and a single fight set them apart. Now as we look ahead to Flashpoint, we have to look down. Can Fluffy Mafia actually make this a comeback? Can they keep pushing Nightmare Timeless even further?
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to, right? Their backs against the wall. Gotta win the next two in order to make that 3-2 victory happen. Otherwise, one more map here in the next two for Nightmare Timeless, and they are in to yet again another grand finals. That 100% appearance, one map away from doing so, and up against the YFP Super Shy team you would love to see the grudge match against. But this Fluffy Mafia team, right, has been down before, right? They've been down, they've lost the map, and now they can adjust for it. Now they're down two. We haven't really seen them in this situation. The only time we've seen them down in the situation wasn't on stream. They lost in game 5 against Bubble Blowers back in the winners quarterfinals, and they went to 5 against Fable. That one they won 3-2. So we really haven't seen them in a game 4 situation yet. And now they're gonna go here to either New Junk City or Suravaso. Who the heck knows, because we haven't gotten that just confirmation yet. But guess what? The assumptions are correct in the end of the day. It is NJC, New Junk City yet again. We do not get bingo. It is only 2 maps, guys, but we do not get bingo. It's still been New Junk City every time you play map 4.
It's not that hard, I promise.
It's not that
There's just
hard.
one other map.
The other one.
To be honestly though, it used to be Suravaso was picked every time.
Yes.
So having New Junk City there, I'm here for it. It's a little bit more variety. Suravaso does have more colors. I like looking at the pretty colors of Suravaso compared to New Junk City, but at the end of the day, they do play pretty similarly. The one difference is you are fighting a lot more close quarters on both Ducks, Arena, a little bit, and Refinery. So that works really well for teams that want to play that Ramatra with the Mei, if you're pulling out more of that Diva style. So, like, with the current meta that we're at, New Junk City does make sense in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, you were talking about nice colors too. I mean, Suravaso is just a nice map in general. And of course, I mean, you and I love to play this game of just like bingo, just to see every other map. We haven't seen anything other than Lijiang Tower. We really have only seen Blizzard World or King's Row. We've only seen Runa Sapi so far. Even though Colosseum's not one of the picture, it's only left on New Queen Street and East Esperanza, and yet we've only seen out of 2 maps, one of them the entire way through. So yeah, it's just a little bit sad we're not going to see Suravaso. Yeah, we still got two more games to go through here, so there's a possibility. But in any case, no. So for Fluffy Mafia right now, again, key is right just to stop this Nightmare Timeless. They had the momentum. It was such a close fight. There's not much you have to do to adjust your fighting style against this Nightmare Timeless team. It's just you gotta find that last crack in the shell, because Nightmare Timeless has the advantage. They have the momentum. This is your map pick, but it's probably Nightmare Timeless's pick too at the same time because of the way this meta works right now. So this is going to be pretty even. I'm going to make the prediction right now. We're going to see 5. We're going to see all 5 points. I'll make that prediction right now.
I agree. Like, before, we used to say that Nightmare Timeless, it was a canyon between them and everybody else. And now you almost need a magnifying glass to see where that gap actually is. And Flashpoint is going to highlight that even further. Flashpoint has a tendency to go to great lengths. You're not going to see sweeps on this a whole lot unless there's a massive disparity between the 2 teams that are playing. A lot of this, though, will be decided by which compositions these teams roll out on. They've been trying to, like, predict each other, play, like, 5D chess in their heads ahead of time, especially in the DPS department. I feel like Mei is a mainstay, whether it's going to be a Tracer, a Pharah, or Venture. That's what we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I don't think we were saying it earlier on for the Nightmare Time or for the Fluffy Mafia side. Maybe it's not the Venture scenario you want to be looking at, but this is where earlier on, right, with Jeremy, this is where we saw CEO Venture kind of pop off a little bit. This time around, though, this is a different team entirely. Nightmare Time was so flexible on what they can play here. I think it really comes down to this very first fight. Who's going to win the gamble, or who's going to get that first pick off if they're playing different heroes? And we've seen Genji's before. I'm hoping that this is a bait right now because there's 15 seconds left to go, but we saw a Genji before, and I forget which game it was, but it wasn't really effective, at least in my mind. Yes, he got maybe one big play on the blade, but that's all it provided for you. It took a while to get it. Okay, so now they're going to trade. So Ferret will go into the Pharah. What are you doing here? I know you got the Symmetra. What are you going to do? Let's find out.
Tracer? No,
Venture.
Never mind. Okay, those are like the 3 options. just having the Pharah here, Fluffy Mafia should win this first fight. As long as you can keep Peace from being just a nut that they are, handle the situation. Treat it like Jeremy. Throw a Void Accelerator anytime you see Peace pop up out of the ground, and Venture really can't do much of anything, whereas Feisty Ferret owns these skies, and look, in Timeless Nightmare, they don't really have a choice but to play behind really, really hard cover here. Otherwise, they just eat the rockets to their faces. Bun can also play Sniper Wake. It is an option. Not a good one, though, when Santana is walking straight at your team.
That's a really good concussive blast. It blasted against the wall, too, to make sure that they all stayed in the same area.
Yeah.
And now, again, the pressure that this Pharah provides you is just too much right now. Peace going down early. And Peace is, by the way, Peace and Bun, look at their ultimate percentage. 26 to 38. Ferret's almost at Barrage.
It's impressive. Like, Pharah just stands so far away, you can't do anything. Okay, that... Santana.
Wait, no, Santana.
Okay.
Santana. We saw it. We saw it.
Okay, moving on. If Feisty Ferret will be swapping over to the Tracer. So honestly, not the end of the world that you ended up going down. You can match the counter swap in Peace.
Yeah, and I think that was for the call on anyways. Yes, we're going to have the barrage on, but I think they noticed that they won the first fight. Now they can go ahead and switch themselves if they want to. And noticing that Peace is on the Tracer, they're going to match this right away. Sniper will have an Annihilation to use, and Orbital Rays will trade, but it could just be used right away here.
They were blocking off the Hyper Ray. It's not necessarily ideal, but thankfully, your Orbital Rays can go through walls as they are sent from space. That's one punch, 2 kills. All right, Santana, we see you over here. Annihilation completely nullified, and Fluffy Mafia are off to that very strong start. We know that they can have. Nightmare Timeless shouldn't be contested at this point again.
I swear I thought Doomfist was supposed to be the one-punch man. I didn't think it would be Santana on this Vermonter, just 1 punch, 2 kills. I thought it was something else entirely. But 90% enrolling here, they're gonna win this. Nobody else is I don't think anybody else is touching this point. So Fluffy Mafia off to the right start. You won the gamble at the very beginning, especially with that far, and now you're playing them in the mirror, but by then you already have the advantage. So now it's back to pretty much a neutral fight on either side. Problem is, for Nightmare Timeless, they don't have the Annihilation. Fluffy Mafia does.
Fluffy Mafia have a major ult advantage coming into this, and I'm just speaking from experience. Azure has gotten way more value out of this Blizzard so far. Bun wants to change that. Well, it catches absolutely nobody, and Azure does exactly what you'd expected. Both the mains have gone 6 feet under, though. The Fluffy Mafia just need to not overextend. You have these small chokeways not locked down, as we similarly see on Ducks, and why the Ramotras are very important on this particular point. Now they're going to move the battle towards the objective, but Santana just stays on the high ground and wails onto Murr. Sniper does the same thing to the other team support. Santana just got way more value out of it, even if Annihilation doesn't do anything.
Santana's throwing hands out here, just throwing left and right, and these punches are just too grueling. The knockdown, the countdown on the bell. I mean, I might be hearing a bell here for Sniper right now. Santana's taking over this game, working out so well, and then the Blizzard as well, isolating out is so good. But look at Ferret all the way in the back line, taking down Peace, and that's going to stall out even more time.
Like, this is just an insane run out of Fluffy Mafia. Peace has been utterly shut down. Santana, this is the first time we're actually seeing a gap between tanks, right? It's always been so even, but Santana has really been showing up today, and Sniper can't keep up on this map in particular. Now you're putting Bun over to the Ash. I have not liked this anytime I've seen it so far, unless Bun pulls off some insane levels of impact with these dynamites or something. You really just gotta try to play to direct point, which I think that's what is trying to happen. You're not gonna push this. Ideally, close range, Ducks is not a point for Tracer Ash to get nearly as much value on as we see in other places. Orbital Ray, of course, the ultimate. Nice stick from Feisty Ferret. Graham goes kablooey, and that's Fluffy Mafia. That's the second point now taken. Oh, Keegan, are we about to see Fluffy Mafia sweep this?
I don't know, but right now it's looking good for it. They used their best abilities for and Merge using that Orbital Ray, and then Feisty Ferret taking it alongside it, taking the ride and getting the Pulse Bomb out, which landed onto Graham. But yes, it still took Graham out, and now Nightmare Timeless on the back foot. Yes, they have ultimate abilities, but the problem is they're down 0-2, and Fluffy Mafia have looked all together. The pieces are there. They just have to keep it there glued together, because now if Fluffy Mafia can keep the poke game on, they're on ult advantage.
Fluffy Mafia, like, they're just snowballing a flashpoint, which is really difficult to do. It's rare that you're going to see, like, full teams like this actually get 3-0'd on a flashpoint unless there's a significant gap happening. Santana and Feisty Ferret have continued to widen it as this has gone on. Nightmare Timeless are struggling to stay up, and that Blizzard from Azure is brutal. It does boot Sniper back, which means that they can stay alive. That whip shot poorly timed there from Regime, but you go ahead and take it. You should still have a support ultimate advantage. You don't really have any way to cover for a Bob and an Annihilation at the same time, though. So Nightmare Timeless shall secure some percentage here.
Yeah, and honestly, you take that either way. Bob doesn't get you any more percentage when Bob's already out, so it doesn't really matter anyways. But if you're Fluffy Mafia, you're okay with that. You force out a lot of ultimates. You force out the Annihilation, the Bob, and the Pulse Bomb. For Fluffy Mafia now, they will have advantage, but problem is Regime at the end of that fight used the rally to die for it, so that's not good news for you, at least on the support alt side. Nightmare Timeless will have 2 for you, but right now their positioning is seeming like they want to play aggressively, at least if Merch can build up to the Hyper Ring and the Orbital Ray first.
Fluffy Mafia are going into this. Like, I mean, you're relatively even here. It's one Santana to make a difference, but that's the impact that a hit scan can have. Very rarely does it happen, but if you can land shots at a distance like that before the gap is closed, Bun can make that difference, or Santana can just go ham in the backline as one support, that's 2, and Bun isn't looking too hot. Santana just single-handedly treated Nightmare as her personal punching bag and wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, remember when you were saying how they weren't closing the gap fast enough? Well, Santana just said, all right, let me do that real quickly. Let me just get that hyper ring and close that gap. And immediately what happens? Punch is thrown. I feel like Santana's acting like a little bit of Muhammad Ali out here, just throwing the punches left and right, man. It's just over and over, even on the Annihilation. 50% now. Nightmare Timeless, again, both support alts are up. This should be Nightmare Timeless's fight to lose here, but Fluffy Mafia, I don't know, man. I mean, we've seen them win scrappy fights.
It's not impossible. Fluffy Mafia are known for closing out these fights that can last particularly long. You just don't have support ults in this, and with Santana going down, the head of your operation no longer exists, so pushing in is a lot more difficult, and you have to assume that Nightmare Timeless close this one out and not really get any touches. Fluffy Mafia are hanging around. Azure could tuck a Blizzard. I really hope that they don't, though, as this one is looking done and dusted. Take what you got. Fluffy Mafia only needs 1 more point.
Yeah, that's fine. Fluffy Mafia is okay with that. They still played that point close on a 186, and yet they held on to the Blizzard. Azure doing an excellent job on discipline, holding on to the Blizzard, and now Nightmare Timeless will be able to play it. But Ferret's going to switch now, and Ferret's going to go on over to at least oppress this Ashe or this Juno at the same time with the Venture pick. I wonder if Nightmare Timeless is going to pick up on this.
I don't know about this.
I don't know about it either. Well, we don't. Last time we said that, I mean, this Venture popped off, so we don't know yet, right?
This is Feisty Ferret. Feisty Ferret didn't build up an ultimate until the game was over last time we saw this. Feisty Ferret is just not a hero for them. So please prove us wrong here. Put some pressure on Aziz, onto the Ashe. Okay, great start. This is more the venture we want to see. Unfortunately, you do need to be careful to get back to your team. Otherwise, you will get caught out very easily. The Blizzard of Azure is helping out a lot in this contest. But the main target that I thought the venture would be going after was this Ashe, and Bun was not touched the whole time.
No, yeah, but credit to Fluffy Mafia as well. Regime popping the rally as well as Azure popping the Blizzard. That froze out the Annihilation. Yes, it's a 1v2, but at least your team doesn't die there. You're able to regroup quickly and make sure that this game is still, this fight is still intact.
Merge walking in with this ultimate too. I mean, Nightmare Timeless should be bugging it for the hills. Peace wants to throw in this Blizzard. You can just tell that look in their eyes. You have no ice block, and you kind of give up the point and Z's. The goal is just to not stagger right now. Nightmare Timeless need to regroup with their May, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be a chance, and that just turned worst case scenario.
Well, and Ferret's about to have ult, so proven wrong. It wasn't
proven wrong.
Proven wrong already. We'll probably have the ultimate before the point even caps. So right now, Fluffy Mafia having 2 ultimates online, or coming up online, I should say. Nightmare Timeless, though, with the rally as well. Graham can go off on this Brigida at the same time. The Blizzard makes a big difference. Peace has been all right, has been decent with these Blizzards. Got to happen here if this Blizzard wants to make any impact at all.
Well, you don't have a tank. Santana is just destroying Sniper in this prep. I mean, Sniper was way too far out there to begin with, trying to hold off what Santana's been doing. She's been so aggressive so far, Keegan. Nightmare Timeless, they have to race to get another contestant. Not gonna have Graham.
They're not going to have Graham to do it either. 70%, and remember, this time goes up quickly here. So this is just a rush up, and Nightmare Timeless aren't going to get room to breathe.
No, they don't even want a touch to come in the first place. Fluffy Mafia are in the spawns right now. Santana can live perfectly fine, has the Annihilation. Annihilation to come into play, the refresh of the armor, and
That's
the
it.
overhealth. Nightmare Timeless, they can't get to the point. Fluffy Mafia, they have done it. Map 5 is on the way.
That is an incredible performance from Fluffy Mafia. We are headed to 5 against the #1 team as the #6, and Santana. How many plays of the game have Santana had this entire series? I want to know. But man, oh man, again, just throwing the punches left and right here. Annihilation to secure, and like I said, Muhammad Ali would be proud of that right there. Just throwing punches, haymakers left and right, over and over, and Santana doing an excellent job of staving off the pressure from Senna and the rest of the team, or excuse me, the pressure from Sniper and the rest of the team of Nightmare Timeless. This is close. This is as close as you want it to get. And Fluffy Mafia really just said, you know what, we lost by a few meters back on push. We got it this time. We got it this time. And now game 5 Escort. We've only seen one of these, Molly. We get to see a second time this time around.
Yep, we're gonna get another Escort map in the picture, and I'm very excited to see what this can hold. There's a lot of control for Nightmare Timeless when it comes to this map pick, but before we even get there, we need to look at what back happened in this map in particular. It is very difficult for a tank to stand out as much as Santana does. Sniper, for the longest time, Sniper and Sawhill were coined as the best duo in calling all heroes, and the big reason why Nightmare Timeless has been unstoppable. Santana just completely walked all over Sniper and made it look easy. I know Sniper isn't nearly as comfortable on this Ramatra in comparison to others. Santana is just running away with it. The Diva, even the same thing there too, and is just allowing Fluffy Mafia and their DPS line to get so much more done in this map and this series. Santana is having a superstar performance.
A superstar performance right now. And like I said, how many times have you seen Santana actually make the pot G there? I think it's got to be like 3 or 4 times at this point. Might have all of it so far. But she is just popping off, right? Santana's doing an excellent job on this Ramatra, making the space, playing aggressively. And it's not like, right, Sniper, I know we have said a couple of times, has been using that Annihilation more for the reset on the armor, if anything. I don't think I've seen it once where Santana did that. Santana's using this proactively, is using this aggressively here to push in. And that's why you're seeing all these pot Gs for them. You are looking at a really aggressive Ramatra player that right now on that last map, from the looks of it, Nightmare Timeless had no answer for whatsoever. And that gamble at the very beginning, like I said, very well could determine the entire map. And that first farm pick, from the insanity of Fluffy Mafia as it was, they picked correctly, they got that gamble correct, and in the end, they were able to keep that momentum all the way through. Although they dropped Refinery, but like I said, the least of their worries was dropping 1. They were already up 2-1 at that point. So Fluffy Mafia now forcing a game 5. I wonder what those comms are like, man. I wonder what those comms are like after popping off that entire game. They got to be excited right now that they're playing 5 against a Nightmare Timeless team that are on the verge of going down to 3rd for the first time ever.
Oh. You gotta be hyped right now. If you're Fluffy Mafia, y'all better be screaming. Like, this is great. Even you're not done. You're not done with the series yet, but this team is just hyped up. They're confident. Like, this is important for them. You got to go into map 5 with that sort of mentality, because there's some things in the map pool, if they do come up, we'll discuss them a little later, that I think could throw them for a wrench. Nightmare Timeless, though, are they scared? Are they scared that they can lose this? Like, you just lost your Flashpoint map the first time. You've lost one of those, by the way. But also, this is your most confident map. This is your most confident composition. And yet, you still can't find a way to pass Fluffy Mafia in a lot of these macro fights. And for the first time, Nightmare Timeless is really seen reeling backwards for the first time since Major 1.
Yes.
Like, it is an insane turnaround of events, and Fluffy Mafia are so close to playing spoilers to everything that Nightmare Timeless were built for.
Yeah, and again, it's 2-2 now, but remember, they've been in this Nightmare Timeless team, whether or not it's been Timeless Ethereal, whether or not it's been just Timeless or Green FT, every single time they have landed up in a grand finals appearance. But Fluffy Mafia, like you said, playing spoiler, has a chance to make sure that 100% grand final appearance rate turns down by 25% to 75% instead. And that would be huge, especially for this Fluffy Mafia team, for points inside of the standings. Yes, this may just be a minor, but a top 2 appearance makes a difference in your circuit points at the same time too. So obviously, Fluffy Mafia, like I said, I gotta imagine what the comms are like right now, because they gotta be hyped, they gotta be excited, they gotta be like, we got this. And now we go on to a map 5, which is an escort map, by the way, that YFP Super Shy took them down on. It was a basic 2-0 for YFP Super Shy to take down Timeless in their very first match. And that was on Watch Point Gibraltar, so I'm assuming that they're not going to go there at the same time, maybe bringing up some bad memories, unless Senna comes back in, because Senna was hitting a lot of good shots there too at the same time. So we will know here in just a couple of moments what map will get pulled out. But I also do want to mention real quickly before we find that out that we are not the only ones in Game 5 as well. We are on the other side of Rising is also in a Game 5 too, which makes this Grand Finals of both Challengers and Rising that much more exciting to get to. I cannot wait to see who gets there first, though.
Oof, it's going to be a race towards the finish line, and let's see who ends up winning that one. You know, it's funny that this map pick is taking so long. Like, you could tell that they're sweating it. Nightmare Timeless are sweating this map pick, and like, there's serious conversations happening and figuring out what they could go on. I did just, ironically, get word of what that map pick is, and it is exactly what I expected it to be. Watch Point Gibraltar will be coming in, and likely a Senna substitution along with it.
That's what I would think, right? Senna was hitting a lot of shots, and then Widowmaker and Senna's the pristine hit scan, right? So you're thinking Senna's going to be in for you here at this map, unless they're thinking maybe Fluffy Mafia can pull this one out, right? And you still have a lot of options here for this Fluffy Mafia team. They have Azure, they have Ferret, they have Persona, but why fix what's not broken, right? You can still play off of those two. You can still play off of your main two DPSs that are doing you wonders right now. But again, the biggest question for me here, for me and you, is this substitution going to come in? Obviously, it should, right? You would figure that the substitution for Senna should come in. We still haven't got the word of that yet, and it makes it feel like Nightmare Timeless is taking their time trying to figure out what composition we think is going to work out the best for this.
The only reason that when we saw last Watch Point Gibraltar in our upper finals and it was close was because of Senna. Even Whips couldn't shut down Senna, and Whips is top 2 hit scan.
Yeah.
And we're gonna find it in this tournament. So if you're putting Senna in, which I think you'd be crazy not to for Nightmare Timeless, how do you counteract that? Like, Persona is still on the bench of this team. Azure does play Widowmaker, does play Hitscan. It's just a flexible player all around, has just been on the May for most of the time today. We are in our map 5 Flus and have gotten no words of substitution yet. Does this mean we are going to stay the same? We're not
that
making
might
subs?
just be yeah, I mean, usually we would get word of any substitutions, but right now I don't know. It's just the unknown, unless our guys back there are telling us just to hold on and wait to see if Senna even gets popped in. But even then, right, I mean, the mystery behind this is if Senna isn't in, I wonder how Fluffy Mafia is going to take this, because right, if you're thinking if this is Watch Point Gibraltar, Fluffy Mafia is probably thinking, wait, Senna's probably going to go in, maybe we need to adjust for it. But now that Nightmare Timeless really isn't saying anything, this is making me believe that Senna's not in at all. So now after we get through this here, we're going to find out if Senna is in. I don't know if she's in or not. Like, this is the big mystery. And what is it? Is Senna in? No, Senna's not in. We go with the same lineup here in our final map.
Wow, I mean, Bun, very capable of playing the Widowmaker, but not necessarily to the same degree. When you're running out on this map, since I don't think they put Persona in, you just keep Bun, right? Bun can be a hit scan player if she absolutely has to be. The extra element of flexibility that she has over Senna is willingness to sub more of the superpower. And they're not even going to try the sniper game to begin with. It'll be the Echoes and the Tracer Mirror instead.
Yeah, so no mentions of this at all, and I think Fluffy Mafia were right to just hold on to that Echo Tracer combination. It could, if they knew that Senna was in, then that might have signaled that the Widowmaker battle was on, but instead, Fluffy Mafia took the gamble for the Echo Tracer combination, and it pays off for right now with the defensive end for the mirror. So Fluffy Mafia has themselves a chance, but they're going to get pressured out so much right now. Look at all the low health bars up there.
There's 2 different battles going on right now. One for the payload and one for control of this high ground. It's oftentimes going to be the Tracers down low, as we just saw Azure head in that direction, who is on the Tracer for the first time, mind you. Feisty Ferret picking up this Echo instead. Needs to get some armor packs ASAP. Shout out to Regime for keeping the flyer in the sky. The Nightmare Timeless now full control of this high ground. Fluffy Mafia should be dropping to contest that payload relatively soon.
Yeah, but you see now without the fear of the Widowmaker, Nightmare Timeless can play a little bit more up. So can Fluffy Mafia. This is the map they picked. So is this map is to their advantage overall without the Widowmaker or Wisp kind of putting them down. But for right now, it's just aggressive fights. It's a very long fight too.
This fight has been very extended. Not an uncommon sight for Watchpoint Gibraltar. You don't have these snipers that you're kind of dashing around, and Santana has been doing a great job for peeling for players such as Feisty Ferret, as well as the support line here. Now, you know, it always starts with some eliminations. It's our good friend from above, Orbital Rays. Merchant Z's popped at the same time. Regime, though, rally sandwich on top of it. Fluffy Mafia have an advantage, at least for a little while. They're going to take advantage of it. Grim, no opportunity to use a rally of their own. The trade-up for Feisty Ferret isn't going to be enough in the long run of this battle. Santana prioritizing staying on the card, especially with this fight. The supports are isolated. Zuri's Pulse Bomb is completely munched on, and Nightmare Timeless can return more towards this objective. Self-destruct. Santana up in the air. Should be able to get the D-Mech at the bare minimum. No crunch. Oh, I wanted it to happen so badly. The Fluffy Mafia had enough time to get a regroup, at least with one of their support players. First, still coming back from spawn. Everyone forced on back, and with Santana, D-Mech, Nightmare Timeless are winning this longer battle with the further sustain and the patience of their tools.
Yeah, they were so patient there, and they were waiting. They isolated out their fights very, very well. And in that situation where the spawn rooms, right, are in favor of Fluffy Mafia, if that fight kept going on and they lost one, it would start to peel away. And yet Nightmare Timeless didn't lose a single person. Invested ults, yes, and as you had to for that kind of fight. But Nightmare Timeless is able to score first point without it was just one very long fight. Now with just under 4 minutes left to go here, Fluffy Mafia's got nothing on the board. Timeless still has a self-destruct to play with.
Sniper, it just means that they can get a little bit more aggressive, unlike Santana, who, in fact, was the one to get aggressive, not respecting these focusing beams that Peace has really been pulling out, and Santana isn't exactly in mech either, so we'll have to see what Nightmare Timeless can do with this. You just kind of get free control of the high ground. Buns is pushed by herself, which seems a little weird. Getting the trade-off for Santana will be well worth it in the long run. Someone from Fluffy Mafia needs to stop the progress to this payload. They're just simply not alive to do it.
Yeah, no, this Nightmare Timeless team is aggressive. They knew this map 5, it was their pick, and obviously they can be a little bit more aggressive now. This isn't the team we saw against YFP, super shy. Play back. This is the team that knows that they can make so much room and add another 90 seconds to the clock. This Nightmare Timeless team cannot be stopped.
And Sniper has really been stepping it up. Sniper getting so much more done now. And I think a lot of that has to do with Peace being on the Echo. There's more support on the targets if you're trying to just go in and blow up with that speed ring. Sniper looks so much better as a result, and Santana has had to either play much more passive to peel, or just get so aggressive that the focusing beam burns them down. Feisty Ferret opted to swap back to the Brig for more chances of living, and at that point you're already down Regime and Azure to follow. The bleeding has to stop. Fluffy Mafia looks so good, and it's all falling apart.
Yeah, they look so good to start, but now it's all just falling apart here, and they could just stagger out Santana, but they won't. At the same time, though, now you're running into the final fight scenario here where everything's got to go right for Fluffy Mafia. Azure, though, is going to go over to the Genji instead. They're just going to go full-on speed here with the Genji. No, maybe not. Go to the Venture, go to the Tracer instead. Try to beat them out here on damage-wise, but they got to go quickly here. There's plenty of time on the clock.
I don't think it's even beating them out. These are pure stall heroes right now. This is last-ditch resort out of Fluffy Mafia, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do much with it. Feisty Ferret, though, making quick work of Peace's duplicate form. An actual fighting chance now for the defenders, forcing Nightmare Timeless on the retreat after using both of their support ultimates. No casualties, though. This action about to pick up shortly.
Yeah, they at least stalled it out for right now, but Nightmare Timeless was able to pull back and peel back, so now they'll have a lot of play with another pulse swap, another self-destruct here, but another long fight coming up most likely.
And Azure is getting aggressive, pops out of the ground, no drill dash. Just had the confidence in the team to go ahead and peel for them. You just gotta stick so close to this payload. Nightmare Timeless and Fluffy completely corralled right now. The pulse bomb on top, not even needed. Azure and Regime are already in a group hug sort of situation. Nightmare Timeless just had to bounce on their parade, and Fluffy Mafia, this defense absolutely falling apart. Nightmare Timeless unstoppable. That's a second pulse bomb eaten for Sniper, who has continued to step it up throughout this entirety of the attack. And I don't think this is the team that wants to lose. This is why they took so long to pick the map, Keegan. It's because there's confidence in Nightmare Timeless's ability to play. They just got to deal with these pesky stall targets, and this point is looking to be just about theirs.
Yeah, they cap the point, and it's an excellent time bank as well. 2 minutes and 3 seconds for where that spawn room is so close. But now for Fluffy Mafia, they just had no answers. After that very, very long fight on first point, it started to just kind of all melt away. Nightmare Timeless was able to find their ways to push in. They were able to have Sniper go off. They were able to have Peace and Bun do their work. And Graham and Z's keeping this team up the entire time of that long fight on first point. It just melted away after that, and Fluffy Mafia, stagger after stagger, just could not find a fight together to win it. And Nightmare Timeless, like you were saying earlier, there's a reason why they took a little bit of time. I think they were weighing their options on each map, but in the end came back to Watchpoint Gibraltar to say, hey, we got the best chance at this and we're showing it off right now. 203 is such a good time bank for them.
Not to mention completing this map to begin with, Keegan. This map has a very low completion rate, and let alone with that much time on the clock. Fluffy Mafia are going to be straining to get anywhere near that sort of mark right now. I really, other than Sniper here, we gotta shout out what Peace has been accomplishing on this Echo. Feisty Ferret was not having a good time with how much pressure Sniper was putting on her, and Peace was just free to raid in the skies. I don't think Peace died, like, outside of fights that Nightmare Timeless got completely team wiped, which was just happened once.
Yeah, and at the same time too, right, for Sniper's being so very aggressive on this diva, and at the same time, Santana, right? Santana was so good on the Ramattra. They picked a map where Ramattra isn't really going to do you much good here. So they picked a map where they're going to be at an advantage. And now going back to what is May Tracer here for Fluffy Mafia, this really feels like just default at this point. Whereas the Echo and Tracer can do you wonders. Yes, maybe not a lot on the duplications that happened so far, but Nightmare Timeless is just going to continue to put on the pressure from up here, and they really don't have a May to follow up with it.
No, Nightmare Timeless know how good this map was for them. Azure and Feisty Ferret are the best when they're on this May Tracer, and it just doesn't work out nearly as well as you would see on other maps with the way that the map is structured. They're doing this weird, normally teams would try to dive up on the high ground. Everyone is just bunkered down on point, daring them to come down into a close quarters fight with Azure. Nightmare Timeless are going to poke for as long as they possibly can, knowing that that's the one form of battle that they're going to start succeeding at. Graham gets the first pick though, and the floodgates opening. Fluffy Mafia can't really sustain on the payload after they get past the tunnel.
No, yeah, you were saying just down to the ground for Nightmare Time. Oh, not another one. Can you get? Oh, here's the team. What you were here on as the stagger just continues to pour on here. Yep, there it is. Finally, as the rest of the team respawn to at the same time. They don't have a team to work with. But real quickly, you were saying how they were dropping down. Nightmare Timeless doesn't have to drop with this combination, and even if they did, they can just go right back up. So once Nightmare Timeless knows that they have that crack, that opening to drop down, then they'll drop down and take rightful advantage of it. But Azure, oh boy.
He's a sniper.
He's a sniper.
Azure is a sniper. Azure is a hit scan player, right? Surely you can play May.
I think May should be counted as a hit scan. I'm pretty sure, right?
yeah, for sure. Like, look at that, just firing pop shots at Beast right now. And there goes Graham, too. Feisty Ferret is showing us some of this old Tracer glory that we're very familiar seeing. Much more comfortability out of Fluffy Mafia. Just opting to go back to what's been their bread and butter so far. He's duplicated onto the Diva, and we'll be able to live once returning to that orbital ray that popped out a little bit earlier. If Fluffy Mafia can all live through this on the back of Regime's rally, you can engage with Merge here, and surely you're able to just run over at least somebody. In this case, it's Peace who flew right into Azure's icicle shot. Sniper trying to keep Feisty Ferret off of the rest of their backline, and Feisty Ferret's doing so much. There's no contest to come through. It takes the entirety of the mech just to stop them a little bit here. Santana is coming back in the nick of time just to be met with a blizzard of their own. No, the shield is up just enough for Graham to stay alive and be able to do the same thing. Yeah, Peace is back here with the Sombra, trying to put some sort of wrench in things, but you're kind of just dead here. You get champed by Diva so hard with this type of composition. They're all within Regime slapping range. Best case scenario fight for Fluffy Mafia, and this will be a first point capture.
Yeah, and again, another long fight there, and if anybody dropped out, it would start to spell the end. However, Nightmare Timeless was able to get a few picks here and there, but we know this Fluffy Mafia team. They are able to scrap out a win. They're able to make sure that they're regrouped to play it for it. And now, 3 minutes and 22. Not much, I mean, pretty much a similar time angle, though, maybe a minute difference between the two during their first point. But right now, playing very aggressively up here. But Bun gets the better of Azure as Bun switches on over to the May.
Yeah, Bun on May and Peace on Tracer. So they did a little bit of a swap-a-brew. Peace, it just, you can't farm as hard. If there's not an Echo in the sky, you're getting just face-checked by icicles. Might as well make the adjustments. Nightmare Timeless, not something they're unfamiliar nor uncomfortable with doing. And now it's more up to Fluffy Mafia to deciding how they attack this high ground.
How often do we say that there's a Mei on a dive map like Gibraltar? I don't think it's all too often we say it now, especially, but maybe in this meta we'll say it a lot more. Now Z's having the orbital ray, Regina will have a rally, but the bigger thing is that it's 2 support ultimates to 1 here.
Yeah, Feisty Ferret, though, did have to use Recall and force Nightmare Timeless to peel back as a result. And yeah, those torpedoes really hurt with that damage boost as a Tracer already taking well over half of your health pool. It doesn't seem that Nightmare Timeless aren't really able to stabilize off of it, though. Fluffy Mafia got so aggressive off the back of Santana and just kind of walked straight into them with no fear in the world. Azure still has a Blizzard and a Pulse Bomb if you gotta chuck it on top. You're just focused on blocking all of these doorways. That time pick of 203 looks more and more contestable every time, but Fluffy Mafia need to win this fight in order to do it. Santana has to stay in mech. It's high enough in the air. You do have to commit the Blizzard into it just to guarantee, and the Pulse Bomb as well. You get at least some sort of even trade, but it's Fluffy Mafia who wins the day and will win the points and make Nightmare Timeless fight in their own spawn.
Oh, they got lucky there, though, because that contest could have really ruined things as everybody from Nightmare Timeless was back, but the good thing your team composition worked out well, and Fluffy Mafia, too, their support line is doing wonders right now. Merge and Regime are doing an excellent job of using these torpedoes to the best advantage, and at the same time, making sure this team stays alive. Merge used the orbital ray later than Z's did, and the usual sometimes saying is later ultimate usually wins it. Well, it happened there, and so now they get an additional minute and minute 30 on the clock.
And this is very, very workable. You're not going to beat Nightmare Timeless's timing, but you can at least get somewhere close to it. This third point is the hardest to cap, and you've already moved it past a lot of this corner. The Peace Pulse Bomb, that one's going wide, and Regime still ends up falling in the long run. Graham's rally went unmatched, and Fluffy Mafia should just die, save their ults for next battle.
Yeah, and make sure that this D.Va gets back into the spawn room. They're very close to a wall being put up there, and that D.Va being in a world of trouble. But instead is able to regroup with the team. You've got 3 ultimates. The big thing here, too, again, the difference in the support ults. Graham had to pop the rally there just to save the team and make sure that they can play aggressively, but now no longer has that in this fight. And where that payload is could make this final fight territory. You have the orbital ray, you have the rally, you have 3 check marks for Fluffy Mafia. Can you connect on it?
It'll be the orbital ray on a merge first. Eventually mirrored by Z's, but Sniper is in trouble. And to book it back to the team, the hyper ring of Z's. It's being very useful in that regard. Now it's Regime's rally. Graham used theirs last fight, so Regime relatively uncontested when it comes to this. You just don't have merge. You got to take advantage of this overhealth while you can. Hope that Azure's Blizzard can get off. Yet I don't think they're going to have the opportunity to. Bun just chucks everything into the back lines. Even pulls herself up to snag Azure on the other end. Fluffy Mafia find themselves hitting that wall, that Nightmare Timeless defense that we're well familiar with.
Yeah, the brick wall is up, and now only a minute and 15 left on this clock here. Not a lot of time, but Fluffy Mafia, now Santana's going to go to the comfort pick here. Ramatra is the play, so Azure will have the Blizzard. Feisty Ferret will have the Pulse Bomb, but the problem now is that payload is moving farther back, so even if Nightmare Timeless were to lose this, if they lose quickly, they'll still have a fight to play with.
They can hopefully turn a little bit of nothing into something. I wouldn't say Azure's Blizzard was nothing by any stretch, though. Just making sure that Sniper isn't hungry for any sort of ice cream right now. Santana now on the Ramatra, too. Much more comfortable selection, but into the D.Va here, you gotta wonder, is this going to be the right move? At least no one died to pieces with Pulse Bomb. Everyone's still on their feet for Fluffy Mafia, but that time bank is running lower and lower by the second, and the stick on a pace! Absolutely outmatched! Feisty Ferret open, this door's wide open, and there's the go button for the Blizzard. Doesn't really catch anybody, it zones off the objective as it is needed. Now Fluffy Mafia need to out-sustain. Nightmare Timeless and Bun cut off from both the rally and the orbital ray. Not a chance for her to live, and not a chance for Nightmare Timeless to get a contest. Oh, Keegan, we look like we may be going to further rounds here, friend. This series going the distance.
We are absolutely going the distance here. Fluffy Mafia finally finding that crack. And guess who starts that off? It is Ferret. It is the Feisty Ferret that gets that fight started with an excellent stick. onto the Tracer on the other end, and what a way to turn that fight around. Nightmare Timeless now, though, will get the first defense. We'll get that first answer here because 3 minutes and 1 second is obviously better than that 1 minute time bank that they had. I think Fluffy Mafia completed it with like 8 seconds left on the clock or something of that nature. But regardless, though, they'll still have the minute on the clock to try to do their best. The problem is you cannot elongate a fight. If you're Fluffy Mafia, you are telling yourselves, this needs to be quick. This needs to be precise here. It needs to be quick because remember, the last time that this happened on the second round of attack, Fluffy Mafia, I mean, for Nightmare Timeless, we haven't seen the second round of attack unless you talk about their game against Fable. And that Fable game went 5-4 in favor of Fable. So right now, and actually, Fable was the one to have that lesser time bank as well. So right now, all the signs are kind of, if you're talking deja vu, if you're superstitious right now, Fluffy Mafia, if they can be precise with it, they may have the chance to win this still.
You very well do. But this first point gave them a lot of trouble at the start, Keegan. So
yeah,
if you can get a capture here though, and maybe partway through second, I think you're pretty good. It's gonna be difficult though. We are seeing Peace and Bun start on that Tracer May, and likely Fluffy Mafia keeping with the same Barrett, just checking for anyone daring to peek on a Widowmaker. Doesn't seem to be the case, so bunker down on this payload for the first fight.
Back to the default still, but the big thing I want to mention here is that both of these teams ran Echo Tracer to start on the first round. This time around, it's the Tracer May, which changes things up a lot in both of these compositions.
There's a wall up on the high ground for the supports, and it does make it easier for Nightmare Timeless to want to fight Fluffy Mafia on the payload. Holding the high ground doesn't have nearly as much value other than just keeping your supports safe, which it is great nonetheless. You want to keep them far out of Santana's reach, but now that's a full drop with the Hyper Ring in the back. Merge get absolutely obliterated, and Regime shortly to follow. This is just a 15-second fight. You do not get another swing at this. Fluffy Mafia barely making it into the tunnel. This is the defense that Nightmare Timeless needed to keep themselves 100% consistent at blowing, staggering out the Diva for good measure. Oh boy, Nightmare Timeless, do they even need to push up to the spawns? Arguably not. Fluffy Mafia are already down their tank, surely. They can't make something out of this. As soon as I say it though, that's an ice goal to the Dome of Peace. Mighty Barrett traded out for the time being. Santana on the Reinhardt. That one wasn't on my bingo card today. As much as we love the German Crusader, this one can't really get much done other than hold a big old rectangle, stall it out for the rest of the team to come back. Azure is 6% away from a blizzard. Yet Santana's health bar is gone too soon. Oh, that line in the sand has been drawn, and it's a hard one to defend.
It is super hard. It only went down into the lower end, and Nightmare Timeless doing an excellent job of holding it on. They knew that they just had to hold for one fight because Fluffy Mafia and Nightmare Timeless both like these really, really long fights. But that's a problem for Fluffy Mafia because they only had a minute on the clock. Now for Nightmare Timeless, the golden box of victory is just 38 meters away with 3 minutes on the clock. Fluffy Mafia are going to have to put up a fence of a lifetime if they want to see the grand finals here.
Oh, how do you do this? Like, do you try to spawn hold them? Do you just hold on the low ground to begin with? Like, what's the plan right now? Feisty Ferret on the Symmetra?
Pray.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we saw this earlier too, right? During Flashpoint, right, when we had that last matchup, I should say, between Bubble Blowers and Fluffy Mafia, where it was the Symmetra that kind of just wasted away on that Flashpoint scenario. So now maybe Fluffy Mafia is thinking, okay, if they're going to play the Diva, we can wipe this away at the same time too. And if we can build up to the Photon Barrier very quickly, things are going to flip. The problem is you got to hold for 3 minutes long. You have to hold with all your might here against only 38 meters. And Nightmare Timeless, is Sniper going to do this? Is Sniper going to... Sniper's going to do it. Sniper's going to pull out the Reinhardt. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, just check. Maybe it was just a check first.
I think it was a shield for Peace on the Widowmaker.
Yeah. That's probably what it is.
Is Peace sticking this? No. Okay, so no. Peace will be going back to swap onto the Pharah. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's bad news for Fluffy Mafia.
That's bad. They have the right idea here. Like, bunkering down in this low ground, I mean, what do you do about Peace? Like, they're just gonna float around in the back line. You can't afford to turn around and look at this. You just gotta hope that you can sustain long enough. But yeah, Nightmare Timeless do exactly what you expect coming into it. Made the correct spots, and it's a Sniper Bun to finish it all off. Nightmare Timeless, 100% appearance in the grand finals rate. Ain't about to be stopped here. Winning it in map 5, 3-2.
And this is what you call match point Gibraltar here. Nightmare Timeless putting on a near flawless effort as on the defensive end on that 1-minute stranglehold. And it is Nightmare Timeless that will absolutely make their appearance inside of the grand finals yet again to have that grudge match with YFP Super Shy. I am so excited for this. Fluffy Mafia gave them all they could handle. Fluffy Mafia gave them their money's worth right here on that run, but Nightmare Timeless in the end still wants to be in that grand final, and their wants was good enough. They'll see YFP Super Shy in the final, but man, Molly, what a performance by the number 6 seed of Fluffy Mafia. You cannot dissuade what they just did. The highest appearance as even as Inadizaki, this was their highest finish. So kudos to this team from Fluffy Mafia. And again, if I wished one wish for anything, it ain't even about the composition. It ain't even about the gameplay. Just give me Smoo. That's all. That's all it is.
The power of Smoo. Fluffy Mafia need to be very happy with how they did today. I don't think, judging by how Regime was reacting, didn't expect to get this far in the tournament, and taking Nightmare Timeless to a map 5 of all things, like, it was great. Even if you didn't go out in the best sort of fashion, you proved that you can push even the best, who we thought are just the mechanical gods of the colonial hero scene, to the limits. Fluffy Mafia need to be happy, and I cannot wait to see what that team has left in store for the future. It is definitely one heck of a warm-up game you gave to Nightmare Timeless as they prepare to head into their grand finals match. But before we get there, we're gonna have to check in and see how they're doing from our lower finals. We got an interview coming right up, so stay right here. We'll see you in just a bit. we couldn't have asked for a better lower finals. The 1 seed taking on the 6th seed, going into 5 maps before Nightmare Timeless eventually put it all down with some serious business and guaranteed that they can maintain their 100% appearance rate within a Calling All Heroes Grand Finals matchup. Keegan, that was a roller coaster of a series.
That was. I mean, it was just an insane series overall. It went back and forth, but game 5, that's where game 1 becomes so important, right? That first game in a back and forth series like this, it was game 2 and game 4 to Fluffy Mafia, and then it was 1 and then it was 1 and 2, 1, 3, and 5 that went to Nightmare Timeless. So just going back and forth like that now we just go back to control, where that first map becomes oh so important for the win. And even in game 5, once you win 1 and 3, I mean, that pattern continues on. Winning map 5 becomes oh so important, and Nightmare Timeless were able to pull it out.
Yep, and they did it pretty well too. We gotta say that was a very decisive 5th map in comparison to the rest. As back and forth as it was, it's not over yet for Nightmare Timeless. And to get an idea of what not only this journey in the lower finals looks like, but what's ahead for the Grands, we're gonna have Senna joining us once again for a winner's interview. We only saw you play in 1 map, Senna, but I know that you were on the sidelines for a lot of this series. You know, you're back in the Grand Finals. Is this where we really expected to be? Was that the result that you were looking for when you went to take on Fluffy Mafia today?
Obviously, but damn, we suck at this meta. We're like the crazy raccoons of COD this season, and then the YP's the Falcons.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, overall, still, I mean, a great performance from you and your team overall. I do want to talk about, though, you will get that match with Super Shy up in just a little while here, but I do want to point out, because you did play on Gibraltar on that last map against Super Shy during your game 5 back in the winners finals. Do you know the reason why you weren't playing it this time around?
Purely because we knew that Fluffy would play a different comp, so that's literally exactly why.
All right, well, the composition is the main thing for that too, but you guys go on in, and now you guys are going to play a Super Shy team that, again, bested team 3-2 at the end of the day, but that was just the upper finals. Now you're going to play a best of 7. In your mindset, what do you guys have to adjust going into this grand final here, and what are you guys going to be thinking about? You do have a break, so what is going to be communicated for this final matchup yet again?
My entire team just need to play the game. Lock in.
Pretty much it, yeah.
No, that'll do it. So it's a hard match, right? You already played YFP Super Shy. It was a 5-mapper. How many maps are we thinking that this series goes? I want to get your thoughts on it. Obviously, Nightmare Time must win, right? For you, Nightmare Time must win. How many maps are we going?
I can't lie. It could literally be any like match. It could be like 4-0 for us, 4-0 for them. Go on every single point. It could be either way. I can't even lie. I don't think there's a guarantee guess on this one. It literally just depends if we play our game, if they play our game. I don't know. I think maybe like a 4-2, but I can't say who wins. I think that's like most likely score.
A 4-2.
Ooh, okay.
A 6-mapper, so not the full distance that we've seen in the past, but definitely you're a little bit less confident than in the previous metas. So is this been just like, I'm a little bit just curious on my end, is this Juno, Brigitte, Diva style of play? Were you guys just a little bit late to start scrimming it? Was there something else that you were trying to work on in the past, and it's just hard to make those adjustments now?
It's purely because of Faceit. Since Faceit and they had Juno disabled, and my team was more focused on Faceit, sadly, or at least sadly in this case for this tournament.
Okay.
And I know that Super Shy was triple blocking every day on Juno, so that's kind of the reason why we're currently struggling. But it's just mainly that we didn't really practice Juno that much, or I didn't have time. Let's put it that way.
Okay. But hey, all things considered, making it to the grand finals, not really practicing much on what is currently being run, is still a pretty impressive feat, Senna. And Nightmare Timeless continue to prove why they are considered one of the best, if not the best, in Calling All Heroes. But it is now up to you to defend your title and maintain your dynasty over the Calling All Heroes circuit so far. And we're looking forward to the grand finals that you have coming up. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk today, and we look forward to seeing you back on the battlefield.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
I mean, yeah, I mean, for this timeless team here, right? I mean, we saw, like Senna just said, she said they're struggling on it just because they didn't have enough time to scrim it. And of course, YFP Super Shy had their opportunities to do it, which is why maybe they have the better advantage for it. But for the way that Senna was saying that they haven't really been looking all too good, that they're struggling on it, to still make the grand finals off of it, it's still just proving to you how good this team is, just pure skill wise. So obviously some things to adjust, and against a team like YFP Super Shy, you are really looking at a factor of very closeness. Now I know Senna said 4-2. I mean, we'll find out here soon enough. Senna's hunch was right on the last one, right when 3-2 on the last one. Maybe Senna's hunch is here this time around too.
And normally when you have player interviews too, a lot of them will tend to be very much like, yeah, our time's the best, we're gonna do everything. Senna is very straightforward. If you want a true, honest opinion, you're gonna ask Senna, and she just gave us the cold, hard truth. Nightmare Timeless aren't nearly as confident as they have been in the past heading into this matchup, which makes it all the more interesting. However, Keegan, that isn't our next game quite yet. We still have our Rising Grand Finals to come. Their lower finals also went to a Game 5, and if I'm looking at my bracket correctly, it will be Timeless Anomaly taking on Mist Emerald for that title.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good one as well. I know the last minor, when I was here, minor number 1, the big name there was Lava Lilies winning it all there. So Lava Lilies out, unfortunately, in that 3-2 scenario. Very close matchup again, but it just shows you, right, in this kind of meta, with Juno being relatively new, it kind of tosses it a lot of things up in the air. You said the gap was getting closer between everybody. It's absolutely true. So we're about to find out here in our Rising series, right? It'll be our first best of 7, first of 4 in this scenario. We're going to get this twice over with the Rising and then the challengers afterwards. But I'm really interested to see how the Rising does it, because obviously I won't. The truth is, the rank differential is the reason why there's the 2 settings, right? The Rising and the challenger side. I'm really interested to see what these 2 differences are when we pull it out, because remember, last time we saw Rising, it was a lot of differentials between the team composition. So I'm excited to see what they pull out this time around.
Hey, we'll certainly get that variety that we've been looking for. Add a little bit of spice to the rest of our Overwatch day to come. As you said, 2 best of 7s, 2 first of 4s, both of which grand finals. We'll get to find out who our winners of Calling All Heroes Minor 2 will be. We're going to send it over to a quick break, get our Rising teams into the lobby, and come back with their finals match. You ain't gonna want to miss it. come for our first grand finals of Colonial Heroes Minor 2. Our Rising Division teams are ready to face it off head to head for that title. And Keegan, we got two teams making their very first appearance within a grand finals matchup. So one new champion shall be guaranteed. Similar to our challengers bracket, these games have been incredibly close.
Yeah, we're going to have a new winner within Minor 2 here, and the big thing about this as well, for the storylines you want to bring up, is that Mist Emerald and Timeless Anomaly, both of them got here in a very similar fashion to our Challenger side. Mist Emerald was the #1 seed, Timeless Anomaly came in as the #2, but in that upper bracket finals, much like YFP defeating, YP Super Shy defeating that Nightmare Timeless team, Timeless Anomaly took down Mist Emerald, so Timeless Anomaly, as the 2, is the first one into the grand finals. Mist Emerald would then drop back inside of the bracket into the lower bracket and then defeat Lava Lilies in the end in a very good 3-2 matchup, which allowed Mist Emerald to move back up to the top bracket into the grand finals overall. So yes, we will have a new winner, but the storylines remain very similar in a great fashion to the challenger side. So I'm excited to see what could be potential here, because obviously last time you and I did this back in Minor #1, we saw a lot of variety. I will say though, to start us off, at least on the map pool side, which we'll talk about in a little while, the map stays the same, Lijiang. We won't get any variety there, unfortunately, but the way these teams could play out, especially in a different series overall, this could be very, very fun to watch.
The parallels between the two divisions, like, when has that ever happened? Like, to have two major upsets happen in one bracket and then have it happen in the same tournament in a different bracket? Like, come on. Like, I'm just feasting as a caster right now for a lot of these narrative points that we get to follow, but now we get to look a little bit deeper into that matchup and those rosters as a whole. Timeless Anomaly also making an appearance along with their sister team in Nightmare Timeless. So we'll be coming on up here, another partner in organization. So as we get to take a look at these rosters, this, Keegan, for us is going to be a bit more of a surprise. We haven't seen any of these Mist Emerald players really come out on the battlefield. Their games have been happening the exact same time as the challengers. So we're going into this with a fresh mind, not entirely sure of what to expect, but if Mist Emerald have made it this far, clearly they're cooking something.
Yeah, and Mist Emerald, again, similar to Nightmare Timeless, right? They went undefeated inside of the Swiss stage. Inside of 6 games of Swiss stage, they went 12-0 in map counts, 6-0 in the entire series. And then, of course, going inside of the winners quarterfinals, started off 3-0. This team then went against a Fable sister team as well in a very similar situation, 3-2. So they took down Fable Rising 3-2, but then lost the Timeless Anomaly in the end. So Mist Emerald looking to see if they can get that vengeance. And by the way, a very cute logo there too for Mist Emerald. So very excited to see what this team is going to pull out here, especially for a team that is undefeated here for Mist Emerald.
But they're going to have to do what we'll see Timeless Nightmare do later against Timeless Anomaly. This team, much more familiar in names, particularly in Soup, a hit scan player who has really started to make their mark within the Colonial Heroes Rising scene. However, at a point where hit scan is at its weakest, how can Soup manage to perform alongside Zachary K, a very flexible tank player, Fabi and Instinct returning to be on the same roster once again? Timeless Anomaly, a lot of synergy between these players. It's only a question of, are they going to be playing the same Brig, Juno, Diva, Rom sort of deal that we've been seeing all weekend? Or are they going to be switching it up and giving us a brand new look and a new flavor to end up our finals?
Yeah, and we don't know, right? I mean, obviously, we haven't gotten to take a chance to look at both of their series. We wish we could, but right now we have the Challenger series for the most part here. But now that we finally get to take a look at the Rising side, this matchup is going to be oh so close, I would say, right? Even on the Challenger side, these matches have been really close. We went to Game 5 twice from what we saw, right? And then, of course, we still have our grand finals left to go, which I know Senna says is probably going to be a 4-2 situation. But when you look at the side of this bracket as well, these have all been close in the later stages. Lava Lilies beat Fable Rising 3-1. Mist Emerald beats Lava Lilies 3-2. Since at any of the semifinals, whether you look at the winner semifinals or the loser semifinal, whichever place you look in the bracket from there on out, has never been a sweep. So I'm excited to see yet again the closeness of this meta, because obviously, like we keep saying, Juno is new to the game, so teams are still kind of adjusting to it. Adjustment has to happen now in this grand final to see which team comes out as winners of Minor #2.
This is now a first to 4 4 maps. So we can have a maximum of 7 maps be played. Mind you, Mist Emerald have already played 5 in their previous series. It was a 3-2 win over Lava Lilies Rising, the reigning champions from the previous Calling All Heroes Rising circuit. So now with these changes happening, you have to start to think, our Timeless Anomaly, are they warmed up? Are they ready to go? The one thing we can start to confirm is the compositions are looking strangely similar on Timeless Anomaly.
Similar for Timeless Anomaly, but Mist Emerald might be pulling out something completely different here. We have not seen a Baptiste Lucio at all this weekend, or rather at all, period. We just really haven't seen this. Baptiste Lucio comes out. Mist Emerald, though, is going to stick on the Symmetra. So Mist Emerald is going completely off meta here, and Timeless Anomaly is just going to stay on it. But the only things that Mist Emerald has on meta is the Ramatra and May. Otherwise, completely different.
They're managing to change up some of these roles here. It'll be Soup, though, with that first start. I mentioned how good this player is at hit scan and if they can actually make an impact. And so far, that answer is yes. Mist Emerald are sticking to that traditional Symmetra May sort of brawl that we're used to seeing on Lijiang Tower, where Timeless Anomaly are more up with the times. Mist Emerald stuck in the past, and they're about to get a blast from it. Instinct and Fabi finding one apiece, and that Sense capture has been very short-lived.
Yeah, Mist Emerald was the first to touch the point, and then Timeless Anomaly had to wait it out just a little while to group up. That's the power of this meta. As soon as you get Timeless Anomaly to push up and allow themselves to regroup and get themselves one good play with that Juno Hyper, you are inside, and you do not have to worry about turrets so long as you get rid of it. So now Mist Emerald switching it up. Cat will go on over to the Ana instead. Road will go to the Juno now, and this is looking closer to the meta, but Gungnir staying on top of the Symmetra too, so they think the Symmetra is going to be the difference.
Yeah, you can get like these sneaky little TP plays off, and that actually might be good here. Look where Soup is kind of propped up on the high ground. Did end up dropping to support the team a little bit more, but Soup has to be contested. I believe they got 3 final blows within that last fight, and with a hit scan of that type of power, you gotta be cautious. Even this is an aggressive little off angle that you're taking. Eventually the rotations come through, but Road doesn't respect it. Soup will continue to find these final blows, and Mist Emerald can't seem to make this Symmetra work yet.
Yeah, and this is what you're seeing here. As long as the Ashe goes uncontested, right? I mean, we've seen all weekend where the teams are realizing that we need to put pressure on the Ashe. Well, when Soup goes uncontested, right, Naku's got a free Blizzard on the point. Soup can just go ahead and play that off angle to get the kills on the gun, right, for Ashe. This is going to be turning out super well. Machi, by the way, who's AKA Zenny for you, doesn't even have the Blizzard yet, and Naku's still building up. And Naku, what a wall there, too, to block up Cat.
Cat's already cooked. I mean, Mist Emerald, you need to get out of there. I do like that they made the swaps for their support comp. It's just going to be very difficult to keep that Ana player alive.
Yeah, it's just going to be very difficult, right? Because that Ana really doesn't have any escapability, doesn't have the break shield, doesn't have the armor, right? So this Timeless Anomaly team is going to be taking advantage of that right now.
Well, Mist Emerald, though, they actually have the ultimates to fight back, but it's Zenny throughout the Blizzard, kept walking forwards right into Instinct's Rally, who's actually just going ham right now. The shields don't stop a May swinging, and they're just slapping away to their heart's desire. Timeless Anomaly closing that one out.
Yeah, and Timeless Anomaly right now looking way too strong, and that's mainly just because of what the meta is right now. And Mist Emerald opting to go for the meta, it's just going to be too late here. This is only final fight territory, and Zach already has the Annihilation ready to go. Laser just switches on over, but is nowhere near it. So Timeless Anomaly, this is their fight to lose.
Now the anti-nade, though, on both Naku and Sakura. Just by a little bit more time to work with, but there's that orbital strike from Road. Recently swapped over the Juno, but look how much it's doing. It keeps Zenny alive, and Laser can just keep punching through, disregarding Zachary K's Annihilation entirely.
Look what one orbital ray does, right? It was an Annihilation from Zachary, and yet it doesn't work out in your favor. That's the power of the orbital ray and the Juno. That was their fight to lose, and Timeless just threw it away. But more importantly, credit to Road from Mist Emerald for that orbital ray, and a perfect team play from Mist Emerald.
As we look forward to this next fight, though, I see Naku inching closer and closer to that Blizzard of their own, and Timeless Anomaly can really make this work. The only thing that's really in their way is a Cat landing a nice Bionade. This Nano, really, Cat just simply existing in the first place is not good for Timeless Anomaly, and if you're managed to just pounce on her to begin with, that's the best case scenario. It will be a Nano boost onto the Ramatra player, and Laser, that's 1, that's 2 off the back of it. The Blizzard from Naku completely shut down.
Yeah, and the Blizzard gets shut down for the Nano Boost because then Nano Boost from Cat going right onto Laser to keep Laser alive inside of that Blizzard, and even to escape it was a best case scenario there. So now Mist Emerald has turned it on its head. Ultimates wise, you're gonna have the Orbital Raid, you're gonna have the Rally, yes, but for Laser right now, that Annihilation as well as the bomb could come up very, very big.
It is final fight territory though. Mist Emerald trying to make sure Timeless and Anomaly don't get to the points, and they gotta get a solo approach. The touch is guaranteed. Somehow Naku got at the back against Cat. Hello, is May a dive hero now? All right, I see that Timeless Anomaly. A niche strat that ends up working. Babby now has the Orbital Ray of their own, hoping to combat some of the damage Laser is providing, and Instinct is doing the thing, just slapping away at the Brasquita. The healing is too much for Mist Emerald to handle. They're down their Bob, and Soup and Bob, as a matter of fact, are going crazy. Timeless Anomaly come back and win the point, 199.
Instinct carried that, and I will tell you
Wow.
why. The Orbital Ray was down for Mist Emerald, and yet Instinct did what Instinct needed to do on the Brigida. Whip shot out, block out any chance of Laser moving towards that Orbital Ray, and as low health as Laser was inside of that Orbital Ray, it makes things difficult. So Instinct won that fight for Timeless Anomaly.
Yeah.
That's a Brigida doing work for this team right now, so credit them, and the rest of the team really coming up big. Soup as well on that Ashe last second, and getting the picks off and getting that Bob off just to clean it up. Timeless Anomaly played that fight perfectly, but that fight doesn't happen without Instinct.
No, absolutely not. Like, Instinct is doing exactly what she needs to be doing, brawling away alongside Zachary K, or if Zachary K is dead, she's just gonna brawl anyway. She doesn't care. Mist Emerald have to make that adjustment. They don't have that same brawling power. They're just trying to use the utility of Cat instead to make that work, and already that Bionate forces an early form. The tempo is in Mist Emerald's favor, especially now with the Diva harassing away at that back line. It is Babby who goes down first. Timeless Anomaly were never able to fully cross that bridge and will not be able to do so at all within this first
Yeah,
round.
Timeless Anomaly playing another part of this meta here, right, where the Venture and the Mei, but really, we haven't really seen Venture Mei, at least on this part of Lijiang Tower on the Garden, so doesn't really work out in their favor, as well as Mist Emerald just playing really aggressively with this Diva instead. Now, Gungnir already up to 55%, the highest so far, and can play a little bit more back, but it's playing right up front and center here, and I don't know, man. The positioning was good, and if they wanted to play aggressively, they could.
Oh! Nice shots coming in from Gungnir, too. And there's just no way for you to actually do anything about the hit scan until you get deep into the back line. I don't really think we should keep pushing on this bridge, though. Timeless Anomaly, it's just not a good fight to take against Mist Emerald there.
Yeah, Mist Emerald is just in control of this right now. They're able to have Gungnir pop off with a couple of shots here, not putting any pressure on the Ashe, who's already built up through a Bob, which is why you probably see Naku over to the Tracer, trying to put that pressure onto the Ashe instead. But right now, Mist Emerald in full control of this bridge.
Yeah, Timeless Anomaly are deciding where they want to go. It seems like they're setting it up for another assault on the bridge. Still not a huge fan of this play, but Dynamite does go awry. Gungnir checking the bomb into the back line and just bowls over Soup. Goodbye to Timeless Anomalies, a Mei player. Dabbing can help them stabilize with an Orbital Ray, but end up going down beforehand. Gungnir is having a map of their life.
Is Gungnir gonna win this?
Yeah,
Gungnir wins, even with help, though.
Gungnir wins
That's
those.
Yeah, I mean, you win those, and even with the team's help at the same time, too. But 4 ultimates now for Mist Emerald. They're in command. Timeless Anomaly have yet to use one, but this is just the difference for right now. I mean, this is going to be insane. Timeless Anomaly needs to come up big here because it's Final Fight territory.
What can you make happen? You just keep pushing this bridge. At least you have the Orbital Ray this time, but you're already zoned out. No recall out of the Tracer. You have Cat. This is already looking much better. Orbital Ray is in play, but Ro didn't come back from it. Laser set reeling off the edge. Soup along with them, and Timeless Anomaly just use all of their Q buttons to push them on in. Mist Emerald, they didn't quite do the same, though. So even though Timeless Anomaly won the battle, they haven't won the war.
They haven't won the war just yet. They've got to. They used both of their ultimates at the same time. They're both of their support ultimates. So Mist Emerald will have the advantage of the Orbital Ray, will have the advantage of the Self-Destruct too if the Diva gets out of mech and can reset. So these fights are going to be very, very long. You're relying on Zachary to have the Annihilation, but the bigger one too. Dude, just don't get your Blizzard, Ethan.
You can't. You absolutely can't. Just go around Laser's defense matrix. Impossible! Oh my gosh, that was risky, but it works at the end of the day. Laser does have self-destruct, but everyone seems to be fine. It's just the reign of Gungnir who continues to just shred this team apart. A threat that's been trading out these eliminations much more than it should be.
Yeah, and these trades are really going out to Timeless's favor right now. And again, Zachary holding on to the Annihilation. Well worth the save, well worth the discipline here, because you're going to have that into this next fight. Mist Emerald have not found a comfortable fight since they lost that overtime one, and now they're going to try to see if they can get some comfort. Road, though, still have yet. I mean, Road doesn't have an orbital ray. Cat doesn't have a nano boost yet to play either. So the longer these fights drag on, they'll be able to get it. But if Timeless Anomaly is quick with this, they may not even be able to build it up.
Like, I'm just looking at Annihilation and thinking Mist Emerald are cooked.
There it is.
Gotta be a key sleep here, but even if you slept, you're already on fire. All the particle effects are gonna matter. Zachary K hanging on for dear life, just tanking this Bob with all of their might, and it'll work out. You do lose out on Fabi here. Timeless Anomaly sustain is relatively low right now.
That's super low. Oh, and it gets lower. And it gets lower. Gungnir takes out Naku. The headshot is there. This is where you have to back off. You have to give the space. If you lose anybody here, it is over.
Well, Zachary Cage managed to dodge out of the way of the bio nade. Eventually a push forwards. Instinct, look at this, playing the brawl here, forcing Gungnir off the map. Oh, that's an absolute Chad play out of Instinct right there. And the Brig just has so much impact on these fights. Naku has returned, and Timeless Anomaly are looking to close out this map right here and right now. 299 situations, but it gets the job done. Timeless Anomaly start ahead.
Good start for Timeless Anomaly. Both maps were close, yes, but it is Timeless Anomaly that is able to get some vengeance onto this Mist Emerald team, that is able to start them off well on this control map. But again, a very similar situation to like this. I'll keep saying it. The Nightmare Timeless game kind of went this way too, right? Timeless winning control, and then all of a sudden it starts to go on this roller coaster ride. So we don't know what we're in for yet. What we do know is that Instinct is making plays here for this entire team of Timeless Anomaly right now, right? The anti-stall that was that Brigitte against the Ramattra inside of the orbital ray, making sure that Ramattra stays out of it, and of course, forcing Gungnir off the map is such a good one as well. This Brigitte knows what she's doing right now, and this is going to be really, really good news for Timeless Anomaly, especially in this meta right now. It was kind of weird because Mist Emerald started off on the back foot already with that Baptiste Lucio. They kind of figured it out towards the end, but by then it was too late.
Instinct, it's rare that you see like Brigs have as much impact as they do, but when you know what you're doing on that hero, choosing when to take fights, when to use your shield bash defensively and or aggressively, and just pretty much having app time for Inspire. So, like, when we get to see Instinct as well as Timeless Anomaly pull off these plays, like, they are very similar to Timeless in that regard. They have the coaching staff to really help drill into these players what exactly they should be doing at all times, and so far have a great understanding of how this meta should be played with a Brigitte Juno. If y'all were hoping for variety, though, not only compositions, also with maps, I hate to burst your bubble, we're back on Blizzard World.
Oh, I thought it could be something. I would have taken a King's Row, honestly. I would have taken it, just for variety's sake, I would have taken a King's Row, but no, we go back to Blizzard World. Although I will say, I gotta first shout this out right now, because when they had the League of Legends, oh my god, completely wrong game, World of Warcraft as well as Overwatch, I just blundered that so badly. World of Warcraft alongside of Overwatch, you have that Blizzard World kind of esque thing, right? You have that Blizzard World-esque thing. So shout out to the Overwatch team there for that really nice cinematic. So great job on that, even as I blundered my way through it. But now we get to go to a non-variety here, which is Blizzard World yet again, which makes me think, do we see the Ashe one more time? Because I know Gungnir was playing the Ashe, and that Ashe kind of got pressured a lot. But now that we're on Blizzard World, this makes it a little bit of a different story here, because you still have that up-down thing, right? And Timeless Anomaly only showed off the Ramattra so far. I'm wondering if Zachary does have that D.Va in play too, or if there's a swap of some sort, because you never know, right? Zachary K didn't play any D.Va at all. You're right. So whether we change that, we'll have to find out. It wasn't Timeless Anomaly's pick. I have a feeling they would have chosen to go to King's Row, because even on the parts of Lijiang Tower that tend to leave more towards dive comps, they're still sticking out that Ramattra, so a brawl feel seems to be much more comfortable in certain regards. When you look ahead to Hitscan, I think it's gonna be the name of the game. Soup likes playing Ashe, Gungnir likes playing Ashe. It's meant to be, right? You want to play the maze with the Ashes, ideally. I wasn't a huge fan of Zenny's Tracer. It just really couldn't get around these angles too much, and you got stuck in the back line trying to sandwich, but you're just one player. You can't hold that
all by yourself without some sort of support there. So I'm kind of hoping we can see more of this Mei Ashe continue to give us a more competitive aspect from Mist Emerald.
Yeah, you're really hoping if you're this Mist Emerald team, or aka Mystics Emerald team, right? You're really hoping that this team can figure out their different angles. But the bigger thing was, it was 199. It's not like these weren't close. You just had to find that one extra fight that you needed to win. Yes, maybe it was on the first map where Night Market, you lost the gamble at the very first one. Too little, too late. Second map, though, you had your opportunities. You made the most of it. You got some space. It was just at the end of it, you weren't able to close out. So you would love to see this time around Mist Emerald try to close this one out. And on Blizzard World, they have the possibility of doing that. And for right now, on the defensive end, Mist Emerald is the, or rather in the prepare your defenses, prepare to attack phase here. I'm wondering if Fumashi, aka, again, I say the Japanese one, but it's really Zenny up there. I wonder if Zenny's going to stick on the Sombra, if this is more just for scouting out, because right now this is on the defensive end already, and Zenny's out there with a Sombra.
Zenny's trying something a little bit new. We haven't seen Sombra much.
It's really only been in a desperation situation. If you recall, maybe even the Gibraltar map, that was just desperation. This is a true Sombra start.
But they're also, like, Soup is a very dedicated hit-scan player, will play the Widowmaker too, so this could have some strength to it, especially if Instinct can't whip their heads around fast enough. You do also have the scouting, right? So, Timeless Anomaly, they don't know that there's a Sombra right there, and that's the moment you're waiting for to strike. Zenny can get a lot of value on the Sombra, and it's going to force Swoop to swap off of that Widowmaker right now.
Yeah, it's probably going to be an instant swap here. There's no way that you're staying on this Widow, or is there? Because Soup is going to play Brave and stay on this Widowmaker. If Zenny notices this, oh boy, they're in trouble here. And you don't have nowhere to go. This is risky.
Oh, yeah. See, that's the hard part with playing Sombra, especially into a D.Va sort of comp. You get caught out so quickly, and you can't also get killed from your team unless you're playing right next to them. It is a DMAC too on the laser. It's not looking great for the defenders at the immediate moment. Timeless Anomaly does have more consistency throughout their composition.
Are they even going to try?
The second you get close, I don't think you should. You could, but Mist Emerald, yeah, they're going to get a touch on the point with Zenny that lasts about 0.5 seconds. You got 5 minutes to move through second point.
Yeah, I mean, Zenny's got an idea here to disrupt the Sombra, but that's what the D.Va's for, right? But for Mist Emerald, that would be the D.Va's for, trying to disrupt it, and yet Zenny's not getting anything out of this. This is 44% for a Sombra, if anything. You wanted to get even more, and now that they know this, Instinct is just going to stick by the Widowmaker. As soon as the Sombra makes any step, any appearance, yeah, this Widowmaker is going to be in a lot of trouble. Or this Sombra, rather, is going to be in a lot of trouble. There it is, right? And Sombra's already appeared, but Laser doing what Laser should be doing, diving onto the Widowmaker, but on the other side, yeah, Naku gets rogue.
See, I like this, but Naku is playing our favorite kind of Mei, the sniper variety. Both supports are now down. Laser is committing with Zenny more, using the speed rings to get in and out. Exactly what we want to see, but you gotta be able to make sure your backline can live all the meanwhile, because that's exactly what Timeless Anomaly are looking to do as well. A risky appearance on the high ground. Soup can't quite connect the shot, so Naku does fall. This is a very scrappy attack so far.
Well, this is what the Sombra is good for too, right? Just these instant isolation picks. If anybody is caught out one by one, they can just fall by the hands of the virus, the hack, as well as just that SMG in general. So this is what Mist has to really pay attention to, and that EMP can do wonders. Oh, and it's just Instinct. It's just Instinct up there. Oh, okay.
Instinct
almost got noticed. Almost got swung away. Yeah, that would have been terrible.
Instinct eventually did get hacked, but not near enough low. Laser is playing more. The front line can't get the remake after a self-destruct either. Soup eventually ends up landing the shot. Liking the output of Soup, really just the threat of them existing. Gun Gear just got away with murder, though. Drop it into the Blizzard, or rather got pulled down into the Blizzard. It was a nice little 1-2 combo from Zachary K. Mist Emerald now having to move backwards even more. Timeless Anomaly have only used the Blizzard here, and they're about one fight away from capping this point. It's really to see how much Laser can manage to trade this out as a raid boss right now. D.Va can solo a lot of players on this team as Zachary K is blown to bits between the Bionade and the EMP. So Mist Emerald, even though it seemed like it was lost, managed to pull it together.
Yeah, Laser's doing all she can to make sure that this team stays afloat here, diving onto the Widow, diving onto the to the Juno at the same time as well, doing an excellent job of just isolating out one by one here and making sure that maybe if the Sombra isn't very impactful at the moment, that EMP still came out at the same time too, and Laser took advantage of it. So let's find out if the Sombra stays, because right now, yeah, that Sombra was dead for a little while, but will remain just to try to disrupt Super anybody here as the ultimates are online.
And Zachary K knows exactly where everyone's positioned and marches right up to Road Cat, gives them a little greeting, and then a farewell shortly after. The Nano, it does something. Laser just can't, with every single player on Timeless Anomaly, having eyeballs on her. She's going to have to go ahead and take the reset on that. Mist Emerald making yet another swap to prepare to defend this third point.
Yeah, you can't blame me, though. Laser's been doing so much. I thought that Nano Boost was going to be doing a lot more than that, but instead, it is going to be Cat now switching on over. Again, first time we're going to see some of these characters out here. First time we see the Sombra. This will be the first time we see a Zenyatta all weekend long.
Zenyatta, an interesting little flavor to this event.
I mean, maybe this is
not a ton of healing.
It's not a lot of healing, yes, but it's maybe mainly for the Discord, maybe just to get into the Ramattra's side. Because, yes, just that block alone blocks a lot of damage, but if it's in the LOS, that Ramattra's going to pay dearly.
Ooh. I was like, if you're playing this hero, you gotta try to be going faster, and Laser just did exactly that. You need to get in before you lose all of your health, because you cannot rely on sustain to get out.
Yeah, you can't rely on it right now, and they're just trying to find any kind of entry in, and yes, maybe the hacks are there. Laser, they're actually, the target focusing is actually really good. It's just that they can't finish it up.
You can tell that the target focus is there. The hard part with Brigitte and Juno too, you have two auto-aim healings that really can't get disrupted. So it's very hard to kill one of those support targets unless everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, you have to be on the same page here, and obviously if Zenny walks in and hacks one, Laser's going to try to follow up on it. The problem is the rest of the team can't, right? If they're out of LOS, Gungnir's not going to find anything. It's not going to be Road, and Cat's Discord Orbit's going to go away too. So for Mist Emerald right now, they have the right idea. Just Timeless Anomaly starting to realize it.
Oh! A nice shot from Soup. Almost got Zenny. Just not enough charge before Laser swooped on in to save the day, but no one really can come back to save them. That's what I said. If you can't get the eliminations immediately and get out, you're just done. You do not have that level of healing on your side. The one weakness is that composition. Timeless Anomaly have broken through and are now around in these final corners.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting final corner here because you do have the EMP. 1 minute and 45 seconds. One good EMP could mean a couple of more seconds off this bank.
And that's all it's going to take. The EMP gets out onto 4, but it's only Cat that's actually died. No one can get close enough to Timeless Anomaly to do anything, and the EMP just goes to waste. It's Miss Emerald that is continuously lost player. This gun here, she checks the Bob in just to try to save off some of this time for Cat and Zenny to get back into the battle, maybe re-engage after an orbital ray, but it's not like Timeless Anomaly are dry in this ultimate economy. There's 3, and it's time to get a return on your investment. Laser is demech. The Transcendence is walled off. They can't get there to stall the point or get the healing in. Eventually it comes through, but it's too little, too late is the annihilation of Zachary K. That will escort these final couple of meters, and Timeless Anomaly completed themselves in Blizzard World.
Yeah, Timeless Anomaly coming up with the best wall I've seen in a little while here. That wall blocks off the entire Transcendence, right, just to save the Diva. That wall blocks off the touch for a little while and forcing them to play super desperately, even with their tank gone. That's such a good wall from Naku and Timeless Anomaly. Also, the good point about this as well, yes, it may not have been over a minute, but they finish with time. That's the best thing you could hope for, especially on a long map like this one, where Timeless Anomaly giving themselves a better chance to go up 2-0 here. Mist Emerald's been kind of, for lack of a better words, wonky with these compositions, right? With the Sombra, with the Zenyatta here, but it's not the true form of the meta, which is why Timeless Anomaly is working out so well with it right now.
The timing and the coordination of Timeless Anomaly to just not get overwhelmed by this Sombra, by this Diva, and find a way to totally counteract it. Like, eventually, we saw that Zachary K just kind of ignored what Zenny was trying to do with Laser on the backside and just marched up across to get either Road or Cat. That's the kind of identification, the knowledge you want your tank player to have to make these sort of calls when Mist Emerald are at their weaker points and strike at that underbelly. Now that is going to force some swaps out of Mist Emerald. It appears Gungnir will stick the Ash, but Zenny now on the Mei, Cat returning to the Yana.
Yep. So Gungnir will stay on top of this Ashe, but at the same time too, for Mist Emerald, you need to find a lot of good shots here, especially going up against Soup. Remember, Soup is 1 shot, 1 kill on the headshot. Gungnir isn't. You need to land a couple of headshots, especially on a over 200 health character. So really big for Gungnir to try to find something to allow Mist Emerald to go in, especially if it's just these dynamites.
This is where having Soup on the Widow, though, will feel a little bit... Well, it will feel harder for Gungnir because you can't really take that one, but also it's a lot harder for Timeless Anomaly because you can't have your Widow far up to actually hold the space that you need to, and Gungnir gets free reign as we just saw. Mist Emerald push up off of the back of that elimination, and that should be just about hit him, and Laser does get slowed down. That was a very nice couple of shots there to actually get the D-Mech, and we'll buy a chance for a later contest, but we need a reset right now.
This is brave. Gungnir is being very brave, just peeking, this ego peeking the Widowmaker, who at any time could roll ahead of. Yeah, no respect for the space there. But this is a much faster time bank than Mist Emerald has, and I think they finally found the mojo right with the Ashe on the back line here, getting a lot of space with this main just playing up front and center now, and Laser's gonna go off the diva, and that was just a remech essentially, and you were only at 50% anyway, so that's fine. You're just gonna lose out on a few ultimate percentages. Not like Timeless Anomaly doesn't have it, though. They only have 34% on Zachary, so as they push up here, Mist Emerald looking a lot better.
Mist Emerald, this is so much more cohesive, especially with Gungnir. Gungnir too, really taking the reins here. She's just been hitting some incredible shots, and usually Widow, and mind you, is supposed to counter Ashe. Laser hasn't given the chance for that to happen. These hyper ring plays just diving onto Soup. It's a complete liability for Timeless Anomaly, and they're almost fighting everything down a player. I would hope that we see some sort of swap over to the Ashe, which happens now, but Timeless Anomaly need to stabilize in order to actually make use of it.
Yeah, because these staggers are coming one after the other, right? Naku went down. About 5 seconds later, Fabi goes down. That's not what you kind of want. Yes, it's wave respawns, but just staggering over and over again really isn't going to help you, and especially if you're not pressuring this Ashe whatsoever, this Ashe just keeps firing away, and good wall as well separating it out for right now.
Wall will slow down the pace. Naku is another Blizzard, which zones out the objective, but Zachary K and Fabi, they just got burned down in the front lines, and their supports weren't in position fast enough. Too much. The power of that orbital array, Mist Emerald have snowballed their way through second point. Where was this on their defense?
Yeah, also, where did the May go? Absolutely melted. Also at Crawford's, mind you, also had the ice block just to save, and yet didn't even get a chance to press shift. Didn't even get a chance. So Naku goes down, and with a Blizzard as well gone as too, but the big thing for Timeless Anomaly, they will have both of their support ults, well, try to at the very least. Fabi will have the orbital ray, but the big thing here, Bob's made such a difference for Soup. Can it make a difference for Gungnir this time around?
Well, you're gonna need a lot if Cat's already gone. Main source of your healing and also your reason for engaging in a lot of fights. The Emerald aren't sacrificing any of the space they've already taken, leaving both Road and Laser on this little bit of high ground and ensuring that Soup can't set themselves up there. That spells disaster every time. It is the launch of the Diva into the back line. She'll go ahead and get out, uses the self-destruct as a little bit of shield, and there's the Naku that we know we've been missing. Sniper May finds 2 and forces Mist Emerald back.
May's a sniper. We're gonna keep saying it all weekend long. We've been saying it. May's a sniper, proving it correct yet again. Naku getting up to 64%, even though at the last fight was only at 12%. Here, Riley starts it off though.
The rally first out of instinct, but no one is really in smacking range. That is a stun, forcing the nano onto Laser. Many ultimates being used in this fight. Oh, the zoning on that. The Bob is completely negated. The only problem is he can't really save Naku, and you just got the Blizzard online as well. Oh, Timeless Anomaly really gonna want that tool later on. You'll have to commit other resources instead, such as Soup's Bob here. Kind of walled off and isolated. Now you're even putting the Annihilation here. Ton of tools that were pressed on both sides. I believe that was 3 from Mist Emerald and 4 out of Timeless Anomaly.
That could have been a lot worse if Instinct doesn't boop away that entire Bob. That could have been a lot worse because they're charging right into the middle of the team, and a May wall will just separate you out unless everybody pulls back, which would have allowed Mist Emerald to have a lot more space. So just by one whip shot, Instinct is making great plays.
Instinct continuing to show how important the break is to this lineup. And Blizzards too. Those tend to win you fights, especially when they're not matched by an opponent. Naku takes care of the tank all by themselves, and Missed Emerald, what used to be 5 minutes has now become 3.
Still plenty of time on the clock, but the way that cart is there, the way the cart is just sitting there around first corner makes this a little bit more difficult, because not only can Timeless play against that cart, they're playing around the corner. They have the space to work with as well. The orbital ray comes in first though.
Orbital ray from above, missed Emerald. Assassinate Fabi off of that. Laser has been doing a great job working with Road through these hyper rings. You throw an orbital ray on top of it. That's what you call a recipe for success. Timeless Anomaly can't withstand all of that extra damage.
Yeah, the big difference here, right, between the D.Va and the Ramatra, there's a lot more mobility on the D.Va, and credit again. I know we keep saying Laser's name, but credit to Laser once again, diving into the back line. The Ramatra's just sitting there blocking all the frontal damage, and Laser's there to take off the back line. So right now, as they push into final corner, this is going to be tough for them. Miss Emerald only got one ultimate on the board, but so does Timeless Anomaly, and it's a rally.
Instincts rallies, they've done great work in the past, but she has to stay alive. Look how quickly she got chunked out. That had to have been shots from Gungear from way out there. It'll be the self-destruct now. Destroys most of the shield, and the overhealth no longer an advantage for Timeless Anomaly. Still have the Bob and the Nano boost now out there. Laser is looking like an ultimate raid boss right now. Bursting down Fabi, but Whip Shot Instinct kept their support partner alive for long enough to get an orbital ray up. This actually might be a chance for Timeless Anomaly to stall. Laser has just been doing so much work uncontested. As a matter of fact, Timeless Anomaly are just crumbling under the pressure of this D.Va player. The Blizzard did get canceled though. Timeless can come back. They have Annihilation and one from Naku too. But no, it's enough. The first Blizzard of the day to get munched, and it's Laser to do it. Miss Emerald are trying to make this the last fight of the map. Get it with some little bit of time on the clock, but with how quickly Timeless Anomaly, their heroes, return to the fight. Miss Emerald, they're gonna have to take another whack at this. Holy soup!
Oof, that's 3 headshots as the exit frags come into play, but man, oh man, Timeless Anomaly holding on for dear life. Man, and you can credit Zachary there for the annihilation as well, resetting the armor, allowing the rest of the team to come back into play. I also want to mention Laser again, just diving into that backline, but this time around, it does not work. And now Miss Emerald, though, will come up with a self-destruct, but will not come up with the same time bank. So they have to finish this here and now because they were too slow on the kills. They'll have the orbital ray, they have the self-destruct, and now Timeless Anomaly, by the way, Instinct on the Kiriko instead.
Oh! And that's Gungear. I think it was a combination of just poke damage from a couple different players on Timeless Anomaly. The main player who's been opening fights with eliminations is now gone. Laser attempting to get a remake off, but no! Zachary K got so aggressive. Soup! What is that? Woo! That is disgusting. There wasn't even an opportunity for Miss Emerald to do ult there.
Yeah, so check the PC. Check the PC. Check Soup's PC.
Check the PC.
I know. 9 seconds left to go. Can anybody even get a touch though? I mean, they're gonna get close to the D.Va maybe, unless a wall blocks them off. You got no flash? Okay, you do.
Flash? No, you can get in. You can get in. This orbital ray is the best chance that we're going to see Miss Emerald have in taking a map off of Timeless Anomaly so far. It didn't think it's been on this Kiriko long enough to build up an ultimate. It's just really in the hands of Gungear. How can they land shots? Soup and Gungear have been exchanging blows, but with only one Ash player alive, one will have to make a greater impact. Naku, Blizzard on the objective, attempting to keep players far, far away, and they do just that with the tank. Zachary K is still alive and building close to an annihilation. Miss Emerald, their chances of winning this fight are getting slimmer by the second, and it just might be about over. Zachary pushing everyone away from the objective. Instinct and Soup to cut it all down. That is now a 2-0 lead for Timeless Anomaly.
And Timeless Anomaly playing that perfectly right. You knew that even if you lost somebody, you would still get the respawns there, but Soup playing that well. The Bob was insane there to just force out anything. I will say though, for Miss Emerald's side, their Bob was good too, because it knocked up any of the insane push-ups that would have happened with the Kitsune Rush, and this is out of the exit as well. This is just insane, just the snaps onto the heads. But regardless though, Soup comes up big, and as well as the tank, the annihilation at the end of the map too, that's coming up massive to push it out and making sure that they secure the point. I think that's why they stalled it out as long as possible, because you know in an overtime situation, if an annihilation gets popped, you are finished, because you need to stay on that point the entire time, and there ain't no way you're surviving that.
No, just literally no chance. It's like that. There's not a worse time to have to look that ultimate in the eyes and you're like, well, that's unfortunate.
Yep.
Like, you can't exist on the point, and I really liked that Ramatra. We didn't even see Zachary K swap at any point. It's
Yes.
rare that we've seen the Diva fighting the Ramatra head on. It's usually one team will make a swap and the other tank matches it. So having this Diva and Ramatra sort of warfare has been very interesting to watch, and they haven't really been trying to counter each other's playstyles. It's kind of just you run past each other and see which one can get more done within that given fight.
Yeah, and at the same time too, right? You talk about not switching. I think this is more for a fact of stability. I think this was kind of more comfort, if anything, for that Ramatra, because that Ramatra stayed still, even in that enclosed space, right? We saw it earlier on whenever we got to see that third point of Blizzard World, right? Whenever we got to go towards that at the end, even in the Challenger Series, all of them would pick Ramatra to end it because Ramatra is such a good pick in that enclosed area, right? Even the Annihilation at the end saves that last fight, even if it was close, even if it was trade for trade, that Annihilation still comes up big in that small enclosed area where there's not a lot of room to run. So that Ramatra comes up big in the end, and you didn't really need to swap anyways. But that again, credit to Laser doing their absolute best to make sure that that backline doesn't feel comfortable, and yet at the end it just comes up empty. And I want to point out as well, reminder, Mist Emerald is the #1 team out of Swiss stage. They are the #1. They were undefeated up until this point, and so right now they're down 0-2, and Timeless Anomaly is the one that made it to the grand finals first, and they're showing us why right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, it all seems like it's down and sad. You know what you do, Keegan? Yeah, give us a curveball. Yeah, give us something we haven't seen before.
Wait, don't tell me,
let me tell you, we're going to Esperanza.
Yes, Variety!
We're going to Esperanza.
Variety.
Woo! We do get more of a different map in here. I think this is a great pick, actually, from this series. If Zachary K does not want to swap off this Ramatra, and you want to stick on a Diva Juno, we're going to zoom right in there and destroy your backline style, Esperanza is just the map.
Yeah, and we finally get to see the streets of Portugal here. Esperanza will be the pick. And man, oh man, I've been waiting for some variety. In Push, we have only seen Runa Sapi. Finally, we get the curveball. Mist Emerald says we are not going to stick to what we know. It is already Esperanza that will get played. I'm so happy for this. And you're absolutely right. Staying on that Ramatra, right? Making sure that this could be better. But for Laser, at the very least, right, this Diva could make that impact. If they even chose a Pharah here, Pharah is so impactful on this map as well. So this could be signals of a lot of comp switches on either side. Look, honestly, Molly, I could be talking about compositions all I want. I'm just ready to see a different map in general.
Runa Sapi's a great map. I love it. And it's definitely become a favorite of the Overwatch community since it's been released. But eventually you can run it into the ground so much that you're going to see it in your dreams or maybe nightmares. So Esperanza, breath of fresh air. Very sunny day in Portugal right now. What is interesting, though, it doesn't seem like Laser wants to play the Diva here.
I think the Diva was mainly just to see if the team could get into the back line, but I'm figuring that Laser says, yeah, maybe the Ramatra's the play just to go face to face, and this is going to be mirror matchups on either end, except longer range. Maybe I know it's a push map, but Cat still wants to play into this Ana, which isn't bad. If you land a Bionade or two onto Timeless Anomaly, it's going to make their life a little hell if you're playing aggressively, especially around the hyper ring. You're able to use that Bionade to your advantage because they don't have anything to cleanse it on the other side.
The Cat really be the one to make a difference here for Mist Emerald. They can find a way to land those Bionades. Instinct 2. It's gonna be like a little bit harder for Instinct to do the true value that they've gotten in the past, since you will more often be playing far apart. There's not anything that's diving onto you by Mist Emerald, and it's a lot more battles kind of in this front line. Cat trying to take a couple of shots in the back, almost actually got Naku off the back of it. It actually is Laser that falls first. A little too focused on the DPS side of the Ana, and didn't have enough healing shots left over for Laser in that regard. So Timeless Anomaly will grab the first couple of meters.
Yeah, I would have said if you get the kill there, yeah, that would have been worth it. Unfortunately, taking a couple of pot shots there was not the right move because you needed to keep Laser up. Laser just melted away towards the end there, and now Naku coming up on 62%, Zachary at 55. You can tell the aggressiveness here. Yes, they want to play second level for right now, but they can just drop, and they know that Mist Emerald has to regroup and could very well just punch them out here.
Well, Zachary K in first here, taking a couple punches. Sleep Dart, though, onto the tank will slow him down. Naku, much closer to this blizzard than Zenny is right now. Unfortunately, will not have a chance to use it in this very fight. Emerald, that's a good opening to work with. But can they close it out? There's a lot of times when they get the first elimination, but they can't actually end the fights. And using the blizzard here to do just that is perfectly fine.
Yep, you get the blizzard secured. It's not too bad for you. You do get the robot back. You might even try to take the lead here, but Zachary does have an annihilation to work with. The laser will get one of their own as well, so Naku here is going to be the big factor. They will have the blizzard available to it, and now this blizzard makes such a big difference. Again, you got no cleanse to get out of it. You got really the only thing that can get you maybe an escape out of it would be the orbital ray, and even then that's got to be big unless they use it first.
The orbital ray here probably used to attack the high ground, you would assume.
You would assume, yes, but
you would assume,
yeah.
But hey, that's what they're doing. Yes, timeless anomaly. This is a great idea. Please use the orbital ray. Please use the orbital ray. I beg of thee. They're not doing it. It's Bob on Bob warfare. While Laser just makes sure that nobody else from timeless anomaly can get to the high ground in the first place. No one has used an orbital ray. How is this possible? Wow, I've never seen this ultimate held for as long as it has been. Miss Emerald aren't complaining about it. They'll finally use theirs, but after they've already gotten 2 eliminations in this fight.
yeah, they even have the lead on this, so Miss Emerald recognizing that they want to keep this lead on. They use the orbital ray, yes. It saves them for right now, but here comes, that's a great bounding off the Fabi too.
Oh, there we go. There's that rally now again. Before Fabi's orbital ray, maybe we'll see it someday, and it won't be there to save Instinct. Miss Emerald have taken advantage of Timeless Anomaly's brief staggering and indecisiveness, and may be able to grab this checkpoint off of it. I believe they're up in numbers right now, and it's a little bit chaotic. You're kind of out of ultimates, so you gotta wrap this up quickly. Thankfully, Gungnir has not been touched on this high ground. She's had free reign, and same goes for Zenny in this fight. And I don't think Timeless they only used Rally there, and they had 4 ults that whole time.
Yeah, they're going to regret not using that there. They had a chance to take the fight back, and instead that allows Mist Emerald to come back. And look, because Zachary didn't use it for so long, Laser's able to build up to another annihilation. Laser's going to have this to play with, and yet Timeless Anomaly, I don't know why they haven't used it yet, but Bob is in play now, and Bob's going to come out.
Bob from Soup, and right, goodbye Gungnir, I guess. Got pretty aggressive in the backline based on where Zachary's currently positioned. Miss Emeralds are going to be running for the hills. You have forward spawns, and Gungnir should be able to grab them. You can easily stabilize with an annihilation coming up.
Yeah, you can easily stabilize here. Zachary's going to stabilize with the rest of the team just pushing up for right now. That's a great Bionade, by the way. Another one, but it doesn't result in anything. Naku's able to get road first. That means, wait, is that using the orbital ray here?
Well, I guess you get the annihilation out. Unfortunately, you're not standing in the orbital ray for that. So you're even at this point. If you can keep your tank up, this could very well turn into something. Both ice blocks are out, and Zenny's about to be in a world of hurt. Chucks the blizzard, but no one's anywhere near it, yet they still grabbed Naku. There was a couple of supporting shots from Gungnir in the background, submitting the Bob, knowing that Zachary K is literally stuck in a corner. No way out, and that's that util from Cat, how important that can be.
Yeah, and that fight was too spread out. Missed Emerald, it does cost them a lot for that, though. They use the Annihilation, they use the Blizzard, and they use the Bob. So for right now, Zachary holding on to this isn't a terrible thing, but that's 3 straight fights now where Zachary has not used an Annihilation. So as they're going to get this robot past, it actually stopped for a little while. I don't know if anybody's on it, but they should be able to get this forward checkpoint as long as it's not contested. And that's exactly, no, they still, I mean, this is going to be an easy fight for them. Now they get, the robot's not even past first checkpoint.
No,
that's a mistake. They should have pushed it forward.
Oh, they couldn't get it quite yet. So Miss Emeralds don't have those favorable spawns that you would like to see. You shouldn't get it now. With Naku hitting the deck first, Zachary K's Annihilation isn't getting all that much value, and definitely won't with the Nano Boost onto the Laser, becoming that punching bag. Cat has had so much impact on this game at all. Instinct has shown that Brigitte just doesn't do nearly as much when there isn't some sort of dive target coming onto you here. Finding those little whip swings to trigger Inspire hasn't been happening.
Zachary finally using the ultimate, and it does nothing for Timeless. So holding on to it wasn't the right idea there. And of course for Missed Emerald at the same time, Road will get an orbital ray back. Fabi at 50% to 1. But the bigger thing I want to note there is that they won that fight. They were able to regroup and solidify at least the fight for right now. But now they get the robot pushing even further here.
And they're going to get a move, and you're not going to have Hyper Ring to really roll out on them. That's why you got Instinct doing the thing that she does best, and that is slap Laser around Road, actually. Relatively low HP as well. It was a good little forward push of aggression, and Mr. Emerald couldn't really stick with it. The bot is a problem. Oh, even if Zenny dies here, you just got so much space off of that. The fight might be lost. Missed Emerald, they got what they came for.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Zenny, I'm smiling right now. I don't even care if Zenny goes down. I don't even care if my team goes down. We got it to 112 meters. It's 3 minutes left to go, but that push may have just made Missed Emerald almost guarantee the game unless Timeless Anomaly plays nearly perfect the rest of the way here. Oh, not from the back. Oh boy.
Pulse bomb, that one goes a little bit wide. Not gonna reason swap onto the Tracer as well. We'll get that pulse bomb pretty quickly. Bionades are just insane.
Oh,
Cat
good.
always lands it onto one or
good.
two. Oh, Laser could just walk in with no fear in the world. Cat is putting this Emerald on her back in such great ways. I don't think this is a point where Timeless Anomaly can turn this without winning like 4 fights in a row.
Yeah, they're going to have to do some kind of miracle here. But again, credit to Cat. Already up to 81% to another Nano, by the way. But Cat has been landing every single one. And as soon as a big one like that appears, Laser's like, let's go, showtime. Presses Q, and the Annihilation is on. Wipes out the entire team. If Cat can keep this up, another Bionade spells doom here.
The Bob out first. It'll be frozen up. It's a nice blizzard out of Zenny, and it'll be Naku that actually ended up going down. Oh, well, usually the orbital ray is the one that decides the fight, yet this one, Timeless Anomaly, either were frozen or zoned out by a bomb. They couldn't actually use it to any sort of degree. This Emerald was still holding on to Cat's Nano, eventually popping it here, and Laser, oh boy, this is about to be a march onto the backline. That whip shot actually saves a lot of Timeless Anomaly.
Yeah, you see how much space that Nano Boost makes for onto Laser? It doesn't even have the Annihilation, by the way. It just makes that much.
Oh, speaking of Annihilation, though, Zachary K has one on their side and takes out Gun here. So less shots being fired from a range and gets Road. Doesn't quite stop the ultimate, though. So Mr. Emerald are still hoping that they can sustain long enough through this fight. That's another Bio-nade. They just don't have the health to fully sustain their way through. Cat's way out of position. Mr. Emerald got the payload plentiful.
Yeah, they got the robot up 14 more meters. It's 127 to 33. It's a minute left to go on the clock. Missed Emerald came what they got for. They got already time wasted off the clock, and now Timeless Anomaly have to play so aggressively and have to win every single fight from here on out. Nigh impossible, and this time I'll say it, with a minute left to go, this is rough sledding here for Timeless Anomaly.
It's not gonna be pretty, and it ain't gonna be easy either. It's not impossible, Keegan. We've seen it done before.
Yeah, but with a minute
Like,
left to go,
pulse bomb.
this is getting worse.
Yeah. You only have the pulse bomb. Laser is another thing, and even that ultimate goes a little bit wide. Instinct is down. Miss Emerald might just win the map right here if Laser can live long enough to get an Annihilation up, which thanks to Cat will definitely be happening. Timeless Anomaly. It's looking grim. The hopes and dreams of getting up to a finals point aren't about to come true just yet. Miss Emerald swinging back on their own map pick to keep this series a contested one at a 2-1.
Yeah, and we're not done quite yet, and we're not going to see a 4-0 series. It will be at least, if Timeless Anomaly wins the rest of 4-1, we're going to see at least 5. Missed Emerald, though, can we talk about Laser, who gets play of the game as well? Laser made so much room on that Ramattra, and I know Laser was on the Diva last time and got the better of him, and this time around, though, facing off right up against each other, it was super big, and we have to point out the difference here in compositions was Cat. Cat made sure that those Bionades made a big difference, that Nano Boost created space with Laser at the same time. Ana, in this meta, Ana would get dove a lot, but when she's not dove, she makes so much of an impact in a game. Just right at the end, right? Nano Boost, they backed away, they kited away, they respected that space, and that's just how much a Nano Boost onto a Ramattra makes. Didn't even have the Annihilation, mind you. It's just that pressure from the entire Ramattra, just with one ultimate alone on the Nano Boost, and just made so much space. So Cat there, obviously a risk to switch to the Ana, but a risk that gives out your reward for the map.
Yeah. It was a very smart map pick out of Mist Emerald right there. Not only because you can enable a lot of like your team better just on the heroes that they've been playing, but because you can put Cat on Ana and you're not afraid of her getting run over.
Yes.
You make full use of that utility. You know that Zachary's not switching over to a diva. This couldn't have gone any better. And it does show that even though Mr. Emerald did lose those first 2 maps, they're very smart and they are considering how they can continue to develop and adjust their strategy from here on out. Still plenty left to go in this first to 4 series, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you back for map number 4 after this break. We are 3 maps into our Rising Grand Finals series, and it's Timeless Anomaly who leads us at 2-1. We got a new look from Mist Emerald, specifically from Cat, back on Esperanza, where her Ana was enabled to the point that it was winning almost every single fight for the team, and that's the kind of presence that we're going to need to continue from Mist Emerald as we proceed into our Flashpoint map, which, drumroll please, New York City.
Oh, okay. I thought you really wanted it. Yeah, surprise, surprise. New Junk City is going to be the map yet again, and this is really no surprise, obviously, with this meta. But what I think this does also speak out for the fact of this Timeless Anomaly team is they do not want Cat back on that Ana. They want no pressure with that Ana whatsoever. They want to force them to go back to that Juno Brigida or whatever they want to pick out of, because Timeless Anomaly won when Cat was not on the Ana. Go figure. So you're looking at, again, back to the standard map pool pick that was New Junk City. That is New Junk City, I should say, that works better to this meta anyways. But now it becomes the gamble game, right? I mean, obviously we know that for every other team, right, every other game that we've seen so far, you would have to try to guess if there was going to be a Pharah or a Venture. This time around, though, I'm not too sure, because we haven't really seen the Venture, right? We haven't really seen the Pharah on either side, so we don't know what we're going to get in this situation here, especially this being our first Rising game that we're seeing. The composition still is up in question. I'm still wondering if it's the Tracer made the entire way through.
The DPS have had the most flexibility in selections throughout this meta. We haven't seen much other... We've really only seen Mei, Ashe, a little bit of Tracer throughout today. So on the Rising side, I do think that the hardest part will be, and where the struggle has been mostly, has been that support line for Mist Emerald. Ana, and Flashpoint in general, you're not going to see Ana played, because a lot of these points are very close together, and it is very easy to just go ahead and smack an Ana in the face. You don't really want that. Mist Emerald are going to try to do it anyways. Cat did have that much of an impact. If Timeless Anomaly can't close out the fight before those anti-ing effects really come in to make a play, then we'll have more of an issue. But I'm already feeling a lot better about Timeless Anomaly's strategy being on this Flashpoint.
Yeah, being on this point as well, going to New Junk City where you have to play a little bit more aggressively for points anyways. Mist Emerald sticking onto Cat, and Cat, again, made so much of an impact that could be the big difference here. And if Cat goes uncontested yet again, Timeless Anomaly is going to have a lot of problems, but they will be in the middle as they just kind of just poke around for right now, trying to figure it out. It will be the Venture onto Naku. They push right on in. They push past the main pillar as well. They're just trying to put all the pressure onto Laser right now, but instead it's going to be the pressure put onto the rest. Naku falling oh so low, down to some low health bar as Naku gets healed up. Soup melts away as it's going to be Laser punching and throwing hands all over. That's 2 kills on the Nemesis form and a quick fight win for the Mist Emerald team.
You didn't even need Cat really to show up there. That was more just the burst healing. The Ana has a lot more healing that can be pumped in faster, and Mist Emerald used that to their advantage. Timeless Anomaly wanted to back off to stabilize. Mist Emerald didn't give them the opportunity to, and not to mention Gungar, now uncontested rather, with Soup being off of this Ashe. Naku has to try to find a way into this backline a little bit more and apply pressure with this Venture.
Only 10% down on each of the sides of the ultimates for the DPS compared to Mist Emerald. Yet again, another fast take here, but this time around there's a little bit of a difference. Cat goes down, so is this the opportunity that Mist Emerald or Timeless Anomaly wants? Instead, though, it's a 2-for-1 trade in the hands of Mist Emerald right now, and Naku's going to try to assassinate Gungnir, which Naku does. But again, it's just trades left and right. Laser keeps chasing. Laser's going to chase down this Brigida, then chases down Naku at the same time. So if you don't take care of Naku, or rather you don't take care of Laser, all hope is lost.
And Naku did exactly what they needed to do there. You got Cat, you got Gungnir. Great. Unfortunately, Laser turned Timeless Anomaly into their own, personal, punching bag, essentially. Mist Emerald, are they gonna try to get a contest on this? Timeless Anomaly are still trying to push, and you got to touch at the end of the day, but not much to work with.
Not much to work with, indeed. They have 2 ultimates on the board for Mist Emerald, nothing on the board for Timeless Anomaly. They may not even need to use it. The Blizzard is up. That catches out Zachary, but is it going to be enough, though? Another good Bionade at the same time. Zachary can only reset the armor, but that's about it into Nemesis form. Otherwise, it's just the Mei. It's just the Brigida onto point. The Brigida goes down. The Mei goes down. Mist Emerald score first point.
And you only needed the Blizzard to do it. The rest of it was just pure brawling power out of Laser, who's really stepped it up. In all of our previous maps, but then Zachary K, who's gotten significantly more value out of this Ramatra, and it's not even close to what Laser has been able to do in this particular part. Now that we're over on to Junkyard, this is a much more open point, and Gungnir, if they are not taken care of early, she is going to have so much free space to work with here, and Timeless Anomaly already faced the consequences.
Speaking of free space, Laser's already in. It's going to go right inside, and look again, the Bionade making a big difference. Instinct switching on over to the Kiriko, but it's too late for this fight. Gungnir's going to find 2 shots, 2 headshots, and it's going to be another good fight win here for Junkyard, and what a start here for Mist Emerald. They are clean thus far.
That was a disgusting off angle from Gungear. Knew exactly where to be, and no one on Timeless Anomaly had the time to really put their eyes on the Ashe player. You can see how much more free this Ashe is actually playing because Soup isn't mirroring it anymore. Soup hasn't been able to do much on the Mei at all in comparison to it. That's why we need to be looking at Naku to perform.
Naku needs to perform here and now, but we'll find out if it's any good. Naku has the Tectonic Shock, might not even get a chance to use it. Look at all the pressure going onto Naku right now. Gets the full heal. Road will go ahead and get the torpedoes out onto Soup. Does it make a difference, though? It might not, because Zachary using the Annihilation, followed up by the rest of the team, makes it a 2-for-1 trade. Bob is going to be on the point, but the shield is there to release Stave off right now. Capo in a lot of trouble, but is able to find a way out thanks to some help for the rest of the team. It is some people onto the point right now, but not quite the flip, but it could be the flip here. Gungnir dies, Bob dies, rest of the team backs off.
Yeah, Timeless Anomaly eventually able to get onto that objective and didn't have to do too much to actually move to that point. Missed Emerald, though, losing that positioning is much more of a problem. You don't have as much rolling power with the Ashe in comparison to the Venture, and you can't initiate with your ults anymore.
Orbital Ray is going to come down to start off this fight already. That comes down from Fabi. Cat, though, is going to establish the Nano Boost onto Laser, who now has the Annihilation. Could make the biggest difference here. Naku falling also low. Who's going to get down first? It's going to be Naku that goes down to the hands of Cat. Cat feeling a little bloodthirsty, and so is the rest of the team. One Annihilation, one Nano Boost. Missed Emerald takes it back.
Laser built up over half of their ultimate in that one fight to actually pull out the Annihilation. And that is off the back of Cat's Nano Boost. Insane tag team between Laser and Cat. We've seen that all day long. When Missed Emerald win, it's because the tank and supports are on the same page. One more opportunity for Timeless Anomaly to contest. You only got a Kitsune Rush to do it.
Only have a Kitsune Rush to work with. Fabi moves on over to Lucio, and now some good shots by Soup on the mirror battle is one, but that's traded out for the DPS right away. Naku goes down. It is Zenny that's going to throw out the Blizzard onto point to try to clear this for Missed Emerald, but on the off angles that this is it going to be enough? That answer is yes. It is Laser Road that finished it off. Missed Emerald go up 2-0 looking for the sweep on NJC.
And we needed to see that swap from Soup and Naku to come in eventually. However, you do it so late in that point that you don't have any big tools to counter what Miss Emerald have been doing consistently. As we look towards our next flashpoint, it will be Refinery, and since you don't really have a Mei here, Timeless Anomaly are going to have all that more of a hard time actually getting to these objectives. The teams will arrive and be able to fight on the opposite points of the directive, and it makes whoever wins this first fight ever the more important.
Drop down into the Refinery hero. Timeless Anomaly will go ahead and use it. That's a great Bionate. Instinct only cleanses. Instinct. Zachary is still in of it. However, Naku changing on over to the Tracer instead. We'll go ahead and dive into the back line. Cat is now gone. Big chunk of your healing is now gone. And this will be Timeless Anomaly takes rightful advantage of it. The big swap there is going to be Naku taking down Cat. Cat's in a whole lot more trouble now that you got Tracer in the back line.
Soup and Naku look so much more comfortable on those respective heroes, and this is great because if you lose that first fight, you're just at the mercy of Zenny's Mei walls and eventually this orbital raid that Missed Emerald has been building up to. And now Gungear, look at this! You can't fight Soup! Gungear's been disrespecting them all game. It seems like, nah, not today, pal.
We're gonna say it. Soup is cooking. Soup is cooking a little bit here with those, some of those headshots here, maybe simmering a little bit, but Soup is there. Soup's got a Bob available. Rhoda has the orbital ray to them as well. See if it's worth anything here. Halfway home to the first point for Timeless Anomaly. First potential point, I should say, here on Refinery. Missed Emerald regrouping to the backside right now. Bob will get thrown out. Bob's spelled.
Oh no!
Bob gets thrown in the hole, so Bob's going to do absolutely nothing for this fight. Soup misses on that. Is this advantage here for Missed Emerald? Orbital Ray is out at the same time. Is this going to be enough? Because Bob is down there. Bob's not doing anything. Soup falling down oh so low. Health, good thing you got good healers there. Bionate on Naku, who recalls right away. Annihilation will get popped out just to clear up this point as we go into final fight territory, at least for Refinery. But it might be too little, too late. Gungnir will find 4, and it's going to be the flip. Missed Emerald 1. Good headshots to clear it out. Missed Emerald get the point back.
We saw Gungear get absolutely styled on by Soup at the start of that, just for Gungear to come back, cracks knuckles. All right, bring it on, buddy, and just destroy Timeless Anomaly at the final end of their return. Missed Emerald do have to win this for another fight or two, but that can guarantee them the map. And looking at how many shiny buttons they have going here for them, Keegan, it's going to be really tough for Timeless Anomaly to get at least this engaged.
3 ultimates coming online here for Missed Emerald. Timeless Anomaly with only 2, but that's both of the support buff that could help. There's the nano boost that's going to go right onto Laser. Annihilation, and Nanolation, I should say, is out. And alongside of a Hyper Ring, that is tough to try to find your way out of here. Annihilation is still active, though. Go ahead and use the Blizzard here just to clear out the point. The Blizzard catches nothing, but at the same time, it does force them back. Gungnir is able to find Naku in the backline as well. Each and Air Rush could be the difference here as they go right on in. Zachary uses Nemesis forms to punch away, and that's right on to the Mei. And the Mei could make the biggest difference here. It will be some kind of space made. Overtime clock is forced out in a 4v4 situation here. Find out who wins it as the punches keep coming up. Zachary's able to get rid of Gungnir. The shots just keep landing. Nobody's pressuring Soup, which means Soup is allowed to cook. Soup is allowed to hit shots. Naku's in the back line. Both of the supports down. Both of Laser is down as well. Timeless Anomaly is going to hold on, and they stay alive here in NJC.
And just barely. I thought for a solid half of that fight, Mist Emerald were for sure going to close it out. It was the heroics of Naku and Zachary K just saying, screw it. We're walking to the back line and hoping for the best. Mist Emerald switching up their strategy. We got Zenny returning over to the Sombra. Much harder to pull off, though, now that you're not playing it alongside the D.Va. Love to see what Zenny is able to do, and I really hope that they can play kind of safe with how much Naku has been doing.
Yeah, Zenny's going to come up big for the Sombra especially. I mean, it's 2-1. Yes, you could give up another point, but you don't want to give up all too much. Naku, though, is able to land the pulse bomb onto Gungnir. That's a great start for you. Now you're only down to a Sombra, and that means it's a back-off scenario. You don't have your main source of damage down. Really, that's just a clean backup. That means Timeless Anomaly is going to get this for free unless Mist Emerald wants to play this, and they absolutely are going to try. And that is a hack and a Bionate onto Zachary. It's a good thing you're back into Nemesis form just for that. A Sleep Dart onto the Bob means that Bob is null and void, but Bob is woken up. You can't take any more of that space upstairs. That separates out the rest of the team. Laser is down there by themselves, by their lonely selves, and it's going to be Timeless Anomaly with the first catch on the point.
Soup's Bob won that fight for Timeless Anomaly. Had Mist Emerald been able to regroup with Cat, Road, and Zenny, we'd be seeing a much different outcome. Separating Laser from the squad and getting the stagger on to Cat, too. They're trying to take as many pickoffs off as they can, realizing Mist Emerald has been setting the tempo too long.
Mist Emerald keeping this tempo. They're still going to stay on the Sombra. I not agree with the Sombra all too much here, especially in a situation where you just got to keep pushing up. Timeless Anomaly has an ultimate on the board. Nobody else does at the moment, but they are coming up on a nano boost. They are coming up on a Bob at the same time. They might not even need it. Gungnir is able to take down Instinct, rolling the head off. And it's going to be Zachary with an Annihilation just to maybe counter it out. That's a hack in the back line. That's a good Bionate onto Soup as well. Nothing to cleanse it. Do they know it's only 15 health? Now they do. Gungnir is able to explode Soup on that Dynamite here. And everybody else is going to drop. It's a 5v3 scenario. And it will be Mist Emerald holding on barely to the second point now.
Oof, that was a really good, like, honestly, after you get that first pick out of Gungnir, Timeless Anomaly, their best hope was just don't use any ultimates and see how long that we can live. You got it to one fight territory. That is considered a W in that side. Mist Emerald, though, you're... Yep. Oh, yeah, Mist Emerald, they got to keep an eye out for Zenny, though. This EMP is coming up fast, and they're not even trying to scout for her.
No, not at all. I mean, you don't have a Brig at all to protect anything. You've only got a Cleanse to work with here in this case. Zachary's going to have the Annihilation online. Cat still having a nano boost. Gungnir didn't even need to use the bomb. It's 41% to 96. Timeless Anomaly need this in order to keep this map alive. That's a sleep onto Zachary, who didn't use that, so that's going to be a big part of this. However, Laser will punch away. That's a nano boosted Laser.
Is that an Ajax?
And you do not want to be in front of the hands. You do not want to be in front of these fists when you're nano boosted. Laser comes up big, and it's 67% final fight territory.
Did Fabi's sound barrier go off at all in that point? I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter right now. Timeless Anomaly need to race themselves back to the objective. They're about to lose their second map in a row. You have all the ultimates to work with, but it can all be put lights out here, depending on what Zenny decides to do.
Mist Emerald wants to come back here. They want to tie this up at 2 apiece. Timeless Anomaly have only this to try to stop it here, but it's a virus kill onto Zachary. Things are starting to melt away. The Sombra comes up big, finds up 2. This keeps it a rush. It's done. It's over. It's wiped out. A 3-1 win for on NJC New Junk City. And guess what? On New Junk City, we got a new game. This 1st-4 is now a 1st-3. Is it now a 1st-2, rather, I should say. And it is going to be a best of 3 from the best of 7. My, oh my, what a game for Mist Emerald to tie the series up.
Mist Emerald seriously have stepped it up. I started talking about this series like there's no way that Cat plays the Ana here, right? Ana is not flashpoint friendly. Mist Emerald could care less. And you know what that had to do with? Laser just freaking popped off. That's the best way I can say it. Laser played out of her mind in this particular point, and the enabling from Cat, the swaps out from Zenny, even though we doubted the Sombra, came up really big in these last fights, just getting information and scouting out what Timeless Anomaly were trying to do with these rotates, preparing for these fights faster. Mist Emerald looks so much more in control, and we're no longer questioning why this series went 5 maps last time these two met.
Yeah, and it will go 5, but we'll see more than that. We know it's a 1st to 4 scenario in either case here, where we're gonna neither of these next 3 maps can tie. So let's just say it's a Swiss stage game here. It is essentially Swiss. It's a 1st to 2 best of 3 scenario at this point. We're tied up at 2 apiece, and this game is looking really, really fun to watch. It's looking even on both ends. Sure, Timeless Anomaly won the first 2, but Mist Emerald comes back for the next 2, and you can guess why. I mean, the composition has not really changed. The one thing that has changed is that Ana. That Ana makes that change, and now we go on to our next escort map, which, if I heard this right, we might have a different map again. That's 2 different maps in a row. We are not going to Watch Point in Gibraltar. We have seen that 2 times already. We're seeing it 2 for 2. It will be 2 for 3. We are headed to Rialto.
Rialto. Shocked that this map hasn't been picked. It is a fan favorite, and honestly, Keegan, I can't remember the last time that I've seen Rialto played in a competitive match. It's been a minute. It's always been
a
like
while,
Circuit
yeah.
Royale, a lot of Circuit. Circuit's been played a lot. We've had some Route 66, a lot of Circuit happening.
Yeah.
So Rialto, well, really Circuit's not in the pool, so we pick Rialto for now. Likely similar compositions, but this is great for Cat. This is great for this Ana that's been popping off, and it doesn't solve any of the issues. The only way that I can think that this has changed is you stay on this Kiriko Lucio to hope that you have some sort of cleanse and you can keep this pace up, or you try to swap onto a diva of some sorts and hope you can eat the Bionade or just get up in Cat's face. Otherwise, you're just kind of sitting ducks. You're at the mercy of what the Lord Cat decides you are able to do at this point.
Kind of weird that Cat's the lord of this team, but it kind of is right now, right? That's the big difference. Look, on the other side already, it forced out a Kiriko. It forced out Instinct to switch from what Instinct's been really good at this entire series with that Brigitte, but instead forces out a Kiriko instead, because you know that cleanse is going to have to be really good, except for the fact that now that your healing is mainly focused on that Kiriko Lucio, that Juno makes a lot of difference as well. That Juno makes the big difference with the hyper range, the torpedoes, right? Every single thing Juno has in that kit, that orbital ray, is such a game changer as well, and that just lets Laser roam free. That just lets Laser play Laser's game. And right now, this Mist Emerald team looking a lot different, looking like the #1 seed that didn't have to get here through the lower bracket, making sure that they were undefeated 12-0. And now they're looking much more like it. The problem now is, can they keep this up? They got to go 2 more to win it, but they got to keep this up. And right now, like you said, Rialto doesn't solve a lot of problems, right? This Ana, as a support player myself, right, I know this Rialto map is one of my favorites as an Ana, because you can play so far back, right? You can play far back unless you have a sniper or an Ashe of some sort to put the pressure on. Even a Diva could put the pressure on, but that just means that Diva has to travel a far ways away. And if the rest of the team is going to follow up with that, that's not going to be good news for you, because you're running out of your rocket boosters, right? Your team, if it's a Mei, is already going to put the pressure onto you at the same time. So really, this is working to catch strength, if anything, on this map.
Mm-hmm. There was that period of time, I think in the first 2 maps, we didn't see Mist Emerald settle on what their support line was going to be. It was the Juno for a bit, we had the Baptiste, and it wasn't until map 3 in East Bronze we're like, okay, on a Juno, this is it, we're sticking with it. And it hasn't changed since, because you haven't needed to. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Timeless Anomaly has yet to show a solid answer to what this looks like, and honestly, to them, it may seem like that, you know, is the Ramontra, is Laser the one that's in the kill feed right now? Surely she's the one that we should be dealing with, but no, it's the one that's enabling her. Mist Emerald weren't able to do this much until Cat swapped over to that Ana and really put Adapter on this fast tempo that Timeless Anomaly set from the start.
Yeah, for right now, this Timeless Anomaly team is going to have to set their own tempo here, and especially for the fact, right, that they have, the last 2 maps have all just been because of Cat. Remember, they only swapped one part of this composition, and this was Ana. But yet again, as we watch like things like Face It, Overwatch Champion Series, even in Korea, they were playing this Juno Ana just because you have that Bionate possibility, as well as Juno's aggressiveness. If you can land one good Bionate, that aggressiveness from the Hyper Ring and everybody else just running into it makes a big difference. So Mist Emerald taking that composition, running it for themselves, have won the last 2. And now as we go into Rialto, this is a big map, right? This is huge. Let's just imagine that at the top of your board, it is 0-0. It is there is no score on this board. We are essentially tied. It's a first to 2, best of 3 at this point that starts off with Escort. This is a big map for either side as we take a look at their team comps.
And nothing really has changed, other than the fact that Soup has picked up a Widowmaker on that side. So Soup didn't really find Gungear last, incredibly enough, when these two faced off on this sniper roll. But I still see Cat on this Ana. Zenny returning towards the Mei. That was not only allowed around this first corner, but they just had no way to get to this high ground.
Yeah, and you can see on the back end here, Soup is able to get rid of Gungear, but that doesn't mean the end of it yet. It's just one pick. Is it the big enough pick, though? That's your far off range, and the Widow still has to play far back. Yes, you're worried about the headshot, but it's Laser not worried about a single darn thing. It is Laser that punches away onto Zachary at the very least, and that's not good for you. Again, you don't have any pressure for you, and around this corner, it is so hard to try to recover.
We were talking about what you could do to kind of zone out Cat. Widowmaker's definitely a way. Soup actually ended up winning the duel against Gungear for the first time, and now can even just make sure Cat can't peek certain angles to actually heal Laser. This is just a good strat of having the Widow exist, puts pressure onto your opponent. I want to see how this goes, especially with Instinct acting as a personal bodyguard. Oh!
Just, oh, that shot. That's a brave peek right now. But meanwhile, down the middle, we have the 2 Ramonsters just kind of punching each other out, just trying to see who's going to get the better of it right now. Gungear already has to use the coach gun to get out. Meanwhile, Laser, though, doesn't really care, and Gungear is just going to run right up to Zachary and give him a good hello and a head roll off. It's going to be Timeless Anomaly. That's 2 quick fights, but 2 minutes gone.
Yeah, 2 minutes gone, and there hasn't been much progress really to be made. Soup has not been peaked. So let's think about that when we come here. Soup hasn't really been able to get these angles that you would like to for a Widowmaker. You can only apply pressure if you're allowed to move into these high ground spots, and at this point, Mist Emerald has been playing so far back and just supporting your tank hold on the mid.
Yeah, it's just trying to hold on as long as possible here and trying to get themselves around the corner. Can they get in there? Yes, they can. Zachary's able to punch in and is able to find at least 2 eliminations here. Laser, though, will pop the Annihilation as well as Zachary. See if this makes any bit of a difference here. That's just for the armor reset for right now. But Laser might be able to make this comeback here. That is 2 down because of the Annihilation, and just holding on. Zachary's time is going to run out here very, very soon. But Zachary's and Laser's one will both one out, meaning it's an even trade. And if you're talking about spawn rooms, this is in favor of Mist Emerald.
Well, this is the important thing now, though, is you're in this open space. Soup has much more of a deadly factor, and Mist Emerald have the ult bank to counter it out.
Blizzard's going to push them out just for right now. That is Zenny's ultimate that is used, but nobody's caught inside of the Blizzard. They'll keep this there. Now the Blizzard might catch at least 2 unless there's a Hyper Ring, but there's no Hyper Ring to be found. And when there's no ring, there is no happiness at all. And it's going to be found that 1 goes down. That is Cat that goes down in the hands of the Blizzard. But before Cat goes down, it's a post-mortem nano boost onto Laser just to keep Laser up and alive with less than a minute left to go. This fight has to start dirty here from Mist Emerald, but can they keep this going? And up above, Gungear gets sniped out by Naku. Naku having to force out the crowd freeze already, but Gungear has bomb in the background. Then Zachary does go down. It actually forced them out. The only one above here, and they have not taken care of Naku just yet, but Naku finally falls down. This might have been a mistake here just to separate out. Naku might get stalled out here.
And that's a nasty stagger, continuing. There's only 32 seconds on the clock. Gungear's Bob just saved the day for Mist Emerald. They are 1 fight away from getting a full hold. The only realistically good thing Timeless Anomaly have is going to be this rally. Get Instinct in there and allow her to brawl alongside Dakaray. Mist Emerald cannot match that, but it has to be without a Bionade from Cat coming in.
Zachary has the ultimate almost available. Soup will have the infra sight. Big thing, Instinct does have the rally coming up here in 2%. Only needs 1 armor pack to do it. But here we go. What could be the final fight here between Timeless Anomaly and Mist Emerald on this side of the floor. Soup will use the infra sight. It might not still be enough. Then he has to use the crowd freeze, but that's in the middle of everything. And the Annihilation will come out as well. Bust out of the crowd freeze. just in time to watch that annihilation shatter the hopes and dreams here. Everybody else backs off, and the only one that's left is Yana, who jumps off. It is 2.5 minutes added to Timeless Anomaly's bank.
Told you what needed to happen. Get in there. Brawl with instinct. Yeah, do that long enough and get your way up to an annihilation and Timeless Anomaly and get themselves moving. And most importantly, across this bridge, you do not want to have to deal with Gungnir set up on that high ground walking across a bridge with zero cover to begin with. Best Emerald will still have control of that specific space, and with an annihilation from Laser, Timeless Anomaly need to get aggressive quickly, and that's exactly what you do to Naku.
May being the sniper and taking out Gungnir this time around. It's going to be 2 snipers on this Timeless Anomaly side as Soup gets another one for themselves as well. And Juno's going to go head-to-head against Soup there. Is that the right idea? I don't know if it was. Instincts there to whip shot away Road, and Road might have gotten gutsy, might have costed them the fight.
The personal bodyguard has come into play. Instinct and has been Soup's best friend throughout this entire point, and it really just keeps him safe. You get free shots. You don't have to worry about the Widow.
Yeah, and it's going to be frozen. Oh my goodness, no, that's a frozen Juno, but the frozen Juno is actually kept alive. The wall actually takes away the Juno's position, and now Road's going to be able to use that orbital raid to miss Emerald's advantage here. That's going to be at least the annihilation popped out at the same time too, so they waste away at least a minute, but that card moves up so far as Mist Emerald swaps on over. They make a few swaps. Cat on the Zenyatta, and Zenny goes back to the Sombra.
If you're Timeless Anomaly, you wanted to get that all the way through because Mist Emerald can now set up and provide some poke damage on this bridge, and that notoriously stops up so many teams. Soup has to make sure that their squad can get on all the way through to this point, which does seem to be the case for now. There isn't much to work with in terms of the ultimate bank. You need to win this dry, and Naku and Zachary have to be the ones to help you do it.
Gotta find out if they can even push through here. Timeless Anomaly being stopped with 40 seconds left to go. Last time they were held off. They only have that overtime clock to work with. This time around they have 40 seconds, but it might not even matter. The Virus and the Dynamite killing the bodyguard duo, if you will. And the Dynamite might be even getting a little bit more, but missing on the Dynamite here. Juno and Ramontra clear off back with each other. Has the Hyper Ring to work with, and Gungnir is just gonna use the Coach Gun to get away, but getting away is not an option when Fabi is in the skies looking for it. It's gonna be the Zenyatta Discord Orb that lands onto Naku, but Naku is out of the LOS, meaning that the Zenyatta is kind of free and doesn't even have the Transcendence. Just separates out for right now, but the positioning wise, it is Naku that is isolated out, and the Torpedoes finish that off. 4 seconds left to go before Timeless Anomaly is stopped right in their track. Gonna be a hack onto the Juno for right now, but the Juno's able to fly away. But this is still gonna be enough. I mean, the overtime clock is on, and they need to show up here. The spawn room's not in their favor at all, and Gungnir's gonna make sure that Soup is out of play here. Bob comes out for Gungnir, which could make a difference, at least onto the payload, and on the payload they'll need to be for the rest of the time. But with no time left to go on the clock, Yukiriko cannot do anything either. Timeless Anomaly has hit the fence of Mist Emerald.
Oh, that Sombra play out of Zenny. They just weren't ready to keep Soup alive. Instinct had to bail and go help the rest of the front line. Miss Emerald had way too many angles on Timeless Anomaly. They were looking everywhere, trying to figure out which target they should do first. And while all that consideration was happening, Zenny took things into their own hands and just dealt with Soup to begin with. Wonderful stop from Miss Emerald here on this point, and shows how their adaptation and just in general helping Cat stay up to be a win condition for their team is immensely leading towards their success. Timeless Anomaly really couldn't get much out of their Widowmaker after that second point hit, and same thing with Instinct. You were just down 2 constantly on an off angle where you really can't find many off angles where that payload ended up getting stopped, and the overall positioning of it came back to bite them. Once we start to look at this defense, it makes a lot more sense to have Soup on the Widow, Naku back over to that Mei. Mist Emerald seem to want to keep Zenny on the Sombra for the time being, which will be really good for closing a lot of these gaps since you can't be seen in the first place.
Yeah, and for right now, for Mist Emerald, they are looking good, only giving up a point, and especially, again, Cat making such a big difference on the Annihilation paired up with the Nano Boost, or just a Nano Boost in general onto Laser. You saw it in that kind of last fight ditch scenario where Mist Emerald wanted to try to hold on to the first point, and that Nano Boost made such a huge difference. So Mist Emerald this time will open up with the Sombra instead, maybe just trying to disrupt Soup, but if Instinct is there, Instinct is going to duel up. Although that's a 2-for-1 trade you take any day if you're Mist Emerald, just based on the fights alone. But let's see what happens here. Around the first corner, they will give. They'll play all on this upper stairwell on the second level here. Dynamite lands, is able to get a few damages up, and I think that's going to be on to Laser, who gets healed up right away. or rather onto Zachary, I should say, who gets healed up right away. But now it's going to be a quick in. They're going to go right around the corner. No shots landing for Soup, but how about Naku taking care of a headshot? That's onto Gunganir, and this is some force now going right up against the Blazer, who gets healed up, but just that one pick alone forces them back.
And that's all you really need. You're just looking for your Widowmaker to find the shots, and Soup is perfectly capable, or rather Naku, the double sniper competition that Timeless are surely running right now. It can shut down the DPS line and forces a stop off the Sombra pretty dang quick here. You do need to be careful with these angles. Timeless Anomaly have a deadly setup in this first corridor. Zachary K only really needed to solve the payload.
They need to stop them soon. 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Remember, Timeless Anomaly stopped Mist Emerald all the way through. Naku's gonna win that fight and takes down Gunganir. And I think probably that Ash is thinking, wait, when did Cassidy turn into Mei? All of a sudden, just the headshots rolling after one or another here as Zachary getting bionated out. And yet again, that's just the force back. One pick, and Mist Emerald trying to figure this out.
Mist Emerald. They're still trying to take a crack at this point. They haven't really been able to dislodge anyone so far. And those bionades from Cat, I'm sure you got one into Zachary K at like point blank range here, hasn't been able to do much otherwise.
Yeah, you had an opportunity to take down the Mei there. It's going to be the Ash versus the Mei, but this time the Ash gets the win. 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Mist Emerald may have found the door open. And can they push through the rest of it here? That's going to be the Dynamite right onto the Mei, who has to use the crowd freeze. Might not even have it in this case, but Zenny does have it finally. Now they will use the Orbital Ray. Fabi is there to try to make sure that this fight can turn right around, and they might have just done it as well. The Torpedoes hit at the same time too, pushing them all the way back, and that's a big play from Timeless Anomaly to hold on.
And they're still up. Fabi is zooming right now. She'll be able to get out, no problem at all. That's a very, very early Orbital Ray. I don't think that was intentional in the slightest. Fortunately for Miss Emerald, you got Nano, you got Annihilation. This should be enough to hold on.
Well, you have the rally at the same time too, so Instinct has to come up big with the rally. If it is, it's going to be the Annihilation, and it's going to run right them on over. Zachary finds Gunganir. This Annihilation is going to have to be Big Cat, not even using the Nano Boost yet, but the Nano Boost does finally go on to Laser, and Laser's going to turn this fight on to 10. The Nano Boost and all with the help of Cat. Cat may go down, but Laser's found 2. Is it enough? Soup has to drop down with the rest of the team, and Laser finds Fabi for yet again another kill with this Ramatra. Can Soup land a headshot here? No, it's just going to be Laser taking over, and a minute left to go. You can add another 2.5 to the bank.
Once again, we're back to the saga of Cat enabling Laser to take over this series single-handedly. Miss Emerald move their way through this bridge and will still both of their DPS ultimates to work with. Soup really hasn't been able to do anything for the past couple of minutes or so. Laser's had so much pressure on the front line, or Gungear has moved away from just the icicles that Naku has been chucking in their direction. A much better look, and Miss Emerald want to take as much space as they possibly can.
Yeah, they really got to find the space right now, but the space is not coming to them because Naku's already found Zenny down, and that is a sleep on the Zachary, but it's only going to last for 2 seconds anyways. It's still not enough. There's no damage behind to pick that up, and the Blizzard isn't there either, so this is just maybe a lost fight, if not, but it's Laser just trying to build up an ultimate here, and Laser is already 70% to another one where they use the Annihilation at the same time. There's the Blizzard out from Naku, invested just to force away this team from Miss Emerald as Timeless Anomaly win another fight.
They get the stabilize there and kind of just back off as a result. Miss Emerald have been much more tempoed in their disciplined level of plays. You didn't get to use either of your DPS ults, and this is where Soup can be a problem. You gotta respect those Widow's sight lines. Thankfully, it's shoved down just enough, and you need to be a little bit more scared of this Blizzard.
Well, you got to be scared of the Bob as well. The Bob's going to come out here. It's going to be the Orbital Ray out from Fabi. Fabi's going to make this, try to make the best of it for this team, but it's also a really, really good shot here. Fabi does go down here, and now the counter Orbital Ray from Road will allow Laser to use the Annihilation to go right on in. That's 2 ultimates invested, and that might have been good enough for Miss Emerald to push through.
And Miss Emerald a couple meters away. Timeless Anomaly, they're going to have to get a super fast touch on here. Miss Emerald used every single one of their tools, so a contest here, especially if Zachary K gets this Annihilation up, could be devastating.
Zachary is close to an Annihilation, 92%, but a Bionade! A great Bionade from Cat saves it, and nobody else touches. That is it. Cat comes up clutch yet again. The stall could have happened, but the stall is null and void. Miss Emerald has won 3 in a row. They are 1 away from winning minor number 2.
Cat, how many times do we have to say that name? Single-handedly winning fights for Miss Emerald, enabling Laser to succeed, and you just look at how much Laser has been able to do. It's because the strong positioning and protection of their flex support player. Wow, Miss Emerald have seriously stepped it up since they got Cat on her best hero. Keegan, 3 in a row now. Not only is the confidence through the roof on the side of Miss Emerald, Timeless Anomaly, you have to be sweating it at this point.
Yeah, Timeless Anomaly has to find a way to try to push through. Look, Cat's been making so much of an impact. As soon as that Ana switches on over, you know that there's a problem if they're winning 3 in a row. They've only made one switch, right? Denny and Gungnir have really been kind of flopping around, right? Have the Mei, have the Tracer possibility, have the Ashe. But the one thing that was constant throughout the last 3 games has been that Ana's impact, allowing, like you said, enabling Laser to push right on in, allowing Laser to punch away and turning fights on its head. They're just turning the tables right around onto Timeless Anomaly. And right now, in a 3-2 scenario where the game is not over yet, Timeless Anomaly cannot be dropping their heads. They've got one more game to go through. And look, this is the kind of map that they won last time. Remember, they didn't win, I should say, but they are going to push now, right? So they are going to go through another push map. And this is where it started, right? This is where the fall down started. So if you're Timeless Anomaly, yes, you're sweating, but you really have to get it together, because otherwise it's over. You're in second place. And yes, the points may be just a little bit of a differential, but in the series where every single point matters, a first place is a different to second. It is a control map. Oh, I'm sorry, I read this wrong. It is a control next. My apologies. So this is where actually Timeless did win control. So maybe you can make the comeback here.
You always have the chance to do so. I'll say it once again, technically, Ana is supposed to be weaker on control maps. I don't think this Emerald cares, honestly. Like, why would you? If it's working, why would you try to change it? You can't go to Lijiang Tower. So on the good side for us, Keegan, it does mean we will not see how many, I don't even know how many series we've casted. This will not be an 8th rendition of Lijiang Tower. Yeah, so we will not get 8 Lijiang Towers in a row. We will only have 7. He will have to pick from either Ilios, and I don't even remember what the other one is because we haven't picked it.
It's either Ilios or Nepal that they're going to go through here. So I'm assuming that it might be Ilios here because, I mean, if you're just taking a look at all the control maps in general, I'm not too sure Nepal might be a pick you're willing to go to. But especially in this meta, who knows? Because they could change this up, right? Especially in a crucial game number 6. This could be, I mean, it's dire straits for Timeless Anomaly. Throw out any curveball you got, right? They haven't been able to figure out how to break through this Ana. Even if this Ana gets the Kiriko out, right? It forced out the Kiriko Lucio. That means that Juno was free to play. That Juno Orbital Ray makes a whole lot of difference. The torpedoes make a lot of difference. And so really, it comes down to the fact that right now, Mist Emerald just has that one character swap that makes a difference. Meanwhile, Timeless Anomaly cannot adopt to it.
No, we haven't seen any adaptation, really. I think, really, like, the only changes that we've made has been soup on, like, the Widow, between the Ashe, or it's, like, the difference between, like, a Tracer or Mei coming in. Like, that's about it. There's no changes in the support line, not even in the tank. I don't know if... I would assume at this point, if we haven't seen a Diva, Zachary is committed to this Ramatra, which would make me think you want to pick Nepal. I did just think I heard Nepal in my headphones from the producer. There we go. Nepal will be the map choice and the last one for Timeless Anomaly. Should this continue or not? This is 2 maps that tend to lean more brawl and one that is more poke. Either way, Ramatra, very consistent on all of them.
Yep, Ramatra's very consistent. I mean, this is where Ramatra trained, right? So you obviously have to kind of make it, where Ramatra was, here. The lore has to continue on. So yes, we are going to Nepal, and of course, this map, we don't usually see a second control map, right? Obviously, when we go to a 1st to 3, best of 5 scenario, this is the first time we're seeing a second control map all weekend long. And yet it is Nepal. It is going to be a very, very interesting fight because I don't think a lot of these teams are going to be scrimming here, right? Maybe you can scrim here like on different metas, but this is not the one you would expect, right? Lijiang Tower is where a lot of people decide to scrim just to figure out their compositions, or King's Row. Nepal is not a popular one, at least to my knowledge, but we'll see. Let's find out what happens here because we start off on the big one, the environmental possibilities. Oh, that there is here on Sanctum.
Now, Sanctum, this is the best map for Miss Emerald, to be honest with you. If Cat was an issue before, she's about to be an even bigger one. Timeless Anomaly, and just kind of sticking with their guns here. Soup will be on the Ashe instead of the Widowmaker. Like that a ton better, but once again, these Bionades are about to be a problem.
Yeah, about to be a big problem indeed, but they do have at least one trade on each side. Gungnir, though, again, being uncontested on this Ashe. Gungnir took the high ground with that coach gun very early on, and nobody was able to contest it, not even Soup, who's been excellent with some of these shots as well, but Soup was uncontested there, or rather, I should say, Soup uncontesting Gungnir, and that proves deadly.
Gungnir takes more off angles. Soup tends to play more with the team, and the Ashe that just pokes from an alternative angle often gets greater value. Soup can hit the shots just as well as Gungnir, but a very predictable part of positioning, and just means it can't do as much for a team, especially when they're behind a Mei wall.
Well, let's see if they can even do something out of this. Zachary is able to punch out Road because of the Mei wall, so that's good news for you. The problem is you still have Gungnir still hitting shots over and over. That Dynamite lands onto two. They're burning away now, but is the pressure enough from that one pick? Is it going to be enough? Because Cat falling oh so low, Zenny falling oh so low at the same time too. They're just playing right up inside of this, and Gungnir's just trying to keep, or just being kept alive by Cat. This is a scrappy fight, but the problem is nobody's fighting on point. It's just this little alleyway that they're playing with.
Tracer is such a good hero on this map because you can control the objective and basically no one else can go there. You don't fight on the point. You're on Sanctum Soup. That direction is off the map, buddy. I hate to tell you that. Missed Emerald and just use the bomb to intimidate players off the map. Missed. I don't really think the Timeless Anomaly have a clue of what's happening. They need a way to get back into this fight.
No, yeah, Missed Emerald taking up positions right now when they're taking them up aggressively. Remember, Missed Emerald lost the first two, and yet control points they know now on the second control. They have to play proactively, not reactively. So Missed Emerald is being that aggressor and playing those off angles because of Gungnir makes this a lot harder because yes, you can try to isolate the Ashe, but if you're trying to go for the rest of the team, this rest of the team will just collapse on you. So it's a really, really nice positioning here. And a great Blizzard out from Naku that lands onto Laser. Laser's not going to be able to use the Annihilation in this fight. That might just be it. And Missed Emerald, you're okay with that. You force out a Blizzard, you're okay with losing that.
This is best case scenario. You hold on to 4 of your ultimates, Timeless Anomaly, and this is fine. You're totally fine with this. The hardest part is just going to be breaking back into this point around Naku, avoiding these Mei walls. If you can manage to do that, the fact of having a Nano and Annihilation, a Nanolation as we like to call it, you should just win instantly off of it.
Careful of Zenny in the back line as well. Has a pulse bomb ready to go. If Zenny gets any value here, that would be great news for you. That's going to be the bomb. Oh! The pulse bomb comes up big. You could have watched the flank, but you didn't watch the Tracer land up on 2. That's big for Missed Emerald, and now the Annihilation is up. They're going to try to turn the fight. Annihilation also comes up from Zachary at the same time, and Zachary could turn it on its head with the orbital ray placed down. So despite the start, the finish isn't there. Timeless Anomaly, hold on.
Wow, Timeless Anomaly. Zenny could not have done more in that particular fight. Well, Zenny's dead. You get a little bit more time, and I get more time to yep. Zenny did an incredible job setting up with that pulse bomb. The Nanolation was present. Timeless Anomaly literally just waited the last second to press their important buttons to give them the lead. You do have an uncontested orbital ray here that Missed Emerald can use to break through this choke.
Rally is going to be there, though, to counter it out. Road will use the orbital ray, like you said, just try to push out of this choke point, which they do for right now. So we're back to an even spread for right now. Off angle coming from Gungnir. Has that Dynamite. That Dynamite does land. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It only lands on the Brigitte for right now, but that does force them all the way back. Bob will go ahead, and Bob actually will go to the point here, but it's off the point. It landed in the corner, so unless this Bob has some off angle, it landed in the corner. It's not going to touch the point. It's not going to force Timeless Anomaly back, and because of that, Zachary's going to get some free room here at 75%.
Timeless Anomaly, their comp is built for holding these choke points on Sanctum. This is what I was worried about. Missed Emerald almost had to get 100-0 on this objective. You can't get Cat set up in a good spot. Gungnir struggling to find any sort of angles between Zachary K and Fabi, who is now swapped over to the Brigitte, mind you. You just so much more brawling power on their side. Missed Emerald are now scrambling to get a touch initiated.
Gotta find a way to get a touch here. 97%. They do get the contest, which means it's there. Then he has to build up to the pulse bomb. It was big last time. It is only 77%, and now they know where this Tracer is. Overtime clock is starting to run away, guys. Okay, they finally get it. But Zenny's off the map. Zenny tried to dash onto the point, and yet nothing happens. You don't have a recall or anything. Zenny's off. Missed Emerald down 2 players now because Laser's down, and that's going to be it. Missed Emerald, a near chance at victory, but it's swiped away by all the percentage points of Timeless Anomaly. They're up 1-0 here on Nepal.
And it's such a tragic way for that point to end with Zenny just taking a dive off the map. Oh, you had the blinks too. That's the worst part. Oof, you live and you learn from that one. Timeless Anomaly, though, looking much better at holding these choke points, and you wanted to get Village. You want to encourage this more brawly style of play. You can now set that up even better. Instinct and Fabi had swapped roles, and I can't really tell if that's making too much of a difference, like, defensively. Either way, they've been performing a ton better, just more confident. They look more confident when they're taking these front-to-front battles. Missed Emerald have to figure out how they can counteract this. It looks fine so far, and it seems like Gungnir wants to stick on the Symmetra this time.
Yeah, they're going to go on the Symmetra this time around, maybe to just charge that laser away. Meanwhile, Cat on the Moira here. See if this makes a big difference. Moira, we haven't seen it all this weekend. It will make the first appearance. See if this makes it. It'll be a high-low situation here where Timeless Anomaly takes the high ground, but Missed Emerald, because of the Symmetra, already set up onto point with the turrets down below. Might not matter, though, when a Dynamite's right into Gungnir and just burning away. That's already one kill, and now they're just going to get rid of the turret, meaning as they drive 5v4 here, Cat is able to get away Naku, though, so it makes it a little bit more manageable, a 4v4 situation. But other than that, it is first fight flip to Missed Emerald, at least for the point-wise. But do they have enough gas in the stove here to cook up the rest of the fight? That answer is no, as Zachary punches away. We'll get at least 2 kills. It'll go back to Timeless Anomaly.
You can tell it's getting desperate. As soon as Cat swaps off the Ana, a Moira can now be checked off of our bingo card, and I don't think that the Symmetra should be lasting much longer. Soup uncontested now. Even if Gungnir was just destroying Soup in the 1v1s, doesn't mean Soup isn't a problem. If you just let them exist, well, your team is going to pay the price for it. Timeless Anomaly have the better positioning. It's up to Miss Emerald to see if they can get a sneaky teleporter off and surprise some of these backliners that aren't necessarily for a Symmetra.
The only support we haven't seen this weekend now at this point because of all the variety is Mercy at this point.
Yeah.
Kind of weird to say, but 20% enrolling here. This is going to be a lot of ultimates just inside of the small room at the very least. I shouldn't say ultimates, but a lot of fighting at this rally is going to see a Timeless Anomaly wants to push forward. They'll stay outside of the small room, but that does force Missed Emerald out for a little while. Now it's going to be the TP onto the other side here. Gungnir will try to play for the point. We'll try to set up onto the point, but do you have enough? Last time they tried this, it failed. And the wall there will get rid of the turrets. It's still not enough. They have no entry in, and now it's Laser finding their way in, but the Coalescence will keep Laser up. That Coalescence is mainly used for healing, and now it's going to be a Blizzard out here from Zenny at the same time, which might have just turned the fight. Zachary does go down, and that wall might just be a barren play for the rest of this Timeless Anomaly team. That is 4 kills. It'll just be Soup left to die as Missed Emerald flips it back.
And Missed Emerald eventually got that full-on brawl going. If Gungnir can stay alive throughout that, Timeless Anomaly's lives will be miserable because they have all melted due to a microwave beam. Symmetra needs to be the #1 target for Timeless Anomaly coming on up, and that shouldn't be a problem, considering you got 3 heavy-hitting ultimates coming your way, and you're just going to drop down and surprise Missed Emerald with these specific turrets.
See here, it's going to be a drop down. Naku's got the drop down on the Blizzard, and this is just going to cause so much chaos here. Did not even know the Mei was above. That Mei gets down. Road, Cat both go down for it. Gungnir goes down as well. Laser, though, we've seen Laser turn these fights before. Can he do it again? Laser is trying their absolute hardest here on the Ramontra to do what they can, and absolutely shatters the ceiling here. Laser is able to hold on. First 2 kills go to Timeless Anomaly. Laser says, no, no, no.
Yeah. Timeless Anomaly, though, they didn't even attempt to match the Annihilation or the Orbital Ray there. If they had used either one, I'd say perhaps there was a shot, but you're just going to try to put all of your eggs in one basket. That is this final fight territory for Missed Emerald right now. Timeless Anomaly has the potential to close the map here.
There's going to be the Orbital Ray at the very least, but that starts outside, and the pathway that it takes is outside, so they're going to try to poke here everything at the same time outside of the point, which they do. Naku and Zachary are able to take that Orbital Ray to their advantage. Gets 2 picks already, and the rest of the team starts to fall off. That is going to be Timeless Anomaly winning it. They use the bomb, they use the Orbital Ray at the same time, but they're able to flip it right back.
Timeless Anomaly now in control. About 1 fight needed in order to close out this entire map and take us to a 7th game. And at the rate that we're going, Keegan, it looks entirely possible. I see an Annihilation, I see a rally, and a Missed Emerald who's pushing through a small corridor.
Yeah, you would have loved to see if Road could hold on to the Orbital Ray, instead used it. Now it's going to be the Blizzard.
He has a Blizzard!
Blizzard's in the background, and that Blizzard is gone. Nothing there. Fabi goes ahead and uses the rally to stun out the Blizzard. Will stun out Laser at the same time, too. Fabi might have just clutched this up entirely for Timeless Anomaly here to keep themselves alive. It's just Gungnir on the point. 10% left. And Molly, I don't know if there's anybody left to go on this point. The hope starting to whittle away here as 3% down to the final percentage points, and that is it. Nobody is going to be able to touch the point, and just with that wall, that is it. And guess what, folks? We are going the distance, calling our Heroes Miners 2 on the rising side. We'll go to 7.
You wouldn't have it any other way. The two best teams battling it out tooth and nail all the way to a game 7. And we wouldn't be here, Keegan, if it wasn't for Fabi. Look at this rallying play. Went in, and not this one specifically, but ended up stunning the Blizzard out as the casting animation was happening. If that didn't happen, the annihilation was frozen, the rally was frozen, every single win con that Timeless Anomaly were banking on, just poof, it was gone if it wasn't for Fabi. The switching of the roles, Fabi taking over the Brig and Instinct on the Juno, seems to have done the trick so far, as we have pushed ourselves to a map 7. And now, Keegan, this is the push map that you were talking to us about earlier.
No, I believe actually, I think it goes down to, if I'm reading this correctly, I believe we go down to Escort next. So Escort will land up being the last map overall. So Escort now is just going to be big. And if you remember, again, this has been all over the place, right, Molly? This has been first to go to Timeless Anomaly, right? And Timeless Anomaly are 2-0 on the control map this time around now. Then they go on to the next one, onto Hybrid. They go at 2-0. We start to feel like it's a little bit down. Then it's 3 maps straight for Mist Emerald, and then all of a sudden it comes back. But the bigger point here is it's Escort. Mist Emerald was the one to win this, and as we hit the break here, Mist Emerald is the one that won Escort. So Timeless Anomaly are going to have to go up against the stigma here that was that last map in map 5.
Whew, you got one more map to go. All the tables have been reset, and it comes down to a single Escort map. Oh, we cannot wait for this one to unfold. So many more great things to come. And just with one map, that rising title shall be granted to a new victor. Before we go, we got one more break. I want you to grab your popcorn, people, because you're gonna need it. Because this final map is sure to be a banger. 7, words that we knew were gonna come out of our mouth at some point. Today just so happens to be the day our Rising Grand Finals have proven to go the distance. Timeless Anomaly not letting 4 in a row go to Mist Emerald. No. We are going to close out our series on a Junkertown selection. Mist Emerald think this map of all of them is where they have the best shot at beating out Timeless.
And I would like to point out, bingo, that's all the escort maps we have seen this week, and that's the only map mode we've seen. We've seen Rialto, we've seen Watchpoint Gibraltar 2 times already, but now we are seeing Junkertown. We are going to it now. And this is, again, I mean, it has been a while, yes, but it's good to mention still that there was that change on the first point, which makes a lot of difference, right? Which makes your play style a little bit different around that kind of final corner there on Junkertown. But regardless of the point here, let's see, because this is the play here for Mist Emerald. They didn't lose on Escort last time, although this was Timeless Anomaly's pick. Now they got the double advantage on their side. This is their pick, and they won Escort back in map number 5 when we went to Rialto. So this is the play here, and they could have picked Watchpoint Gibraltar, but they decided to Junkertown, and I'm assuming Cat's going to stay on the Ana there as well, just because of the far range, and right, it's a little bit more open. You can play a little bit more far back, who knows? But I'm assuming Cat's going to stay on the Ana here. I'm just excited to see something else, right? I'm just excited to say bingo for the first time ever this weekend. There's variety. We love the variety. We love you, Rising. It's variety.
Rising is always the one that checks off more points on our bingo card than anything else, and I love it. I love it. Like, let's keep doing that, Rising. Let's keep doing that. In terms of heroes, though, I don't think we're gonna have much more than what we've already seen. I have a feeling Soup's going back over to this Widowmaker, which I have a couple thoughts on. Soup can hit shots, and Soup can be great. Soup just doesn't have the room to necessarily land a lot of these shots, and Gungear is getting way too much done on an Ashe to actually validate having the Widowmaker there if you're not taking out the one that you should be countering. So I hope that once they head into this map, Timeless Anomaly will have momentum on their side from winning out Nepal. Mist Emerald, though, gonna have the Ana. You're gonna have even more free reign in that regard, and I think this is going to help them immensely coming to map 7.
Yeah, and coming into map 7 as well, I'm excited here because if you remember the last time, for me at least the last time in minor number 1, it went 4-2 to the way of Lava Lilies. Now we get to see game 6, map 6, or we got to see map 6, and it went the way of Timeless Anomaly, but that was to get it to map 7. So now we get to extend the series a little bit longer here. Challengers can wait a little while longer though, because I'm just happy that we got to see a very good, and it's a good match as well. Map number 7 about to go underway here on Junkertown. Again, checking off the marks that we have not seen Junkertown at all this weekend, despite having what is now, again, a couple of game 5s. That's 4 game 5s now that we have seen, or 3 game 5s that we have seen so far. So really, let's see what they pull out here. And it really doesn't look like there's any difference, except on the Mist Emerald side. It's not going to be a Juno Ana. Instead, it's Cat on the Lucio.
What? Huh?
Wow, this is much different than what I thought it was going to be.
I'm sorry, but you don't play this on Control, but you're gonna play it on Junkertown? What is going through Miss Emerald's heads right now? Are they just gonna try to speed run over Timeless Anomaly? Like, that's the only way I can think of this working.
They're playing the side room first.
They're spawn camping. That's what they're doing. Okay, suddenly all the light bulbs are going off.
Yeah, all the light bulbs are going off already. They have that, but the Immortality Field already gone. Meanwhile, will come up trying to defend that out, but now it's going to be just Zachary just running right into the side room. They have no care in the world. Naku's already got down. Zenny here. Soup is uncontested for a little while. Down to 2 health, mind you, with good healing for the rest. It's a try for the spawn camp, but the spawn camp will fail. Timeless Anomaly push on.
It was worth a shot for Mist Emerald. Now I should be seeing a lot more of those hero swaps starting. Now the first one will be... what? So we got Sombra, Juno, and Zenyatta all coming out, and the D.Va now. So this is what Mist Emerald were playing on their defense on Blizzard World, and it didn't work out too well. Zachary K's consistency in the front line made it so hard for Laser to actually stay alive. You gotta be super quick and calculated with your in and out jabs, especially with where Zenny needs to play safe.
And Zenny doesn't even have the translocator anymore. Zenny's in a whole lot of trouble here. Finally gets out with about 80 health. We're finally being healed up and throwing away that. But Soup gets Cat as punishment. You do not heal that Sombra. That Orb of Discord gone at the same time as well. Looking for any shot. Can you find it? No, you can't. Laser does find Fabi though. Laser's in this backline playing D.Va. We haven't seen the D.Va since game number 1. And the D.Va does come out and about. Soup is able to find the headshot there, but it's punished forward right away on the trade. And the trade line's kind of working either way because the spawn rooms are kind of even on either end. But the bigger pick here, Road does go down, meaning that this Mist Emerald team does not have a lot of healing to work with. It's just the Zenyatta. And can the D.Va even get out is the better question.
Can the D.Va get healed up? It takes forever for Cat to get any healing done, and Zachary K already has her number. Timeless Anomaly are just proving that, hey, Mist Emerald, you showed us this look before. It didn't end well for you. And it's just a quick reminder of that. 4 ultimates now on board for Timeless Anomaly. Now it's just a task of how few can they use to get through this first point.
You don't need to use a lot, though. Mist Emerald still has not come up on an ultimate yet. Super used the Info Sight just for information. But that information is telling them that they get another 2.5 minutes to the bank. So Zachary, Naku, and Instinct all having their ultimates. Mist Emerald just coming up on a Bob now.
It was a late build-up. Gungear has been pretty silent in comparison to the last maps. When we're used to Gungear getting like, what, 2 to 3 final blows to fights, and just now, grabbing that Bob online. Mist Emerald have great positioning to work with. Do need to be more respectful of Soup. That one-shot potential is very scary to work with.
3 minutes and 45 seconds yet again. Another of the bodyguard scenario where they just back off, but they back off right into a scenario where they're dove right by a Sombra and a D.Va at the same time. There's going to be the EMP out that forces back onto Naku and Zachary, but they might not care too much because the D.Va and the Sombra are way back there. They have no play on this EMP whatsoever until they finally realize it. And Instinct does go down for it. Separated out though. The Juno has to find a way all the way back. Yeah, no, Laser, you're not fitting through only one part of that wall. You gotta go through. Yeah, the mech's just a little too big for you, but it's just the fight after fight here. That EMP was bigger though. Does any swap? No. Oh.
No, not quite, but that's a good shot from Soup. Now opened up, and Road has to use this orbital ray now, even though it's not going to get the most value.
Not going to get the most value out of it because that D.Va is out of the orbital ray, so the orbital ray is gone for right now, and the orbital ray is gone essentially. Cat does have the Transcendence if they want to keep fighting this, but with 3 minutes left to go on the clock, using ultimates might not be the best situation here, especially if Gungnir and Zenny both take out your DPSs. You do get rolled for it, but 2 DPSs to 1 support. Yes, it's only Cat, but a Transcendence can make all the difference in one fight. They're still going to keep going though as Timeless Anomaly find their way to lose out on Instinct, and that should be the signal that this fight is lost. Gungnir's just going to coach gun away anyways, and Zachary on the Orb of Discord, they find the fight win for Mist Emerald.
Laser just killed everybody on an absolute tear right now. And that's the state that D.Va is in. Because of their sheer amount of armor, she's almost unkillable from that standpoint. I'm assuming we're going to get a pause here as we do have a DC on Mist Emerald. We'll get them back in momentarily here, but Mist Emerald, like, they're just crumbling under Timeless Anomaly. It's literally like, the plan right now to me feels like Laser, go kill. And if you can't kill, we're dead.
It feels like it, right? It feels like Laser's the biggest difference, right? And Laser really has been a big difference. But the lack of the nano boost here is really what's throwing me for a loop here, because usually on that second level, right, even if Soup is a really good sniper, as long as you're pressuring out this Widowmaker, right, on this D.Va, it doesn't really matter where the nano boost goes. As long as you're pressuring out the D.Va, even with the Sombra, we saw it earlier, right, in that last fight where the Sombra and the D.Va dove right onto the duel. The Dynamite, it was actually kind of funny because the Dynamite pushed them back, but that led them into the arms of the D.Va and Sombra combination to take down the duel of both Instinct and Soup. So the big play there was, it was there. It's just that the rest of the team couldn't follow behind, and that's why you lose 1 or 2, and that made the fight really, really long. And now you're wasting away sort of your time here. I mean, if you're Timeless Anomaly, you're on the attacking side, yes, but the time starts wasting away. It starts to wipe away now, and that's really what you want here from this team of Mist Emerald. So they're doing a good job about it, but now they lose out on Zenny, and that's kind of big for you as well, because I think Zenny was on like 30-40%. It might not seem like a lot, but in the big spectrum of things, building up to an EMP right now in this meta is a tough thing to do. So that 30-40% actually makes a big difference.
And we'll start to see that impact a little bit more I've been saying it the whole time. This Ramattra composition is just way more consistent. I don't like Cat on the Zen. Like, I just feel like she dies more than anything. Like, the Discords don't even come out much because there's always somebody on top of you, and so you have to put the Discord on the person that's diving you, and you're just still kind of dead. Like, I don't think that that's working very well at this point. I'd like to see the Ana come back out. Ana and Brig can really play into this team, and we did actually just confirm that it was about halfway, a little bit over halfway through to an EMP before that DC, and with the tempo, how ultimates have been used so far, that EMP, you're banking on that to be your next win condition.
Yeah, and that again, 50, like I said, I thought it was 30 or 40. It was 57 up to this point, and now Zenny's not going to have that at all for this next fight. It's good enough though for Mist Emerald. There was no fight there as when the DC happened, so Timeless Anomaly, not Mist Emerald, will take that any day as long as it wasn't in the middle. But getting Zenny back with 0%, and again, these EMPs are tough to come by, but when they do, they can make such an impact. It's just Zenny's down 57%. Timeless Anomaly though running out of time as well as they start off with the Blizzard. Transcendence is used by Cat, and that's maybe just to get away from the Blizzard, but that does allow them to keep on living here. Torpedoes will come into play, just hitting maybe a little bit here, but is it going to be enough? There's the hypering out and about, but Fabi and Zachary in the back line are able to find two. That's Cat and Gungnir inside of it as well, and that might just be the fight turn. The Diva tries to dive right on in. Laser is going to go out of mech. That is going to be a forced out, self-destruct, but is it going to be enough here to remech? No, Soup finds the shot before Laser can remech, and that should be the second point. Add another 90 to the bank for Timeless Anomaly.
And look how much ult charge that our somber friend has. That is just the amount you needed for an EMP. Mist Emerald never got to that point, and Cat had to leave so early with the pressure that was applied on her. This is looking to be a rough defense from Mist Emerald. Soup is starting to step it up. Naku's on the Tracer now. There's just no way for this team to stabilize.
Have to find a way to stabilize, and now Zenny's going to realize that maybe it's not worth it to build up the ultimate, so we'll switch on over the Tracer. Doesn't matter though when the heads roll off the head of the Tracer. No recall is going to save you from this. Naku diving right onto Road, and I feel like you're right. Maybe this Zenyatta isn't quite the play because Cat is just going to get dove on, and you can't get away from these punches. That defense matrix does not help that out. It's halfway home to the point here, 2 minutes left.
They're so close, and Timeless Anomaly has not let their foot off the gas in the slightest, and there's no changes, not in playstyle, not in positioning, nothing from Mist Emerald. It's like, surely it works this time. No, but surely this time, Timeless Anomaly, you already have yourselves another Annihilation, and Daiquiri already got Road.
Daiquiri gets Road on the Annihilation, but that's all they pretty much get here at this point. The Annihilation runs out of time, and now the bomb is everywhere. Soup's getting surrounded, and they will pay dearly for it. Laser gets down, Instinct, Naku going down as well. This is the fight win that Mist Emerald wants. It wastes away a good amount of time here, even if it's quick. It's a team kill, but Mist Emerald now have nothing on the board.
It costs a lot, but at least it keeps you in the map. Timeless Anomaly used their Annihilation in that too, and that was one of their bigger win conditions you were banking on for a later battle. Now that Mist Emerald can set up a bit better, allow Gungnir for more of this space, I'm a little more scared for Timeless Anomaly's approach. The sights here should be respected, but there's not too much of a positioning change. It's only moving to meet his approach from the ground below. Instinct
falling also low and finally goes down, and Fabi's rally, however, will not keep Instinct up. Soup, though, still making headshots. That's onto Zenny again. Soup has been hitting ridiculous headshots onto this Tracer. Is it going to be enough, though? Because now Naku does have the pulse bomb, and this payload still moving back. Soup, again, hitting another headshot. Might as well just keep it here because Road goes down with the headshots here. Let's see if Soup can hit another one onto the Zenyatta. Zenyatta knows not to peek that one. That is a risky peek. Has to go down the stairs. Self-destruct will come out at the same time. Gungnir is able to find Instinct, though, which is a big pick for you. That's a big pick gone in the round, and actually the orbital ray is gone as well from Instinct. So there is no push of potential here from Timeless Anomaly. Mist Emerald has the door open. Is it enough to pull out the trigger and play the aggressive part? No, Timeless Anomaly backing off right now, trying to be surrounded. But who are they surrounding at the moment? That's in their back line. We don't know yet, but it's going to be the Transcendence that starts us off here, at least on this part of the fight. 5 seconds left to go. Naku, though, is able to take care of Zenny, and that's on the back line, so no more pressure on the back. Duke can fire away some shots here. Orbital Ray will get pulled out from Road. Just to keep this team up, just to get any application whatsoever. But this fight continues on, and it will continue on until Cat finally gets the delivery on the Orb of Discord. That's on to Zachary, and now it's just the Tracer left to go. Can you find the kill onto the Tracer? That's discorded, and if you will, Cat finds another one. The value of the Zenyatta finally comes up in the end. They will not find all 3 points, and Mist Emerald will have just 2 points in 99 meters to become the winners of minor number 2.
Score
Cat was just holding on all of her carry potential until that very last fight, just for funsies, you know? Cat really was able to step it up with those discords on the Zenyatta at the tail end, and you saw how Gungnir was always shooting those targets with that little purple balloon hanging over there. Gungnir has also proven to be quite a queen of clutch herself. Now it's up to Timeless Anomaly, though, to have a very strong defense from the start. Defense has been very rough for this team, and I particularly say it, you just don't have the same amount of damage output. In fact, you have significantly less. The Ashe and Tracer versus a Widow and a Mei, it doesn't do much of anything at all, and we're even gonna have a different hero by the looks of it. Naku is posted up on the Genji is gonna come on out, a new one for Timeless Anomaly, but if it ain't working now, you might as well give it a shot.
But look at Mist Emerald. If this holds, I don't know if it will. That's on the Mercy. What do we think? Is it possible? Who knows? I mean, we haven't seen. I think, yeah. If I'm realizing this right now, the only hero we haven't seen on the support side yet would have been Cat. I know we've seen Yachty briefly, but that would have been the only other one to see. So let's see if it gets pulled out here for Mist Emerald, or is this going to change? And the answer is yes, the Mercy will stay out. This is just a power boost the Widow for right now. I'm assuming this is going to be a change if this Widow finds nothing on Zenny's side. They're not even going to touch the payload to start. Nothing in the side room. They will switch on over, but Cat rescinds back to the Zenyatta.
It's such, like, this Juno Zen comp is so greedy. It's like, Laser, just you need to use as much of that massive health pool that you have and just go kill, go commit murder. That's all you can really do, and chase the targets with the purple balloons. Other than that, Mist Emerald are very vulnerable if Timeless Anomaly get aggressive in the slides. The only difference now is we're much better enabled to attack with this comp.
Fabi's able to take down. Fabi goes down to the hands of the virus, which means there is no protection on this Widowmaker whatsoever for right now. But they trade out for right now. Laser's able to take care of Soup, even in Baby Deep form. That works out. Naku finds 2 final blows, but what this does is because the spawn rooms work out in favor of for Timeless Anomaly, they're able to push up the cart a little bit further before the regroup has to happen.
They were able to buy their time on that one slightly, and Naku peeled back a bit more for the team. Just the advantage of having the Genji in this regard is just keep the Sombra off of your backs, particularly for Instinct and Fabi, who've been having a bit of problems with D.Va lately.
Fabi's going to have to try, or rather I should say for Fabi, 32% going to have to try to protect Soup a little bit better here at dying to the virus last time. Will it be a little bit better this time around? Laser, though, doing laser things. You can't protect the Juno. Although this might be a little bit over here. Juno's gone. The only healing you got is from Fabi, and Fabi's not going to be able to do a lot when Laser's right in your face. Laser doing laser things. It's just the Genji left, but this Genji is probably going to go down. Has to use the deflect out of desperation here. It's now going to be Zachary trying to push up here. Is hacked out. Is going to have the self-destruct out, which finds Zachary in the middle of the hack, and that's not going to matter anyways. It's going to be 4 spawns for Laser, and it's a first point for Mist Emerald.
They get the first point, and it's only now that Timeless Anomaly have really hit the panic buttons and decided that the swaps need to be made. Instinct off Juno, over the brig. You lose so much speed off of that. It's going to be very difficult for Zachary to engage now. Soup is finally on the Ashe as well. Stands a much better chance against a dive composition and could put more of a dent in Laser and the rest of Mist Emerald's health bars. I'm very curious to see how this can actually play out. Since you don't have the speed, it's a lot about just trying to tank and live through this dive long enough so Soup and Zachary can get something done.
Oh, Cat and Road also coming up on their ultimates with the Transcendence as well as the Orbital Ray. Instinct switching on over to the Kiriko instead. Maybe just trying to cleanse that Discord if it becomes apparent that there's something wrong will happen, or the EMP at the same time. But Zenny's already out of the picture, so you don't have to worry about that protection, Suzu, for right now. That's just forcing a backup. Right now, Mist Emerald just kind of wants to poke out for right now, knowing that Timeless Anomaly no longer has a Widowmaker to play. Instead, it's an Ashe to worry about. You can land some shots, though. We know Soup is really good on the Ashe. Can Soup make any difference, though? Naku is able to take down Zenny, though. That's a big pick for you. No more pressure onto your backline at the very least from the Sombra, but we know Laser still likes to go in regardless, but they don't have any entry in.
No, you don't have an entry, and at this point, you just need to push with an Orbital Ray, ideally, and hope that Naku doesn't murder your own backline. You do have a Cat for that specific job. Should be a Transcendence coming out, but not in time to save Road.
Not in time to save Road. Road was way too far out. The blade does come out. It is going to be a hack onto Zachary. The Bob comes out from Gungnir. EMP at the same time, but Bob's going to find Zachary, and there is no rally until now, but that rally might come too late. Zachary's already dead, so now Mist Emerald has their opening. They have the advantage. They take down Soup. This rally Lucio can only hold on for oh so long before it gets hacked out. Fabi's rally runs out, but still has at least some overhelp to work with. But Instinct Zachary having ults doesn't really matter when you're just out of the fight. The Genji will try to stall, and now it's going to be Rona in a whole lot of trouble. Laser out of mech at the same time too, so what turned around into a good start for Mist Emerald turns out better for Timeless Anomaly.
But look at this, Gungnir still manages to grab 2. If Gungnir can live here, you can get a really fast push back in, but just overstays your welcome. So Miss Emerald really can't turn that push into much of anything. The only things that were used there were Rally and Dragon Blade, which Naku almost has back. Oh, this is such an aggressive and greedy play out of Miss Emerald. They just keep getting staggered. Sombra cannot play the solo assassin as you need her to be. Just the staggering alone, Keegan gets a minute off of the clock. Miss Emerald need to be on the same page if you're pushing from here on out, because Timeless Anomaly seem to have made swaps that are actually making an impact and hindering this dive that Miss Emerald has not felt like they've been receiving a punch back on so far. You're walking into a Kitsune Rush and an Annihilation here. Having only this orbital strike, the timing of it has to count, and it has to be in a good position to actually support the dive that Laser wants to make.
You're really trying to throw a curveball for Mist Emerald, but right now it looks like that curveball's out of the zone. Has 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. It will be the orbital ray that starts off counteracted by the Kitsune Rush though, so they can't even follow up with that orbital ray. Instead, it's a self-destruct in the back line. Is it going to be remech in time? Yes. Laser does get back into mech, but the Ravenous Vortex takes down Road, so that is big, and Cat's also down. All your sources of healing are gone. It's got to be a quick back here for Mist Emerald with just over a minute remaining.
Sniped from downtown is Gungnir. Add Ramontra to the list of snipers. This is only a minute remaining on the clock, and Mist Emerald seem to be lost. They don't know how to break through this rock-solid defense that Timeless Anomaly have set up. You only have like one more fight to take. Cat's now over on the Moira. I like this a little better than the Zen. More sustain in the long run of these fights. What do you do about a Dragon Blade, about an Annihilation? Pretty much nothing. Something has to go right, and getting Zachary down is a fresh start.
It's going to be the Dragon Blade out, but the Dragon Blade goes for nothing. It is nothing on it. There was no Kitsune Rush, no rally on it. Instead, Naku goes down. Advantage is open now for Mist Emerald. They have the door open, but can they push the payload in time? It is going to be Naku back into play, but it's from the respawn room. Somebody's got to touch here if Mist Emerald wants to, or Timeless Anomaly wants to hold on. 2.27 meters. Fabi's there, touches the point. 20 seconds left. Can they stall this out long enough for the rest of the team to remake themselves into stability? Naku's able to take down Zenny, but that is it. That is everybody there. And Zachary even investing the Annihilation. This may not have been the play here. Zachary's going to go down. That's a big opening for them. And 90 seconds left to go. Mist Emerald is able to push into the second point.
That was Mist Emerald's fight to lose both the Dragon Blade and Zachary taken care of so early on. Like, Timeless absolutely fumbled the bag there. That series, the championship could have been theirs, but Mist Emerald know that this grand finals isn't over. They're going to keep this up for another minute. You got EMP, you got Bob. Now you just gotta make these shots land. Get the payload as far as you can without taking a fight, then just lights out in one blow.
The big play here could be the EMP. Bob also available. Timeless Anomaly has a Kitsune Rush coming up and the rally as well. Otherwise, nothing on the DPS or tank side for Timeless Anomaly. That's a big hack. That is 4 people inside of it, and the rest of the dive comes in. The virus is on to Fabi. Here comes the self-destruct. Does this find anything? No, he was on the second floor. But regardless, though, it's a quick back off here. Timeless Anomaly knows it.
They have to get a quick reset in. It's the Kitsune Rush that's pushed into the back.
Kitsune Rush comes in. That is going to push into the back. It's trades left and right here. 2 versus 2. But that means 2 people have fallen for Mist Emerald. You don't have a lot to work with, especially with the respawn rooms being in favor of Timeless Anomaly. But Bob might have just saved it. Gungnir is able to take care of Zachary. Road does go down, though.
Oh,
and Gungnir takes care of Soup. This could be it. 25 seconds left to go. They're trying to push up. They're trying to make space. Is it enough?
Laser is in the spawns right now, trying to prevent any form of touch. Miss Emerald can get there. You have the orbital ray on your side. Unless Soup builds up to an EMP, Timeless Anomaly, they got nothing to work this in this fight. Miss Emerald can close it out here.
Could close it out. This is your final fight. This is Miner 2 right here. All on the line. Let's see what they pull out of the bag here. Miss Emerald will use the orbital ray to start off. Laser's got Fabi down, but it is a Lucio. Could speed back into play. Then clock starts to run. Now the Coalescence is there. The Coalescence is in time. Takes down Zachary, and Miss Emerald is marching down the floor. They are just 2 meters away from the win of Miner number 2. All they have to do is take care of a couple of more pieces, and as close as you can get it, Miss Emerald is able to break free in the end, and they have won Miner number 2.
Hard fought to the very end. Mist Emerald come on back swinging after starting down 2-0. They will close out Junkertown with just one fight, one team fight separating who got the title of Calling All Heroes Minor 2 and who did not. And it was Mist Emerald who had the superior ultimate management at the end of the day to push them through to become the new title bearers of the Calling All Heroes Rising Division. We had 2 brand new teams, 2 brand new rosters competing for such a recognition. And at the end of the day, when the dust settled, it was proven that Mist Emerald stood above the rest and will now hold on to this title until our next event.
You can only imagine what the comms are like right now. Mist Emerald, champions of Calling Our Heroes Minor number 2, and such a great victory as well. Took it the distance. 4-3, and it felt like back and forth all the way through. Timeless Anomaly winning the first 2, then Mist Emerald giving themselves more momentum in the next 3, and then all of a sudden it goes 2-2, right? And then we have a 3-3, and the slew kept going on, but at the end of it, it had to end at 7, and Mist Emerald was the one to pull it off in the end. In the closest of fashions, mind you, it went to overtime on the last point. What more do you want?
Oh, it doesn't get closer, Keegan. It literally does not. This was an incredibly exciting finals matchup, and can challengers even live up to this? Is that even a possibility right now? Unless you're going to 7 and coming down to a final fight like that, I really don't think so. The Rising Division has so much to offer here in Calling All Heroes, and to have these teams given them the opportunity to compete on a stage like this, and the fact that we get to watch it along with all of you, is really such a treat.
Yeah, and as we're going to hit a break here to get to the interview very soon, I cannot wait to ask the first question here of what were the comms like? Like, could you hear anything right after the game was over? It's got to feel so good winning a game 7, winning minor number 2, getting your points off, right? Getting your points into the circuit, all towards that last championship at the end on the Rising side. This is a really good game, one that is super memorable and one that we are going to be remembering for the rest of the season. That series, insanity.
Absolute insanity for us to watch on the screen, and I hope you as viewers enjoyed it all as well. We get the opportunity to sit down with the winners in Mist Emerald to talk about what this win means to them today. We got that interview coming right up, and our Challengers Grand Finals coming even later. So we'll see you back here on the other side of our short break. We just witnessed the best grand finals that we've seen so far in the Calling All Heroes 24-25 circuit. A map 7 banger, a bloodbath, whatever you want to call it, the word probably fits. This was an incredible series, played by Mist Emerald and Timeless Anomaly, but once that dust settled, it was Mist Emerald who are standing proud with the title of Calling All Heroes Minor 2 at their side, and we think it was largely, actually not we think, we know, it was largely in part due to the player who is joining us for our interview today. Please welcome Kat, the flex support player who stood out, enabling the tank and really got Mist Emerald into the series. How does it feel to be winning your first ever Calling All Heroes title?
I am legit so fucking proud. Oh, can I say that on camera? I'm so sorry. I'm
Nope.
so proud of them. Oh my god, I am so proud of this team. Okay, let me just say, I am their coach. We came in the 3 ringers, and we did it. And I am so proud of them. I'm not
That
gonna
is
cry.
an unbelievable thing. Talking about this behind the scenes, right? When you first came in, you were so excited. You still are. But the first thing that you talked about was you are not an Ana player, and yet that Ana made so much impact in the 3 maps that we got to see it win out for it, and forcing Timeless Anomaly to change up their strategy, change up everything. Talk to me about why that Ana. Talk to me about why you wanted to play that Ana there, why the team wanted the Ana there, and make sure that you guys had a very good shot at winning it, because you guys played that so well. Talk to me about what came up to the decision of playing the Ana.
So the Ana is really, really good in that comp because of just the nades, honestly. Like, if you hit a fat nade, your diva goes in, they're not doing anything about it. It doesn't matter if you're Kiri Suzu's, it does not matter what you do, you are winning that fight. So, like, even being uncomfortable on the Ana, I knew it was the right choice. And I locked in so hard for my team, you have no idea.
Yeah, locked in. I mean, obviously, every single bio name that landed for at least 2 or 3 or 4 made such an impact, regardless of if the Suzu was there or not. But now I want to talk about what you said earlier on, too, because we could talk about the series all we wanted to. We could talk about every single map that went on, but I think the more historic memory here is that what you just said. You had 3 ringers for this entire for this game here. So talk to me about that. How challenging was it? And I know this was a 7-game series. How challenging was it to incorporate those ringers in and make it to a grand finals? Not only that, winning it.
Oh my god, it was very rough at first because, like, me being their coach, I have not really played with them a whole lot, and so it's a lot of me just, like, strategizing for them and being like, if we do this, you know, we can push here. My flex support, she got so excited after the game. I really do want to shout her out. She went from, like, not really understanding Juno to just absolutely doing so great on the Juno. I am so proud of everybody on my team. Laser, you are my goat. Girl, you are my goat. Oh my god. Ro, you're doing great. Horror Cowboy, couldn't be here because of work. I love you. You're doing great too. We're all just in this together. My ringers, I love you guys. One of them was EU and stayed up on a school night for this. Praise. Wow. Love that. So we really did just all pull it together to make it happen. And I'm so proud of them. I can't say that enough. I'm so proud of them.
I actually got one more question for you before Molly takes over. Just real quickly, tell me what the comms were like at the end of it. This is what I want to know, because either mics were going to be broken after that, or I don't know what's going on. Just this, what was it like inside of the communications right at the end of that game 7?
It was the most chaotic. Like, we have this, we're gonna do this, okay, I can ring, I have colon 2, okay, we do this, they're coming back on Tracer, no re-left. Oh my god, it was like the most chaotic, perfect amount of time, and I'm so happy.
You should be proud of your teammates. Like, it's so sweet to hear that. Like, you're almost making me teary with all of this. It's so good. Oh my gosh, Kat. I'm really happy for you, and you had the opportunity to help support your team, not only from a coaching role, but coming in, stepping out of your own comfort zone to help get your squad the win today. And I want to ask, before we let you go, because I'm sure you want to go ahead and celebrate with your team, what does competing in Calling All Heroes, coaching in Calling All Heroes mean to you?
It means everything. I'm really glad that there's a place that like people who normally wouldn't get put onto teams can go. It's it makes me happy. It makes me so happy that there are places where, you know, women, non-gendered people, everything, non-binary, whoever you are, you have a place to compete. And Rising Division especially, because Challengers is a whole different cup of tea, like you guys have said. The fact that we get a place to go, that makes my heart happy. Like, that makes my heart warm. I appreciate that Calling All Heroes has a Rising Division just for, like, you know, teams like us where we can shine too.
Oh, that's so sad. I love to hear that. Well, you guys certainly did shine today, and we're very happy to have you here as part of the Calling All Heroes community, and very excited to see what the future of Mist Emerald holds as we look ahead towards Minor 3, which is happening in just over a month. Kat, are we looking to see Mist Emerald back competing there?
I think so. And I think we're going to come back stronger.
Nice. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and look forward to that. Kat, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk, and congratulations on winning out the Rising Division. We wish you and Mist Emerald the best.
Thank you, guys.
Oh.
Oh man, making me choke up in the middle there too of that entire thing. It was just like, you got to feel good about it, right? That's just the storyline of it, right? This Mist Emerald team was the one that was the #1 seed overall, fell on a little bit of a bump down into the lower finals, and then make their way back up to win it in 7. That's got to be the best feeling in the world for you right now, just to make that comeback, make your way up back on the hill, and winning out in Minor #2. That's such a good storyline, and you figure for this Mist Emerald team, if you can carry that over to Minor #3, keep getting those points, accumulating those points, that the championship push at the end is going to look really, really nice.
And just to think that this wasn't their main roster either.
No.
Like, you're playing your coach, you're playing with your subs coming in too. So this is a Mist Emerald that can come back even stronger as we look ahead to what else this Calling All Heroes circuit has to hold and qualifying for those championships way down the line. So happy for that team and their success, and for Timeless Anomaly for giving us an incredible series to watch. Though, Keegan, we aren't done quite yet. If you can believe it or not, it has been, what, 6.5 hours since we started our broadcast today, and it is only now that we are starting our Challengers Grand Finals coming on up. If you want to stay updated on everything that is still yet to come in Calling All Heroes Minor 2 and beyond in Overwatch Esports, please go ahead and give the social channels a follow. Gives you fun little tidbits, information about signups for our next Calling All Heroes event in just over a month too, so you guys as well can get involved in the competition we've got going on here. Keegan, we gotta take a step back. We gotta prepare ourselves for the rematch of YFP Super Shy taking on Nightmare Timeless. It's going to be the grand finals we've been waiting for all tournament long, and we're going to get it set up for you in just a couple of minutes. time that we have all been waiting for is finally upon us. The Challengers Grand Finals for Calling All Heroes Minor 2 is about to get underway. Will Nightmare Timeless defend their title, maintain their dynasty over Calling All Heroes, or will YFP Super Shy continue to punch up and take down the reigning victors for the second time in a row? All of these questions about to be answered at the start of this competition in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I'm excited for this one. If you go back between these two teams, right, there have been a little bit of, it's been a back and forth, right? Essentially, the records between these two teams in this minor are 1-1. They lost in the Swiss stage, and now you go to the upper bracket here. Nightmare Timeless beat YFP Super Shy in the Swiss, but when it came down to the bracket side, you'll see there in the winners finals, Nightmare Timeless lost to YFP Super Shy 3-2 on their way. By the way, Nightmare Timeless it's kind of a stepping stone storyline, right? Nightmare Timeless got their golden stage opportunity first round, then they faced against Fable. That time that story goes out, and then that's the #1 seed. They lose and drop down into the lower bracket. Meanwhile, YFP Super Shy pretty much clean through it, although the stepping stones for them as well, 3-0, 3-1, 3-2 to make their first spot into the grand finals. And then in the lower bracket side, even Nightmare Timeless had their troubles with this Fluffy Mafia team that made such an incredible run in the lower bracket. You can see Fluffy Mafia all the way in round #1, beating Oh Yes, beating Fable, beating Bubble Blowers, and then just going down, but giving Nightmare Timeless all that they can handle. So you gotta figure during that break in between each one. I know we were talking with Senna earlier. She said that they were kind of struggling with the meta. Well, this is not the time to do that. Nightmare Timeless has to find some answers. Otherwise, YFP Super Shy are just gonna run right with it. And the grudge match, again, the records between these two teams are 1-1. Nightmare Timeless back in the group stage 1, or Swiss stage 1 in the bracket. Nightmare Timeless lost, and YP Super Shy won. And now we get to see if this Nightmare Timeless team, which you'll see the rosters for it right now, can bring it all the way back for what is essentially a match 3 winner.
Nightmare Timeless have identified that they're struggling. This isn't the meta for them. They haven't had the time to scrim it. They've been playing in other leagues that didn't have Juno unlocked, so having to make this adjustment, putting Z's on this hero, learning how to synergize with it has been a brand new look. A look at this roster. Some of these players may be swapped out. It's been Sniper the entire time through the lower finals instead of Sawhill for more flexibility on this diva. It was Peace coming in for Senna at one point or another. But what we can tell from this squad is this is a squad of winners. This is a team that is familiar with being in grand finals. This is their fourth one, 100% success rate in making that final so far. The YFP Super Shy, they got a 50% success rate. This is their second time they're meeting Timeless Nightmare in these grind finals, and by far, Keegan, they have the best grasp on what this Juno meta should look like. It's due to Scuffed, it's due to Velvet, even if she had some struggles, still pulled through for her team to support Hattori, Wisps, and Zoe, Zoe was playing out of her mind yesterday. YFP Super Shy would not have beaten Nightmare Timeless if it wasn't for her.
I also want to point out YFP's gotten some, humor, funny streaks in them, because I love this graphic of just the 4 Junkrats and then Velvet just does the Roadhog. It's just kind of a funny streak. But what's not funny is their performance, right? YFP Super Shy, like we were saying, Zoe's been playing out of their mind. It's going to be a Wisp that he's been playing excellent, right? And then even Hattori on that tank side, Hattori's been excellent. She's been playing so well. This YFP Super Shy team is all well-rounded, but you could say the same for the Nightmare Timeless team that was going into the bracket stage 15-0 after their sweep win against Andromeda Equinox. They finally faltered against Fable, but that was on King's Row. So in total, they had 16 straight nap wins up until that point. So now you got to realize here, right? YFP Super Shy, that second game against him, you have to take that notes. If you're Nightmare Timeless, you have to take the notes from that game that you lost, and now you've got 7 opportunities at most to try to take down this YFP Super Shy team. And right now, YFP Super Shy are looking to add on their entire roster their previous results as either YFP Pixies or Super Shy Ivy. 3rd, 4th, and 2nd in that order. If they can put a first on, they got the sweet, I should say not a sweet necessarily, but a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's still a lot of circuit points your way. A first does a lot for you, even in just a minor 1 situation. That would be an excellent point to make here. So if YP Super Shy in this meta right now can take advantage of the fact that Nightmare Timeless doesn't really have a lot of experience in this meta. I mean, regardless, though, let's put it this way. Nightmare Timeless making it is ridiculous anyways, even if they're struggling in the meta. But YP Super Shy, man, they are looking good.
And when we talked to Scuffed yesterday too, they shared the sentiment of, I wanted to start playing and calling all heroes because Nightmare Timeless made it look too easy.
Yeah,
They were
I
winning
remember
too
this, yes.
easily. And Scuffed wasn't having it of it. Joins YFP Super Shy, both this split and last one, and now this is their second time in a row appearing in a grand finals match. So not only this is going to rack them up a ton of circuit points, but also pushes Timeless Nightmare to the limits and shows that even the best can bleed and fall. We've talked about all the circuit points the teams are getting, but there's something that's in it for you guys too who are watching the stream. Our drops are still active through the entirety of today, so if you want a chance to get any of these lovely name card sprays and Ramatra skin that you see on your screen, make sure that your account is connected to your Battle.net account, and you can go ahead and get these awards and rep them in game.
And I'm telling you right now, that Torch Runner name card, I fortunately have got all of these just by, rewatching the Calling All Heroes series here on my side. It's just having all the drops already is so much. But not only that, though, that Torch Runner card looks really good in game. Trust me, that they kind of darkened the shade a little bit there for that name card on the top right corner, whenever it is. But when it shows up, man, it looks nice. That's a drop worth. And of course, we talk about it. It's the joke, but it's a nice skin anyways. The safety cone that is that OWCS skin. It's traffic cone. Yeah, it's a traffic cone, but it's a traffic cone running right at you. You think about safety? No, this Ramatra ain't anything about safety at all. So now we go into talking about the map here, and our producer just went ahead and sped it up just to go and show it in. But we are not free from the shackles. We are 8 for 8 on starting maps, being Lijiang Tower. We can't escape.
8 for 8, I gotta say, the consistency is there. Every single match we've had on broadcast, Lijiang Tower has been the first map. And, it honestly would feel wrong if we didn't start here once more. When we looked at this map previously, it was YFP Super Shy, I believe, who came out on top. They had a better grasp of how to start the game and how to end up closing it out. And more in these little fights and skirmishes that we were seeing. Zoe in particular, whether she was on the Tracer, the Pharah, or the Venture, looked unstoppable, and there was no answer that Nightmare Timeless could come up for her. Today, you have the opportunity to reevaluate what your approach shall be, and for now, it seems that Peace will be in, Bun on the May, and Venture will be played too.
And Zoe, and again, key players here between the two. If you're just talking about the DPSs alone, keep your eye on Zoe. Yes, I know Wiz can hit shots, but Zoe was popping off the entire time. She was popping off in that matchup against Nightmare Timeless the second go-around here when they played in that upper final for Nightmare Timeless, though. Peace on this far could make a lot of disruptions if Wiz cannot hit the shot. So be aware of that as we go into the start of Night Market.
Night Market about to kick off. No Pharah in play for Zoe. He's opted to go for the Tracer. Not perhaps expecting what Peace is going to be looking to put out the extra damage of this rocket barrage. Tori already had so much pressure on her from the rockets. It's the difference of just how much tank presence that this team can have, and Sawhill at an advantage will be playing instead of Sniper, mind you, to start off the series.
Yeah, and Peace is in for right now. Peace gets in with that far, wins the 50-50 gamble, right? You don't know what the other side is going to pull out from the very get-go, so they will pull out the Pharah here. Very surprising that Zoe will not play the Pharah because she's been popping off on it in the last one. And to start off our map already, we do have a pause in play. Don't know what this could be for, but the pause is on. And really, something speaking there just from that first fight alone tells me that Nightmare Timeless are not going to make a mistake if they can avoid it at all. They already started this off with Bun and Peace, making sure that that Pharah presence is known, and the only way to really counter it is if Zoe on the other side is playing the Pharah, in which case you have, if that's just a skill battle at that point. But winning that first fight becomes oh so important, right? As long as that first crack shows, you can break through that door, and that's what Timeless has done so far.
Yep, Timeless starting off on a very strong foot. I do think Sawhill being in for the Ramatra specifically helps. Sniper is very good at the Diva. Can play Ramatra, highly prefers the Diva. Same deal with Sawhill, just the other way flipped. Highly prefers that Ramatra will play Diva if it is absolutely necessary. And judging from the past, Hitori can do both pretty equally well. And there wasn't really many points where it felt that Sniper was in balance with what Hitori had been putting out throughout the course of the Winners Final Series when these teams last faced off against each other. The main focus, of course, is in those slight compositional differences of the DPS. Peace being on the Pharah here against Tracer Ash, Wiz can only do so much to really keep Peace at bay, especially with just the map structure and all these little corners that they can peek in and out from. And having the Tracer here instead, you're not doing nearly as much tickle damage. You're not making Sawhill feel fear for the life the same way Hitori is for hers.
Yeah, and I want to also point out too, the one thing we haven't seen yet, I don't think so at the very least, has been a Mei. I don't remember a Mei being on that first floor fight. So I think it was just a Tracer Pharah or Bun. Never mind. Okay, so Bun was there, but the lack of the Tracer on the other side, I should have said, on Nightmare Timeless' side, right? You had that Tracer, you had that Ashe instead, but there's nothing to counter out the Mei, right? There's no kind of slowdowns or nothing to really stop and wall off this team, especially on Night Market 2, where that one wall can make the difference on the amount of adjustments you have to make depending on the entryway you get through. So Bun having the only Mei and that Blizzard being so impactful can make the big difference here. And Wisp right now really has to get the shots off, because it's not like it's a Soldier or an Echo that can try to track down this far. No, you have to be hitting your shots on the air, and if as far as elusive enough, you're not going to be able to take down Peace at all. So the big thing here is that for YFP right now, it's just kind of maybe not comp adjusting, but just trying to adjust the situation at hand. And right now, that opening door could very well be the detriment to this team.
Yeah. I've said this like several times. I haven't really been keeping track. That I don't like Ashe. I don't like hit scan being played in this meta. It doesn't feel like anyone has really been able to do much with it. The only two exceptions, I think, to that rule are Wisps and Senna, both of which are on the rosters in the grand finals. Wisp can hit the shots, and we know that Wisp can hit the shots, understands where they need to position to find the most value. And we've seen this previously when Zoe particularly mirrors Peace, or whatever Bun is doing, whatever. That's where Wisp can find more of the angles. With Zoe essentially doing the same thing that Wisp is doing from a longer range, the goal is to sandwich Timeless Nightmare in some sort of sticky situation. Timeless Nightmare is notorious for sticking very close together and more of this death ball type of fashion. You just don't have the Mei to outstand it. If you had an Ashe Mei or an Ashe Pharah, I'd be a happy camper. Just not a huge fan of the two that we have going on right now. It's been one fight. We'll give it another chance, sure. We'll have to revisit that once the game actually starts up, though. It is unfortunate we had to pause this early on. I was getting really hyped for this, man, and now you're telling me I have to wait?
Yeah, I'm telling you, maybe it's just to get the jitters out, right? It's just to get the pre-game jitter out. But in this kind of situation, right, even this high-level stage, there was bound to be a pause. There was bound to be some kind of tech pause here. But you get the jitters out now, get it out early, right? It was just one fight. It was basically just trying to, get the whole nerves out, right? That pause had to happen for some reason. We don't know why. It could have been a tech issue. Maybe it wasn't a DC. We know that. Nobody disconnected anyways. But it sounds like a mouse found dead.
To quote our producer, he just told us, mouse found dead, applying defibrillator now. Emergency support for the Calling All Heroes mouse. Please help. Send help for the mouse in chat. Send support.
Clear.
Literally. Make sure it's ready.
Just sure it's clear. Unfortunate. Unlucky.
I'd rather
maybe
be map 1 in between a fight.
Yeah, maybe just this is why if you're playing wireless, make sure you charge your mouse. Make sure you charge it, right? Make sure you gotta make sure it's up on battery. I guess the defibrillator worked. Did they say clear?
It's
yes,
live. We're clear.
Works. Yes, we're back in the game. It's clear.
Woot woot. Okay, not too much has really happened since we came on back, other than just a quick reset from YFP Super Shy. Once again, not a huge fan of these compositions that YFP is starting with, but I am totally ready to be proven wrong. Dilly looking at Wisps and Zoe for that. It's actually taking a very aggressive angle against Peace.
Yeah, a very aggressive angle right now, but still at least poking out Peace right now, having to reconsider and go back into the spot, into the room. However, they're just taking this slowly, and for YFP, running out of time here as ultimate starts to build up.
A much more slow approach. Notice how Peace is playing closer to the team now. Zoe has been keeping them in check, and she's been very good at space control on this Tracer and playing around objectives. Definitely the best in Calling All Heroes at that job specifically. However, Peace is much closer to a barrage, and same goes for Sawhill over in Annihilation. In some particular parts, Nightmare Timeless will get their ult first, just as a reward of winning that initial battle. Sawhill, that actually goes down first. Sawhill just was a half a percentage shy of getting an Annihilation up. never had a chance to pull the trigger in the first place, and Nightmare Timeless have to commit a lot more than you would have liked to keep Super Shy at bay.
Yeah, but it's not that bad though. You do invest the Blizzard, you do invest the Orbital Ray. You just thank yourself that you didn't use more than that. But Peace could have used the Barrage, Sawhill could have used the Annihilation to spread them out, but instead YFP Super Shy use up Scuff's Orbital Ray at the same time, resulting in a loss. So now Super Shy having the rally in hand will have the Barrage. Just watch out for Peace from above.
Peace, if you can at least get a trade out with this ultimate, that would be a win. Obviously not the end goal, and they're gonna want more of that. Nice stick out of Zoe, who we see single-handedly win these points out. She needs to be dealt with now. Z's took care of that on their own accord. Nightmare Timeless trying to get back into this point, but Peace is scouted out through the window. YFP Super Shy, scrappy as it may be, will eventually get some percentage going on Night Market.
And only needed on the rally as well as the pulse bomb. You kept Whis on the Bob, you kept Hitori with the Annihilation, which Sawhill used. So Peace is still going to hold on to the Rocket Barrage at the very least, but that can get countered out right away if the Bob is available and makes any impact at all. So Super Shy now really have themselves at least a little bit of a lead as Zoe switching on over to Peace just to challenge the Farah.
A lot more. This is what I wanted to see. Ash and Farah together. This is how YFP Super Shine beat Nightmare Timeless on several maps before. And why you gotta respect with while you're in the air. It wasn't even Peace's head that got chopped off. It's Z's, and that's a lot worse for the defenders. The only player I want to see on Ash right now is Wisps.
Yeah, and right now Wisp didn't even use the Bob. Wisp is holding on to this as pieces too. Graham will build up to another rally, but the big thing is Scuffed and Z's will both have an Orbital Ray. Halfway home for YAP Super Shy to turn this all the way on its head at 99-0, but this is about to be a messy fight. It's gonna really come down to whichever DPS all comes out better.
Well, we'll leave the Bob out first. Whether that means it's better or not, well, be up for discretion. Hittori thinks it's pretty good, though. That's both the supports sent 6 feet under. Nightmare Titles, quick fight losses on these. YFP Super Shy are taking the initiative.
Yeah, and you know what? The thing is, too, Zoe's doing an excellent job. We haven't been talking about Zoe enough. She is making sure that Peace has no room to breathe and trying to use that barrage for some help at all. It's not working. Peace is not holding on to it. Peace can't use it. That's the big thing. But the bigger one is now 4 ultimates on the board for Nightmare Timeless, where Super Shy has 1.
And Nightmare Timeless are okay with losing these fights and doing it quickly. They haven't been giving YFP Super Shy the same amount of ult charge. You're saving up for one big thing, and no, that's the Orbital Ray. It's done, it's gone. Scuffed wanted to pop it, but a rare cancellation of the cast. And Nightmare Timeless don't even need that massive ult bank, surely, with just having that support player, and now Hittori gone too. I mean, you just can't do much more than that. Nightmare Timeless looked very well, in control, ready and warmed up to play in this series. None of the silly shenanigans that we got to see earlier. This is the Nightmare Timeless who came to play.
Yeah, this is the Nightmare Timeless that knows that they can win on control. It's a 199, yes, but at the same time, they were taking control on that last fight. Geese didn't even need the barrage to win that fight. That's how good this Nightmare Timeless team is. YP Super Shy needed to find some answers, but again, that may have just been the jitters getting out of it, right? Or maybe if it's on YP Super Shy's, well, you could blame it on the mouse, right? Maybe you could blame it on the mouse at that point for that round, but still close enough to where it's the 199. YP Super Shy, you don't need to really adjust to it. You just need to make sure that you win some of these close fights, because obviously a lot of them are close if we're going to 199.
This isn't ideal, though. Wisps is gonna be playing Ash regardless on this map. If Bun mirrors it, it makes me feel a little bit better. But surely we are going to be a May Ash or even a Venture Ash. There we go. That works too. Zoe's Ash, I have or not Zoe's Venture. I've seen so much Ash today. I need to get on the Venture now. I've liked so much better than Pieces just by the positioning and the intimidation factor that she seems to have so far. YFP Super Shy not in a good place health bar wise. Look where Sawhill was able to get themselves positioned right in front of where Wisp was playing, and Peace can follow it up with a second onto Scuffed. This is where Nightmare Timeless have proven that the tempo is theirs.
Yeah, Zoe and Peace, we really haven't seen Zoe play a lot of Venture, and not that she's not good at it, but it's not that it's matching up right now, right? There's so much more pressure onto from the Nightmare Timeless side, right? And Bun, look at the differential. Wisp already at 25%, but Bun's double that at the moment at 50. So they're building up their ultimates, and Sawhill getting the advantage over Hitori as well. YFP Super Shy hasn't found an opening yet. They gotta find it now.
Oop, and they're gonna get it. There's Zoe getting the dip on Peace in their little 1v1 skirmish happening up towards the white room. She's gonna be hunting for some more. Comes out right in that Void Accelerator. Doesn't grab too much except the point flip. Nightmare Timeless are very good at backing off and making sure they don't stagger out.
can stagger out here, just regroup, and if you lose one in a lot of high-level fights like this, you're not gonna make more out of it unless something miraculous happens here. So this is really just a test, and now it's gonna be the dynamite in, and that goes on to Z's. That's another stall.
And Zoe just leaves. You saw that Wisp got the pick. She's like, oh, my job is done. I don't need to do anything anymore. Plays it safe with the team. Peace is going to fall down here as well. Not sure about the Annihilation. The shield is up. You can't get anything out of it. You just got to not stagger. Sawhill should be able to live from this, no problem. It just feeds YFB Super Shy's ult bank even further. Bomb smearing on either side. One from Bun is just going to get smacked in the face. Not a chance for that to get anything done. And at this point, look at the ult banks that they have.
Yeah, the ult banks are big. 2 on the side of YFB Super Shy. The bigger one, the orbital ray, is going to cause some chaos here in this little hallway.
Oh, it'll be the tectonic shock though from Zoe. There's that elimination onto Peace, and you get one with that ult, you're pretty dang happy since you can dodge out of the way pretty easily. Nightmare Timeless getting stuck up in this choke point. YFP Super Shy, see him got it back under control.
Yeah, and the big thing too is you only used the tectonic shock. You didn't need to use the orbital ray to win, and there's a big pick from Wisp onto Peace. This the Wisp we know, hitting shots over and over again. Even Ego peeking this Ash up on the higher ground and almost winning it as well. This is just an insane play. YFP Super Shy finally finding their confidence now. Orbital rays will come out most likely within this hallway.
YFP Super Shy are not about to give up this choke point. We're just watching Wisp take some different angles here. Make Nightmare Timeless sweat a little bit more. We're nearing final fight territory for YFP Super Shy. They got all the tools in the world you could possibly ask for. It's gotta be the support ult to make a difference. It'll be Z's to start it off. Scuffed wants to respond, but no. Decides that they have enough room to kite back. This is genius. YFP Super Shy will now have even more sustain, and it's completely unmatched. Nightmare Timeless went too early, but Scuffs is down. One hits the shot where it mattered the most. Beast hoping to wrap around the backside, but met with a Brigida, and you can't touch the points! No! Nightmare Timeless, they were so close, yet so far. The brick wall of YFP Super Shy, yet to crumble.
I mean, okay, here's the thing, right? Do we call it? Dude,
that was definitely forced.
Yes, it was a forced one. It
wasn't
but
one
yeah,
fight.
we won't call it, you know, we won't. It was
letter
a forced
number, silly letter number.
Yeah, forced letter number. But no, but YFP doing an excellent job, right? They wasted away all that time. The big thing, right, is that they were just wasting it. Zoe was doing an excellent job on the venture, put the words right back into my mouth, and putting that pressure on, right? The burrows, the drill dashes, everything was going. The tectonic shocks were wonderful as well. And now we get to see them play into the gardens here, which is probably going to be a far here if I'm thinking Zoe's going to do this again. But let's see. Yeah, it's going to be the Faras on either side. Complete mirror molly. This is going to be a scrap fight here to start.
Oh, and this is a great fight for YFP Super Shy to be taking. Wisps can play more of these angles that you wanted to see. Bun less of a threat, and Wisp is just more confident. Bun fears what Wisp is capable of doing, and it really starts to show in these exact moments. You got to see Nightmare Timeless fully run for the hills here. Breaking through an already established defensive setup here is so hard.
Yeah, it's just establishing the defense is really good now for YFP. They're on the front foot. I think they finally got the jitters out after, I'm telling you, right after that pause and they lost the first map, they got the jitters out. They finally figured out that, yes, we can put pressure on them. We can put pressure as well as Wisp hitting shots. Already, by the way, mind you, up to 60% on an ult.
Wisp has been farming so far in this series. Not even close to the next best Ashe player in terms of impact that we've seen. Zoe as well is causing chaos. Look how hard Nightmare Timeless they're struggling to get over this bridge. I'm surprised that they're even trying to go over the bridge in the first place. Zoe is just better. She has not let Peace get an edge at her at any turn so far, and that narrative is not about to change. YFP Super Shy pushing on up, staggering out whatever else that they can as Nightmare Timeless now seem like they're the ones that are confused.
Zoe is just too good. She is putting on the pressure onto Peace, direct shots and all, and even then, once Zoe gets a hold of that win against Peace on that 1v1, Zoe's just putting the pressure on, concussive blasts and all, and Peace right now. Remember, Peace couldn't even use the barrage in that first fight. Yes, they won the map, but no barrage was used just because of the amount of Zoe putting it on.
Just between this DPS duo of YFC Super Shy, look at this. They farmed up to their ultimates. You gotta back up, but Hitori's waiting for you in the backline. Hitori just walked over the bridge all by herself. And it's like, you know what, team, I got this. YFC Super Shy, they're gonna be in one fight territory after this.
Well, I do want to say, though, that was a really just shouting it on an error. Thank you to our observer, just passing the dynamite right along into Peace's face, but Wisdom's been hitting every single shot, and now Zoe's coming up on the barrage before Pieces as well. That just shows you the pressure. Cody just walking on up of the bridge, just taking a lovely stroll with that annihilation and winning that fight. So now Nightmare Timeless, final fight territory. They got to find something. They'll have 5 ults.
Oh, Zoe, that was gutsy, but you take the trade for Sawhill any day of the week. YFP Super Shy, they want to try to do the same to sustain their tank, but there's Falls, and Peace shall thrive on the objective without any player to contest them. Nightmare Timeless, it was hard, but they finally got a toe on this Garden's objective.
And that was everything in Timeless's bank except for Sawhill using the annihilation. So in this next fight, if Nightmare Timeless can save this ult, if they can win the drive fight, Sawhill's going to have a better advantage to use that and stall out the fights even longer. So for Nightmare Timeless, yes, they have the advantage. The drive fight, though, is key first if Sawhill doesn't want to use the annihilation here, if they're out ult counting correctly.
And Nightmare Timeless need to drag that one annihilation as far as they can, because you just jumped everything else to get back to the point in the first place. And Nightmare Timeless, it is not going to be easy. You got to win in the neutral, and Bun is doing just that. Dipped width from across the map, and there shouldn't need to be too much else that is done. Hitori doesn't want to forfeit this positioning that they have in the little room and allow Wisps to get back, because they can play from an off angle at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Zoe again putting the pressure onto Peace. Peace was trying to put the pressure onto Super Shy, but Zoe's trying to counteract that. And for Super Shy right now, they're okay with dragging this out. They're okay with poking left and right, and even if they fall one pick, they just establish their position. The faster that they can come up to their ultimates, the quicker they can run in. The problem is if Nightmare Timeless do the same right now, they'll have the ult advantage too.
Nightmare Timeless, they waited so long, they dragged out the resources, yes, but the tables are about to get a lot more even. It's up to Bun, that's another opening headshot kill from her. Oh, she is coming up big on this hit scan, something we don't often see her on. Peace and Bun are using the environment to their advantage and winning these DPS duels. YFP Super Shy still feel the need to contest with both their orbital ray and annihilation. Nightmare Timeless, they just run away. Those ultimates were wasted. And now Nightmare Timeless, it's all in their hands, all in their control and their fight to win. That Sawhill going aggressive with their own ultimate, trying to punish Hitori, which Bob grabs the final blow at the tail end of it. YFP Super Shy, it was theirs, Keegan. It was theirs for the taking. And they had one major fumble. Nightmare Timeless aren't gonna let them get away that easily and will close out Gardens 100 to 99.
And man, oh man, for this Nightmare Timeless team, they had, for YFP Super Shy, they were able to do it right at the end of the day. Hitori as well, Hitori, they used the annihilation as well as the orbital ray, but the only problem with that play was that for them, for Hitori and Scuff, they used the orbital ray and annihilation just to make space. They didn't use it on the point. They didn't get anything out of it. And yet again, Bun proving that this DPS is to be feared with, whether on hit scan or not, and making sure that there was enough space for Nightmare Timeless to play on and enough time for Nightmare Timeless to make sure they can secure victory. So just that one mistake right there, it was only used to make space, yes, but if it doesn't get a kill, it's not worth it.
There were so many points there that Nightmare Timeless were just punishing the rotations. Bun in particular, seriously, came alive on that Ashe. I'm adding her to the list of approved Ashe players in my books. That was a great performance.
So what was the list now,
from her.
Senna? What was the list now, Senna? Senna, Wisp, and now you
Senna,
got
Wisp, and Bun. We got Bun on there now.
That
3
feels
is a
unfair
great
now.
number.
That's 2 versus 1 on the Nightmare Timeless side.
Well, luckily you can't have 2 Ashe players play Ashe at the same time. That would be fun, but not the kind of Overwatch that we're playing today.
I mean, calling out heroes, random heroes party. No, I don't know. Just maybe for funsies. Who knows? But yeah, you can't have 2 Ashe players. But the big thing too is that it's not as if YFP Super Shy absolutely crumbled there. They had, I mean, Zoe was putting on a lot of pressure. She was doing an excellent job of making sure Peace felt kind of uncomfortable playing that Pharah. Unfortunately, it was Bun on the other end that picked up the slack there. I shouldn't say slack, but picked it up from what Peace was given, and Bun just went off, right? That first pick, the ultimate picks, the Bob coming later at the end of that. Remember, the Bob came out late in that fight, but still wanted them because you had pressure coming from all over the place when you were trying to fight inside of the middle area in Gardens, and it just proved too much for YFP Super Shy. But again, Nightmare Timeless has been so good on control that they start this off correctly. Now the problem is consistency. Can they keep it the rest of the way?
Yep, Timeless Nightmare have looked pretty consistent so far. Nothing, no major red flags are blaring at us at the immediate moment. YFP Super Shy, though, got a couple things to sort out in terms of some decision making, and I think the comfort home of King's Row, the first time we're seeing that map today, which is scary to think about, will be coming out. So we have Senna in as well, and it will be Peace that is coming out. More Ash Farah is what we can only expect, because time Bun will be taking up the reins of the flying hero. Very interested to see how this one turns out, considering the last King's Row these two teams met on.
Yeah, the last King's Row this went, it was kind of all back and forth here, but at the end it was YFP Super Shy that won it. So really, it kind of goes back and forth here with, or actually, no, I'm sorry, it was Nightmare Timeless that kind of just staggered out maybe a little bit here with YFP Super Shy. So honestly, for them at this moment, this is going to be a really interesting fight. Let's see if YFP Super Shy can adjust, right? I shouldn't say adjust too much, because Zoe just needs to keep doing what she's been doing, and Wisp just needs to keep doing what they're doing. But at the same time, too, Hitoi's just getting overpowered by some of these plays, and maybe just a mistake here and there, like I said earlier. Just that orbital ray alongside of the Annihilation only making space isn't going to help you at this point. So they really need to adjust, but luckily enough, it goes from a control point to a hybrid instead. So if they can get the control point under like they did back with that 127 win on Control Center, they're going to look a lot better and maybe even make it to the streets phase. But honestly, I feel like Nightmare Timeless is kind of daunting for this. It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like reminiscing a little bit from that 5-4 loss to Fable. So who knows what's going to happen here.
King's Row is an interesting map to say the least. How long was that? That had to be at least 20-minute map, right? When they played against Fable for this game. We didn't, and they played King's Row previously too. That one didn't get fully capped on both sides, but it still went the distance, and I'm expecting the same results for our current Grand Finals rendition of the nice dusky, is this dusk or dawn? I can't tell. Which way is the sun rising / setting? I have no idea. I don't know.
I think we're on sunset mode, no?
We'll be on sunset. It might be sunset mode. Sunset is very pretty. And it does show the sunset and hopefully the rise eventually of a new time. But we're not on that Farah as much as I suspected it to be. Bun can play both the Mei and the Farah, and I'm incredibly confident with her. Zoe can play the Farah, and I think she's going to diff anybody in this lobby. When it comes to the Mei, it's not her favorite, and it's never been as comparable to her other heroes. So we need to be keeping an eye on her to see what she's able to accomplish after these couple shots. Oh,
that was close. Ooh, that got a little dicey there, but we'll switch off to the Ashe instead. So complete mirror on either side. But again, the big one is Z's on that Ana. Remember, in a Rising series, that Ana made such a huge difference. Can Nightmare Timeless pull out that same impact that the Ana had on this time around in the Challenger side?
And this is Z's main hero too. Graham is flexible. She can play both. The Brig, the Juno, whatever you need her to play, she's got you covered. But that bio name chucked in from downtown, and Tori had to back off into the hotel, got no usage out of that Nemesis form. The positioning of YFP Super Shy, far from ideal. So many players are low, and this is the threat of Senna being set up and uncontested on a high ground angle. Fat Dynamite burning YFP from ground.
We know most of the time Senna's going to be playing the hit scan. Oh, I love this 1v1 right now. Who's going to win it? Oh, not paying attention. Looking the wrong way. Senna wins that headshot battle, wins the mirror battle. And the big thing, too, right now is that Zoe will switch on over from the Mei to the Tracer. Like you said, she probably doesn't like the Mei all too much, but we'll go to the Tracer instead, maybe to put some pressure onto Senna. But Senna is going to be Senna. Senna's just hitting shots. She's just absolutely on a tear right now. And this is dicey now for YFP Super Shy. They cannot control this Ashe right now. They need to. They need to find a way to control Senna, otherwise this is going to get out of hand, especially with Bun already at 88% on the Blizzard.
Bun is a factor that you fear in the Mei. I don't think any Mei players can stand up to what she is able to output. Nightmare Timeless, though, going to be very good heading into this next battle. Just having a Blizzard and nothing to match it. Senna? Is Senna okay? I hope Senna's okay. Not paying attention. I mean, the same thing happened with just a little bit of karma. Drops down. Are you insane? Okay, insanely good. My bad, Wisps.
Wiz just said, what did you say? Just gets the headshot on the movement, and then Coach Gunn back up. Insanity, man. And this Ashe player is just insane. And now Senna and Wiz are having such a duel. We saw this yesterday too, right on the final of Watch Point Gibraltar. This time around though, Wiz and Senna are this is just having some fun at this point. But now they'll both have their bombs. They'll both have some annihilations coming up as well. This is going to be an ult-heavy fight coming up if they can build it.
I'll have a couple of them. Wiz does need to stay alive.
Oh, this is upstairs.
Thankfully, the Ashe players know where each other is this time, so we do get a fair 1v1. The Bob doesn't really do much of anything from that angle. Senna's Bob, much more valid. The Coach Gun will keep it on the corner. And Tori, that Bionade pops the annihilation. That should be enough, but you are going to need extra support from Velvet and Scott. Has to be an orbital ray. Yes, that will help. It doesn't quite save Whips, though. YFP Super Shy down in damage and in numbers. Nightmare Timeless want to push aggressive, and they're still holding on to Z's Nano. They're already going to have another Bionade up by the end of this, too. Yet chucking on to Hittori, and this tank player is just as good as cut. Oh, that's the Nano that we were looking for to come on through. Sawhill just barrels in. It's just Hittori and Zoe trying to trade out what they can for the backline of Nightmare Timeless. But you're pushing into the spawns, and you actually are getting a lot more than you should be able to come for. Scuff's playing way too high. The Sawhill's allowed any reasonable amounts of pummels, and some way, somehow, YFP Super Shy are still standing.
That's 8 ultimates used off the board. Super Shy using 5 of theirs. All 5 were used in that last long fight. Timeless using 3, and that included the Ana. But are we going to see? Yeah, this is going to be a couple of swaps here. Graham's going to go on over to the Brigida. He's back on the, or well, not swaps, I should say, just resets, if you will. But this Ana was making such an impact from Z's, but no longer anymore because YFP Super Shy was able to push past it. So now they're going to go back to the full-on support and tank Mirror, and Bun coming up on another Blizzard.
Bun has just been racing to these. That's just how much he's able to put out into these fights, but it's kind of hard when Sawhill just walks right past you and decides that Velvet is no longer allowed to live and you have nothing to do with the matter. That is a Tori annihilation and a Blizzard thrown behind Hittori, so Hittori's job is just trying to get as much damage done. This is what Zoe and Hittori did previously when Nightmare Timeless used more ults. It's use the backline as sacrificial lambs and get whatever elims you can.
And he totally just moves right by saying, I don't care about your Blizzard. I don't think that Blizzard was even near Hittori, just walking up from Mantra, just having some lovely walks along with a few punches there. So Hittori makes it out well, and now Sawhill's going to come up in an annihilation as well. But for Super Shy, they only needed 1 ult to win that. That was the annihilation that works out. But so they'll both have, actually Scuff's not right now the only one with an orbital ray. Watch out though, Zoe likes playing here on the flank for that pulse bomb.
If she can manage to land this on to Velvet, it would be a massive stick, and that's exactly what she's going to do, but it's then on to Graham. Oh, we are just loving to see Zoe play this Tracer. She can't really be contested. It's that trade-off. You have to play Ashe to keep Wisp at bay, but what can you do about the Tracer?
Can't slow it down either. You're just going to get blinked and then recalled, so really slowing down the Tracer is not a good option here. And so Zoe coming up big, and that's wasting away more time. You lose a Brita, you lose your big part, or you lose one of your 2 supports. That forces them all the way back, and now even with a Hyper Ring back in, you can see the forced out, but here comes the Bob in the corner.
Bomb. A little bit more pressure towards the backside, but Sawhill already used the Nemesis for him. You can't actually maintain any of that space that you worked so hard on gaining. It'll instead be returning Bob from Wiz. This one, much scarier for Nightmare Timeless. The backline completely cut off, but Wiz, that way overzealous. Thought that the Bob was doing much more than it actually was, and YFP Super Shy will have to play without a hit scan for the time being, dodging away from this annihilation. Nightmare Timeless have way more tools at the end of the day, but won't even end up needing them for the rest of this point. Nightmare Timeless should be able to walk it home.
Yeah, they've got 2 on card right now, which should be good enough for it to push up to that last point unless anybody wants to dare to try to contest. But, I mean, if you're YFP Super Shy, why would you? There's not much of a point when you only have 2 ultimates on the board here anyway. Super Shy will come up with one of theirs on Orbital Ray just to push in. Yeah, but they give it up. 90 seconds on the clock, though. But if you're Super Shy, you're taking that. That's a lot of time wasted off of their bang from earlier on. They've only got 90 seconds to push up. And now Senna's going to go on the Widow. This should be interesting.
Senna on the Widowmaker. Wisp does not stand a chance, and now that they see the French sniper on the other side, you can tell that Wisp is trying to find a much safer angle to work with. Sawhill beginning their assault on the backline, only to come back, making an attempt to keep their team alive, using themselves as a meat shield, essentially. And it's not going to pay off at the end of it all. 60 seconds remaining, and Nightmare Timeless have one real push left to make.
And the big thing is that was a 1 versus 1 play for the Orbital Ray, which means whichever team was coming up on top is probably going to make do with that time. And 50 seconds left to go. Because YFP Super Shy has it, Nightmare Timeless is just going to have to use the rally to engage at that, but Super Shy is doing it first.
Super Shy trying to initiate with this fight. Tori pops the Annihilation within the Blizzard, trying to keep their teammates alive and use that extra armor to their advantage. That's such a smart play from her. Oh my gosh, YFP Super Shy are only standing because of that Q, canceling each other out. Nightmare Timeless about half a minute to actually push through this final phase of Foundry, and only really a rally to work with. But if there's anything we know about Zoe, whenever she's got a pulse bomb, she's got her eyes set on the brig. But no, this time it's on Bun, caught with no ice block. Both these DPS are suffering at the hands of Zoe, who has never been batted an eye at all game long. One clip onto Senna to finish it off, and Nightmare Timeless was just about cooked here. Every single ultimate is gone and no longer exists. Wisp has Bob, chuck an Orbital Ray in for good measure, and you got yourselves a stop for YFP Super Shy halfway through the third objective.
An excellent play, and Zoe popping off. What more do you want to say about them? She is absolutely putting on a show right now. 2 sticks, 1 on the break, and 1 onto the main. Made this a lot more easier of a final defense for YFP Super Shy. If you can just keep this up, that would be an excellent thing to do for the Super Shy team. But for Nightmare Timeless, got stuck over and over again. Maybe it was the Bob placements, maybe it was just kind of a stop here and there, but it was an excellent play from Zoe overall. These pulse bombs, if they land, make it a whole lot easier for your team. And credit to the team as well. That was communicated that the ice block was gone for the pulse bomb to stick onto the Mei, which is an even better response for YFP Super Shy. So Nightmare Timeless has to come out of the gate here. We know Senna can hit the shots. We know Bun can play that Mei very well as well inside of this meta. The question is, can you counter what Super Shy is bringing? Especially now, it's going to be Senna trying to take down Zoe, but you got to watch out for Wisp too.
Wisps has been getting the better end of this Ashe quote-unquote matchup that we've been having, and not when I say matchup, I don't mean eliminations traded back and forth between the two players. I mean what is your dynamite doing? Are you contributing to those eliminations? What's really happening in that department? And Wisp has had way more impact thus far. Super Shy have been really banking on their hit scan player to outperform Senna, 2 of the best hit scans that we have, vying for that spot at the top. Yet neither really making a dent. This time though, Keegan, we got a bit of a change in our DPS lineup.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a it will be a little bit of a DPS change, but no, Wisp will go back to the Ashe and the Life Weaver as well. The Life Weaver's kind of smart as well, pulling you back together to make sure that you can get a very quick swap off and allow yourself to be with the rest of the team in case they get dove on. But now it's going to be Nightmare Timeless just poking at it again. Senna poking out Zoe. That's the big one. Senna, if they can take down Zoe right away, it's a lot easier to try to focus down Senna on the trying to focus down Wisp on the other side.
Yep, one thing to point out too, it is much easier to play a sniper / hit scan on defense than it is attack. The angles are already given to you, whereas YFP Super Shy have to work harder to give Wisp space here.
And yeah, Zoe's trying to put on the pressure, but it's not like this is Lijiang Tower anymore, where both sides have to establish that angle, and the Tower gets a little more peace. Like you were saying, the angles are set here for Senna already to try to take down this Pharah, as the Pharah tries to go all the way around alongside of a Diva help.
Moving over to kind of dive. You have to try to get a little executed these hyper ring, these fast dives onto Senna, and there it is. Finally successful, and Nightmare Timeless have to back off. Zoe is now uncontested, and that is a terrifying thing to think about no matter what hero she is playing on. YFP Super Shy getting that first bit of capture percentage as Nightmare Timeless are preparing for a counterattack.
Trying to prepare for it. There's only 1 or 2 on point right now, which means this pick isn't going as fast as it should be. So that means Nightmare Timeless will have another attack onto this. Are they going to even be able to touch the point? They are.
That was scuffed about 20% ahead of Z's when it comes to this Orbital Ray. So they don't even try to touch the point. They just want to try to live and get a setup here at this final angle. Senna getting that shot onto Whips hopefully relieves some of the pressure Nightmare Timeless are feeling. And now you can actually set up at this archway.
Yeah, and that was a good push out by YFP Super Shy, allowing themselves, I mean, yes, it costs you your orbital raid, costs you the annihilation, but you're able to push off Nightmare Timeless off the point and give yourselves another 2.5 minutes. You know those ultimates can build back up. You give yourself more time to do that. Nightmare Timeless will have 4 ultimates on the board. Super Shy with 1, maybe 2 on the Bob. But let's see, Zoe's on the barrage, maybe on the flank, but they notice it right away.
Zoe is scouted out. No one really wants to commit onto a flying hero, however. Has not missed a direct onto Sawhill, and the barrage will do exactly the same. That is a great trade. Favoring YFP Super Shy. Tori almost lived through all of that chaos. Nightmare Timeless very much still on their feet after Z's didn't end up using the orbital ray last fight.
Yeah, didn't use it at all on that last, or did use it on the last fight, but Graham, Sawhill, and Senna will all have ultimates to use in this next one. Wiz holding on to the Bob. If this Bob placement can be a little bit better for Wiz, this is going to be a lot better for them, and especially just waiting for this team to group. I wonder if they're going to see Wiz, because it's probably going to be put on the back line here, and that's obviously where the wall is, and the wall is good.
The wall is good. It's broken very quickly, though. Nightmare Timeless have been great about that. Yeah, they can't really push up on it. It's more or less just playing this one corner at a time, as you have to be doing with the Mei. Now that's the Bob that we've been waiting for. Bun is going to be in a ton of trouble here. Nice coach gun from Wisp, hanging on to a sliver of HP. Senna, though, daring anyone, any of the squishies, to peek their head out into her crosshairs, and thankfully YFP Super Shy will save themselves the pain for now. Velvet wants to take it on heads, and with all of that attention put on the Brig, Wisp is free to land that killing blow. YFP Super Shy very much on a roll here, as Nightmare Timeless are sent reeling. They're not going to get a contest on this point.
No, not at all. I also want to credit there too. That was 2 alley-oops there. One from the coach gun to the Bob, and then of course the whip shot to Wisp. That is that's just 2 alley-oops. You love to see the dunks there. And so Wisp will go ahead and switch, and I think this is going to be the Widowmaker instead, just to see if they can force it off, because Senna will go to the Widow as well. So this Widowmaker v Widowmaker is going to have to last a long time. Senna's going to have to find a lot of shots, because 4 minutes to get it around the first corner is a lot of time to work with for YFP.
It's a ton of time, and especially when you're playing with these snipers, it can be so dicey. The fight can be over in just a blink, and that's where Senna, that's where Whips, that's a condition they're trying to play off of. And look at all things, though. YFP Super Shy is astronomically higher than Nightmare Timeless. You do need to get the touch on somebody to get out the payload, but no! They don't even get to try to win the fight. That right there, my friends, is a true Charlie Niner. The fight we'll never know the result of, and one that YFP Super Shy will take the current circumstances of.
You know, I can now cross this off on my career list here. Being able to call a C9 on the Overwatch Esports channel, I can cross that off my list. Yeah, so we're not going to talk about it, right, Timeless? We're not going to just talk about it. But I think what forced that, I'm not going to say it was forced overall, but you had to touch it. But the thing that did save them away from it was that orbital ray right at the end. And that orbital ray goes out really, really well from Scuffed. From Scuffed as well. So credit to Scuffed for making sure that that worked out well in their favor and just kind of blinding everybody from what the scenario was right at the end. So that's the only way I can figure, you know, some explanation for that. Otherwise, yes, yeah, Charlie Niner. That's Charlie Niner over and out. That's all you can really say about the ending there.
Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, that fight was probably lost anyways for Nightmare Timeless. You didn't have any ults to work with. You're kind of reeling back and just got snowballed through those first couple of points.
Right, but okay, but you could at least, if you're gonna lose the fight, at least lose it while touching the points. I mean, like yes, you're starting to lose meters, but I don't think anybody's paying attention to how close it was. They just all back, like, even on that last fight, right? Even the Widowmaker, they all, I think the call was even on Senna, right? Senna backed off of that fight. Senna backed off of that after the last grapple, just shot the Venomine and then just went away, right? Just walked away, and that the rest of the team walked back, not realizing where that golden box was. I think that was more or less the case of it. They just weren't aware.
Yeah. There was also a whip shot coming in there, too, that helped the contest get it at 5 players alive. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. You move on. This series is tied up at 1 apiece, regardless of how you think about it. YFP Super Shy stepped it up from map 1 and cleaned up a lot of those big errors that we saw.
Yes.
There were just massive misplays, committing ultimates where you shouldn't, or going on these weird flanks, thinking that you can secure eliminations that just didn't happen. Completely changed, much better on King's Row. Yeah,
it looked a lot better, right? And we were talking about ult usage and how some of these fights were really close, right? It was 199 on both of the maps that Nightmare won, right? That's a lot different story story if some of these fights go a little bit differently, right? If some of these ultimates got used here, if some of these fights went this way, if you were to go on this position, just these little minor things, right, that lost them the 199s on both Night Market and Gardens. But now they fixed it, right? It's not like there's 3 maps to go from. It's only 1 map you really have to focus on as soon as they hit the streets phase. And they had plenty of time. They hit that checkpoint with 4 minutes on the clock. That is such an insane timing against a team like Nightmare Timeless, and they only play 1 round 2. They kept them at 2 points. So now when we go on to our next map here, it is going to be Push. And okay, so yes. Do you want to mention it here?
We got a list of subs, and then we got for our map apostrophe smiley face. That's what we got.
I don't think that's a smiley face. I think that's like the flat face, just like the lines.
Oh
and
yeah,
then the straight out, smile.
Oh, I see it now. It's on my second monitor, so.
Yeah, so it's just like this whole 8 for 8.
If you've been here all day, it's Runa Sapi. We are also 8 for 7.
No, 7 for 8. 7 for 8. Yes.
7 for 8 on that. Shout out Calling Heroes.
Yes.
Rising
Shout out
Grand
Rising
Finals.
Series. I'm telling you,
Woo!
I love the variety there. Shout out the
Rising
variety.
Series is the best. We'll go with it though. Hey, I'm okay with this. Maybe we get a little bit more of a rock muncher. I love going to the back lines, going, hey, I can dig that. Like, that's great. That's so much fun. But we'll have to see whether Zoe will pull that out or not, or whether Timeless can keep their 100% win rate on Push. That is yet to be thwarted. And if this team wants to keep that, when Senna was on the interview earlier, she said that she thought she doesn't really have an idea of what the scoreline of the series would be. She said 4-2 was her best guess, didn't know which way. If you want that prediction to be right in Nightmare Timeless' favor, you gotta win this one.
Yeah, this is a critical map, right? I mean, we say it over and over again, that when the maps tie, right? Even in a first to two, we obviously know this map is critical, so that's to win. But even in any other scenario, at first to 3, first to 4, a tied map series at 1-1 apiece, or even 0-0, 1-1, 2-2, any one of those tiebreaker scenario maps is a really important map, because that's the momentum you carry into the next one, right? That's the momentum you want to go into the next map, try to take that advantage and making sure that you keep ahead. But right now for YFP, they took it back, right? It's just this back and forth battle. It's this tug of war that really should come out of a grand final anyways, right? And there's just tug of war, back and forth, back and forth. And yet right now, YFP looked like, I guess, just on Kings Row alone, look a little bit more dominant. But now it's push time, right? Nightmare Timeless has not lost a push map yet. That's the biggest thing. They've not lost it yet. They've gone on and won this one, even against the YFP Super Shy team. They were up. Super Shy was up 2-0. Then Timeless came back for 2, which it started off with push. So this is the one you got to be careful of.
Scuffed did call Flashpoint and Push, quote-unquote, gimmicky maps. So whether that's going to be true or not, well, we'll see. For your team's sake, Scuffed, I hope that you've figured out these gimmicky maps, as you want to call them. But we do have a substitute on the side of Nightmare Timeless, so Senna will be coming out, and Peace will be back in. I don't hate it. I think having Peace in adds another level of flexibility, because Senna really only will be playing that Ashe and maybe a bit of Tracer. If at some point you want to play Ashe, Bun is there. You can also have Peace cover the Mei, the Pharah, like everything is covered with this DPS duo in right now, even if the hit scan isn't at the same level as what we're seeing from Senna.
Yeah, and Bun was popping off that one map too. If you go back all the way to Lijiang Tower, right? Bun was kind of popping off on the DPS side on that Ashe. Meanwhile, Peace was also kind of putting on some pressure, while Zoe was putting the pressure onto Peace. Nothing was covering Bun. Bun was doing every single thing right there for the DPS side. So now as we approach the push, like we said earlier, Nightmare Timeless has been undefeated on this map. If you're going to make the difference here, YFP Super Shy has to do it right now just to try to break that streak. And yes, it could go 3. I mean, if it goes 3-2 like yesterday, game's not over, match isn't over. So you cannot use these quote-unquote finicky ones, these wacky modes like pushes as kind of that excuse that, oh, we dropped it, but it doesn't really matter, we can push forward. No, this still becomes a crucial map because it's a tiebreaker. You're not up 2-0, still 2-0 anymore. It's 1-1.
Even playing the field for both of these teams. Runa Sapi, though, seems to have been Nightmare Timeless's domain so far, and it has been a different result every time, whether it is completely shutting teams out, allowing them to push 0 meters, or coming down to one final fight. We've seen it both ways from this squad. I'll have to see. Sawhill is still in. No sniper to be seen yet. That means Ramatra all the way, peoples. Mei, Tracer against Wisp's Ashe.
Yeah, Mei, Tracer May Ash. This is the big one, right? If nobody's going to contest Wisp, like Peace should be able to, then this is going to be a little bit more. But the big thing, Wisp is going to be protected by Velvet. I know Velvet's sometimes had a rough time, but when Velvet shines, Velvet is good on this Brigitte, and trying to protect Wisp should be the #1 ID here, because Peace is going to do all that Peace will to try to disrupt this Ashe right now.
Yeah, Peace won't really get too many shots put at them. I mean, Wisp will certainly try, but it's very difficult to hit a Tracer consistently. In that regard, Nightmare Timeless should have an upper hand depending on where they're playing. Peace is kind of poking in and out, applying pressure to Hattori, ensuring that damage passive is up and running, less healing, going the way of the tank. However, there's isn't really any decisive moves to be made so far. Sawhill has a Mei wall to their back and is struggling to stay on their feet. Graham and Z is working overtime to make sure that the tank can stay up. But who's really watching out for the supports? Well, that answer is nobody. Hattori goes right on in there, has not missed a single pummel so far, and give YFP Super Shy just the opening that they wanted.
Yeah, and look at the low health bars because of Grab going down, right? No more protection. YFP Super Shy take rightful advantage of that. And Z's is the only one living out of this entire scenario, just backed away on it. Scuff, though, building up the orbital rate quicker than Z's. And already, yes, the pressure's on Wisp, too, only at 66%. But, man, Nightmare Timeless just right now just kind of on the back foot just because of the way they kind of staggered out. So YFP Super Shy with advantage now. It will be another fight before we get to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit before that actually happens. YFP Super Shy have more of the ultimates here. Nightmare Timeless, it's not like they're gonna have time to unanswer them, but Snuffed, once again, I think this is the difference of experience, racing Z's and winning it to that orbital ray, and just off of that alone is just winning YFP Super Shy fights. How many times can these winning in sentence? A lot when Scuffed is involved.
Yeah, I mean, if you're winning and just winning everything, if you're just no, for Z's at the same time too, though, not building up to that ultimate quick enough. You just saw the result of it. Scuffed using it very early on, knowing that probably Z's doesn't have it, or unless if Z's did have it, it would have been used right away. YFP notices that automatically, and they just push up with it. It's an easy win. It's an easy first checkpoint, and even more progression now for YFP. They're playing maybe a different angle here, and now it's a stick.
Oh, nice stick onto Wisp. We knew the Ashe had to be dealt with, and eventually it will happen. That is after YFP Super Shy get that first point. They didn't commit any other ults other than an orbital ray, which Nightmare Timeless don't exactly have either.
Yeah, and now they're going to try to push up here. It will be forward spawns for for YFP Super Shy. So a big fight here where if they can get a win here, they'll have the all the way back spawns yet again. And this is going to be more progress for Nightmare Timeless, who have 3 ultimates on the board, who don't have an orbital ray to work with, but that's 3 ultimates on either side. 1 DPS, 1 tank, 1 support.
Relatively even, but there's that Sniper Mei that we are very well familiar with. And Wisp's got a nice pull between the eyeballs. Not really where you'd like to put one of those. YFP Super Shy, though, gotta cut out, committing into the annihilation. I guess you get the Blizzard out for it, so it's not too bad. And, you know, YFP Super Shy will have to move on and have one more shot to defend the objective.
I mean, not too bad of a trade, but I wouldn't say a worthwhile one, because it really comes down to Hattori using it. That's a huge annihilation. That's a huge zoning ultimate for you, and the annihilation could be used for so much better. But for YFP right now, they are now kind of on this back foot, right? The rally is still available. Velvet didn't use it either, so we're going to have Sawhill having that annihilation. But the big thing, look at Scuff versus C's. Right now, Scuff is going to race back to that orbital ray.
It's not been close. We haven't seen many Junos have this much of the difference in ult charge so far. Scuff is just simply doing more right now. And YFP Super Shy have used that to their own advantage. I'll be able to set up along to this corner again. Nightmare Timeless, the longer that this goes on, the harder it is for them. You already burned your pulse bomb too. Scuff's just inching closer and closer to this ult of theirs. He finally gets Wisp out of the way, and you can tell Sawhill's happy about that one. Just running in as fast as they possibly can, but shortly will be out just as fast as response to that own orbital ray. Z is close to one of their own and should be able to hang on to enough life force. Now this is the time where Nightmare Timeless actually want to take that fight. It is an annihilation pop, so Sawhill can live throughout this ultimate. Nightmare Timeless pumping all the sustain they possibly could into their tank, knowing that Sawhill can just march right on up and put this fight to bed.
That's a huge fight for them. They get the checkpoint, and if that time starts to run out as well, they may even get very, very close to the lead. You're thanking it right now that YFP Super Shy only, or you're thinking you're thinking if you're YP Super Shy that you're lucky that this robot has to wait a little while longer. You can regroup with each other using the hyper ring just to get back, but this lead is also close. 12 meters in closing. Do they get the touch in time to try to take that lead off? They have the wall at the same time too. Is that the lead? No.
Oh, so close. That wall was down a second earlier, but this is kind of what we've been needing to see. Wisp has been the one to go down for the past 3 fights that Nightmare Timeless has won, making sure that they really can't do anything on that hit scan, which has been a thorn in the side so far, reclaiming that lead to be theirs, and we'll be able to hold on to a stellar ult bank as a result.
That wasn't even a stick either. Velvet just ran into it, didn't have a shield bash to work with, so that pulse bomb, it gets all the value for it onto the Brigida. Not a stick, but still the value for it. And now 94%, Zoe realizing this was going over to the far instead. No hit scans unless, I mean, again, Main's a sniper, so who knows at this point. But Zoe's going to be up in the air trying to rain down some damage from above, but the lead already on over to Nightmare Timeless and big at that.
They still have 4 minutes to work with. It's not exactly panic time for YFP Super Shy. You got the ult you want to take a fight with, and Scuffed is about to lap Z's to an orbital ray right now. Z's been holding on to it for a bit too long. And YFP Super Shy will get their way back around this corner relatively for free. Nightmare Timeless think this is the best spot for them to go ahead and take a fight, especially with Peace being able to dip in and out of that room specifically. And Zoe has to poke her head out a little bit more than you would in other parts of the map as a Pharah.
Well, but the big thing too, right, is that Z's may have been getting lapped, but Z's hasn't had the need to use it yet. Good matchup and try to reflect off of Scuffed, and if Nightmare Timeless are confident enough in it, you could just use their orbital race to trade, honestly, and they're still not using it yet because they don't have a clear lead for this fight, and there's the trade.
No, not quite. They're able to ray from Z's and Scuff landing at the same time. It's absolute chaos on the battlefield. Yet only 1 elimination so far, about to be paired with 2 more. Bob certainly did something. YFP Super Shy. All right, well, should be able to cancel the forward spawns and start working their way to gain in the lead again.
Yeah, normally more ultimates wins you the fight. That was 3 ultimates on Super Shy's side versus 2 on the Orbital Ray and the Blizzard. But the problem now for Super Shy is they've got nothing on the board. The only play you've got here is the rally, but that could help you out when Wisp hits Peace down, and that should be some progress here for YFP Super Shy.
Peace has had Wisp's number for the majority of this map so far, and it's a breath of fresh air for Wisp and perhaps a little bit of confidence regained from the hit scan player in order to actually get the Tracer out of your face. And we got the rally comboed up with Zoe's ultimate here shortly. No Maywall in play. Zoe isn't scared of this at all. Uses it in front of the shield. It is the icicles from Bun. That's 1, that's 2 to put them down to bed. The sniper May we are well familiar with has returned, and Nightmare Timeless shall be turning the ball right around the corner.
And they turn it away with 8 meters left to go. That is such a close lead here for Nightmare Timeless, and clutching it out in the end to make sure this robot doesn't get there. It is 2 minutes on the clock now, and Super Shy has nothing on the board. Timeless will have a pulse bomb available, but that's also it. So this next fight is essentially a dry fight or a poke fight, but if you're Super Shy, you do not want that to happen. The longer this time goes on, the less time you have to push.
90 seconds, it's not a ton of time, but it still means you win 2 fights in a row. You should get the lead. Peace does find the pulse bomb on a Velvet. It's still a little bit too close. And unfortunately, we'll return it with their life. Not having a Brig, though, is much worse than not having a Tracer in this type of scenario, especially with Zoe getting sniped out of the sky. You're still up for Nightmare Timeless. They want to see how much further they can push this bot. So even if YFP Super Shy win the next battle, they'll be set up to prevent the lead from being taken.
Yeah, and even then, they got a little bit more of a bigger lead, right? They got a few more meters out of it. They were at 103 and 108 now, and they might still be able to turn this fight around here, but probably not anymore. Those torpedoes take down Stallhill and Peace. Man, I tell you what, they stalled out that fight long enough to where now the respawn, they'll still have it forward, but they stalled out a lot of time, and Super Shy's not going to like the fact they only got 40 seconds plus overtime to basically win what is 2 perfect fights here, and against the scrappy Nightmare Timeless team, that does not seem ideal.
Especially when one of those fights is going to be taken in this midpoint. You haven't canceled forward spawns either. This is not good right now for YFP Super Shy. Nightmare Timeless, even if this goes long, which it may not, if Zoe falls first like that, Nightmare Timeless will be back to take even more battles at the end of it. Hitori needs to get aggressive, and there's an elimination onto Bun. Scuffed once again gets more value out of this orbital ray. Z's has the opportunity to go ahead and respond with it, but Nightmare Timeless, they're purposely losing this fight, Keegan. They're They're holding on all their ults. They have 5 of them now, ensuring that YFP Super Shy don't have a chance of taking the lead.
Yeah, you made sure that Wisp used the ultimate. He totally does have maybe the game changer here, which would be the annihilation if that pops off, but you're absolutely right. Nightmare Timeless will take that any day, knowing that you're close to the spawn enough and knowing that you can still play this one more fight. Just don't C9, for the love of God. You've got 5 ultimates to use. This is Nightmare Timeless's one to win and or lose.
Rally out first, the onslaught that Nightmare Timeless is about to have. Vittori responds though!
What?
There's 5 ults on the board! You can't be losing this! The port line is down! No Orbital Ray in play! Buns Blizzard, the Peace, Pulse Bomb, neither of them do their jobs! How Nightmare Timeless, you can't be losing that! 5 ults! YFP could care less! Vittori is in there, and she came to brawl! YFP Super Shy destroyed the 100% win rate on push, and it'll be up 2-1.
Wow, I don't know what else to say about that. I mean, Nightmare
You can't
Timeless had
lose
everything
those.
in the bank, had the 5 ultimates, had the spawns, had the close engage. But YFP Super Shy, it all starts off with that first 2 picks that immediately came. You had no shot at the Orbital Ray. You had some Blizzard being used for nothing. YFP, that blew my mind just now. I mean, like, my hands are on my head right now. Like, how... Okay, I hate to make this reference, but that takes me back to when Lava Lilies won this entire thing back on Rising Challenges, right? That was back in Minor 1, where that team had 4 or 5 ultimates on the board, but nothing happened and then Lava Lilies won that map and won the entire series in Minor 1. That's what it takes me back to. You had the bag, right? You had this, you had a full grocery store bag. You had all the goods in there. And then somehow, some way, it just had the rip on the bottom of the bag. I don't know what else to say here.
You can't lose those. You can't
No.
lose those, Keegan. Like, this is Nightmare Timeless that we're talking about. And the one ult that didn't go off that should have a lot more. Z's, I think Z's is an incredible player, but that lack of experience on Juno is really starting to show at this point. Scuffed used 2 more ultimates than Z's throughout that entire map, and the Orbital Ray was the only one that Juno ended up dying first. There was no opportunity to even use the button in the first place. Like, this is starting to become a reoccurring issue for Nightmare Timeless. We've been talking about the cracks starting to show in this rock solid team, and it seems to be that's where the most concerning one is right now. Z's is an incredible flex support player, and we know that they can play the Ana, the Baptiste, the Juno just isn't up to par yet, or at least with equivalent to what Scuffed has accomplished.
Yeah, and as we head into the break here in only a couple of moments, it's just Nightmare Timeless, right? They had that in the bag, and now it's just the mistakes that just happened there. And of course, the talk is going to be about those 5 ultimates. You had those ultimates on the board. It just didn't work. And now Super Shy have got to feel super confident. They know they can go into that with 5. They knew they had only 1 ultimate to use. They ran in against the 5 ultimate team and won it. That's got to be some kind of confidence going into our next maps.
The confidence that just is a dangerous thing to keep an eye out for. Nightmare Timeless, they gotta be facepalming right now. Like, what just happened to C9, followed up by losing that last fight, is a rough turn of events. You gotta hope that something can turn it around on Flashpoint. Map number 4 of our best of 7 grand final series is yet to come. We'll see y'all back for our Flashpoint in just a little while. sorry. I had a little bit of coughing fit there. I've been so excited about how these games have been turning out. I literally forgot to breathe. Good news is, take a deep breath, because we do have a little bit of downtime before we head into our 4th map. So far, YFP and Super Shy have won maps in 2 disheartening ways. Out of Timeless, and one being a C9, one losing a fight with 5 ultimates to 2. That's tough, buddy. All you can say about it. 2 major issues that Timeless Nightmare have not showcased at any other point in the map. It's just those last fights. It's like, oh wait, how do you play Overwatch again? It's like the brains turn off then. Everything looks perfect. Timeless are about to win. You gotta stand up in these high pressure moments. You can tell that being in this grand finals, now heading to a map 4, is getting to Nightmare Timeless's heads, and you gotta be able to turn that mentality around at some point, and hopefully, New Junk City, 8 for 8 on that one, is the spot to do it.
Yeah, I mean, well, not quite 8 for 8, because I don't think we've gone to 4 maps all the way through, because a lot of it's been best of 3.
It would have been
at
8
least
for
on
8
Switch.
had we gone there.
It could have been 8 for 8, though. Yeah, I mean, obviously, though, New Junk City, the I guess I shouldn't say obvious pick, but the only pick we've had so far this weekend when we go to map 4. Yeah, I mean, this one plays. This is the one map, right, where we've seen that either that Tracer or the Venture far, right? Or, I mean, we see a lot of Maze too here, but it really just comes down to that first fight, that first 50-50, right? Because we don't know if the Venture's going to get pulled out, especially if there's no substitution, which obviously there are this time around, right? When HK comes in. The big one, though, HK is in, Whisk comes out in this scenario here, so that kind of tells you a little bit of something of what could happen for Super Shy. But for Nightmare Timeless's side, right, we're gonna see the same thing where Peace comes in, Senna's still out, so it's gonna be Bun Peace again. Who knows what you get pulled out, just because, like we kept saying earlier, the flexibility of these two is just kind of insane. But now they need to turn that flexibility into a win, because now they're down 2-1.
Yeah, there's more on the side of what we've seen from Nightmare Timeless in the past. Wisps is kind of a hard ash lock, and you're not going to see much other, so there's more predictability in that regard too. Nightmare Timeless, though, are about to fade a bit less of it. HK will be subbing in for Wisps on New Junk City. This did happen last time these two teams played this map. It was a little bit of Genji out of HK. I was not too fond of that. It got a lot better after we switched back to that Pharah Mei. The Genji is very limited in what you can do, particularly when you're walking into a Mei Venture comp. HK was gutsy for that one, wasn't the play, so hopefully YFP Super Shy have figured that out since the last meeting and are just hoping to use this extra bit of flexibility to their advantage when Nightmare Timeless have been struggling.
Yeah, and remember, you were talking about that last matchup as well. This is another map that Timeless had won before losing out on Escort on the last one, so this is another dangerous map. But now, if you're YFP Super Shy, you're feeling a lot more confident. You staved off one of the lost maps that you lost to last time. This time around, the lost map that you had was Lijiang Tower, was Control. But this time around, right now, you give yourselves a better chance. You've won. You've defeated the unbeatable on Push. Yeah. Timeless went down. That was their first map loss on Push in this entire tournament, in this entire Minor 2. And now they're going into it here, Flashpoint-wise. I don't think maybe not really losing Flashpoints, but obviously there's some skirmishes in there. There's some kind of bad, not a bad record at all, especially on a Flashpoint map. So as we go back to New Junk City, a map very familiar with both of these teams here. But again, the first time this happened around, YFP Super Shy went down to Nightmare Timeless with Force Game 5. The confidence in that mind is that YFP can do this, and now they have some subs to put it out. Maybe it's not the Genji, maybe it's something else that'll hopefully, for them, work out in their favor this time to start.
New Junk City, well, really just Flashpoint in general. A lot of pacing is set on the first little round here. It did go to 5 rounds. All 5 points were played when these two teams last met on this map. It was due to some adjustments that were made. I believe it was Timeless, Nightmare Timeless, if I'm not mistaken, who won the first 2 points, and YFP Super Shy ran it back around and took the next 3. Actually, no, they took the next 2. Then it was Nightmare Timeless who eventually sealed it off. So it can be very close, but very far. It relies on that adaptability and how much you're willing to switch off. Right now, both teams teaching the Venture, definitely down for that one. Whether Hitori is going to stick this JQ or not, we're going to find out in a second.
Oh, Peace swapped to the Summer for a second. I'm like, is this the kind of reminiscent of the Rising series with Zenny on the Sombra. No, it'll be no. HK will pull out the Genji again. Okay, so maybe. Okay. Well, I mean, last time around it took a little bit longer for HK to kind of get online, but they're gonna try this yet again, and I think Nightmare Timeless are ready for it. They know what the Genji pulled out last time, and they were absolutely good for it, right? They pressured that Genji so much. YFP Super Shy are banking on this, maybe working out this time. I don't know how much of an odds you would put on it though.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really get close. HK is just doing the same thing a Tracer would do in this scenario and contesting the objective and battling it out against Peace, making sure that doesn't get into their back line, but that's a Tori dropping down. Peace was not ready for that. A disgusting Jagged Blade stick followed up by a corner into almost the entirety of Nightmare Timeless. Look how quickly Hitori's hip health bar is going up in combination with the support and the bleed damage. You lose Zoe, but get Sawhill at the end. Nightmare Timeless just don't need to stagger here.
Yeah, they cannot stagger here at all, and in all, there's respawn changes and all, but you just can't stagger one after another here. But the big thing is that I think that play right there shows you why they created the 3-2-1 button, because if you can put that into comms, you get an intense play from Hitori on this Junker Queen to make that play happen and get rid of Peace run so early on. Peace only at 28%, by the way. It's a double up of Zoe right now. Zoe and HQ are building up their ultimates quickly. Hitori also almost on a rampage.
This rampage will be unstoppable once it comes up. I mean, it can always be stopped by something, but it should not. In theory, Z's actually for the first time winning the race to that orbital ray. Just have it negated. 4-person rampage out of Hitori. That's why purple is the best color if you're a YFP Super Shy fan. It's not enough to close it out though. Hitori and Zoe both ended up going down. Graham popped the rally here, and Nightmare Timeless found a way to recover.
Yeah, that's impressive in itself. He totally hit a lot of people with that rampage, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out in their favor in the end. Can't close out the fights, and this is where it's going to come into play, right? We talked about this between Nightmare Timeless as well as Fluffy Mafia. The closing out fights was an issue for this Nightmare Timeless team. Now they're on the foot of making sure that the fight's not over until they say it's over. Ain't no bell was heard, and also 25% Nightmare Timeless does have the Annihilation ready. Big thing though, Super Shy has both ults.
Try all of their tools here. Only need to really win one fight, and they actually almost got the point flip there for free. Had to force positioning, however, stuck to not drop with the rest of them. Was busy trying to shake Sawhill off of their tail. HK blade out of the sheath, only grabs one, and that's not enough for YFP Super Shy to stabilize here. Should have one more engaged on the pipeline.
You should, but Zoe also gets staggered out as well, and as fast as this ticker goes, you're not going to have a lot of time to work for, and you might have to just stagger, but yes, they're all back up in time. Big thing though, Super Shy holds on to both of their ultimates, onto Orbital Ray, onto Rally at the same time, but Timeless still has the Tectonic Shock. Sawhill will have the Annihilation to make space on this as well. This Orbital Ray is going to have to be big. This first point is really important.
Peace and Sawhill both have their ultimates, but YFT Super Shy certainly are going to give it a good swing. Zoe hasn't gotten back quite yet, but that damage boost on the torpedoes, so much to deal with, and there isn't really an answer. Peace trying to make some space out of the Tectonic Shock, get Bevel and Shield and Sun. Too much for them to handle. Actually breaks her ankles though with the last little strike of their ultimates. Nightmare Timeless are finding a way to sustain through all of that. Hitori though has a rampage here, and without any support, Hitori might not even need to use it. You just can't really snipe the Juno out of the sky without some assistance from your teammates. And Nightmare Timeless, as close as they were, will end up forfeiting Arena.
Yeah, and a great fight over there. YFP Super Shy was patient. Yes, the fight didn't look good to start with, one or two kind of picks here and there, but the trades worked out well in their favor, and Hitori building up to another rampage here in this next fight. So the opening could very well be this. If Z's decides to pull out the Orbital Ray, they know exactly where they're going to play in, and Hitori could just open up the floodgates with pressing Q.
There's just so much that Hitori can do with a single ultimate. Unless you get Maywalled off or stunned by Graham, you're pretty okay. And YFP Super Shy have themselves a guaranteed fight win. The whole team needs to be on the same page though. As soon as that rampage is pressed, a dash in from HK, the stun is out. Hitori, that's the go button. Graham's rally is no more, and neither is the support of Z's. Nightmare Timeless sent reeling back without the ability to heal. YFP Super Shot get the first punch on the final.
Yeah, and again, the big thing is there is no Kiriko, and what a battle between Hitori and Peace. That's one.
Hey.
But Hitori wins the battle there. But in the end, wins the war because that Rampage does so much. As soon as an ultimate is popped up, saving it for the perfect timing where they know an ultimate's gonna pop, and between a rally and an orbital ray, that's so huge to use on. If it wasn't like a sound barrier or whatnot, that Rampage may not be at the best use for it, but instead, it's on both healing ultimates as they push in again here.
Trying to get aggressive with it. The tectonic shock, though, from Zoe is more just like a little warning shot. But for Super Shy, can't really fight this. Orbital rays exchanged on both ends. There's a lot of the main tools, and Hitori got bamboozled by the amount of damage. There's no way she was expecting for everyone a Nightmare Timeless to just appear behind her. YFT Super Shy now without the head to their operation. Just want to keep control of this point as long as they can. Potentially force Bun to utilize a Blizzard here. Doesn't seem to be the case, though, with the direction the players are heading. Just making sure Nightmare Timeless can feel the pain later.
Well, yeah, but Graham is out of this, meaning that
And
if
Bun,
they wanted to reverse
Zoe.
and turn tail here into the point, Zoe finds two, Sawhill also finding a few as well, but
Oh.
that means the point is a little bit more open, so maybe this is either the regroup here, and it absolutely is. It's going to be the regroup here. They have the point. There's no need for YFP Super Shy to keep going. Big thing you want to keep your eye on. HK does have the blade. It grabbed one last time. It needs to grab a little bit more here because Timeless is also going to have the Tectonic Shock and Blizzard.
But the important thing is Sawhill had to use the Annihilation. You could tell they really didn't want to at that time. So that's already really good for YFP's future ultimate economy here. Velvet can escort them in with a good old-fashioned rally, give HK some overhealth, and prepare for a Dragon Blade. It is a trade 1-for-1 from now, and Bun wants to make it a lot better. Dragon Blade, you just can't get value out of it. It's only the last swing that manages to snag Aziz, and YFP have slightly more numbers than their opponents. The point is flipped back over, and YFP Super Shy turns the tables now on a match flashpoint, as you would like to call it, and it just happens to be right next door.
Yeah, it just happens to be right at the Ducks, but the big thing there, HK, yes, only got one kill on the swing of the Dragon Blade, but it was a big one. It was right onto Z's, who can't make any more impact onto that Juno. So really, HK finding the correct target and playing that perfectly, and the rest of the team starts to follow up after that. So YFP Super Shot now on the front, and they still are holding on to the Rampage. The Rampage is still good enough for this fight, as well as Graham holding on to the rally. They can counter that out right away, so Hitoni's got all the keys they need for this fight.
Sawhill's really low too. Z's just got a ton of ult charge from the amount of healing that Sawhill needed right now. Tori waiting for Graham to pop the rally and use the shield bash, assumably, before going in with her own ultimate. Decided not to be patient enough though. Scuffed. And then just puts out the orbital ray. Peace got a couple shots to the back, and Nightmare Timeless seemed to be on the way out, using the rally as a point to stabilize with Bun. Newly on the Genji, trades it out for Scuff all by herself. Another very strong hero of the flexible Bun. And it's that Rampage that we were so much afraid of, though, that it escaped any of that ultimate usage that Z's wanted to give their team a chance with.
Yeah, that's, again, massive. Waiting out the rally is a smart play there because they weren't really doing anything with the rally anyways. They weren't pushing up on it. So when the orbital ray finally comes down, that's the go button for Hitori to use the Rampage and make sure that orbital ray is basically all for naught. So Super Shy's Hitori right now putting the team on her back right now, on their back. It's just an impressive performance on the Junker Queen, which Nightmare Timeless have no answer for right now.
No, not at all. Sawhill can play the Junker Queen if you really want to, but the Diva isn't necessarily an option. You're kind of committed to this Junker Queen, and in theory, Ramattra does play better into a Junker Queen. It's just with how Hitori has been managing her cooldown so far and just taking these calculated strikes in onto the backline that's made the difference. Overtime has now started, and Nightmare Timeless need to make something happen. The ultimate bank is there to manage, but HK is in the backline. That's both supports that have been sliced in two. Bun trying to slice back, but she is a sliver of HP. Can't peek her head around the corner. Hitori will claim it for one of her own. It just Sawhill and a Bun remaining, and that may be enough to stop Zoe and ensure Nightmare Timeless can keep this point going.
They're still alive. You got to credit this team from Nightmare Timeless playing scrappy and all. Yes, the Dragon Blade in the backline and some pressure got both of the supports. Problem is, Nightmare Timeless also got rid of the supports on Super Shy side. Velvet and Scuff went down early there too in that fight. It was a completely dry fight, and the deal was that Peace had the Tectonic Shock. That was your difference in that last couple of seconds. It was a dry fight, otherwise with no support. So the Tectonic Shock came up big. Peace clutches up, but now they're going to have to hold on to this in order to avoid this entire lost map, and they have no ult to play for. Velvet does.
Nightmare Timeless just cost everything to ensure that they had some sort of investment in a final touch, knowing it was map ending. Unfortunately, that type of desperation will come back to hurt you. YP Super Shy, better economy management at the end of the day. Unless Nightmare Timeless gets something done in this neutral, this Rampage is about to hurt. Ram doesn't stand a chance. Z's falls shortly after the supports line of Nightmare Timeless is not allowed to exist as long as Hitori is alive. It's the orbital ray from above, lighting the path to victory and lighting YFP Super Shy to a match point.
And YFP Super Shy are on what is tournament point here for minor number 2. They are doing an excellent here and now sending it to match point on Flashpoint, if you will. He's totally playing it in intense game here on this Junker Queen, and again, just the pressure she provides right the Rampage on the rally through that entire room, catches I think at least 3 or 4 there, but it's an unbelievable play, and they had no answers for it. Nightmare Timeless did not adjust to the key, did not adjust with the key to code, had no cleanses. The only one that could cleanse it all would have been Peace on the Venture just to burrow down. Otherwise, you had no cleanses there at all. You had nothing to counter it, and when that counters out perfectly with an orbital ray, with the rally at the same time, it's just pain. It's just you're just looking down like, what do we do against this? We don't have a cuticle to play with. And because of the aggressiveness of YP Super Shy and the confidence, now Super Shy can say they beat Timeless on both maps. They lost to them on that 3-2 matchup in the upper bracket final. So this is all confidence headed towards Super Shy as we go to Escort.
And the crazy thing about that, Keegan, I don't think you really needed a Kiriko cleanse, or I don't think a Kiriko cleanse really would have even helped in that situation.
Right.
Timeless were just getting outplayed. Zoe was outmatching Peace. I didn't even know Peace was in the game until that final fight there with Sawhill. And even then, Sawhill could only do so much. They were out of sync with what the rest of their team was trying to do, so focused on it to where like the source was like, help! There's a Junker Queen in our back line running us down. And then you're so worried about Zoe and all of that follow-up. The Timeless Nightmare did not know where to look. It divided their attention, and they couldn't convert on anything out of the vulnerable backside of what we saw from YFP Super Shy. As a result, the macro of that was an absolute mess. And when we look at Nightmare Timeless, a team that has been at the top because of their strong macro play, now this is 2 maps in a row, and I'm not gonna lie, they looked kind of boomed on that Flashpoint map. There's one more shot for recovery here on an Escort pick, but it's gonna take everything that Nightmare Timeless has to make it happen.
And it's not like they're playing terrible either, right? Yes, it was a 3-0, but you look at the numbers down the line. First map or first round, or I should say on Arena, the first Flashpoint went 99. Then it went to 64, and then it went to 85. So either way, it's not like this is a lost cause per se for this team out of Timeless. It's just that YFP Super Shot look a lot better. Look, the curveball there was the Genji, and at the end, right, you saw that Dragon Blade puts on so much pressure in the back. Graham had to separate out and to protect, right, and had to protect Z's. But even then, even if they traded, right, that's still such amount of pressure for a 1 versus 2 fight that the rest of the team from YFP Super Shy can just walk right into the other 3 and make sure that that fight is won for them. That's the amount of pressure the Super Shy team actually provides with H-Key on that Genji. And H-Key, again, this entire weekend has been putting words back in my mouth here. Proved very well on the Genji. Proved very, very well that Dragon Blade got value. Yes, it was only 1 kill, but the most important part of that was that the Genji got the kill on the Juno. On the Juno was the biggest play on that, because that's a big chunk you're healing down, and all you got left is either a rally or throwing out all the armor packs, which isn't going to be enough healing in the first place.
There's so much trust in Scuffed and Velvet just to survive on their own throughout all of that. H-Key was dedicated to playing forwards with Hitori. Same goes for Zoe the vast majority of the time, unless she was off skirmishing with Peace in some other part of the map. And I think with that alone, you just don't have the same level of survivability. I think Scuffed, as like just partnered with Velvet here, know how to play a Juno and a Brig together to live as long as humanly possible while simultaneously supporting their team with that extra healing boost that is needed. We haven't seen that out of Z's and their Brigida partner. And the hardest part with it, it's not something that you can pick up all the time, every single day. Those hyper rings are used more aggressively to send your tank in. You don't have a commanding shout to speed on forwards. So though, that time you don't have a way to get away from Hitori because you already used your speed boost to help your tank move forwards. And those are the kind of adjustments that you need to be mindful of as we look ahead to what could very well be the last map. I don't think we have our pick in just yet, but last time it was played, we followed every single map that have been played in the upper finals thus far. Why not change it now, as Watchpoint Gibraltar seem to be the move again here? What are we
See,
what are you
that's
feeling?
the problem. I know Senna's on this team, but you got to remember the last time this was on a closeout map on Gibraltar, it didn't work out in their favor. That's why Timeless had to run down to the lower bracket to make an extra game and play up. Watchpoint Gibraltar wasn't it. Yes, they got 2 points out of it. They didn't get all 3 points on YP Super Shy's side. But you can tell Nightmare Timeless didn't even get a single point. They were full held on that first attack. So I don't know if this is the pick here on Watchpoint Gibraltar. It could be, for all that matters. If they're deciding it right now, it could be. But if they're taking notes again, Watchpoint Gibraltar, they lost. So who knows what the pick could be. There's only 3 maps after all. And if the other 2 don't look like it's any likely at all, maybe you go on to a different one. I would say maybe you even go to Rialto. Oh, okay. Well, that's my point. Wow, what good timing there. Rialto is the map pick that you would take here.
At Rialto, literally uttered at the exact same time as our producer whispers it in our ears. That is where Timeless have elected to send us. We'll have to wait and see if there's any substitutions. It will be Senna in. Bun is out. Bun, of all people. Bun has not missed a single map that Nightmare Timeless has played so far. This substitution puzzles me.
I think they're going for the more definitive hit scan, if anything, because we know that Bun can play the Ashe, right? And Bun was playing superbly on the Ashe, and we know that she can flex as well. Her performance is nothing in question at all. But I think they're going for the more for sure one, and that just signals to me right now, Senna being in, and also Peace, that they want. I mean, it's obviously maybe a Far or something, right, for Peace. We saw the Genji earlier on, or maybe not, we haven't seen a Genji earlier on, but we saw the way that Peace was playing on the Far, right? Mainly the Far is kind of the key to it, and maybe they're thinking they need a more for sure shot, so Senna could be in for that reason.
And I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm more confused for the fact that Peace has been getting shut down in all of these maps by Zoe.
Yep.
Bun has had a chance. Bun is the one that's been showing up. Peace is just trying to live long enough to hope that their team can succeed. Peace just hasn't been having a good time. And Bun plays the same, pretty much the exact same hero pool that Peace does. And I don't mean there's anything bad on them whatsoever. I'm just interested if this is like a communication type thing, or if there's some hero that we haven't seen yet that Peace is more confident in than what Bun is. Either way, the strategy of Nightmare Timeless has completely changed in this map. You're truly now, that panic of losing is starting to set in.
Yeah, it's starting to settle in, right? That you could be out of a 3 in a row of different tournaments, right? Minor 1 and Major 2, you had first place on either of those, whether it be with just Timeless or whether it be Green FT, right? It's in trouble now. You have to basically what is a near reverse sweep, right? To go the rest of the way and win the 7 out. You're down 3-1 at this point. And here's another thing as well. We get to rewatch this battle between Wisp and Senna. Wisp comes back in, HK goes out on that next sub. So I guess they're seeing it that this is going to be the hit scan game. This is going to be the Widowmaker game. I cannot wait because you and I remember this from yesterday if you were joining us, that battle was intense. That was Wisp and Senna kind of going back and forth. It was some spicy jump shots there. And on Rialto, you could say very similar as well. On these long sight lines, maybe jumps over the roofs, who knows. But this is going to be a really interesting battle. And the winner is going to be the one that comes up between these two. There's no question about it.
And this is great, too, for Nightmare Timeless, putting Senna in on this map. What we saw in Gibraltar is Senna, I think 9 times out of... It was very rare that Wisp actually got Senna in a Widowmaker duel that happened. It was mostly Senna that had control over that regard. It was instead Zoe who had a much bigger impact, and Hitori who played out of her mind on that Diva to actually turn the tides there. So Senna's hoping to take one factor out of the equation, being Wisp's. What are you going to do about Zoe? What are you going to do about Hitori or the support line that just cannot be touched? Those are the questions we need to be asking and Nightmare Timeless need to be thinking about as they head into Rialto.
Yeah, and the big thing for me too, and we've talked about it, right? Peace hasn't been playing all the best. Your key right now for Nightmare Timeless is to get Peace online. Give them a lot more room, right? They were pressured out earlier on, right? With that earlier, like, wasn't able to use a barrage at all. Though it didn't matter on the map of the Gardens, it made a lot of it made matters worse for them, even on the other maps that Peace had played, right? Every other map, Peace has not been able to get anything going. So this is the big one here, right? If Peace can get online, maybe that puzzle piece comes a little bit more together, I should say. But this was Senna's worry, right? We talked to Senna earlier on. She said that this team doesn't feel very good about this meta right now. It doesn't feel all together. It's starting to show. The cracks are showing. You're down 2 at this point, and you need Peace, right? This is a team game after all. Peace needs to come online, or else this falters at a 4-1 here.
And I hate to put pressure on to one player, but if you can't find a way to counter out Zoe or really apply that same damage, the same level of intensity that your DPS, that your supports have been feeling all game long, it's over. It's just over. Rialto will be the last map of this series, and YFP Super Shy will have dethroned the dynasty once again. It's going to come down to Rialto. How much can Senna output? Can Peace really step into themselves and find a way in? We know it's going to be the Ramattra with Sawhill staying in the lineup. It's just a matter of what the rest of the team can pull together to stop this newfound confidence that YFP Super Shy has.
Yeah, I mean, YFP Super Shy has all the confidence going into this map right now. They have the 3-1 advantage. They boomed the mental twice, right, on the C9 and on the just the loss of 5 ults in general. They've had this in their pocket now. They can go ahead, play that game with confidence, and now they're up 2 total maps. They can play with space, but you would love, and I know it for everybody here, it's a late night. It's been a long day here. If you're YFP Super Shy, this is where you want to end it. The confidence is there. Can you put it all together to make sure that a first place in a tournament is yours for the first time? So that's Pixies, as Super Shy Ivy, 3rd, 4th, and 2nd in that order from Major 1, Minor 1, Major 2. A first place has escaped them in any of these tournaments. This is the closest right now that they can get. Can they close it out?
Nightmare Timeless now on the attack. It'll be Hanzo to come in right now, but it appears that's just a sonic arrow, and we find ourselves faced with yet another pause, and arguably the most intense points in the entire Challengers Grand Final so far. We can break down a little bit more of what we see. Hitori on the Diva, Tracer Widow on the other end. So that tank pressure is gone. It's more the threat of Wisps existing and the idea that Hitori can just book it for your supports at any given point.
Yeah, and this spells to me, right, that the pressure is on the pressure is on for both of these Widowmakers, right? For Wisp as well. I think I saw Hanzo in there too just now, right, as we got into the pause. So maybe that's just a tracker. Maybe they'll switch off. Either way, the Widowmaker pressure is on, right? You're going to have a lot of pressure of the Divas. You're going to have a lot to try to stave off and make sure you hit the shot. But again, one shot makes the difference. One headshot rolling makes that Diva kind of dive null and void unless something major happens, right? Unless they're scrappy in all ends and purposes there. But the Widowmaker, good positioning, good lineups. And the big thing here too is on the defensive end, you always say this, right? Defensive end, the angles are a little bit better. That's the same thing with Rialto, right? You have 2 long sight lines. The first one on the first point up the street, and the second one right above the archway after the first checkpoint as well. This is a Widow's map. This is a sniper's map here. You're looking at really 2 good long sight lines. If Wisp or Senna gets the better of it here on their attacking phase or even on the defending phase, whichever Widow pulls out the shots first and pulls out that headshot is going to be the one that forces the win.
You know what? It's kind of scary to me the most here, Keegan, is when we've had this in the past. It's been the Diva to shut down a Widowmaker. You just chase them and you can't get out. So if Senna decides to go on that, and we know what Sawhill hasn't shown us a Diva yet. Sawhill's only played on the Ramattra. I think they can play Diva. It's just not a very confident pick, and it will not shine up to what Hitori is able to accomplish. Senna would have a lot more pressure on her, and she's even going to start now on the Tracer. We had a brief lobby reset, not even going to attempt the Widowmaker at the start. As I say that, you know what? Why not? Pull it out, see if you can catch Wisp off guard.
Yeah, maybe they figure it out, but no, they'll go to the Widowmaker. Actually, they're going to go to the Echo Tracer, or is this going to switch to the main? No, it's just switching entirely. They see the Diva, they see the pressure that this could provide onto the Widowmaker, so they're like, instead, let's play what we know. Let's play some defaults here. There's not going to be a Widowmaker start, but Wisp, knowing that, has a lot more free advantage. It's just that for Super Shy, they can put a lot more pressure now without having to worry about a Widow in the back.
They don't have that sniper. You just got to make sure that Wisp doesn't rip off your heads. before you get to play the game at all. Senna's Tracer, as we've seen in the past, can just run a lobby completely on her own. And when Zoe's been the main issue, and if Peace isn't having good luck in that situation, I like this swap. Have a new fresh brain, fresh set of eyes on the problem, and hope that Senna and Zoe can keep each other at bay.
Yeah, and right now you really gotta hope Zoe is kept at bay here if you're Nightmare Timeless, but already a kill onto Z's doesn't really help your situation. You already have to back off.
No, you really can't, and this is what I'm saying. You can't peel for the Diva as a Ramatra. Hitori has free will over whatever she wants to do. Sawhill can just sit there, maybe throw a Void Accelerator, and watch his team get torn to shreds.
Yeah, and this is just great positioning here from YMP Super Shy, right? Wisp already up to a big percentage, and that's just body shots and all. Not even a headshot rolling, but that's just because of the pressure the Widow creates. If you're not able to get to the Widow, this Widow has free space, and you can't do that unless you put a wall in front of the Widow. But guess what? There's a grapple hook inside of the kid at the same time, too. Just the amount of pressure one Widow provides is immense, and they have nothing to counter for it for right now.
No, not at all, but Wisp does miss the grapple, though. Slight window of vulnerability. Nightmare Timeless not in any near a position to actually fight it, and Zoe is on Senna's back. There's no room for this Tracer player to go anywhere near Wisp. Zoe just keeps out winning the duels like that. Wisp can free reign to take the shots, and this just looks like a pure compositional difference. Half the time Nick is gone, not a breath of life from Nightmare Timeless.
Yeah, this is just pure composition at this point. They really can't do anything against a Widowmaker that is staying so far back. They have no pressure on that Widow. The only thing you do have right now is Senna gonna go on over to the Widow, maybe to put some pressure on. But if you're worried about one thing, there's another thing you got to worry about. Wisp is a problem, yes, but then Zoe's also your problem in your back. As a Ramatra, you cannot take on both pressures right now. You really got to, wow, that's a good peek. You really got to hope that one of the problems is taken care of for yourself.
Well, the sights at least make Zoe, she probably would have peeked that had she not caught a glimpse of Senna that would have had a nice shot on her. That little parkour though, and like, you can't help her. You can't help Senna win this. Zoe can just dive on her with a Tori at any point, and it's a guaranteed elimination. These ultimates out of Sawhill and Peace, they gotta do something. Otherwise, this whole time has been wasted.
Yeah, they're wasting away time. Look at the clock, Molly. There's only 1 minute left.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it really has been because they've really got nothing to play for. This is just the first ult to be used at all, really, except for the Infra Sight.
Okay, but Senna finally does get the better of Zoe. Nightmare Timeless are very much in this match. YFP Super Shy, though. That's an early orbital ray. Z's mirrors it just in the nick of time to keep Sawhill on their feet. Now a couple of other ultimates chucked in. Pieces Blizzard, more specific, showing shades of impactful maze of the past. And Nightmare Timeless guarantee their first eliminations of the map, but only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, at least that's a fight they win, and I'm pretty sure that, well, they might get one more touch out of this with the Hyper Ring and all. They'll get one more touch on the Hyper Ring, I'm pretty sure. But the thing is, too, this fight cannot last that long, right? Velvet has a rally on, but Nightmare Timeless coming up on another Pulse Bomb, which could very well be big.
Wisp went over to Symmetra to ensure that there was another touch into this point. I think Wisp is still on the sim, if I'm not mistaken right now. They're fighting this close quarters, knowing that Nightmare Timeless had no choice but to walk into them. Sawhill's about to get shredded if you do not deal with the Symmetra now, or you just blow Velvet to bits. Senna proving to be this clutch queen that we know that she can be, and has done so in the past, but we're gonna need even more from her. With Zoe in the backline, Peace lands an Icicle to seal her fate. YFP Super Shy still have 3 players alive, fighting this one out. One of them being that dreaded Symmetra that you wanted to see, and with just Hitori now against a Mei, doesn't have the health to sustain. And Nightmare Timeless seem to almost have squeaked their way through with just these pesky supports. Surely you can manage to take on both of them. It isn't that much sustain. Neither are really going to come out and attack you. Ram swapping over to the Lucio, now on the Doomfist. Absolute desperation that Nightmare Timeless are not giving up yet. There's a Mei wall to block players out, and that will actually help cross the finish line. But my goodness, did that take a lot.
That took a lot and took a long time. Super Shy trying to melt away as much clock as possible, but when there's no clock left, Nightmare Timeless come up big. Sawhill coming up as well, 16%, and using the Annihilation too, but the big thing is now Super Shy can melt away even more time if they did it back on the first point. And Zoe and Wisp doing as much as they possibly could, but nothing there. As they're gonna play very aggressively here. Nightmare Timeless want to play on the second level. I don't know about this one.
No, you do get disrupted by Zoe. Everyone is still alive, though, and end up dropping down. This is a very good territory for the kind of cold, since you can just drop on like we saw Hitori do, and there's not much you can counter it. Again, look at Scuffed. has already built up to another ultimate before Ziz is even at 40%. The difference between these Juno players and the just impact that Scuffed has is so significant that it's winning Super Shy games.
Yeah, it is winning Super Shy games and fights here, and Wisp getting rid of Senna is also a huge stagger as well. But Pulse Bomb available, and the bigger thing too is Hitori using the Annihilation just to secure the kill onto Z. So Z's now out of it as well for a little while, and Peace will move on over to the Pharah. Peace has not had a lot of fun on this Pharah, and won't, especially if Wisp can keep hitting shots like we know Wisp can. So this Pharah pick has to come up big, or Wisp is just going to have too much fun, and it's going to turn into, again, another 5v4.
Like, you're playing Pharah on the most open part of Rialto, where there is zero cover. This does not seem fun. Z's just found out the hard way, and like, how you gotta get Wisp. This is why Nightmare Timeless wanted to get the high ground in the first place. You can't let Wisp get set up like this. It just becomes more and more of a problem. There's less than a minute already left in this time bank. Senna has to get reset.
That felt either like a forced decision on the Pulse Bomb, or they're feeling like they have to switch here. I wonder if Senna does switch because of that Tracer just threw out the Pulse Bomb, even in a losing fight. Let's see. Yep, we're going over to the Widowmaker instead.
Okay.
He's still 50% to an ultimate. Maybe Senna can take care of Wisp and or Zoe, but just the pressure from Super Shy right now. No longer a Diva, though. The pressure out this Widowmaker, so you might have a shot at this.
And this is great because there's just no way that Wisp peeks this. Surely there's no way. Peace can now actually get across this bridge along with the rest of the team. The Rockets get value, and if you peek your head up for too long, Senna will make sure you no longer have it. All of Nightmare Timeless's ults are pumped into this fight, and Sawhills in particular will be doing the most damage. Nightmare Timeless will get this payload on the move. This was a great swip out of Senna.
Yeah, great swap for Senna onto the Widowmaker to get two there, but Timeless really loves playing this on the overtime clock. Let's see if they can do this one more time, because Wisp now using the bomb already. Zoe will go on over to the Tracer, and Wisp onto the Sombra. Okay, this is mainly to disrupt the Widowmaker in the backline and maybe even get Peace, but wow, this is an interesting pick.
Wisp does have like a goated pocket Sombra that we never really get to see, so them pulling it out here, you kind of just, still can't get to Senna, so it really doesn't matter in the long course of it. Senna knew what the swap needed to be done. She's coming in when Nightmare Timeless are at their darkest hour, and is the one that is making sure that this fight continues.
Yeah, Nightmare Timeless, again, really love overtime, apparently. That's their second fight in a row. They won, again, Checkpoint 1 in overtime, Checkpoint 2 now in overtime. As Super Shy decided to switch up the composition here, they're going to go more close quarters with this composition with May and Venture at the same time. Senna has the Infrasight ready. Peace using the Barrage just to secure it as well. But this is going to be really, really big here. It's 1 minute left to go. This is not a lot of time here for Nightmare Timeless to do it. I don't know if they can fight in overtime for a third try.
No, this is asking a lot out of Nightmare Timeless. Rialto has a very low completion rate because of this last little fight center in the Cathedral. It's so open and yet narrow at the same time because the entry, but if Senna just flicks over to Zoe's hand like that, okay, I see you. There's a second one. Senna is carrying Nightmare Timeless.
And this is in the final meters, too. Somebody's got to touch this, which means this is going to be a staggered fight. 3 meters left. This Remonta has to go.
As Sawhills and spawns, Velvet can't get out. It's desperation swaps out of YFP Super Shy, but can't be desperate if you are dead. Nightmare Timeless stepped it up. Senna, more specifically, stepped it up. And she's not allowed to let this team go down without at least a bit of a fight.
And this is why you put Senna in, right? Senna had so many opportunities there, wasn't looking the best after the first one, but then finally something flipped on, the switch flipped on or something where Senna and the rest of the team happened. That first checkpoint gave them all the momentum they needed. And look, I'll say it sometimes, right? A lot, you may be low completion rate, but really it is that first point that gets so much pressure on. And now you feel a little bit more like you can breathe for Nightmare Timeless if you could get past that one. And Senna made the difference on that Widowmaker switching in. And because Super Shy and Hitori did not switch to the Diva, there was not a lot of pressure on that Widowmaker and causing Senna to just pop like we know she can.
Senna is just the Super Senna sub, if you really want to put that, the triple S, whatever that might be. Nightmare Timeless needed her to come in. They needed this change of pace. Peace has started to look better because Senna has overall made this team look better. Sawhill stepped it up as soon as Satori got off that Diva and looked a lot more comfortable. However, on attack, YFP Super Shy, it's much easier for them to be the ones to make the swaps around, and Nightmare Timeless are kind of just sitting there hoping for the best, even if they're at a disadvantageous composition.
Yeah, and they got to make something out of nothing here, right, for YFP Super Shine. There's 18 seconds left, and obviously this is escort, meaning that they're going to get both attacks in the same place here. But if you're YFP Super Shy, your goal is to try to supersede the time as much as possible. They did this back on Kings Row, where they got that second checkpoint with 4 minutes on the clock. If they can keep doing what they did back on Kings Row, on that streets phase especially, they're going to look to win this one out just based on time alone. But now they have Senna and Peace, right? Widowmaker and Pharah combination. But Hitori, smart enough, will play the D.Va to see if they can contest either the Pharah or either the Widowmaker.
Hitori's existence here should strike some fear and Nightmare Timeless. Be able to push around this corner. Nice whip shot, actually, to remove Sawhill from the high ground. And, oh, it's Wisp. Got the better of Senna. The first time that we've seen that in a minute. Someone had to take Senna off her hot streak, and right now, it is Wisp. Nightmare Timeless don't have that sniper to really rely on anymore, and you better hope that you can regroup so that your carry can come back.
And just look at the pressure that D.Va amounts to, right? Yeah, everybody could go damaging the D.Va, but defense matrix and all against the Pharah, against the Brigida, makes things a little bit harder here. But Sawhill getting rid of Velvet might mean that there's more space for Nightmare.
There should be Peace at 2 HP, though! Wisps! Oh, they still managed to get the trade? All right. That's 1 DPS for 1 DPS. Nightmare Timeless are more stable at the end of this fight. Even if Zoe grabs that little bit of cleanup, without Hitori, you're not pushing.
Yeah, really, without Hitori, you're not pushing at all, which is why Zoe's going to opt to stay in this backline here. 76%, though, doesn't really have a pulse bomb, but is looking to see where this Pharah's positioning is. If this Pharah goes up in the second level, you have the staircase right there to help you out and just trying to find him. But no, Zoe's just going to go underneath, maybe push the cart a little bit here. But instead, right now, looking for that Widow's positioning, looking where they're positioned. It's a hard to ask, though, because it's a Pharah right in her face.
Yeah, Zoe trying to fight a Pharah in close quarters. Not a fun task for any hero under 250 HP. Wisps is on a dangerous off angle. It's not like it's unscouted as Senna has her own problems to deal with. And the backline at least gets stuffed on the way out. That pick, honestly, might just save the point, but Wisp, oh, is just a little bit stronger. Z's got the movement to dodge that grapple shot for now. Nightmare Timeless have to fight without the DPS.
Yeah, now YFP Super Shy, I mean, yes, getting the shots on here. We'll have the infra side, but 2 minutes left. This is starting to feel eerily similar to what Nightmare Timeless has. The time just running and melting away here. They really have no entries in. So now Wisp is going to have to find a shot on anything, including Senna, but there's the start for it.
Ram, you don't have Ram, Z's. You're going to need your ultimate a lot sooner than you'd like. It's going to be stuck to plant Dares as a response to Sawhill. Trying to march their way into the back line. The Annihilation should be canceled out momentarily, but is playing way too close. Wisp, why are you peeking that angle with both an Annihilation and a Pharah up? That's a very aggressive peek, and YFP Super Shy have to back off with only 90 seconds. Yeah,
they really do, and the pressure is on now. I think it's on the back foot for YFP Super Shy. Hitori, yes, is trying to put on pressure to either the Pharah or the Widowmaker, but you can only choose one or the other, and they're not doing it quickly enough for this to make a difference here. Nightmare Timeless have their win cons here, and now this Widowmaker all the way back. They're forcing them out into a difficult situation. They're playing underneath here without any pressure onto the Widowmaker is gonna be tough. So a minute left to go. YFP Super Shy's got to find some sort of answer, and this time Zoe doesn't have a pulse bomb for it.
No, not at all. With a self-destruct and a rally soon to come. It's looking bleak. YFP Super Shy's ultimate bank. That's why it's going to come even more down onto Wisp and Zoe to land the shots. But Senna, almost like reading the play, caught that jump shot in the nick of time. It'll be Peace, though. The trade's out for the DPS. Wisp has to find a way to get the Pharah, or otherwise Peace will very much get them. Lands the shot, but it's not to the face. So close, yet so far. Hitori opting to reset for YFP's final attack.
Yeah, but this is not going to be a lot of time. Even if that reset is on, Hitori and Wisp are going to come back with about 15 seconds left. So even if that happens, they just got to rush for the point. Zoe's the only one that can maybe touch this. Well, where's this Tracer in the meanwhile? It's just all the way down there. Somebody's got to touch here, and I think it is going to have to be the Tracer with 8 seconds left.
It's always gonna have to
just gonna fly. Yeah, but it'll be Zoe.
Yeah, okay, you got Hitori. Touching isn't a problem. We will not get a second C9 yet today. Up for a battle, though, for YFP Super Shy. Nightmare Timeless is fighting to stay within this series. A barrage from Pieces. All you got for the time being to do it, but there's Senna ripping Zoe's head clean off of her body. YFP Super Shy using that orbital ray as some sort of response. Z's doesn't have one of their own up yet, but when they do, Nightmare Timeless can walk right in, accompanied by Sawhill's Annihilation. And this is the piece that we've been waiting for, the piece that needed to come alive. And Nightmare Timeless are not done fighting. Now up at a 3-2.
And Rialto works out in their favor, a final of 3-0 on the map, and that just shows you the pressure, and who else could it be, right? I mean, when Senna's popping off, Senna's just gonna pop off, right? And this is the map, and this is some good headshot plays here, and I think there's one more. Yep, it's on the Brigade, trying to get away. Yeah, this was just an insane play, but Senna overall, you can see how much pressure this Widowmaker provides, right? In Peace, again, Peace needed to come online because this duel, right? If one isn't working, that means the only person you need to target is the other one, and right now, when both of them work, it's such a beautiful thing for Nightmare Timeless. Maybe they finally found their mojo because they are back. Rialto was the right pick, a 3-0 full hold for them, and so YAP Super Shy, maybe not too afraid because they're still up a map, but you got to be wary because right now Nightmare Timeless can take that momentum with Bun and Bun and Senna right now, and Peace and Senna rather, I should say, taking that momentum onto the next map here as we move on to yet again another control map.
Another control. Senna brought a whole new vibe to this team. This series would be over if it wasn't for Senna existing as greatly as she is. Like, you look at head-on control, you're not going to be playing Widowmaker, let's be totally honest with you. Do you consider keeping Senna in just to counter out Wisp's Ashe? Whenever we've seen that double flex DPS side, like, it's not even that, I don't think Peace looks as good when they're playing with Bun. Like, just having Senna creates so much more space for Peace to work. That's what hitscan do. That's what snipers as good as Senna do. So when we look ahead on that, is it practical to keep Senna in, or do you bring the Bun and Peace duo out for an inevitable control map that's going to force you to play head-to-head?
I mean, I feel like it's more inevitable, but not only that, if you look back at the series in general here, right, Nightmare Timeless, they won back on Lijiang Tower 2-1. So it's not, I guess I shouldn't say it's unoptimal to be switching back or to be staying on this team just because the team that won it was not Senna Peace. It was Bun Peace at that point. So, but obviously here with the flexibility too, you want to make sure in this head-to-head matchup, right? Obviously Peace can play the Pharah, but not only that, the Tracer, or there's May that can come out at the same time. There's all these different picks. I think you want to play for more for flexibility. Yes, Senna's really good on the hit scan, but is that going to be enough to try to cancel out Wisp, right? Wisp is really good on the Ashe. But Nightmare does this one really well where it's going to be Ilios or it's going to be Nepal. They go head-to-head on each other. There's not really a place for a Widowmaker. Maybe you can make, or not a Widowmaker, but I should say, but an Ashe, right? Sometimes the Ashe doesn't work out on this map in general unless you go to Ruins, right? The only justification would be to Ruins, right? For that long-range sniper for Senna to work on that Widowmaker. So, but we could only see 2 maps, right? It could be the Well, it could be the Lighthouse. There's a lot of justification to it. But I think, in my opinion, you keep out, you put Bun back in. It's Bun Peace. You get a lot more flexibility with that duel.
I think it's really funny that you say that, though. Like, Ashe shouldn't work on these maps. What has Wisp been playing all day and hasn't swapped?
Well,
and
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not saying it won't work. I'm just saying it's not as viable this time around.
It's not.
Because
it's
head-to-head. It shouldn't be viable, and yet Wisp I'm just saying it shouldn't be viable in most other situations. Wisp makes it look viable. So, I mean, I'm just going off of prior knowledge here where, right, it's a head-to-head. It's a flexibility thing. And we will see if Wisp comes in. Actually, though, the next map is going to be Ilios, but a big swap on. You and I just saw this, right? Wisp comes out, H-Key's in.
Hold up there. Hold the phone real quick. We're taking Wisp out on control. That's okay. Ilios, it makes sense. Really, you're only going to get things done on Ruins. I haven't gotten any word of a Senna sub yet. So it's possible because this was YFP Super Shy's map pick. You're probably just thinking for Nightmare Timeless, like, do we keep Senna in? Do we put Bun? So I'm not going to jump any guns yet. But HK will be returning, and this looked good. This looks so good on the side that you had just had 2 people that were attacking your backline simultaneously, and Z's did not possess the same ability to survive from what we saw from Scuffed and Velvet together. That is a little bit more concerning when we start to look at the broad scale of things here. There's that lack of experience that coming to show, and it seems that YFP Super Shy wants to exploit that weakness again.
Yeah, and I think they're opting for what you were saying earlier on for Nightmare Timeless. They're opting for maybe opening up the map a little bit with that Senna and Peace combination, right? Right now, YP Super Shy on control has only seen Bun and Peace, right? There's no information as to what Senna Peace in this combination could pull out here. And yes, we know that Senna's mainly a hit scan player, but we saw Senna on the Tracer earlier. Might not have been that big of an effect, but you give Senna one game, she could pop off in that Tracer too. So it's not just the hit scan you got to worry about here. It's pretty much just trying to see if this chemistry or this combination works out well, because again, every map from here on out is elimination map or second place map for Nightmare Timeless. They have to try to adjust something, throwing a curveball, keeping Senna Peace out here or a control map might just be the thing they need. Although another curveball here with Wisp out, HK comes back in, and we know HK on the Genji put on so much pressure to that back line of Graham and C's that this is going to get interesting to see if this sub works out or not.
There's no sub. There's no sub. Senna is in on this. If we go Ruins here, I'm pretty sure this is a you should win this Nightmare Timeless guarantee.
Sure.
I think it's a little bit different though, because Wisp coming out means that you don't have an Ashe. Wisp doesn't really play Tracer a ton.
Oh.
Senna can play the Ashe and the Tracer. So we're gonna see snipers. We got Ruins, Nightmare Timeless. This is the best luck of the draw you could possibly have. Let's just gotta see if Senna decides to pull out a sniper, or we're gonna just try to match Zoe's Tracer.
Well, Sniper, essentially, with the Ashe there at the same time, too, but YFP Super Shy is going to go full speed here. They fully expect that if they can beat out the damage of Senna, they can just fully engage here. So that's what Super Shy's plan is with this Genji and this Tracer. It's full on rush. It's a full-on dive here. If they can get even that first glimpse of an opening, they're going to take it.
You can tell that Nightmare Timeless didn't know how to deal with the Tori's Junker Queen. She's bringing this back out on Ruins, of all things. With the ability to kind of rush down and use your Juno ring more defensively. If Scuffed and Velvet are all the safer. That's a problem though. You're kind of stuck between a Mei wall with nowhere to go. Can't really make much out of that situation. That's one of the weaknesses that we will see out of YFP Super Shy's comp.
Yeah, I mean, the survivability here for Super Shy isn't very high. Again, this is a very mobile comp, right, with Genji and Tracer, but that also means it's low health comp. It's not like a Senna that can use the coach gun to get back or play from afar, and Peace can just play and slow down that Genji at all kind of points, and Hitori can just get walled off. So this is a really well-rounded team from Nightmare Timeless with this Ramacha to go right at Hitori. The problem now becomes with the switch onto Zoe, does this Ashe get dome a lot more because of that venture?
To see Zoe. Oh my gosh, she didn't even have a chance to get back into the ground there. Peace just shut that door assumingly as it opened. YFP Super Shy are struggling to get through on this next part of Ilios. We're seeing them die a lot faster than what happened. Nightmare Timeless have a much better grasp of how to approach this J2 comp.
Yeah, and we're 50% through, by the way, and there have been no ultimates on the board. There's been no quick ultimates. Z's and Scuff would have had a battle for the race over to Ray, but it seems like everybody's going to have an ultimate here within this next fight.
Particularly H-Key with a commanding shout accompanied with Scuff's orbital ray. They didn't really manage to find. Peace was in danger, so chuck the blizzard at their feet in hopes of staying safe, and will do just that. Tori frozen into a very tall popsicle and will be taken care of. Nightmare Timeless have not faltered once on Ruins.
No, Nightmare Timeless look really, really good, and Senna is still providing a lot of cover with that poke damage here and there. They have nothing to contest Senna right now because Super Shy's just been too aggressive, or rather, Nightmare Timeless has been super aggressive. They can challenge this over and over again, but Hitori now, again, Hitori doesn't even have an ult, by the way. Sawhill will have an annihilation, and Hitori is 20% away from a Rampage.
Oh, that's a great Dragon Blade on his Senna, though. She's barely hanging on to life, and that will make sure it's ended. Hitori painting Nightmare Timeless in a shade of purple and getting that point back to their favorite blue. YFP Super Shy on a run right now, but more like running away from Nightmare Timeless. Sawhill popped the ramp and the annihilation here. It is so winnable out of Nightmare Timeless right now. They're making the series go the distance if they possibly can, but closing Ruins just like that.
Yeah, this is a completely different
Wow.
Nightmare Timeless team. They are fully in command, 113%. That was just a compositional diff right there. Yes, you got rid of Wisp maybe once, but that's all you did, right? The rest of the fight went down to Nightmare Timeless executing this game really, really well with that composition of the Ramacha, surrounding all of what Super Shy was giving. Hitori could not play that game at all. Hitori only built up to the Rampage at the end, which, yes, got them one pick, but that was it. The rest went to Nightmare Timeless despite the mini flips. So an overall excellent play from Nightmare Timeless, and Motley, this is looking like a completely different team.
Where was this? Where was this Nightmare Timeless? They recovered from their booming, and Senna was the player who has brought them back from such that dark time, losing that to that C9 and that lost fight of 5 ultimates. It's long forgotten. We look ahead to, well, Hitori's back on this diva, which Nightmare Timeless haven't exactly been able to or Zoe matching a stick to the Mei.
For this team of Super Shy. They're trying to adjust here, and Zoe is going to have a lot of problems. As Senna's, I mean, Zoe has run into the other snipers, right? Zoe has tried to run into Wisp before, with Wisp before on this, but not on the other side, right? Sniper, it was Bun and Peace before, and Zoe could get the better of it. Zoe doesn't know what Senna brings to the table here on the Wisp side, and just like that, as I say it, Senna takes down Zoe from the skies.
Senna is not missing. Like, she's taking this so personally right now. She's ensuring that Nightmare Timeless can stay within this series, and it's just working out. I don't think YFE Super Shy can even get close to her.
No, not at all. I mean, Zoe is trying her absolute best, right? Zoe's trying their absolute best to get to this backline of Senna right now, but there's just too much damage. Look, already down to 40, needs to get to the mini health pack, and by then, a coach gone away and back to the rest of the team. You can barely get to her.
And all that damage that Zoe took was by Senna, too. She's straight up not missing right now. We gotta check her PC or something, because it's just looking scary with how many shots that she's been able to hit. The point is well contested, and this May wall allows Nightmare Timeless to stabilize a little bit more. Sawhill can't exactly walk on any particular player. Velvet and Scuffed are playing incredibly safe far back. It's Zoe just feeling the wrath of Senna's bullets right now. Z's, that'll be a mirrored orbital ray here. Looking for anything out of those torpedoes. No one really taking too much of a punch. HT pulls bomb though. There it is. Onto Graham. Zoe. Surprise, surprise. Sawhill, you are back in spawn rooms. YFP, Super Shy, first percentage of the map.
Yeah, that costed them a lot, though. Super Shy using 3 ults there. That was the Pulse, that was the Barrage, and that was the Orbital Ray. Meanwhile, Nightmare Timeless, Jester hold on for a little bit longer. Just used the Orbital Ray. So Timeless is going to come up here on 3 ultimates, in fact. The Annihilation, the Blizzard, and Senna should have Bob in time. Don't know where you're going to place Bob, though, especially with a big, giant hole in the middle. But if Bob just runs towards the wall, this is going to be really good positioning here for that Bob. And Senna can just keep putting the pressure on Zoe, knowing that there's no Barrage coming.
No, I mean, Nightmare Timeless right now, you got all the tools you could possibly want if you play this slow enough. Scuffed much closer to another Orbital Ray here, which will likely come up later within this fight. A little bit of Bob making an appearance first. Senna finally feeling some of that pressure on his Velvet. Just boop Bob into the well. Wonderful play that honestly might have saved the team from that little bit of poke damage in the back while HT gets that final blow onto Senna. YFP Super Shy has identified that Senna should be target number 1, forcing her over to the Tracer while Sawhill and Graham attempt to win this fight with their ultimates of their own, punching straight through Velvet. YFP Super Shy crumbling like a rubble.
Yeah, and it started out with that whip shot from Velvet that was able to let them go and push the Bob in, which could have been the winner for that match, because otherwise it would have been dry fight. But you got to give credit to Graham. Give Graham the flowers there, because that was a stun. That was a great rally to survive on the team and stun out Sawhill from even pushing up. So a big play from, or rather I should say from Hitori from pushing up onto Sawhill. So a great play from Nightmare Timeless there to give themselves a bit more chances. They won't take the lead off of this. YFP Super Shy will keep it, but HT has to become up big with a Pulse Bomb, and Orbital Rays will trade off as well.
YFP Super Shy, whenever these Orbital Rays come up, usually it feels like Scuffed, and, well, really just YFP Super Shy gets more out of it. Not sure if that's necessarily placement, but I think it's also playstyle. Hitori can do a lot more damage just in general, and her pellets will auto-fire. You don't have to reload or anything. Problem is Velvet. If someone's been getting run over in YFP Super Shy, it's been the Brigitte player time and time again, and Nightmare Timeless are perfectly okay with that. They're now in final fight territory.
No ultimates though, Zoe does have the Barrage. That's a big kill onto Sawhill to start.
Yeah, Sawhill. Zoe had enough of Senna. That felt personal. And YFP Super Shy, you're up in numbers here. You just gotta be able to close these out. Nightmare Timeless are attempting to stall. You will likely end. Surely Peace dies for that, right? Is Peace gonna live? Peace still is with both its support, but Hitori goes all the way in, and those staggers are gonna be much worse than you originally thought. Does have to self-destruct. If she can get back and mech, everything should be as good as well, but it doesn't seem to be so. HK and Velvet pushed up together and got the damage done when it needed to. We're going all the way to round 3 of Helios.
Yeah, YFP Super Shy getting it together there in the final map, and now they know what it's like to be on the 199 winning side this time around, as they bring it back all together, and you got to credit again this entire Super Shy team, especially Hitori, making that big difference, switching on over to the D.Va and putting pressure right onto Senna, putting pressure onto Peace up there. So really, this D.Va does make a difference when it's not attack defense. It is all control points here, and the speed that they provide. Zoe going online as well. And yes, the barrage may have felt a little personal, but that just means that there's less pressure with the Tracer onto your backline, and that just allows Super Shy to walk right on in. So last map here, potentially, YIP Super Shy can win this, and they will win the entire Minor 2. But Nightmare Timeless, we know, have won it 2-1 the last time they outplayed, or they played here on Lijiang Tower. Can they do it again?
Lijiang Tower, yeah, that was Nightmare Timeless's map, but let's be honest, Keegan, these are two very different battlegrounds, especially when we're looking at composition. This is the first time Sawhill is going to be on D.Va this series, only now, as they decided that it is reasonable to play this hero, and I 100% agree with them, but Sawhill is not nearly as good as D.Va as the Ramatra, and who knows if they can keep up with Hitori on this. Sawhill just is playing defensively, is afraid to leave the rest of their team for the Mercy. Peace and Zoe will be going at it as well in the skies, not on the Pharah, but a bit of a look at an Echo on the other end. Zoe is pretty safe from it. See how far back that she's playing, ensuring that there's not these massive chunks of damage, and Peace can take her down too well. Nightmare Timeless have a bit more of a struck sound setup on the objective though, just with the Echo playing a tad bit closer. Tori can just bully her way in and out as needed, as with the nature of those Juno comps. Arguably the most difficult part of playing a D.Va and Juno together are those jabs in, and Nightmare Timeless don't seem to have it down yet.
Yeah, and they really can't find an entryway in. The big pick, though, just happened. Zoe taking down Senna means that they're going to lose even more percentage points. And because YP Super Shy had the flip and were a little bit more aggressive on that, they're going to have at least some more time to run around and get together. But Scuffed going down may be a green light for them here if they decide to play in.
Yeah, this will definitely be a way to move up. Don't necessarily have the extra damage. That was something. That was a pulse bomb. Definitely not aimed up enough, but it's one less thing Nightmare Timeless have to worry about for the time being. We'll have the point under their control, so Hitori wants to regroup and actually full send it onto Z's. Oh, those torpedoes hurt so much with that additional damage boost, but so does a pulse bomb when it's eaten up by Hitori's defense matrix. She's so on it when it comes to this D.Va. Sawhill has not had the same amount of impact, and it's not been close. Nightmare Timeless are still figuring out the intricacies of their compositions. YFP Super Shy are yet to lose a full fight on this comp.
Yeah, Super Shy doing an excellent job rotating around, making sure that their speed is better than Nightmare Timeless's one, and especially that big eat from Hitori just nomming up that entire pulse bomb. And I wonder what the count is for this entire weekend of eaten pulse bombs. I wonder if it's more blizzards or pulse bombs. I'm pretty sure it's pulse bombs, but regardless though, that's a big eat because that could have been really, really bad if they were all grouped up. Instead, Hitori plays the hero and makes sure that not only does that D.Va bomb, or does that D.Va eat of the pulse make the biggest difference. Z's goes for nothing there on that orbital ray. No,
not at all, and it's just one of those things that Nightmare Timeless just continues to be a weakness of them. YFP Super Shy have identified it and exploit it as long as they can. HK poking at Graham in the back line. Does force the rally out, and same goes with the Tori self-destruct. Everyone seems to be nice and okay for now, but I believe that was a whip shot off the map from Velvet. Oh, she's giving them all that she can muster with this Brigida. YFP Super Shy are one fight away from winning this entire tournament.
They're one fight away, and they have the ultimates to do it. Scuffed and Velvet can build up their ultimates quickly. Graham used the rally there, so that's not good news. You're only going to have maybe the orbital ray to play with, but otherwise, Sawhill the self-destruct. YFP Super Shy have the advantage. They're 10% away from winning Minor 2.
10%, someone needs to get there. Zoe, the defense matrix is covered. Peace has the rocket to seal the killing blow. That's one player down. Nightmare Timeless, though, need to ensure that this point is flipped. As I said before, they have not won a fight on this D.Va composition fully, and I mean by wiping YFP Super Shy off the face of the map. The pulse bomb from HK is gone. Nightmare Timeless still have resources and their own, and the point to work with for now.
And the big thing is there's Zoe and HK both using their ultimates. Velvet and Scuff think this is winnable.
Oh, but they Z's pops the orbital ray a little bit too late here. Sawhill doesn't quite have the health to further succeed. Zoe has all the rockets you could possibly ask for. Velvet, though, at least falls to the ultimate. The overtime is pushing on the point. Night Time must have to get back to contest and should be okay to do so. Zia stays alive thanks to the hard work of Sawhill, but it's Ori. She wants to be the hero. She swoops in from above, gets the elimination. HK is trying to stagger this out as well. This is way more scrappy than it should be. Nightmare Timers are yet to put this fight down to a full rest, yet they haven't taken a breath. They haven't had that sigh of relief that they've been wanting so desperately, and they might not get it. Velvet flies in back from the spawns. That's a D-Mech onto Sawhill, and that's a second. They can't touch the point. YFP Super Shy, they have done it. Nightmare Timeless have been dethroned, and you now have your new reigning victors of Calling All Heroes Minor 2.
What a scrappy fight at the end. YFP Super Shy are able to pull it out. It could have looked bad because Zoe used that barrage a little bit early on, but Velvet and Scuff, credit to them. They were the ones that made that call saying, let's go, we have a winnable condition. Used both of the orbital ray and the rally to lead this team on in, and YFP Super Shy are your new victors of Calling All Heroes Minor number 2. Man, oh man, what a play from YFP Super Shy. Again, credit to Velvet and Scuff making the call, doing up, and making sure that their win con was in play.
Never give up and never surrender. YFP Super Shy were confident heading to this meta, and they have the best grasp on it, and there's no doubt about it. Scuffed is the best judo in Calling All Heroes, and Velvet along with it to support that. There is nothing that Nightmare Timeless really could have done. Their inconsistencies were starting to peek on through, and as we saw with that last map of Sawhill tried to play that diva, tried to match what Totori could accomplish, but it wasn't well practiced enough. You haven't been playing this whole series. It was a brand new last-stitch effort to try to force this game to a map 7, yet it just wasn't enough. The amount of effort, these triple scrim blocks that YFP Super Shy were doing, you know how badly they wanted to take this title, and they very well earned it.
Yeah, and you know this as well. I mean, it's been a very long day, but you know this in your time zone. It's 10:47 on the East Coast right now. It is a very, very long day, but that's where kind of this endurance, right? The mind games come into play, the mentality there. If you can last this long day, that's a really good start for you. YFP Super Shy showed it, and yes, it may have been compositional things. It may have been a lack of scrims and a lack of practice here, but the one thing you can know, in a 7-map series, in a best of 7, first to 4 series, it's all that mentality. If the game goes on longer, it is going to wear on your mental, and at the end of the day, and I hate to say it, Senna was right, but it's on the wrong side of history here. 4-2 was your final score, and YFP Super Shy, congratulations to them, winners of Minor number 2, and a good amount of points to that. It is a little bit of a smaller differential than the majors, but still, nonetheless, it is points going towards your circuit. And finally, for a YFP team, right, whether that be YFP Pixies or Super Shy Ivy, they finally get that first place medal this season.
They do, and I really hope that they bask in that glory because it was well deserved. This Juno really style of play became relevant, like what, last week? Something like that? It wasn't even played a ton in Swiss stage if you really think about it. YFP Super Shy jumped the gun, they sat down, and they really studied. They made sure that everyone knew exactly what to be doing on this composition, and just look how much that paid off for them. And that hard work really beats talent at the end of the day, but those talented players were the ones that stood out. We get to hear from this YFP Super Shy and hear everything that went into this moment that made it possible for them to be named grab that title of Calling All Heroes Minor 2. Now, let's go ahead, send it to a break, get an interview on board. We're almost about to close it out, but not quite yet. We'll see you in a bit. our final victor has been named for Colonial Heroes Minor 2. The dynasty has crumbled, and this time it was YFP Super Shy to be the ones holding the hammer that knocked them all down. It was an incredible series, back and forth, and it all attested to the hard work that YFP Super Shy have pumped into ensuring that they can become the next ones, the next team to beat.
Yeah, and this is an unbelievable performance, right? YFP Super Shy finally getting that first place medal in one of these tournaments, right? Major 1, 3rd place for YFP Pixies. Minor 1, 4th place for YFP Pixies. 2nd place, got so close in the last major, but fell to Green FT, which eventually landed up being Nightmare Timeless in this case. But this time around, the first place medal for minor number 2 falls in the hands of this YP Super Shy team. It was great compositions. They played, like we said earlier, they played this a lot more. It looks like they're a lot more experienced with it, and it turned out to be a victory at the end of the day.
It certainly did, and you have to be proud if you're a fan of YFP Super Shy and, of course, a player that we have with us today. HKey came in for the last couple of maps that YFP Super Shy played and inevitably put the nail in the coffin, granting them the victory. HKey, how does it feel to be named once again at the top of a Colonial Heroes event?
It feels awesome. I'm really glad to be here.
Yeah, and let's go through the entire thing. But first, I want to start with the roster here, too, because Zoe played a lot for you guys there, played pretty much the entire series there. But for Zoe joining in from Valentine, how much of an impact has she made to your team?
So I think it's definitely been a really big impact. So going back to our previous tournament against Timeless, we felt like we were, going to be doing really, really well going into the grand finals of last tournament. But what really was a big struggle for us was not being able to match the double flex DPS compositions that Timeless had. But having Zoe in, having a 3 DPS lineup really made us a lot more flexible. And as the meta just falls right now, it just so happens that, Zoe's more specialized hero pools is what's, being the starting roster for most maps. But I think we both view each other as equals. We just have different maps that we play on. And then it also allows us to have a very strong team on double flex DPS maps.
Now, I know you weren't in for these 2 maps, but I want to get your quick thoughts on this because after your guys' lost on Lijiang Tower 2-1 in a very close one, mind you, it was 100-99. That could have gone either way. But then you get the King's Row where, yes, you won 3-2, but it was kind of an unfortunate situation for Nightmare Timeless where it was a C9. Let's be fair and call it what it is. And then Runa Sapi at the end of it as well had 5 ultimates. Your team won. I want to know, was it like super confident? Was it hype? Was there like more to it than more to the communications than what we thought it would be? Just how much was the hype after those 2 kinds of wins back to back, mind you, to take a 2-1 lead?
I definitely think we were very confident. We already knew, honestly, that we were going to have a big upper hand just going into the match, seeing how Timeless didn't seem to be as good form compared to, how they're performing against other teams like Fluffy. And losing Lijiang, it's like, whatever, obviously it's going to suck a little bit, but I don't think that really fazed us at all mentally. And I think we were completely expecting to win both King's Row and Runa Sapi.
And it turned out to win, albeit by, by some silliness there, but at the end of it. But now you go on to your last map. This is the map you were in, and this is the memorable one, right? Ilios is the last map you were in. You were subbed out for Whis, and it turned out to be a very impactful one as well. But what I really want to talk about is the fight going towards the end. Velvet and Scuffed pull up there with both of the orbital ray and the rally at the same time, giving yourselves a winnable chance, and obviously at the end of it, getting the win for minor number 2. Talk to me about that final play. What was going on in the communications as well? What was your guys' thinking of using both of the support alts and then finally getting that win?
Yeah, so we were mainly just focusing on living a lot. We knew that we had an upper hand if we were to just take the fight like longer, right? So as the enemy team was running the point, I saw them pop rally and stuff, and I was, I can't really do that much there in Tracer because I'm just waiting for their ults to be over. So I was kind of bored, and I saw the Brig, so I blinked at her to make her bash, and then I blinked away, and that wasted her bash, and then Velvet booped her off the map because of that. So I thought that was really funny. But yeah, honestly, obviously comms were going to be like really, really hectic, but we were all just trying to play like really calm and like focus on living so that we could eventually win the fight.
Yeah. And we could see how well these communications were executed. And we were talking, even like having other people on the desk. Senna herself came into this saying that Nightmare Timeless were not confident and really respected YFP Super Shy as a team, as the best Juno team so far, obviously, and you've now secured your spot as with that title that you've won today. I want to know, HK, what's next for this team? You go ahead, you win Minor 2. What do we have to look forward to from YFP Super Shy?
I think we're gonna have a really strong performance in the next tournaments. I think obviously we're all planning on staying together. I think we're gonna keep the train rolling and just try to be as dominant as possible.
And we look forward to seeing it. Even as Scuffed put it themselves the other day, is we like to be in this just to make sure Nimeless Nightmare don't sweep everybody all the time. And, well, you did just that today, and I hope, HK, that you are very proud of it. Congratulations on your win here with the Colonial Heroes Minor 2 title, and we look forward to seeing where YFP Super Shy goes with Minor 3 just around the corner.
Yep, I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
And for HK at the same time too, right? Such an impact player as HK really just came in during that New Junk City, but had that impact that we were looking for on the Genji back on New Junk City. Was going to ask about that, but at the same time too, at the end, right, that kind of curveball where Whisk came out and HK came back in, such an impactful game. And again, you heard the credit, you heard the communications are kind of going crazy, but trying to be calm in it. And again, Scuffed and Velvet kind of trying to make that call of both of them using their ultimates and pushing right in. It was the correct call at the end, right? That call was either the map or the series, right? And that could have been the map 7, or we could have gotten the series. And yet, you know, at the end of the day, that was the right play. The chaos ensued, but YFP Super Shy getting a first place and moving into Minor 3. And you heard just now HK say it, right? They're gonna try to stick together. So Minor 3, watch out.
Yeah, be scared. Be scared, people.
Yeah.
If you see YFP Super Shy coming your way, be scared. Respect what these players can do. We've just seen it put on a show for us here today. It's been a long one, Keegan.
Yes.
21 maps, 4 series, and none of them a 3-0. The shortest one was only 4, if you can really think about that.
Yeah.
And this bracket as a whole, this is the closest a Colonial Heroes event has been for the 24-25 circuit, without a doubt. The only 3-0s that we had were within rounds 1 and upper rounds 1 and lower round 1. That was it. From there on out, 3-1, 2-3, and a 4-2, of course, here in our upper finals.
Yeah, and this was a long day. This was a long weekend for the both of us. You very well know that. But the upper side, the lower side, all proved entertaining throughout the entire thing. That Fable Fluffy Mafia match. I know we saw Bubble Blowers taking on Exo Azathoth, but that 3-2 game really set the tone. And for Fluffy Mafia, again, shout out to Fluffy Mafia and Smooth, of course. That's that entire team making that lower bracket run. And that's the beauty of this double elimination bracket, right? That's the beauty of having this entire series. The 8-team bracket that is double elimination. You can have runs like Fluffy Mafia make things interesting. You can have Fluffy Mafia push this Timeless team up against the rope. A number 6 seed pushing up against the ropes on the number 1 team. But yet the number 1 team comes out on top, and that number 1 seed falls down at the end. And YFP Super Shy making that incredible run. And yes, while it may sometimes have been a scrim or compositional dip, overall, if those pieces are working all together, YFP Super Shy deserving that victory at the end of the week. And so congratulations to them.
We can continue to shout their praise and all of the glory that I hope that they bask in, because that is a victory that should last for a very long time. Even for us, as we prepare to close out our journey through the Colonial Heroes Minor 2 playoffs, it's been a great one. New stories were made, narratives were closed, and heroes were formed. If you want to come and join us for our next Colonial Heroes Minor 3 event, be on the lookout for our socials. We'll have a lot of information about that coming on up, both here on X. Keep an eye out for any posts pertaining to Colonial Heroes Minor 3. You very well could be the next victor that we're looking for within this circuit. It's been a long one, Keegan, but it's been a great experience to be up here and enjoy all of these matches that have gone the distance and see these players rise and succeed along with it.
Yeah, and I'm glad to say that I was a part of this one as well. Miner 1, it felt I was very grateful for just being included into this, but at the same time, Miner 2, I'm grateful that we got to saw a lot of good matches. I think after watching all of Major 1 and Major 2 and Miner 1 and Miner 2 now, I think you and I can agree this is the closest and the most exciting one, as we keep saying, right? This is the most that action that we've had. And also, before we close out as well, I want to give credit where credit is due to the Rising series as well. They provided us with an absolute banger of match that could not get any closer, right? Junkertown at the end, final map, 3-3, or it went actually 3-2 at the end. That golden box overtime, you could not get any closer. And I would love, and we wish you could see more Rising games at the same time, because those games can get insane if that was any indication already. But the Challenger series coming up great as well. Some people may not like the meta right now, but as of right now, with Juno being added in, it provided such a great and entertaining weekend. I'm not going to forget about this one for a long time, and I'm sure that based on what we saw back on Miner 1, I'm really not going to forget about it, because we had so many sweeps there during Miner 1. But Miner number 2, this one is going to be so memorable for me that a 4-3 and 4-2 ending there's no other way it could have gone.
It's a breath of fresh air into the competitive Overwatch esports scene, and we have much more to come. But people, it's been almost 9 hours since we started our day today, and I'm sure y'all have gotten your drops at this point, and I'm very glad that you get to enjoy those in-game. We are going to go ahead and get ready to close it out. Shout out to Esports U for all of their work behind the scenes, making sure that this event can happen. It's been a great Colonial Heroes Miner 2. Stay safe out there. Love each other. It's been Tiny, Shiny, and Clutch Key. We'll catch you on the flip side.